I clearly awakened the most rubbish F-grade talent. Yet, the school belle who awakened the S-grade talent publicly confessed to me. All because I possess an infinite evolution system. Killing monsters allows me to evolve talents, with a divine passive skill. While others are cautiously releasing their skills, my move is an invincible curse. I am a transmigrator from Earth. 300 years ago, a divine tree descended, transforming this world into a world highly integrated with games. Along with it came many powerful and strange demons. People awaken talents through divine arts, gaining extraordinary power to combat evil. To me, it feels like a game world, making me, an outsider, feel very unreal. What dungeon manuals, as well as demons and alien races trying to invade the human race, it took me over 2 years to slowly adapt. Hit the talent tree with all your might, awaken your talents. After Vice Dean Mahong's impassioned speech, he pointed behind him and said loudly. Behind him stood a 100-meter-tall ancient tree, radiating colorful lights, shimmering with intricate patterns, full of sci-fi and mythological colors. Nearly 1,000 young men and women on the square gazed at the ancient tree, excited and anticipating the next Wang Chen. Hearing my name, my heart surged with excitement, and I quickly walked towards the talent tree. I looked at the talent tree in front of me, took a deep breath, and threw a heavy punch. The talent tree bloomed with a faint white light, and I was surrounded by a faint electric arc, awakening my talent. F-level talent, static electricity, suitable for both daily life and combat. Vice Dean Mahong ruthlessly announced. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone below couldn't help but frown. Useless, useless. I can't believe there's a talent worse than static electricity. What a pity. This guy looks like a talent but awakened such a rubbish talent. I was stunned. I never thought I would awaken the most disappointing talent, only at the level of a human electric rod. Becoming a security guard after graduation is the only option. I shook my head and smiled bitterly. Just then, an ethereal voice suddenly rang in my mind. Talent awakening meets the requirements, unlimited evolution. The talent system has been activated. Congratulations to the host for awakening. Divine level passive skill, level 1 mana spring. I was almost overwhelmed and quickly opened the system panel to check. Name, Wang Chen, talent, static electricity, level 1. Strength, 10, agility, 12, spirit. Passive skill, level 1 mana spring, spirit attribute enhanced by 10 times. When spirit is below 30%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. After reading the introduction, I was overjoyed. After the talent awakening, everyone's level is within the range of level 1, with attributes generally around 10. Originally, my mental power was only 10. Now, with the divine passive skill, it has increased tenfold, and my recovery ability has skyrocketed. This means I can unleash skills effortlessly. However, the most crucial aspect of the system is the purification talent. Without it, even if skills are cost-free, the static electricity talent will struggle to be effective. First activation, the system presents a beginner's gift package. Would you like to open it? I'll open it later. I'll keep a low profile. This isn't the time to show off. Mahong's voice resounds, awakening continues. Next is Chu Shui. The crowd stirs, a slender figure, with curves and flowing pink long hair, appears. Walks to the base of the Heavenly Father tree. She is as beautiful as a fox spirit. Chu Shui arrives at the base of the Heavenly Father tree, takes a deep breath, and throws a punch with all her might. A purple light soars into the sky, covering the airspace above the 3rd Intermediate Academy. Behind the woman appears a beautiful and alluring monster with 9 tails. Astounding everyone, Mahong is momentarily stunned, then a look of ecstasy appears on his face. An S-rank talent, 9 tails, a mix of fox and beast. In terms of combat, he thought that this awakening might bring about a few A-rank talents, but he never expected the birth of an S-rank talent. Just as everyone marvels at Chu Shui's talent, the director of the 3rd Intermediate Academy, along with some rarely seen old folks, all make their appearance. A great combat 9-tailed fox, adding another war god powerhouse to our human race. Dean Zhaozihaluo, under the talent tree, excitedly looks at Chu Shui. S-level talent is rare, and S-level combat talent is even rarer. Next, the Dean will personally preside over the awakening ceremony. Half a day has passed, nearly 1,000 students have all awakened S-level talents, only Chu Shui has wings, and 3 others have appeared with first-level talents. However, only one has combat capabilities. Those who awaken high-level talents are full of joy, while those with trash talents look gloomy. At this moment, various expressions and reactions can be seen on the square. A loud screech sounded in the sky, as a huge flame python swooped down and landed in the square. The people around immediately felt a strong burning sensation. Walking down from the bird's back, Leading the way is a glamorous and hot woman who does not conceal herself. Everyone can see the information above his head, a fiery red jade 58 level talent, known as Jianj. Everyone present is shocked. This level is like a god to those who have just awakened. They are from the Academy of Extraordinary Beings, and knowledgeable students reveal the origin of the witness. The Academy of Extraordinary Beings, one of the highest institutions in District 7. It has nurtured countless strong individuals. It is the hall that all awakeners dream of. With a smile on his face, Hua Hongyu walked to the talent tree and asked, "Which one of you awakened the S-level talent, Director Zhao?" As he spoke, his gaze wandered among the crowd, with a hint of anticipation. Not long ago, the Supernormal Academy received a message from Zhao Shihai, saying that an S-level talent had awakened. Therefore, the Academy immediately sent someone to pick them up, fearing that other academies would get there first. "It's our classmate Chu Shui," Zhao Shihai said with a flushed face, pointing at Chu Shui. I followed his gaze to Chu Shui. His gaze fell on Chu Shui. After sizing her up, he couldn't help but praise, "What a beautiful woman. You truly deserve to be the awakened of the nine-tailed fox. Are you willing to come with me to the Supernormal Academy?" After hearing his words, Chu Shui first felt happy, her eyes sparkling. But then she hesitated. Zhao Shihai became anxious. Why hesitate about such a good thing? He wished he could agree on Chu Shui's behalf. "If you have any concerns, just say it," Hua Hongyu said with a smile. Chu Shui turned around and looked at me behind her. As his gaze fell, the students around looked at each other, knowing that they were not the ones being looked at. Sensibly, they stepped back, leaving only me standing there, surrounded by an empty space. The whole scene was in an uproar. What's going on? Why did Chu Shui look at Wang Chen? At this moment, even the teachers of the three intermediate colleges like Hua Hongyu, Zhao Shihai, and Ma Hong couldn't help but show their thoughts. They really couldn't figure out how 2F ranks could bring any redemption. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, I revealed a helpless expression. A year ago, I coincidentally met Chu Shui, relying on the mature demeanor of 2 lifetimes, extraordinary looks, and the miraculous influence brought by Earth. Singing and playing instruments quickly made Chu Shui's heart race, as she felt a charm in Wang Chen that boys in this world lack. However, in my second life, all my aspirations to become a strong man have vanished. Who still talks about love? I see through Chu Shui's thoughts, so I want to talk to her clearly. Don't waste time on yourself, but Chu Shui remained unmoved. She simply doesn't listen to me. At this moment, I slowly said, "Sister, spare me." As these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. What did it mean? All eyes turned silently to Chu Shui. With bright eyes and white teeth, pink hair dancing in the wind, under the sunlight, she smiled brightly and said, "Love me, are you afraid?" The crowd felt like they were struck by lightning, shocked and vulnerable. What kind of provocative words were these? Many boys wailed, their image of the goddess shattered instantly. The goddess in their eyes turned out to be someone else's lackey. "I don't need a woman, get rid of that thought." My expression turned cold. "What's the use of that? Women only slow down my sword." The onlookers are all stirred up. Their expressions are incredibly vivid. This scene is too surreal. I'm stunned. The awakened nine-tailed fox is actually in love, and with a commoner at that. "Senior Tianfu, can you secure a spot for Wang Chen at the Transcendence Academy?" Chu Shui seemed to ignore my cold words, turned to Fire Red Jade, and made this request. The envoys of the Transcendence Academy fell silent, utterly speechless. Fire Red Jade hesitated before speaking slowly. "His talent is too low. Not even a B-grade talent. I'm unable to set this precedent. The enrollment standard of the Transcendence Academy is an A-grade talent, but I'm only an F-grade. The gap is too wide. At least a B-grade is needed for the principal to consider and give it a try." Fire Red Jade explained with a troubled expression, unknowingly putting on a mask of pain. "Can't we make an exception?" Chu Shui frowned, revealing dissatisfaction. "The teachers from the 3rd Intermediate Academy are all on edge. He won't refuse the invitation from the Transcendence Academy for this." Principal Zhao Shihai and Principal Mahon looked at me angrily and anxiously, wanting me to speak and persuade Chu Shui. "I have this intention." I immediately encouraged her with a smile and said, "Chu Shui, the Transcendence Academy is your world. Go with them, don't mind me. Remember, only the strong are worthy of me." I was serious and confident, looking like I had high hopes for Chu Shui. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was almost shocked to the point of falling over. Is this even real? Even an S-level talent isn't a match for you, an F-level can't defeat you. The boys were left questioning life, their eyes lost in confusion. What's even more absurd is that upon hearing my unreasonable words, Chu Shui's eyes lit up and she smiled happily. "Then promise me, you must go to the Transcendence Academy to find me," he said with joy and anticipation. "All right, go on quickly." I waved my hand, urging the girl to leave promptly. Xu Shui nodded firmly, without a trace of hesitation. I and the teachers from the Hongzhe High Academy showed a relieved expression. As for the promise between Xu Shui and me, they didn't take it to heart at all. It was just the ignorant bravado of youth. The Transcendence Academy is the top institution in District 7, a first-class presence in the entire Divine School Alliance, generally speaking. There are two ways to join the Transcendence Academy. One is to have an A-level talent or higher, the other is to serve as the Vice Ice Sealer for the Transcendence Academy before the age of 20. This is a Vice Ice Sealer of levels 25 to 30, with a maximum difficulty level below 18 years old. To awaken as such a vice before the age of 20, you can see how challenging it is. Hong Yu was afraid of the bustling crowd, hurriedly pulling him onto the rock, but ran away without looking back. Alright, students, the awakening ends here. A new journey is about to begin. Next is the time to apply for subjects, just like before. For talents and life skills, it is recommended to choose logistics. For combat talents, choose the combat discipline. Vice Dean Mahong's voice was loud, echoing throughout the square. The big exam will officially begin in a week, so you must perform well to compete for admission to higher education institutions. After awakening each year, it is the time to apply for advanced institutions. All students from intermediate schools will level up by fighting monsters in the novice instance of Nanjiang City, and finally, based on their level, the number of monsters killed and other data will determine the results. The monsters in the novice instance are between levels 1 to 10, with regular monsters not posing a high difficulty level, making it relatively friendly for newly awakened individuals, at least stronger than facing demons and monsters head-on. After Mahong finished speaking, the students on the square gradually dispersed. The system opens the Novice Welcome Package. Open the package. Congratulations on receiving the divine passive skill Soul Devouring. When Soul Devouring kills a target, there is a 1% chance of absorbing some of the target's attributes. Congratulations on a free talent evolution, and receiving 500 evolution points. Congratulations on acquiring the skill True Sight. Congratulations on obtaining storage space. A series of rewards made me ecstatic, especially the Soul Swallowing Spirit, a divine level back, just by reading the description. By killing targets, the Nyoja steals some of their attributes, becoming stronger with each kill. It's not a combination of the Murder Book and Murder Sword. As for the True Eye skill, it can view the attributes of the target. The storage space is also good, making things much more convenient. In addition, the system also rewarded a free evolution, along with 500 evolution points, and an F-level talent evolution. I happen to need to evaluate with 500 evolution points. I decided to evolve once with evolution points first because based on my usual nature, the next talent evolution will definitely require more than 500 points. I immediately felt an inexplicable power surge when I applied the evolution points to the talent. I seemed to see a static electricity within me turning into a thick current. Evolution complete. The static electricity talent evolved into a current, awakening the innate skill Thunderbolt technique. A surge of information entered my mind. Every talent evolution brings a new skill. My static electricity talent transformed into a current, adding the Thunderbolt technique skill. Compared to the static electricity talent, the current is much stronger, at least it has offensive power and can damage demon beasts. System in use, free evolution, I thought to myself, advancing eagerly. The first level talent is still not enough, I need something stronger. Evolution complete, the current talent has evolved into Thunder and Lightning Sensing, an Earth level talent. Awaken the innate skill, Thunderburst Count. My eyes widened. With the ground level talent of Thunder and Lightning Induction, I have initially mastered the power of Thunder and Lightning, which is more powerful than electric current. Immediately, I brought up my own attribute panel. My name is Cheng Bansheng, with the talent of Thunder and Lightning Induction, Level 1, Strength 10, Agility 12, Spirit 100, Skill in Electric Shock Level 1, Explosive Thunder Level 1. Competing in Curses, no equipment, no evolution points named. Active Skill Electric Shock Level 1, Casting a Lightning Bolt, dealing 150% damage to the target. Explosive Thunder Level 1, Summoning a Lightning Bolt to explode on the target, causing 180% damage. Passive Skill Mana Spring Level 1, Spiritual Attribute enhanced by 10 times, when spiritual power is below 30%. Recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring Level 1. When killing a target, there is a 1% chance to take some of the target's attributes. I look satisfied. With these attributes and skills now, even an S rank would have to call me Dad. Skills and curses are divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, and super 2 levels. Although all are primary, they are sufficient. To advance the Thunder and Lightning Induction to the next level, you need 10,000 evolution points. Different levels of the same type of talent have different strengths and weaknesses. Thunder and Lightning Induction is the most basic talent in the Thunder and Lightning series, and there is also Heavenly Thunder online. Even Divine Thunder and so on. Finally bidding farewell to the security guard, I smirked. The ground level talent is sufficient, no longer just a human electric shock. My security career ended before it even began. After the registration is complete, I return to the dormitory, waiting for the start of the major exam. In a boring moment, a thought suddenly emerged: kill the target, get evolution points. There doesn't seem to be any restriction on this target, so I immediately got up and left the dormitory. Arriving at the back of the academy under a large tree, there is an ant nest here. I want to try killing ants to see if there are any evolution points. Soon my eyes lit up. I found where the ants were. I'm sorry, I crouched down, killed an ant, and then quietly waited for the kill. Basic level 0 ant, evolution points plus 0.00001. Forget it. I stood up without hesitation. If I continue like this, with 10,000 evolution points, I would have to wipe out all the ants in the entire city of Nanjing. I'd better go kill monsters honestly. These few evolution points are not worth it. In the blink of an eye, the day of the big exam finally arrived. Early in the morning, the teachers and students of the 3rd Intermediate Academy gathered early in the square, and then were led by the academy to the new novice exam. Apart from the weariness of life, there are also low-level talents, and only 300 people are participating this time. However, there are a total of 98 intermediate academies in Nanjing City, so there are tens of thousands of students taking the exam this time. The assessment's novice instance, in a place called Lakehard Island, was already crowded when we arrived. The teachers and students of various academies are queuing up to enter the city to complete the procedures. There really are some who overestimate themselves. Daring to participate in the big exam with an F-level talent, they don't know their own limitations. In the crowd, Sun Qian sarcastically said in a strange tone, ever since the last incident, he has been extremely extraordinary towards me. With an F-level talent, what virtues does he have to be liked and pursued by Chu Shui? These days, he has been thinking about this issue, but still can't figure out what advantages I have that could make Chu Shui so infatuated. Whose zipper wasn't closed properly, exposing you? I glanced at Sun Qian, surprised, and said, laughter rippling around. Sun Qian's face turned uglier than a pig's liver, staring at me intensely, a hint of violence in his eyes. Alright everyone, stop arguing, we're all classmates. We need to help each other once we're inside the instance. A charming girl stepped in to mediate. She's the class flower Luing. She awakened a D-rank talent for weapon enhancement, which lacks combat power but is unique. Coupled with her outstanding looks, Luing has long had a group of followers. Although teaming up during exams is not allowed, once inside the instance, it's every man for himself. Sun Qian glanced at the class flower, giving her face due to her beauty. With a charming smile, Luing, after suppressing him, said to Sun Qian, you, as a powerful C-rank combat talent, must take care of me once we're inside the instance. Sun Qian smiled faintly, and when it came to her powerful C-rank talent, her confidence surged instantly. It's a deal. Luing extended her hand with a smile, and they shook hands, sealing the agreement. As for me, Luing, I paid no attention, with my useless F-rank talent having no value for recruitment. And with that, a small episode comes to an end. Vice Dean Ma Hong completed the procedures, and the teachers and students of the 3rd Intermediate College lined up, entering the city of Fuxing. The grandest building in Fuxing City, this is the Hall of Consciousness for the Grand Exam. Every year at this time, prominent figures from Nanjing City gather here to watch the exam, including some tutors from prestigious academies. I want to see if there are any geniuses among them. In the futuristic meeting room at this moment, dozens of men and women are seated, each holding documents and examining them closely. The number of participants in this year's grand exam has decreased by nearly 5 times compared to last year. It's not a good sign. A middle-aged man with glasses slowly speaks up. While the quantity has decreased, the quality has improved. This year, there have been S-level celestial beings from academies. An S-level individual can rival a whole army. It's true. I heard that a 9-tailed fox awakener appeared at the 3rd Intermediate School, but unfortunately, they were taken away by the Extraordinary Academy. A lady dressed in black leather speaks up, her words tinged with regret. His name is Zhuang Yuerong, a recruitment tutor from South Jian University. He possesses a 53rd level primary talent as a shadow leopard. He is here today to select suitable students to join the academy. Are there any promising talents in this grand exam? The talent of the Hell dual-headed dog Galeblade is top-notch in combat abilities, another man says with a smile. The list and information of participants in the grand exam have been submitted in advance. Those with top-ranked talents naturally become the focus of everyone's attention. Among nearly 100 academies and tens of thousands of examinees, there are dozens of A-level talent awakeners. Master Zhou, among these tens of thousands of examinees, who do you think will come out on top and become the new champion this time? At this moment, the middle-aged man with glasses asked, his gaze fixed on the main seat. Above the main seat sat an elegant man in his early 30s. He was the island owner of Hushin Island, the person in charge of this area. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze shifted towards him, curious to hear the opinion of this island owner. Every year, the top scorer in the annual exam is crowned the newcomer king. The student who receives this honor must possess a combination of talent, strength, and luck, a must-have for every prestigious academy. A genius that everyone is eager to recruit. Zhou Wanquan pondered for a moment, his gaze shifting away from the documents in front of him. In a calm and composed manner, he said, I have 3 candidates here. First, we have Luozhen, the awakener of the hellish twin-headed hound. Second, we have Ling Xiao, the violent flame spirit. Third, we have Li Yong, the earth spirit master. The 3 individuals he mentioned are all outstanding talents, among the best in accumulated potential. The newcomer king will emerge from these 3. Zhou Wanquan smiled faintly. His tone was decisive and confident. Indeed, Zhou, the island owner, has a sharp eye. Whether it's the hellish twin-headed hound, the violent flame spirit, or the earth spirit master, they all have significant advantages over other first-level talents. After hearing Zhou Wanquan's words, the crowd nodded slightly in agreement. The hellish twin-headed hound is known for its ferocity, even more formidable than many demons and monsters. The violent flame spirit is a type of fire-based talent, renowned for its violence. Although the earth spirit is not as fierce as the first 2, it has amazing defense, can manipulate earth elements, and its overall strength is not inferior. These 3 individuals are quite talented, it depends on whose luck is better. It's really exciting to see. At the same time, all the academies participating in the major examination have arrived at the central square of Lake Star City. The huge square is packed with people. Around the square, there are whirlpool black holes over 3 meters high, which serve as entrances to the instances. A total of 20 instances ranging from levels 1 to 5 are merged together to form the novice major examination instances. In addition, there are advanced novice instances ranging from levels 5 to 10. Candidates must reach level 5 before they are eligible to enter. After entering the instances, you will be randomly teleported to different places. Remember not to be reckless and fight monsters above your level. At one corner of the square, Vice Dean Mahong instructs students to share their experiences and points to note. Not only him, but almost all the mentors from various academies are doing the same. If you encounter classmate Lan Mengyu in the instances, you can unite with him. Mahong continued. The Lan Mengyu he mentioned is from the 3rd Intermediate Academy. The only A-level combat department awakener. Senior Lan has exceptional combat talent. Following him will definitely help you safely reach level 5. Some students started to cheer, expressing gratitude and seeking favor. Looking at the young man in blue battle attire in the crowd, the young man's face remained calm, with a hint of ink passing imperceptibly in his eyes. He then smiled faintly and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, we are all classmates. If we meet in the instance, I will definitely protect everyone." Upon hearing his response, the crowd's cheers grew even louder. Just then, the grand examination finally began. One by one, the instance entrances lit up, and tens of thousands of students poured into the instance like a torrent. Everyone geared up, ready to go in, ready to dominate. I will be the first to reach level 5, the top spot is mine. I arrived at the instance entrance, with a hint of anticipation in my eyes. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Without hesitation, I stepped into the dark hole. The scene before me suddenly changed, and I found myself in the midst of a forest, densely packed with shrubbery everywhere. Is this the instance? The environment is quite nice. I surveyed the surroundings of the forest. I couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the distant bushes. With a thought in my mind, I activated my true sight to investigate. Under the distant shrubbery, there was a cave hidden, where a giant rabbit with blood-red eyes crouched inside, glaring fiercely at me. Under the effect of true sight, the information of the long-haired rabbit appeared in my eyes. Long-haired rabbit, level 1 strength 11. Agility 14 spirit 6. Even though it's just a rabbit, the power of the Angora rabbit is even stronger than mine, with an agility of 14. Candidates without combat experience can easily die in the face of this old 6 rabbit. At this moment, the giant rabbit finally couldn't hold back, rushing out of the cave, breaking through the bushes, and pouncing towards me. The momentum is so great, just like a cheetah. I seemed to be frightened, not moving at all. I watched as the Angora rabbit leaped into the air. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking the Angora rabbit's back, causing its body to fall straight to the ground, filling the air with the smell of burnt fur. Killing the Angora rabbit, evolution points added. A prompt sounded in my mind, 10 points for a rabbit, not bad for evolution points. In addition, my experience has also increased by 5 sets, which means I only need to kill 20 rabbits to reach level 2. This number may not sound like much, but for many inexperienced novices, even one Angora rabbit can be fatal. I hesitated, tore off a roasted rabbit, took a bite, and continued to explore while eating. Neither hurried nor slow. Just now, I released a lightning spell, instantly consuming 2 mental points, that is, mana. Without divine passive support, I can only cast it 4 times in a very short time. Because once the mental attribute drops below 10, forcibly releasing skills is very dangerous. Mild cases result in mental damage and unconsciousness, while severe cases can lead to a vegetative state. Many novices encounter this issue. Using the skill twice immediately drained me. But this is no problem for me at all. I can stand still and release it dozens of times, and quickly return. It's almost like a perpetual motion machine. I walk through the forest with a rabbit leg in hand, my eyes wide open, every movement of the wind and grass around me under control. Not long after I started walking, I found another rabbit leg about 100 meters away. I pointed my finger and a lightning bolt, over a meter long and as thick as a finger, struck down from the sky. The long-haired rabbit in the cave was still lurking, ready to ambush the intruder, but ended up being struck by lightning on the head, meeting its demise. Killing the long-haired rabbit triggered an evolution point bonus. The sound of lightning alarmed the surrounding wild animals, and suddenly several long-haired rabbits rushed out of the bushes, gnashing their teeth towards me. I clenched my 5 fingers and burst forth with 5 flashes of lightning, sweeping through the air and striking down the long-haired rabbits one by one. Before these rabbits could even get close, they were all defeated. I am clear about my position, never advancing as a mage. Killing the long-haired rabbits grants evolution point bonuses, triggering the devouring of souls upon killing the target. Agility +1. I didn't expect that killing less than 10 rabbits would trigger the devouring of souls, stealing a bit of agility attribute. A few hours later, after electrocuting 20 long-haired rabbits, I smoothly leveled up to level 2. Going from level 1 to level 2, all attributes enhanced, with the mental attribute receiving a divine passive boost. 10 points turned into 100 points, reaching 200. As for skills like the number of electric shocks and thunder explosions, they require proficiency or level to improve. As for the divine passive, you need to break through to a higher level or evolution point in order to advance. I won't pay too much attention to it. A first level divine passive is already crazy enough. Let's upgrade the talent to an S level first. Just as I felt my own strength, a larger long-haired rabbit crouched on the grass, sneaking up, with a fierce look in its eyes. This is also a rabbit. I was stunned for a moment. This rabbit is as big as a tiger. I quickly used the Eye of Truth to check. Mutant long-haired rabbit. Level 3 power 37. Agility 35, Spirit 26. So it's a level 3 mutant monster. I knew in my heart. I raised my hand and sent a lightning bolt towards the mutant rabbit. The mutant rabbit seemed to sense danger, leaping high into the air, pouncing towards me. It hit a tree and was shocked, hitting its butt. What surprised me was that the mutant rabbit just let out a roar and attacked me even more fiercely. It's still not dead. After my surprise, a golden light bloomed at my fingertips, and a thunderbolt about a meter long appeared. Thunder the size of a thumb appeared out of thin air. It struck the mutant rabbit's back, exploding into a golden electric net that enveloped it. The next moment, the mutant rabbit's whole body exploded. It shattered into pieces, flying everywhere. Such terrifying destructive power. I was shocked. The power of Thunderburst is more than just stronger than Lightning Strike. It's very straightforward, and very violent. However, the blue energy consumption is also much higher than that of Lightning Strike. Fortunately, I have plenty of blue energy, so I can kill at will. Mutant long-haired rabbit, evolution points +30, kill the target. Soul Devourer absorbs and increases magic power by 2. The drop rate is quite high. I was surprised that the 1% probability allowed me to steal 2 attribute points. Killing a level 3 monster boosted my confidence. No matter what monster it is, I can take it down in one shot. Then come a few more times. I smiled as I started the battle, took big strides into the forest, searching for more high-level monsters. Inside the Lakeheart City, a huge and dazzling light screen. The names and points of the students on it flicker unpredictably. Many deans and mentors from various academies, as well as onlookers, gaze at the light screen. Searching for familiar names. Due to limited screen space, only the top 1,000 rankings are displayed. and this time's examinees have already reached around 30,000. What's the background of this person named Lin Xiao? Ranked first unexpectedly. I know he is a student from the 9th Intermediate Academy and the owner of exceptional combat talent. Extremely impressive. This guy is so abnormal, he already has over 1,000 points. Everyone is frantically searching for names and also exclaiming in surprise at the first place. The monsters in the instance, level 1 is 10 points, level 2 is 20 points, level 3 is 40 points. Following this logic, with over 1,000 points, if it's just level 1 monsters, he has already killed over 100. In the crowd, the dean and mentors from the South Xinjiang 3rd Intermediate Academy are also nervously watching. Have you found the light? Zhao Shihai's gaze skimmed through the names of the top 100 candidates, looking for their own college's candidate, Ma Hong. And the rest of the mentors are all sweating profusely. It doesn't make sense that their college has a top-tier candidate, yet they can't even make it to the top 100. Just at this moment, the big screen scrolled and refreshed once again. Lan Mingyu entered the top 100, Ma Hong's eyes lit up, almost shouting hoarsely. Everyone was shocked. Sure enough, they saw Lan Mingyu's shadow in the top row of the big screen, with over 900 points, ranking 92nd, the hope of the whole village. It's good to see Lan Mingyu starting to exert effort. Continuing like this, reaching the top 50 or even top 30 won't be a problem. Zhao Shihai's face lit up. Although the college produced an S-level talent this year, the major exam is crucial, involving honor, reputation, and performance. Mingyu's talent is very strong, outstanding even among the top tier. I believe there is hope for the top 20. Excitedly, mentor Fengji said that Lan Mingyu is the one he brought up. At this moment, Lan Mingyu has become the hope of the whole village. Everyone from the 3rd Intermediate College is watching his progress. In the Union Council chamber of Wuxin City, all the big shots are also interestedly following the points ranking. As expected by Chief Zhou, Lin Xiao, Luozhen, and Li Yong'o made it to the top 10. This Lin Xiao is even ranked first. It seems the rookie king will definitely emerge among these three. The crowd laughed and chatted, inwardly marveling at Zhou Wenxuan's sharp insight. Just by looking at talent, he could make such judgments, showing how formidable he is. Zhou Wanquan smiled slightly, elegant and refined, with a hint of pride in his indifferent gaze. He has been doing this for so many years, and the island owner has witnessed millions of examinees. If you can't even analyze this, then what have you been doing all these years, living like a dog? Lin Xiaozi, I've reserved him. Don't compete with me when the time comes. A middle-aged man spoke with a rough and forceful voice, exuding a fiery aura. He is a strong figure from a prestigious academy, and he's taken an interest in Lin Xiaozi's talent. So, I want to bring him back to the academy. You want to get Mei Lishan, but you won't have a say in it. A middle-aged beautiful woman chuckled. Amidst the commotion over the student competition, a dispute arose. Inside the instance, I leisurely strolled along, searching for prey in a certain direction. Neither fast nor slow. I'm increasingly adapting to my own strength. Any rabbit I encounter will become an exam paper, and sometimes they won't be completely torn apart. Not long after, I arrived at a huge underground cave. With a sweep of the true eye, I saw two long-haired rabbits weighing several hundred pounds, nestled under the true eye, and all the details of the two fierce rabbits were clear. Elite long-haired rabbit, level 4, strength 56, agility 53, spirit 44, skill, fierce bite of the rabbit, and kicking the eagle. The attributes of the elite long-haired rabbit are already similar to those of an ordinary level 5 awakened human. However, cunning humans possess wisdom and innate skills, which low-level beasts cannot. At this moment, the two elite long-haired rabbits also woke up early and noticed the human who had intruded into their territory recklessly. They swiftly rushed out of the cave, one after the other. I snapped my 5 fingers, releasing 5 bolts of lightning. I used the blue multi-arbitrary skill 5 times in a row, and 5 bolts of lightning crazily surged towards the cave. The two elite long-haired rabbits howled in pain from the electric shock, but their physique was robust. There was no worry about luck. Fearing they hadn't died, I unleashed 65 thunder bombs, causing a series of explosions. The entire cave began to collapse. Ultimately, under my fierce bombardment, the two elite long-haired rabbits were buried underground without any breath, before they could even rush out of the cave. This bombardment consumed nearly 30% of my energy. Even though the opponent was 2 levels higher, they still succumbed under the intense firepower. Killing elite long-haired rabbits, evolution points plus 50. Killing elite long-haired rabbits, evolution points plus 50. A wave of joy as the prompt indicated I had reached level 3. Elite monsters are really satisfying. I couldn't help but exclaim, not only do they provide a lot of experience, but also the evolution points have increased. Even level 4 elite monsters are no match for me. It seems there are no opponents in the novice instance. Even if they are level 5 and strong, there's no reason they can withstand my lightning attraction, as long as I don't encounter a group of beasts. Then it's not a big problem. I walk towards the depths of the forest, and before long, I see a mutated creature, the giant horned monster. Level 3, Strength 46, Agility 28, Spirit 31, Skill, Axe Chop. This level 3 monster has strong strength and agility. I raise my hand and unleash a bolt of lightning. The distant giant horned beast doesn't understand what's happening and is struck by the lightning spell, falling to the ground. Defeating the mutated giant horned monster, I gain 30 evolution points and it drops the giant horned monster's cleaver. Strength plus 3, Equipment level 3, Explosive Equipment. My eyes light up as I quickly walk over and pick up the fallen cleaver. The giant horned monster's cleaver is unconventional, but its material is tough, better than many blades in the world. It can increase a awakener's strength by 3 points. The attributes are good. I can definitely sell this for a good price when I take it out. I immediately store the cleaver in my storage space and search for the next giant horned monster. Before long, I find some monsters, ranging from level 2 to level 3, which I can easily defeat. Now, I'm only looking for level 4 and level 5 monsters. Just then, the sound of a battle comes from the front of the forest. The roar of the human awakener mixes with the monster's growls. I change my expression and quickly approach. I simultaneously use the Eye of Insight to check the situation ahead. Soon, I see 7 or 8 figures entangled in a battle with a large giant horned monster. Elite Giant Foot Monster, Level 4, Strength 57, Agility 43, Spirit 41. Skill, Continuous Chopping. This is indeed a Level 4 elite monster, and Sun, Xian, Lu, Ying, and others are fighting against it. At this moment, Sun Xian undergoes a drastic transformation, growing several sizes larger, with muscles bulging, covered in a layer of rock armor. This is his sea-level combat talent, the Beast Transformation Rock Giant Bear. Sun Xian wields a large cleaver, confronting the elite horned monster, while the remaining 7 assist from the side and launch sneak attacks. Quick, defeat the horned monster. I can't hold on any longer. At this moment, Sun Xian roars loudly, signaling the end of his beast transformation. Brother Sun, hold on a little longer. I'll strengthen you. Lu Ying exchanges greetings, vigorously activating the weapon, enhancing Sun Xian's talent ranking. At this moment, he is also at the end of his strength, with immense mental exhaustion. If not for the prior agreement, he would have kept the monster's experience for himself. He wouldn't have worked so hard. What a useless thing. Even after strengthening you so many times, it's still no use. Lu Ying mutters quietly, enchanting Sun Xian's cleaver. The remaining teammates are also exerting themselves, some causing dizziness and slowing, while others release fireballs, hitting the horned monster directly on the head. Although these skills don't cause much damage, their insulting and disgusting effects are very strong. After a series of maneuvers, the elite horned monster is completely stunned, and Sun Xian seizes the opportunity, striking the horned monster down with a single blow. In the end, this elite horned monster is left barely breathing, with only a last gasp. Sun Xian and the others breathe a sigh of relief, sitting exhausted on the ground, panting heavily, after defeating this level 4 elite monster. Almost cost them their lives. Lu Ying struggled to stand up, holding a machete, walking towards the fallen giant horned monster, ready to slay it and gain experience. And at this moment, I, who had been observing from the sidelines, finally stepped forward. My sudden appearance startled the seated Sun Xian and others, thinking there was another ferocious beast. Seeing that it was me who arrived, the few of them showed expressions of surprise and astonishment. You, an F-grade waste with such talent, have actually survived until now. Sun Xian, surprised, then smirked mockingly. He didn't expect that with my talent, alone, I still haven't met my end in the mouth of a beast, which is quite fortunate. I won't die, but you're about to, I said calmly with a hint of indifference. How dare you curse me to die? Sun Quan's face darkened, slowly rising from the ground. Brother Sun, don't be impulsive. Lu Ying smiled and intervened, then looked at me with a serious expression. We are all classmates. Apologize to Sun Xian, and as long as he forgives me, you can join our team. He spoke in a commanding tone, as if bestowing a favor. I burst into laughter, then abruptly stopped, my expression changing as I focused on the monster. I disappeared before their eyes. What did you say? Lu Ying exclaimed sharply, looking at me in disbelief. Is this person insane? The others also looked strange. How dare a dark-level talent threaten them? Truly makes one can't help but chuckle. Alright, I wanted to give you a chance, but it seems you've had enough. Sun Xianing smiled, slowly walking towards me, a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Although in the Great Exam instance killing the same kind is not allowed, leaving a wound on the opponent, Breaking a leg is still possible. Losing the ability to move in the instance means only waiting for death, becoming a monster's meal. I remained expressionless, looking at Sun Xianing as if looking at a dead man. The next moment, the land in front suddenly shook violently, then bulged, as if some creature was moving underneath. The ground cracked open, and a huge gray long-haired rabbit rushed out, as fast as the wind, biting off Sun Xianing's neck. Blood gushed out instantly. This scene scared Lu Ying and the others silly. Facing the terrifying vicious rabbit, they had no time to care about their teammates. They ran for their lives. Leader Long-Haired Rabbit, Level 5, Strength 69, Agility 62, Spirit 55, Skill, Copper Skin Iron Armor. Information about the long-haired rabbit appeared in my eyes. It is a Level 5 leader monster with special abilities. Its fur is as tough as copper and iron, with extremely strong defense. I wasn't the least bit surprised by the appearance of this vicious rabbit. Not long ago, I discovered a maze-like cave underground. When Sun Qian and others killed the elite monsters, the owner of the cave quietly left. I deliberately provoked Sun Qian, leading him to the cave entrance, making him the first target of the long-haired rabbit's attack. Of course, if Sun Qian didn't mean me harm, he wouldn't be in such a predicament. At this moment, the leader long-haired rabbit's limbs were already in motion, opening its mouth wide to pounce on me. I reacted quickly, releasing several lightning bolts from my hands and swiftly retreating. The lightning struck, blasting the long-haired rabbit open, but this guy was undeterred, seemingly impervious to pain. Rabbits with defensive talents are formidable. I fought while retreating, using the cover of the trees behind me to maneuver agilely and seize opportunities to attack. The leader long-haired rabbit was exceptionally ferocious. A tree as thick as a person crumbled under its sharp teeth, the forest destroyed, losing cover. The leader long-haired rabbit once again opened its mouth wide, biting towards me. At this critical moment, I turned indifferently, releasing 10 thunderbolt spells from my hands, forcefully pouring them into the long-haired rabbit's mouth. With a loud crash, the leader long-haired rabbit slammed heavily to the ground, unable to get up again. Its fur may be tough, but its insides were not. But its organs weren't as tough. The attributes of a level 5 leader long-haired rabbit far surpass those of human awakens, but in battle, it just charges straight ahead, lacking strategy. Therefore, many human awakens, even when facing monsters with stronger attributes, can still prevail. Sometimes, intelligence is more crucial than any attribute. I walked up to the leader long-haired rabbit. Ended his life. Killed the leader long-haired rabbit. Evolution points increased by 150 levels. The boss unexpectedly had 100 evolution points, which pleasantly surprised Maine. It was more than I expected. Then I opened the storage space. I collected the corpse of the long-haired rabbit, and the level 5 boss was full of treasures. I can sell them for a good price outside. After doing all this, I came to the elite giant horned monster and cast a thunderbolt spell. Killed the elite giant horned monster, evolution points increased by 50. Killed 2 high-level monsters, my experience increased significantly, and I will soon break through level 4. Just then, a figure in azure rushed out. It was a woman dressed in azure battle attire with cascading blue long hair. The woman's sapphire-like pupils glanced around with a hint of confusion. Then she looked at me and asked, "When did you arrive, classmate? There was a battle here just now. Did you see it?" I didn't rush to answer. Instead, I secretly observed the woman, Luoli. Level 3 talent, water spirit deepened by 1 level, strength 33, agility 36. With a mental attribute of 38, Luoli frowned slightly. She wondered why the person was looking at her without speaking. Could he be another man stunned by her beauty? This kind of situation happens frequently. I withdrew my gaze, smiled, and casually said, "I was the one fighting just now." Luoli looked surprised, feeling that this guy's calm demeanor didn't seem like he had just finished a battle. The creature on the ground is a level 4 elite monster, even he would take it seriously. Could it be that this person, like him, also has a level 1 combat talent? May I ask how to address you, fellow student? Which academy are you from? Thinking this, Luoli took light steps, swaying her slender waist, and walked up to me. I almost forgot, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Luoli, with a level 1 talent, from the 7th Academy of Southern Xinjiang. The girl revealed a gentle smile, took the initiative to introduce herself, and confidently extended her hand. I'm Wang Chen from the 3rd Intermediate Academy of Southern Xinjiang, with an F-level talent. As I shook the girl's hand, it felt like holding a handful of water. Unbelievably soft. You have an F-level talent, Wang Chen, I honestly told you, but you joked with me. Luoli withdrew her hand. The voices grew louder. With an F-level talent, being able to defeat a level 4 elite monster in such a short time, you're even more amazing than a level 1. That's why Luoli thought I was lying to him. Goodbye, Luoli, I have to go fight monsters. I didn't explain, but at least my exam certificate does show that I have an F-level talent. It's not considered lying. I don't want to continue entangling. It seriously affects the speed of monster hunting. Even the S-level Chu Shui couldn't shake my determination. Just an A-level is even less of a problem. As the saying goes, women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. After saying that, I turned around and left without any hesitation. Luoli hesitated, wanting to speak but stopping herself. In the end, Daili was left with a puzzled expression. He never expected me to ignore him like this. Not answering his questions was one thing, but turning around and leaving without any hesitation or concern. At 7th Intermediate College, Luoli is undoubtedly the school flower and goddess. Surrounded by many adoring female fans, no boy has ever treated her like this. They would rather go fight monsters than spend extra time with her. Am I scarier than the monsters? Is this a game of cat and mouse with me? If Lilith's heart stirred, a cold and proud smile appeared on her face. Don't let me catch you, or else you'll see how formidable I am. Lilith muttered softly and then left. Killing the leader horned monster grants 100 evolution points. Killing the elite long-haired rabbit grants 50 evolution points. Killing the mutated jungle lizard grants 30 evolution points. Kill the target soul-eating spiritual chores touch magic. After half a day's work, encountering and killing monsters, I finally reached level 4 after killing this lizard. Setting aside the amplification of the divine level passive, my attributes are close to level 5. The Awakener slowly steals attributes. Many a little makes a mickle. The Thunder Burst level has also increased to level 2, greatly increasing its power. By the third evolution, I wonder what skill the talent will awaken. Suddenly, I am looking forward to it, feeling that 2 skills are not enough, especially since I have too much mana. With just over 2,000 evolution points, it seems I need to kill faster. I can't wait to see what the next stage of skills will be. As the major exam has been going on for a day, many candidates are exhausted and can only choose to rest on the spot to recover. The majority of them are still at Tier 2, risking their lives to defeat a monster, or even falling prey to a beast. Outside, the huge light curtain on Heart Lake Island occasionally refreshes the ranking results, causing cheers and cries each time. What no one notices is, a name has quietly broken into the top ranks and continues to rise. Rest area. The mentors of the 3rd Intermediate College are also paying attention to the big screen. Good. Student Lan Mengyu is ranked 53rd. Next time when it refreshes, she will definitely enter the top 50. Ma Hong stared at the big screen, with a smile on his face. Mengyu's talent is a spirit puppet master. Once she gains momentum, she will become more and more powerful. Mentor Feng Ji explained, with pride in his eyes. Spirit Puppet Master is a very special talent that can control the dead spirits to fight for oneself. As long as Lan Mengyu finds a powerful monster, she can become more and more powerful like a snowball rolling. However, the time to control the death of the object cannot be too long, and there are also limitations on the time and quantity of control. Otherwise, this talent is definitely more than just an A-level. Hearing this, several other mentors praised Feng Ji for having a good student. Just then, a mentor suddenly turned pale, pointing at the big screen as if he had seen a ghost. You guys, look, isn't this Wang Chen from our college? He was dumbfounded to see a familiar name in the top 100. Wang Chen? Zhao Sihai, Ma Hong, and all the mentors looked at the big screen. When they saw Wang Chen's name and his ranking, they all widened their eyes. Wang Chen, ranked 27th? Ma Hong reacted and exclaimed. His expression was extremely vivid. Damn it! This is unbelievable. He thought it was a namesake, but how could the talent be repeated as well? Yes, this is indeed the Wang Chen from their school, the man who captivated the nine-tailed fox. How is this possible? F-level static electricity talent. Where did he get so many points? Feng Ji said in horror. This kid. Zhao Sihai fell into contemplation. He had been in this business for decades and had never seen anything so unbelievable. Look, it's refreshing again. A mentor pointed at the screen. After this refresh, Wang Chen's ranking once again soared, directly jumping to 15th place. Everyone gasped in shock, their faces full of astonishment. The higher the ranking, the harder it is to climb. Yet this guy jumped so many places at once. However, it didn't end there. When the screen refreshed again, Wang Chen directly reached the 8th place. Not only Zhao Sihai and others were shocked, but even those who were constantly watching the rankings also noticed this. Especially the F-level talent glaring behind Wang Chen's name. Among a bunch of A-level talents, it was so eye-catching. Those who could enter the top 100 were mostly A-level talents. At worst, they were B-level talents. Suddenly, a F-level talent mixed in. It was hard not to pay attention. Damn, am I seeing this right? The 8th place is actually an F-level talent? What's going on? Is the screen broken? F-level static electricity talent. Can this thing fight monsters too? Even if I stuff my eyes, I find it too weak. The deans, mentors, and external spectators from various colleges on-site all started discussing. This is too abnormal. It has never been encountered before. In history, there have been F-level talents breaking into the top 100 of the grand examination, but they were just gatekeepers. They had never seen one in the top 10. It must be a bug. It will be fixed after the next refresh. Some people thought so. Soon, the screen refreshed again, and Wang Chen directly topped the list. This time, everyone stood up in shock. F-level. First place. At the same time, at the Lakehart City Convention Center, Zhou Wanquan's pupils trembled as he stared at the screen. The strong ones present were also dumbfounded, petrified. They watched with their own eyes as Wang Chen's name, at an unimaginable speed, rose to the top. If this was an A-level talent, perhaps it could be understood. But this is an F-level. Isn't anyone going to do something about it? Zhou Wanquan felt like sitting on pins and needles, cold sweat streaming down, feeling extremely embarrassed. Earlier, he was full of confidence, boasting that the first place would come from among the 3 A-level talents. As a result, an F-level talent emerged and left everyone in the dust. Could the data be wrong? Zhuang Yuerong tentatively spoke up, breaking the silence. Impossible. The grand examination instance has never had any problems for decades. The middle-aged man with glasses spoke sternly. His name was Fang Lingjie, responsible for the maintenance of the entire novice instance. In his view, the big exam copy will never have any problems. This kid has an F-level talent for static electricity. Where did he get so many points? For beginners, the effect of talent is not obvious, and one's own combat skills are also very important. A big man with a square face said calmly, his muscles bulging high, full of explosive power. He is an expert in close combat, who used to fight monsters without relying on talent during his beginner days. So, at a low level, sometimes combat skills are more important than talent. Nonsense, Liang Kuei, your combat skills are outstanding. What was your ranking in the beginner's big exam? An old man stroked his beard and glared, disapproving of his arrogant attitude. 79th. The big man named Liang Kuei replied with a flushed face, panting. This result is indeed good, but compared to the top, it's a far cry. In just one day, this kid has earned so many points, he's probably reached level 5. The big exam lasts for 7 days. I wonder what level this kid can reach. He already qualifies for the second stage. After the examinee reaches level 5, they can enter the second stage copy. Copies from level 5 to 10. Advanced copies offer more experience, more rewards, and rare treasure chests. I wonder if this kid can still be ahead in the advanced copy. Liang Kuei said with interest. Hearing this, Zhou Wanquan finally found an opportunity to speak. The higher the level, the greater the ability of talent. The difference between high-level talent and low-level talent shows polarization. Perhaps this kid has extraordinary combat talent, but with only an F-level talent, it will limit his growth. Which is a pity, Zhou Wanquan analyzed, shaking his head regretfully in the end. In the end, this world is all about talent. Master Zhou's words make sense. Advanced copies are just the beginning of the test, where the monsters are stronger and not easy to deal with. Someone nodded in agreement. Low-level monsters can be dealt with using combat skills, but high-level monsters cannot be easily dealt with using brute force. Just as everyone was discussing Wang Chen, suddenly the entire island in the middle of the lake shook. Then, a red alert appeared on the screen in the meeting hall. Warning, beginner copy malfunction. All copies are merging. Warning, boom. In an instant, Zhou Wanquan and all the strong individuals stood up in shock. What's going on? How could the beginner copy malfunction? Fang Lingjie's eyes showed panic, but he quickly calmed down and immediately tried to repair the copy. After several attempts, his face turned pale. Island Master, I can't stop the copy from merging. Even the entrance and exit are blocked by a mysterious force. He looked at Zhou Wanquan in horror, sweat dripping from his forehead. With these words, Zhou Wanquan's face also turned a bit pale. The big exam copy is divided into the first stage from levels 1 to 5, and the second stage from levels 5 to 10. Only examinees who reach level 5 can enter the advanced beginner copy. And now, the advanced copy suddenly has to merge into the beginner copy. For those beginner examinees, this will be a devastating blow. At this point in time, in the entire beginner copy, there are probably only a handful of people who have reached level 5. What can the remaining examinees do to resist the monsters in the advanced copy? Try again. We must not let the copies merge. Or open the exit. The examinees inside must not have any accidents. Zhou Wanquan shouted loudly, his veins bulging on his face, already losing his composure. The big exam is a top priority for the Alliance. If something goes wrong, his position as the island master will be over. After hearing Zhou Wanquan's words, Fang Lingjie tried again, frantically pressing buttons, trying various methods, but the alert on the screen still flashed. Damn it! Someone must be playing tricks behind the scenes. I can't stop it. Fang Lingjie roared. Could it be that there are space demon monsters causing trouble behind the scenes? Zhuang Yuarong frowned, expressing her speculation. Everyone was stunned, their faces even more grim. Among the demons, there are also powerful individuals with extraordinary talents. However, the ability to manipulate space makes them feel uneasy. Anything related to space is considered top-tier talent, especially when it can affect dungeons. In recent years, with the balance of talent trees, demons have kept a low profile. I never expected them to reach into our human race's major examination. Zhou Wanquan's face turned grim. The case was solved. Only the demon race could commit such acts. Normal humans would not do such anti-human things. Spatial talents are extremely rare. So far, our human race only has 3 S-level spatial talent experts. The demon causing trouble behind the scenes is probably also S-level. Only those of the same level can deal with him. The old man Lai Shan said solemnly. It's too late to ask for help now. Fang Lingjie's face was serious. Even if it's too late, we must ask for help. Zhou Wanquan shouted, his face contorted with anger. Find a way to stall and try to minimize the losses. He looked sharply at Fang Lingjie and ordered, try to communicate with the dungeon. I want to talk to all the candidates. Fang Lingjie hesitated for a moment, nodded heavily, and turned to operate. Meanwhile, in the center of the city square, people were focused on the rankings when suddenly, a line of text appeared on the central screen. This exam has temporarily changed its rules. Advanced dungeons are merged with lower-level dungeons for testing together. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. What's going on? Changing the rules temporarily? Ridiculous. It's only been a day, and now they want to open advanced dungeons for newbies. Are they joking with the candidates' lives? Yes. At this point, most people are only at level 2. The advanced dungeons in the exam have monsters ranging from level 5 to 10. How can they handle that? Even the top 100 geniuses, entering the advanced dungeons at this time, would be suicidal. I will report this. Who allowed them to change the rules temporarily? What is Zhou Wanquan up to? The square was filled with noise, and many deans and mentors from various academies were indignant and felt it was absurd. Some hot-tempered individuals even rushed to the city lord's mansion. Zhou Wanquan knew he couldn't hide this matter and could only resort to this last resort, publicly announcing the temporary change in exam rules. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Wang Chen was on a killing spree. Just a while ago, he chased an elite jungle monitor lizard and arrived at the lizard's lair. There were hundreds of jungle monitor lizards, including several level 5 boss monsters. This made him ecstatic. Wang Chen used kiting tactics, combined with amazing endurance, and quickly wiped out a nest of jungle monitor lizards. As a result, his points skyrocketed, and he quickly rose to the top. Check the attribute panel. After looting the spoils of war and storing useful items in his storage space, Wang Chen brought up the panel to check his attributes. Name, Wang Chen talent, Thunder and Lightning Sensing, 10,000, level, 5 Strength, 69 Agility, 65 Spirit, 600 Skills, Electric Shock LV2, Thunderburst LV2, Forbidden Curse, None Equipment, Giant Horned Monsters Long Knife Evolution Points, 5320 Active Skills, Electric Shock LV2, Cast a lightning bolt that deals 170% damage to the target and has a chance to paralyze the target. Thunderburst LV2, Summon a thunderbolt that explodes on the target, dealing 210% damage. Passive, Source of Mana LV1, enhances Spirit attribute tenfold. When Spirit power is below 30%, recovery speed increases by 1000%. Soul Devouring LV1, when killing a target, there is a 1% chance to absorb some of the target's attributes. I become stronger again. Wang Chen's mouth curled up. Feeling the gradual increase in strength was intoxicating. His three-dimensional attributes had increased again, not only from leveling up but also from killing monsters. His level 5 attributes were even more impressive than those of ordinary level 6 awakened individuals. Of course, in terms of spirit attributes alone, even a level 20 wouldn't be stronger than him. What made Wang Chen happiest was the evolution points, which had already exceeded 5,000. He would soon be able to evolve again. Now he had two choices. One is to continue fighting monsters, gaining evolution points until you have enough to evolve talents. The second is to leave the beginner dungeon and enter dungeons from level 5 to 10, where there is more experience but also greater danger. Just as Wang Chen hesitated, the entire dungeon suddenly shook and merged together. This strong sense of shaking and anomaly made all the examinees in the dungeon feel it. At this moment, Zhou Wanquan's voice came out. The rules of the exam have been temporarily changed. The advanced beginner dungeon has been integrated into the low-level dungeon. Please all examinees work together and do their best to clear the dungeon. A map appeared in the sky for everyone to see, showing the positions of two dungeons, with the advanced beginner dungeon completely connected to the beginner dungeon. Ha! Is this even possible? Wang Chen looked at the map in the sky in surprise, unable to stop the smile on his face. He was just worried that he wasn't killing enough. And now the advanced beginner dungeon had arrived. Isn't this a gift on a silver platter? Zhou Wanquan's voice echoed intermittently in the dungeon. Countless examinees looked up at the sky, dumbfounded. The advanced beginner dungeon has been integrated? How could this happen? I just reached level 3. How am I supposed to play now? Damn it, I want to get out. I struggled in the low-level dungeon. Now the high-level dungeon is asking for my life? Wails echoed in every corner of the dungeon. At this point in time, most examinees were only at level 2 or 3, finding the low-level dungeon challenging enough, let alone the high-level dungeons from level 5 to 10. Only a very few talented players were eager to try the integrated high-level dungeon. In the territory of the giant horn monster, a sturdy young man dressed in black battle clothes, exuding confidence, stood quietly looking at the sky, with a hint of mockery and disdain on his face. Behind him followed a two-headed evil dog, surrounded by black flames, evil and powerful. He was the owner of the A-level talent Hell Two-Headed Dog, Luoxian. By now, he had already reached level 4, just a step away from level 5. I want to see how strong the monsters in the high-level dungeon are. Luoxian chuckled lightly, speaking to himself. He had no fear at all, his fighting spirit even higher. With Luoxian's talent, after reaching level 4, the monsters in the low-level dungeon were no longer a match for him. He wanted to challenge stronger monsters, gain more experience, and at an incredible speed, win the title of this year's Rookie King and break the records of previous exams. Thinking of this, Luoxian could no longer contain his excitement, and he mounted the back of the Hell Two-Headed Dog. Away! In other parts of the beginner dungeon, many A-level talent awakeners from various academies were full of confidence, rushing towards the high-level dungeon. With their strong talents, many had already reached level 4 and were confident in facing the monsters in the high-level dungeon. Another group of awakeners gathered their fellow examinees from their academies, preparing to gang up on the monsters. This kind of teamwork greatly increased their survival rate. At the same time, Wang Chen, alone, had already arrived at the high-level dungeon. Without stopping, he hurriedly entered, afraid of being late. Crossing the light membrane between the two dungeons, he entered without any obstacles. Wang Chen surveyed the world before him, activating his true sight to search for monsters. In less than a minute, a huge gray wolf appeared before him. This wolf stood over a meter tall, its fur shining with a metallic sheen. Mutant Gale Wolf, level 7 strength, 78 agility, 83 spirit, 85 skill, Windblade, releases a blade of wind from its mouth, dealing 120% damage to enemies. This was a monster with skills, not just a biter. Wang Chen took the initiative. A lightning bolt appeared out of thin air and struck the Gale Wolf. At the same time, the Gale Wolf sensed the danger and leaped forward at a very fast speed, dodging the attack. Then it roared and lunged towards Wang Chen, spitting out several barely visible wind blades. So fast, Wang Chen was surprised. Without much thought, instinctively dodged to the side. Chirp! A gust of wind blade passed by, cutting through his battle clothes, revealing his fair skin. He was very destructive, but his agility was his weakness. Beast! Die! Wang Chen was furious, pushing out his hands and releasing 10 explosive thunder techniques. These 10 explosive thunder techniques were like golden snakes dancing, falling without hesitation. Even though the mutated swift-winged wolf had agile and extraordinary movements, it did not expect that this human could unleash such a violent attack. One of the explosive thunder techniques struck down, piercing through its entire body, ending its life. Killed mutated swift-winged wolf. Evolution points plus 200. Immediately, a black treasure chest appeared on the mutated swift-winged wolf's body. Wang Chen's eyes lit up as he quickly walked over. Monsters in dungeons drop various rewards, with the most precious being treasure chests. Treasure chests are divided into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, epic, and legendary. They can contain various rare items. The treasure chest in front of him was a black iron treasure chest. Without hesitation, Wang Chen opened it. A scroll emitting a milky white light floated quietly inside. Is this a skill scroll? Wang Chen's breath sank, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Skill scrolls are much rarer than equipment. Their value is priceless. He grabbed the scroll in his hand and checked the skill information. Primary skill, Swift Steps, active increases speed by 30%. Lasts for 3 minutes. Speed increases to 100% while walking. Learning level, level 5, agility-based skill? Perfect for me. Wang Chen couldn't help but smile. His attack methods were sufficient, but what he lacked was a means of self-preservation. As a thunder mage, the most dreaded situation was being approached by enemies. With the Swift Steps skill, his survival rate could be greatly increased. What's most interesting is that this skill can increase speed by 100% while walking. It may sound useless, and indeed it is, but it's quite impressive. In theory, as long as he has enough mana, he can keep casting it. Learn! Wang Chen exerted force, and the skill scroll turned into a stream of light, drilling into his body. In an instant, he learned Swift Steps. With his hands behind his back, he took a small step and activated the skill. Wang Chen moved at a ghostly speed in a leisurely manner, as if wearing roller skates, smooth and frictionless. With his mana pool, he could almost cast it continuously as long as he wanted. Not long after, Wang Chen encountered a new monster. It was a green-skinned goblin, slightly shorter than an adult human, wielding a bone staff. Seeing him, the goblin revealed a ferocious expression, muttering incantations and even launching a basin-sized fireball. Wow, it can use spells too? Wang Chen couldn't help but be surprised as the goblin's information appeared before him. Elite Goblin, level 8 strength, 91 agility, 84 spirit, 93 skills, fireball, active releases a fireball, dealing 150% damage to enemies and causing burning. The fireball was fast, reaching him in the blink of an eye from a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Without hesitation, Wang Chen pointed into the air, and golden explosive thunder lightning spread out, intertwining and striking the fireball. With a bang, the fireball exploded in the air, scattering light. Wang Chen then clapped his hands together, combining thunder and lightning, releasing a barrage of 10 electric shock techniques and explosive thunder techniques. An ordinary level 5 awakener, releasing skills like this, would faint in minutes, but for Wang Chen and his abundant mana, it was just a tenth of his reserves. The surging attacks covered the area where the goblin was. Even though it was 3 levels higher than Wang Chen and had titanium alloy armor, it couldn't withstand so much thunder and lightning. In just a few seconds, it was torn apart, falling to the ground. Killed Elite Goblin. Evolution points plus 300, dropped item. Goblin Bone Staff, inferior. Strength plus 7, Spirit plus 5, Bone Staff? Wang Chen was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that the goblin's big bone club turned out to be a low-grade equipment, and it even increased the spirit attribute. The 2 attributes combined added up to 12 points, much better than the giant horned monster's long knife. Without hesitation, he immediately stored the giant horned monster's long knife in his storage space and equipped the goblin bone staff. The next target became clear in an instant. The goblin's big bone club would surely fetch a good price when sold outside. This would be the primary hunting target. Of course, the fur of the swift-winged wolves is also valuable. Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh at how rich the rewards of advanced novice dungeons are. If only he had known earlier. Keep looking for monsters. With quick steps, Wang Chen quickly left the area. At this moment, other examinees also began to enter the advanced novice dungeon one after another. Unlike Wang Chen, they gathered in small groups, being very cautious. Some unlucky ones encountered level 7 or 8 monsters as soon as they entered, losing their armor and fleeing in all directions. The level gap was too big, making it difficult to win even with a few people in a team. The higher the level of the monster, the higher its intelligence. Ordinary tricks and shortcuts were of little use. On the other side, a team of over a dozen people arrived at the place where Wang Chen hunted elite goblins. Leading the team was a woman dressed in azure battle attire, her perfect figure wrapped in it, her delicate features exuding a dreamlike beauty, resembling an elf. This woman was none other than Luoli. She cautiously scanned her surroundings, her slender eyebrows slightly furrowed, looking serious and dignified. There are signs of battle here. Everyone, be careful and prepare for combat. As her words fell, the woman's expression froze as she noticed the corpse of the elite goblin in the distance. Luoli was an A-level talent with a water spirit body, able to utilize water molecules in the air to sense her surroundings. This was the advantage of water-based talents. Due to the anomaly in the dungeon, she had to gather examinees from the same academy to team up and enter the advanced dungeon. As the goddess of the 7th academy, Luoli's call naturally received an overwhelming response. In a short time, over a dozen teammates gathered. By a stroke of luck, they arrived at the place where Wang Chen had fought. Luoli carefully approached and examined the elite goblin's corpse. Soon, it caught everyone's attention. Wow! Such a big goblin! Turning purple. Could this be an 8th level elite goblin? Judging by its physical features, it's at least a 7th level goblin, much larger than the one we hunted before. Amazing! Hunting a 7th level goblin? The crowd exclaimed in surprise and awe. After entering the dungeon, they encountered a level 6 mutated goblin, and it took quite an effort from over a dozen people to kill it. The goblin before them was even more powerful than the one they had killed. Which team of A-level powerhouses is this? They're too powerful, a girl exclaimed in amazement. I guess it's those top-ranked ones, possibly Luo Jun, Lin Xiao, and the others. A bespectacled man analyzed. Before the major exam, the elite examinees from each academy were well known, especially the top A-level talents. In everyone's eyes, only a team composed of A-level talents could hunt level 7 monsters. No, look at the footprints nearby. This doesn't seem like the work of a team, but of one person. After examining the surroundings, Luoli revealed a shocking piece of news. Her amber-like eyes filled with deep astonishment. One person? How is that possible? Someone let out a sharp exclamation, while others looked puzzled and incredulous. They had struggled to defeat a level 6 goblin together, and now someone could solo a level 7 or even 8 monster? Senior sister Luoli, are you mistaken? At this point, even you are only at level 4. How could someone solo a level 7 monster? A cute-looking girl holding a staff laughed. She was dressed in a loose and dignified fiery red robe, wearing a pointed wizard hat, a typical mage attire. The girl's name is Lin Shanshan, a candidate from the 7th Academy, with a B-level fire talent, dreaming of becoming a powerful fire mage. At least in terms of appearance, she has already achieved half of it. I didn't read it wrong. Most of this goblin's corpse has been burned, and the other party is likely to be a lightning or fire attribute awakened person, said Luoli calmly and wisely. After this elite goblin was split by Wang Chen, most of its body turned into charcoal. Therefore, she thinks so. Everyone pondered. Lightning attribute. I haven't heard of any powerful lightning attribute awakened person. Could it be the work of the violent flame Lin Xiao? The man with glasses suddenly said. Definitely. In this exam, the fire attribute awakened person is led by Lin Xiao. No one is more powerful than him. Otherwise who else? Lin Shanshan loudly agreed, proud as a fire attribute awakened person. Similarly, she also admires Lin Xiao to some extent. After all, he is recognized as the strongest fire attribute awakened person in this generation. I never thought Lin Xiao would be so strong, being able to single-handedly kill a level 7 monster. He's probably level 6 already. With Lin Xiao's talent, killing a level 7 monster as a level 6 is not difficult. Damn it! How did he level up so fast? Stronger than Senior Luo? The crowd envied and gossiped. Luoli looked at the traces on the ground, silent, with a pensive look in her beautiful eyes. In fact, she felt that this goblin looked more like it was struck by lightning, but she couldn't think of anyone with that ability. But if it was burned, then Lin Xiao was the most likely suspect. Thinking this, Luoli felt pressure in her heart. With an A-level talent, Is Lin Xiao already this strong? No. I have to level up quickly. This instance's anomaly is both dangerous and an opportunity. Look at others. They have already single-handedly killed level 7 monsters, so we must also work hard. Luo Li encouraged loudly. Everyone nodded heavily, with a determined look in their eyes, then slowly dispersed to find their prey. On the other side of the instance, a young man with flames entwined in his hands was showing off his dominance by single-handedly killing level 5 monsters. He is Lin Xiao, the owner of the violent flame mentioned by Luo Li and others. However, he did not single-handedly kill level 8 monsters, but was playing with a level 5 monster. In addition, Lan Mingyu from the 3rd Academy, with 1 or 2 dozen candidates, entered the instance. He was accompanied by 2 level 5 boss monsters and several level 4 elite monsters. With the talent of a spirit puppeteer, these monsters became his puppets, helping him in battle. At this moment, Lan Mingyu had reached level 4, along with his puppets and a dozen or so teammates behind him, creating a spectacular scene. Among them was Lu Ying, the weapon enhancer class flower. After Sun Qian's death, she climbed up the ladder by getting close to Lan Mingyu. She followed the team to help strengthen weapons and gain experience. The group rushed into the advanced novice instance. Unknowingly, half a day had passed. With the integration of the instance, the high-level monsters inside had spread outside, so even hiding in low-level instances, they would encounter high-level monsters. Whether to take the initiative or hide, it all depended on individual choices. However, no matter what, there were unfortunate souls buried in the mouths of beasts. Every part of the instance was filled with the smell of blood and death. The first lesson after awakening, survival of the fittest, only the strong survive. On Wang Chen's side, with the added speed from his swift steps, his efficiency in finding monsters had greatly improved. In half a day's work, he killed dozens of high-level monsters, gaining high experience from killing monsters above his level. His level directly rose to level 7. Name, Wang Chen. Talent, Thunder and Lightning Sensing, 10,000, Level 7 Strength, 93 Agility, 88 Spirit, 850 Skills, Electric Shock LV2, Thunder Burst LV2, Swift Steps LV1 Forbidden Curse, None Equipment, Goblin Bone Staff Evolution Points, 10560 Active Skill, Electric Shock LV2, Cast a Lightning Bolt, dealing 170% damage to the target and a chance to paralyze the target. Thunderburst LV1, summon a thunderbolt to explode on the target, dealing 180% damage. Quickstep LV1, increase speed by 30% for 3 minutes. Speed increases to 100% while walking. Passive, Mana Spring LV1, enhance mental attributes tenfold. When mental power is below 30%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring LV1, when killing a target, there is a 1% chance to seize part of the target's attributes. Finally, I have enough evolution points to evolve my talent. Under a big tree, Wang Chen looked at his attribute panel, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. D-level talent Thunder Induction. 1 more evolution to C-level. The higher the level of the same type of talent, the purer the power mastered. Wang Chen currently has a D-level Thunder talent. If evolved to C-level, the same skill will deal more damage. More importantly, after evolution, he will gain a new innate skill. Tong Zi, I want to evolve my talent, Wang Chen shouted in his heart, then took action himself and tapped the hidden plus sign behind the talent. Immediately, 10,000 evolution points were filled in. The power of spending money immediately manifested. An invisible force surged in his body. Strengthening. Evolution complete. Talent Thunder Induction evolved into Thunder Manipulation. Thunder Manipulation. C-level talent. Awaken innate skill. Great Serpent Thunder Spear. Great Serpent Thunder Spear, active basic curse. Release a huge thunder. Condense a Thunder Serpent Spear, and attack the target with a momentum of breaking through the air, causing 500 to 800% range damage to the target. Damn! A curse? Wang Chen was dumbfounded. Then his eyes showed a look of ecstasy. He did not expect that this talent evolution would directly produce a curse. As far as he knew, only strong individuals of dozens of levels might be able to master curses. For an awakener, a curse is a big move, and our skill, it is completely different from ordinary skills. The starting damage of the level 1 Great Serpent Thunder Spear is 500 to 800%, and it is also range damage, while the level 1 Thunder Burst is only a little over 100. A single target damage versus an area damage. A skill with a damage higher than 500% on the level 1 panel is qualified to be called a curse. The Great Serpent Thunder Spear is just a basic curse, yet the highest damage is already up to 800%. Not to mention there are advanced curses, super curses. This is the difference between ordinary skills and curses. However, although curses have high damage, the consumption is enormous. Releasing the level 1 Great Serpent Thunder Spear once requires 200 points of mental consumption. An ordinary level 10 Awakener only has 100 points of mental power. It is estimated that a level 20 Awakener can barely release it. Therefore, many Awakeners will not release curses unless absolutely necessary. The consumption is too high, and after releasing it, they will experience a brief weakness. If the curse cannot eliminate the enemy, they will be in danger. For Wang Chen, this is not a big problem. His mental power is 10 times that of others. At level 7, he has nearly 1,000 mental attributes, so he can still cast curses a few times. With the divine passive Mana Spring in his possession, when mental consumption is below 30%, recovery speed increases by 1,000%. Who else has that? He wishes all his skills were curses. A big move every time. That's more satisfying. View attribute panel. Wang Chen had a thought. Name, Wang Chen Talent, Thunder Manipulation, 200. 000, level, 7 strength, 93 agility, 88 mental, 850 skills, electric shock LV2, thunder burst LV2, quick step LV1 curse, great serpent thunder spear LV1 equipment, goblin bone staff evolution points, 560 passive, mana spring LV1, enhance mental attributes tenfold. When mental power is below 30%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul devouring LV1, when killing a target, there is a 1% chance to seize part of the target's attributes. It will take 200,000 evolution points for the next evolution. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised, but then he thought that with the increase in level, higher level monster rewards would provide more evolution points. So 200,000 evolution points didn't seem like much, and his talent has become stronger. Although the C-level talent is not considered outstanding, it is definitely not bad, and can be regarded as a backbone force in the entire human race. However, for Wang Chen now, the C-level talent is just his starting point. Wang Chen's eyes flickered, full of spirit, his whole person radiant. After the talent evolved, the whole person's temperament seemed to have changed. I wonder which lucky one will be able to taste the flavor of the Great Snake Thunder Spear. He muttered to himself, took a step, and rushed towards the distance. From this moment on, the entire instance will become his buffet table. Outside, Lake Heart Island. At this moment, the square has turned into chaos. Everyone realized that there was a problem with this year's major examination. In the Lord's Mansion Council Hall, Zhou Wanquan paced back and forth anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan. Fan Lingjie was still operating, trying to restore the instance, sweating profusely. How is it going? Zhou Wanquan stopped, asking eagerly. I'm operating. Wait. It seems there's a turning point. Fan Lingjie was stunned, showing great joy. However, the next moment his face changed drastically, looking extremely ugly. Lord, it's not good. The seal of the Goblin Warlock has been broken. The Goblin Warlock he mentioned was a level 10 monster with a strength of level 15. Initially intended to use this monster as the final boss of the Advanced Novice instance, but this monster's values were too overpowered. Instead of being subdued by the examinees, it killed many of them. Helpless, it had to be sealed within the instance and not appear again. What? Zhou Wanquan was shocked, deeply aware that the Goblin Warlock was not something rookie examinees could handle, adding insult to injury. By the way, Lord, when this instance was created, there was a hidden mechanism. Only by defeating the Goblin Warlock will an escape passage be automatically generated. Fan Lingjie said somewhat excitedly, suddenly remembering this little-known secret. After hearing his words, Zhou Wanquan was initially pleased, but his expression soon turned grim. Are you saying, we have to rely on these examinees to defeat the Goblin Warlock? I was just saying. Fan Lingjie was embarrassed, feeling like a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, instantly calming down. Now mark the location of the Goblin Warlock on the instance map. Let all examinees see it and try to avoid it as much as possible. Zhou Wanquan continued to give instructions. For now, they could only delay time until reinforcements arrived. Fan Lingjie nodded and began to operate. Outside the city of Nanjiang, on a gloomy and dark hill, a dark figure stood quietly. His figure was like smoke, sometimes clear, sometimes blurry, his face indiscernible, clearly standing there, yet seeming to not exist. Under the black robe, a pair of eyes as deep as the sea gazed in the direction of Lake Heart Island, with a faint mocking and contemptuous smile, the smile of one who controls everything. The real show is just beginning. He was the mastermind behind all of this. At the same time, Fan Lingjie's operation had an effect. A huge map was projected onto the sky of the instance. In the top left corner of the map, there was a blinking red dot, moving slowly. Countless examinees looked at the map, puzzled. Attention, all examinees. The red dot on the map is the hidden boss of the instance. Extremely fierce. Please stay away. Hidden boss? What hidden boss? Isn't it just a level 10 boss? Damn! Could there be even more powerful monsters? Everyone was shocked. No one had told them about this before the exam. First the merging of instances, now a hidden boss appeared. This major exam was too thrilling. Some were shocked, some were afraid, and some had bold ideas. Since it was a hidden boss, would there be hidden rewards? The examinees inside the instance had no idea what was happening. They thought it was a test from the Alliance, always ready to accept the Alliance's test. This was the most basic element for an awakened one, and thus, an interesting phenomenon occurred. Some people avoid the red dot, while others embrace challenges. In the eyes of many, even if the hidden boss is powerful, it shouldn't exceed level 10, right? After all, this advanced novice instance is only level 5 to 10. Hidden boss? What's that? Wang Chen looked at the map in the sky, with a huge swift-wind wolf lying at his feet. This was a level 9 swift-wind wolf that he had just killed, its body still warm. At this moment, he was on the edge of the forest and swamp. In the lower right corner of the map, still a long way from the red dot, Wang Chen became interested. A boss that was specifically marked as dangerous should be powerful. Maybe it could drop good items, and there would be a lot of experience points too. Immediately, he stored the swift-wind wolf's body in his storage space, ready to meet this hidden boss. Just as Wang Chen was about to leave, a low frog croak made him stop in his tracks. Although the croak was not loud, it felt heavy, giving a strong impression. He turned to look at the swamp, activated his true sight, and saw a huge blue vein water arrow frog crouching in a depression. Although only half of its body was visible, it was already as big as a millstone. Its whole body was deep blue, covered with patterns resembling ghostly runes. Blue vein water arrow frog, level 10 strength, 95 agility, 88 spirit, 112 skills, water arrow art. Water pillar impact. What a big frog! Wang Chen was surprised that this water frog's spirit attribute was over 100. Fortunately, he had around 8 or 900. At that moment, the blue vein water arrow frog crouching in the water suddenly moved, raised its massive head, opened its mouth wide, and shot out a water arrow. Wang Chen quickly dodged, his speed increasing instantly, avoiding the water arrow. Bang! A large tree behind him was hit, creating a big hole. Although it was an arrow made of water elements, its destructive power was not to be underestimated. If it hit a person, they would be severely injured. Dodging the water arrow, Wang Chen's combat instinct made him counterattack instantly, casting a thunder burst spell, which struck down. The blue vein water arrow frog's body sank, shook violently, and water surged from all directions, forming a huge water pillar that enveloped it. It tried to use this move to resist the damage from the thunder burst spell, but the golden thunder pierced through the water pillar and hit its body. A painful croak. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chen launched another attack, hitting the fallen frog hard with another thunder burst spell, followed by a lightning strike spell, one after another. Due to the casting delay, the water arrow frog, not good at running, was blasted to death. I'm not afraid of you with my mana. Wang Chen laughed, with a smirk. Guess the damage. Killing the blue vein water arrow frog. Evolution points plus 500, killing the target triggers soul devouring. Strength plus 5. Wang Chen was pleasantly surprised to steal 5 attribute points at once. His strength reached 98. However, the even greater surprise came later. Slowly appearing on the dead water arrow frog's body was a treasure chest. Black iron treasure chest. Wang Chen rushed forward in 3 steps, skillfully opening the chest. Instantly, a faint blue light burst out, followed by a necklace floating out slowly. It was a crescent-shaped necklace, half transparent like a crystal. Moonstone necklace, low-grade equipment. Equipment level, level 8, attributes, intelligence plus 10, this attribute is not bad. Wang Chen was delighted. His strongest attribute was intelligence. Although the necklace only added 10 points of intelligence, it was equivalent to 100 for him. It effectively increased his intelligence attribute to that of a level 10 awakener. Among all equipment, the most rare were necklaces, rings, and other small accessories. Typically, an awakener could wear 9 pieces of equipment: weapon, hat, clothes, belt, shoes, necklace, bracelet, ring, and earring. However, most awakeners would be content with 2 or 3 pieces. To collect all 9 pieces, armed to the teeth, required strength and wealth. Among these 9 pieces, the most common were weapons, clothes, and hats, necklaces and rings. These small pieces of equipment not only have a low drop rate, but are also very difficult to craft. Rarity equals value. Sometimes, necklaces and rings of the same level are even more expensive than weapons and armor. This ring requires level 8 to wear. First, level up. After completing all this, Wang Chen advanced towards the hidden boss. After killing the blue-striped water frog, his experience bar was already more than half full. He was just a little short of reaching level 8. He wasn't in a hurry, killing monsters along the way to gain experience. Before long, he reached level 8. Name, Wang Chen. Talent, Thunder and Lightning Control, 200000. Level, 8 Strength, 108 Agility, 98 Spirit, 950 Skills, Electric Shock LV2, Thunder Burst LV2, Swift Step LV1. Forbidden Curse, Great Serpent Thunder Spear LV1. Equipment, Goblin Bone Staff, Moonstone Necklace. Evolution Points, 3560. Passive, Mana Source LV1, Spirit Attribute enhanced tenfold. When spirit power is below 30%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring LV1, when killing a target, there is a 1% chance to seize part of the target's attributes. Wang Chen confidently put on the Moonstone Necklace. Intelligence plus 10, immediately raising his intelligence from 950 to 1050. An awakened level 8 individual with intelligence over 1000 could scare people just by saying it out loud. Looking at his attributes, Wang Chen smiled with satisfaction. Strength over 100, spirit over 1000. Who else has these values? Seeing the hidden boss getting closer, Wang Chen couldn't help but quicken his pace. He was afraid of being late and having the boss stolen by someone else. At this moment, in the upper left corner of the instance dungeon, in front of a huge cave, the examinees who arrived here were lurking among the trees and bushes around the cave, eager to move. The map shows this is the place, and the hidden boss is inside the cave. A burly man with a square face said, "Those who dared to hunt the boss were all skilled and courageous. He was the hot favorite to win. Li Yon, with an A-level talent of Earth Spirit Body. This boss must be level 10. Not easy to deal with. Not far away." A man with flowing long hair chuckled. "A-level talent Gale Blade, Wu Yunfei. You guys are here quite early. Not making a move. Are you waiting for me?" Luozhen rode his hell dual-headed hound, slowly approaching, arrogantly looking down at everyone. The hot favorite hell dual-headed hound Luozhen arrived, not hiding his information, proudly displaying it to everyone. Name, Luozhen. Talent, hell dual-headed hound. Level, 6 Strength, 83 Agility, 78 Spirit, 84 Equipment, Heavy Axe, low grade, Swift Boots, low grade. Damn, such amazing attributes. At level 6 he's comparable to others at level 8. 2 low-grade equipment pieces. This guy is really lucky, isn't he? Truly an A-level talent. With these attributes, he can hunt level 8 monsters. Everyone was amazed, only now noticing that behind Luozhen was a dark axe. Even his shoes were shining brightly, looking quite expensive. Luozhen, your luck is good, actually getting 2 low-grade equipment pieces. Lin Xiao walked out from the distant bushes, followed by 7 or 8 followers. All eyes turned to him. Name, Lin Xiao. Talent, Furious Flame. Level, 6 Strength, 89 Agility, 76 Spirit, 83 Equipment, Magma Circlet, low grade, Wolf Fang Blade, low grade, Light Steel Armor, low grade. Seeing his attributes, the crowd once again erupted in noise and commotion. Lin Xiao's equipment attributes were even stronger than Luozhen's. Even Luozhen himself's gaze slightly narrowed. Humph, you're lucky. But remember, attributes are just part of strength. In the end, it's about actual combat. He snorted and put away his attribute panel. He wanted to play it cool, but ended up being outplayed by others. Brother Luo, Brother Lin, how about we team up and take on this hidden boss together? splitting the rewards evenly? Li Yong stepped forward, suggesting to the two. After listening to his words, the atmosphere between Lin Xiao and Luo Jin eased a lot, and soon the three of them reached an agreement. In their view, this hidden boss is a level 10 monster, and it is definitely unrealistic to fight alone, so they have to join forces. Count me in. Wu Yunfei walked up. The three of them glanced at him and nodded slightly. Wu Yunfei is also level 6, plus an A-level talent, naturally qualified for an equal dialogue. And me. Lan Mengyu and his group arrived, accompanied by a level 7 monster and several level 6 monsters, looking extremely intimidating. Are you Lan Mengyu from the 3rd Intermediate Academy? Your spirit puppeteer talent is indeed impressive. Li Yong smiled and knew Lan Mengyu's talent well. You flatter me, brother Li. Lan Mengyu smiled slightly, with a hint of subtle pride in his eyes. It's rare for someone to recognize his talent. You're in. Li Yong continued. Lan Mengyu's talent can play a good supporting role, and the team needs this kind of talent. The other three had no objections. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up as he looked at the blue figure approaching not far away. Luwali, would you like to join us? There was a commotion on the scene. Luwali arrived, followed by a group of students from the 7th Academy. Faced with Lin Zhao's warm invitation, she shook her head gently. There are already enough of you. I don't need to join. My intuition tells me that this hidden boss is probably not easy to deal with, and with so many people participating, even if the rewards are real, it will be hard to divide. Lin Xiao looked regretful and didn't say anything further. Can you guys take me with you? The big shots? At this moment, a candidate with a B-level talent rubbed his hands and said, looking hopeful, wanting to get a piece of the action. No, there are already enough people. And what talent do you have? Don't drag us down later. Lin Xiao sternly refused, showing no mercy, treating the boss as his own. The candidate with the B-level talent turned pale, feeling ashamed, and retreated. The remaining candidates looked at each other, calling him domineering, but there was nothing they could do. The A-level talents were overbearing. Who could compete with them? So, under everyone's gaze, the team led by Luo Jin, Li Yong, Lin Xiao, Lan Mengyu, and Wu Yunfei surrounded the cave entrance. Just as they were about to reach the cave entrance, a thumping sound suddenly came from inside. Time was of the essence. A tall figure walked out. It was a goblin, standing at 2.5 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over, holding a black giant sword emitting a faint black aura. For a moment, all the candidates present were stunned, staring blankly at this goblin. Is this also a goblin? So big. Then, the information about the goblin appeared in everyone's eyes. Goblin Warlock, level 10 strength, 168 agility, 135 spirit, 166 whirlwind slash, active dance with the sword to create a huge tornado, causing area damage to enemies. Berserk body, active enter a berserk state, increasing all attributes by 10%, and immune to negative controls such as freeze, stun, slow, knockback, lasting for 1 minute. Cooldown time, 3 minutes, indomitable, passive when taking damage. Recover 1% of maximum health per second, lasting until the end of the battle. After seeing the information about the Goblin Warlock, everyone showed a horrified expression. Is this a level 10 monster? Not only are the average attributes over 150, but it also has 3 skills. Luo, Lin, Li, Lan, and the hunting team all turned pale. They thought the hidden boss was just a slightly tougher level 10 monster. They didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Not only are the attributes powerful, but the skills are also exceptionally powerful, especially the last 2 skills. The Berserk body state not only immune to control, but also increases attributes. Even if it's only 10%, it easily reaches the level of a level 15 monster. As for the Indomitable skill, recovering 1% of maximum health per second means that if the battle is not resolved quickly, it can almost continue indefinitely. They originally intended to use the tactic of overwhelming numbers, taking turns to attack slowly and wear down the boss bit by bit, but now it seems that this plan is likely to fail. Let's attack together. Don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Lin shouted loudly, taking the lead and releasing a raging flame. Hearing this, the others gritted their teeth and followed suit, releasing their own skills. Roar! The goblin swordsman roared, wielding his huge sword and spinning his entire body as he charged forward. A huge tornado formed around him, instantly sending the surrounding people flying. In an instant, Luo, Lin, and the other's team were in chaos, with some being torn apart by the fierce winds, creating a scene that made the onlookers behind them pale. Some were relieved that they hadn't joined the team, as the consequences would have been unimaginable. We can't do it at all. The examinee who was heavily hit by the tornado scrambled to escape. It was no longer a battle but a one-sided slaughter. Damn it! Why are there such strong monsters in the newbie instance? It's impossible to win. Luo roared in anger. Even he was seriously injured by the previous attack, breaking several ribs. The remaining A-level talents also suffered varying degrees of damage. Looking extremely grim, just as they hesitated, a voice suddenly rang out. If you can't do it, step aside and let me handle it. Wang Chen appeared. Wang Chen's figure appeared in front of everyone. His words stunned everyone. How did this guy get here? Luo recognized Wang Chen and, recalling their previous encounter, snorted angrily. As Wang Chen passed by her, the woman raised her head high, pretending not to know him. She was waiting for Wang Chen to greet her first. However, Wang Chen completely ignored her, walking past as if she didn't exist. Who are you? Looking for trouble? Lin stared at Wang Chen as he approached, asking coldly. He couldn't understand why someone would seek attention at this time. Even the team led by their top experts was no match for the goblin swordsman. Yet this person wanted to fight alone. Who does he think he is? Ultraman? He's from our academy. Named Wang Chen, with an F-level talent in static electricity? Luing shouted loudly in Blue Mingyu's team, looking surprised that Wang Chen was still alive. Wasn't he supposed to have died in the mouth of a beast? F-level talent? Everyone felt like they misheard, thinking he was some hidden A-level talent. They didn't expect him to be an F-level talent. Are there such creatures in the instance? Just then, the goblin swordsman rotated again, preparing to unleash his second big move. Run! This guy is looking for death. Don't bother with him, Luo shouted, riding his hellhound and leaving. He had no intention of fighting and just wanted to escape. Let him attract the goblin's attention, giving us time to escape. Everyone fled in disarray, not forgetting to criticize Wang Chen. Behind them, after some internal struggle, Luo Li clenched her fist and shouted, "Hey! Hurry up and run! You're no match for him." She was reminding Wang Ting. For some unknown reason, Wang Chen turned a deaf ear, not even looking back, waving his hand behind him as a response. And at that moment, an even more terrifying scene unfolded as the commotion from the battle attracted all the monsters from the surroundings, including some level 10 monsters. Seeing more and more monsters approaching, Luo Li could only retreat with her teammates. This guy is doomed. Why did he foolishly rush over? Lin Shanshan looked regretful and sad, watching a member of the same clan perish at the hands of another clan, feeling somewhat uneasy. Maybe he really likes grinding monsters. Luo Li looked at the distant cave, recalling what Wang Chen had said last time. This guy was so obsessed with monster hunting that he wouldn't even spare a few words for her. She was about to look away and leave this place of conflict. At this moment, a suffocating and palpitation-inducing breath was transmitted. In a daze, Luo Li saw a figure surrounded by monsters in the center, pointing to the sky with one hand, terrifying aura gathering at the fingertips. Forbidden curse Great Snake Thunder Spear. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and suddenly, a thunderbolt tore through the sky, like a divine sword, breaking through the thick canopy. The thunderbolt, as thick as a bowl, about 10 meters long, resembling a dragon or a divine spear, roared as it plunged down. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the Great Snake Thunder Spear fell heavily, crashing on top of the goblin swordsman's head. This strike was like a meteorite hitting the ground, instantly turning him into a pile of flesh, with the shockwave spreading out, causing casualties among the surrounding monsters. Killed Goblin Swordsman. Evolution points plus 1000, killed Elite Goblin. Evolution points plus 300, killed Swift Wind Wolf King. Evolution points plus 500, killed the target. Soul Devouring triggered. Agility plus 6, dropped equipment. Magic Pattern Great Sword, inferior. Strength plus 10. Spirit plus 5. A series of prompts sounded in Wang Chen's mind, his experience bar and evolution points skyrocketing. In the next moment, he reached level 9. Name, Wang Chen. Talent, Thunder and Lightning Manipulation, 200000. Level, 9 Strength, 118 Agility, 114 Spirit, 1150 Skills, Electric Shock LV2, Thunder Burst LV2, Swift Step LV1 Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV1 equipment, Goblin Bone Staff. Moonstone Necklace Evolution Points, 9260 passive, Mana Source LV1, enhances Spirit Attribute tenfold. When Spirit is below 30%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring LV1, 1% chance to seize part of the target's attributes upon killing. Luoli and the others who had not gone far yet were shocked as they watched the scene just now, their mouths wide open in disbelief. This is an F-grade talent. Static. Electricity? Everyone was stunned, unable to calm down for a long time in the wind. Around Wang Chen, there were bodies charred by electricity emitting white smoke everywhere. There were also some scattered equipment. The magic pattern great sword was the equipment of the goblin swordsman, and besides that, there were other dropped equipment from the monsters. All of them were inferior quality equipment. What surprised Wang Chen the most was a blue bronze chest quietly floating above the goblin swordsman's corpse. Bronze chest. He didn't expect to get a bronze-level chest. Walking up to it without any hesitation, he opened the chest. A blue scroll was floating inside. Intermediate skill scroll, magic energy surrounding. Condense own elements to form a powerful magic energy surrounding oneself, creating a strong domain field, resisting magical and physical damage received, and dealing 150% continuous damage to surrounding enemies. This skill has no cooldown. First level of magic energy surrounding. Consumes 2 spirit points per second, learning level, 15. After reading the skill description, Wang Chen's eyes lit up, the excitement causing the corners of his mouth to rise uncontrollably. Not only was this an intermediate skill, but it was also a universal skill that could be learned without specifying an element. What's even better was that this skill was both offensive and defensive, although the consumption was a bit high, requiring 2 spirit points per second upon activation. For him, this was not a disadvantage but an advantage. He could do whatever he wanted as long as he had the resources. The only regret was that this skill required level 15 to learn. Wang Chen could only put it away and wait until he reached level 15 to learn it. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled, and the goblin cave shone brightly, slowly forming a vortex with a diameter of 3 meters. Is this the exit? Wang Chen was stunned for a moment, looking at the vortex in amazement. Was this the exit after clearing the level? He didn't expect the Great Trial to have this kind of thing. The appearance of the exit after clearing the level alarmed many people, and those who had escaped earlier began to return one after another. Many people looked at Wang Chen with a mixture of fear and reverence in their eyes. In any case, the man in front of them had killed the hidden boss. They wouldn't dare to treat Wang Chen as an F-grade no matter what. Many people began to suspect that this guy is a hidden S-class monster, intentionally participating in the assessment, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, showing off and getting slapped in the face. Wang Chen, without our help, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to easily take down the hidden boss and get the rewards. Shouldn't we get a share? Lin Xiao walked out, smiled lightly, and looked at the bronze treasure chest on the ground with a casual glance. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene instantly cooled down. Many people didn't expect Lin Xiao to stand up at this moment and try to get a piece of the pie. Wang Chen narrowed his eyes, a hint of killing intent flashing. There really are those who are not afraid of death. Want rewards? Are you even worthy? Lightning wrapped around his fingertips. Wang Chen slowly raised his finger towards Lin Xiao, his stern shout echoing throughout the venue. Kneel. Without warning, without nonsense, Wang Chen directly challenged Lin Xiao to kneel. The lightning at his fingertips flickered, exuding a frightening power. What did you say? How dare you make me kneel? Lin Xiao was initially flustered, but soon calmed down due to his pride. After all, he also had an A-class talent. Kneel or die. Wang Chen's face was expressionless, and the lightning at his fingertips became more violent, as if he was about to strike at any moment. I'll count to 3. 1. Everyone was stunned, not expecting Wang Chen to threaten Lin Xiao without hesitation. This was the human race great examination, and harming one's own kind was a major taboo. Lin Xiao's face instantly turned pale, recalling the incident just now where even the goblin swordsman was killed in an instant. How could he be a match? It could only be said that he shouldn't have been greedy and tried to get a share. Wang Chen, you can't kill me. He forced himself to speak calmly, but his trembling voice betrayed him. Everyone could see that Lin Xiao was truly scared. 2. Wang Chen didn't respond, continuing to count. I have no grudge against you. Killing me won't let you off the hook with the alliance. Lin Xiao roared, his mental defenses stretched to the extreme. Thud. The next moment, He knelt in front of Wang Chen. The scene fell silent instantly. At that moment, Wang Chen suddenly smiled, pulling off a fancy change of face. Lin, my friend, did you really take it seriously? This is the great examination. With so many people present, how could I dare to kill you? I was just joking with you, bro. Hearing this, Lin Zhao's pale face turned red with embarrassment, almost spitting out blood. Shame, utter shame. He was played. Yes, in such a situation, how could Wang Chen dare to kill him? Unless he didn't want to live either. Lin Zhao staggered, struggling to stand up, glaring at Wang Chen with eyes full of hatred, kneeling in front of so many people. Even if he became a war god-level powerhouse in the future, he couldn't erase this shame. This was ultimately a stain on his life. Wang Chen, I'll remember this humiliation today. Let's wait and see. Lin Zhao coldly uttered a harsh remark, then turned around resolutely and walked towards the exit. Wait, Wang Chen's voice rang out. What else do you want to do? Lin Zhao turned around, his face full of sorrow and indignation. I opened this exit. If you want to leave, you have to pay the toll. Wang Chen reached out his hand, saying matter-of-factly. You. Lin Zhao was so angry he almost couldn't catch his breath. How much? A piece of low-grade equipment. Or 100,000 alliance coins. No deception. Wang Chen smiled. Outside, a normal low-grade equipment was worth about 100,000. Upon hearing his words, the faces of the surrounding examinees changed. Did they also have to pay? It would cost 100,000 just to go out. Why not just rob them? In fact, Wang Chen was essentially extorting them. Here you go. Lin Zhao reluctantly took off a piece of low-grade equipment, silently vowing to repay this humiliation 100-fold in the future. Outside, Lakeheart City, Conference Hall. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the big screen. Just now, the dungeon information popped up, stating that the goblin swordsman had been killed. What's even more unbelievable is that the killer turned out to be Wang Chen. Wang Chen, F-class talent? Is it really this kid? Zhou Wanquan looked at Fong Lingjie as if seeking an explanation. Could it be that the dungeon malfunctioned further? Thoroughly confused, Fong Lingjie was sweating profusely, and after a series of operations, a look of joy akin to seeing the light again appeared on his face. This seems to be real. The hidden mechanism has been triggered, and the passage exit is open. Really? The strong ones present were all dumbfounded. Wang Chen had previously topped the rankings with points, perhaps using hidden techniques, but killing the goblin swordsman was a display of genuine strength. I really want to know how this kid did it. I must meet him. Before, I thought this kid had extraordinary combat skills and a certain element of luck, but now it seems that I was superficial. It's a pity he only has an F-level talent. He can achieve this. Perhaps his talent is better than we thought. Maybe it has mutated. A senior speculated. Talent mutation? Could it be true? Even toads have 3 legs, so talent mutation is not impossible. There have been many cases in history, only 1 in a million awakeners. Could this kid have mutated into an S-level talent? Judging by his performance, he is definitely S-level. I want this examinee. I hope you all give me some face. A strong mentor immediately declared. Face? There's no room for negotiation. I've decided on Wang Chen. It's really ridiculous. He's the new king. Very popular. Do you think it's your turn? The hall was in an uproar, almost turning into a market. People were anxious and flushed. If Zhou Wanquan wasn't there, they would probably have started fighting. Everyone, calm down. The crisis is not over yet. Let's talk about it later. Zhou Wanquan said solemnly, then ordered Fong Lingjie. Now that the passage is open, immediately let all examinees out. He was afraid of new accidents happening. Soon, news of the end of the exam spread. There was a lot of discussion in the square, as many people had not expected the exam to end so suddenly. Only the deans of the major colleges knew what had happened. Just then, Lin Zhao walked out of the instance exit, looking grim and embarrassed. He was the first to come out of the instance, attracting a lot of attention. The people from the 13th Academy immediately greeted him. Lin Zhao, you are the first to come out of the instance. It's of great significance. What's with that expression? Are you not satisfied with your performance? The mentor asked with concern. I was robbed. Lin Zhao gasped, his face dark and squeezed out the words. What? Who dares to rob in the instance? The 13th Academy was furious. At the same time, The announcement of the end of the assessment was also heard in the instance. The final results were based on the current points ranking. Before the instance exit, Wang Chen skillfully collected tolls from Luo Jin, Li Yong, Wu Yunfei, and others without missing a single one. It wasn't until they heard the announcement of the end of the exam that they reluctantly stopped. In the end, he received over 1 million points, plus a few pieces of low-grade equipment. He left the instance fully loaded. Upon returning to Lake Heart City, Wang Chen was surrounded by Zhao Sihai, Ma Hong, and others, each with eyes burning as if they had discovered a priceless treasure. Well done, Wang Chen. You have brought great honor to our academy. Tell us, how did you do it? Just lucky, Wang Chen shrugged and said casually. A magnificent life needs no explanation. As they were talking, the results of this exam were finally announced after verification. First place, Wang Chen, F-level talent, 28,860 points. Second place, Luo Jin, A-level talent, 7,620 points. Third place, Lin Xiao. When everyone saw this ranking, they all showed expressions of disbelief. How is this possible? How could Wang Chen's score be so high? Cheating. This is cheating. The first place is over 20,000 points higher than the second. First place with an F-level talent, over 20,000 points. Could this Wang Chen be the offspring of some big shot? Being taken care of like this is unbelievable. In the history of exams, there has never been such a huge gap. Many people questioned the authenticity of the results. After the copy mutation, the points list stopped. In their view, even if Wang Chen is in first place, it should not be more than 20,000 points higher than the second place. My God, Wang Chen, what have you done to get so many points? On this side of the third academy, all the teachers and students were shocked. Ma Hong looked at Wang Chen with a strange expression, feeling that this kid really had some extraordinary background. It's just unreasonable. Is it because I killed more monsters? Wang Chen said. Damn, you make me feel strange. Niu Mang excitedly blushed. There is no way. I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength does not allow it. Wang Chen pretended to be helpless, looking like he deserved a beating. Damn it! Just then, the crowd dispersed, and the vice dean of the 13th Intermediate Academy, with Lin Xiao, hurried over. Humph! Wang Chen, what is your intention to extort my student Lin Xiao in the copy? Zhao Sihai, Ma Hong, look at the good student you taught. Tang Yao said angrily, questioning loudly. That's right. Such behavior is simply outrageous. Another person from a different academy joined in, including a candidate who had paid a toll to Wang Chen. Extortion? What nonsense are you talking about? The Wang Chen from our academy has good conduct, cares for his classmates. How could he extort your students? Zhao Sihai shouted, arguing with the other party without hesitation. Not necessarily. Ask him how he got these points? I think he used some unspeakable means. Nonsense. Are you questioning the fairness of the major exam? Just as the two sides were arguing fiercely, the crowd suddenly stirred. Zhou Wanquan, Fang Lingjie, and other strong individuals arrived, walking straight over. Wang Chen, congratulations on taking the top spot. Zhou Wanquan smiled and spoke, immediately silencing everyone. Everyone was amazed. Zhou Wanquan personally came to congratulate. This face was too big. I heard someone questioning Wang Chen's score. The alliance assessment is absolutely fair and just. There will be no favoritism or cheating. Zhou Wanquan continued, his gaze sweeping sternly around. This time, Wang Chen defeated a hidden boss in the copy. This boss was at level 15, with a score of 10,000. We will release a notice later. Fang Lingjie followed up. With these words, everyone present was shocked. A level 15 hidden boss? 10,000 points. How powerful must that be? Can a newcomer really defeat such a powerful monster? Wang Chen, come with me. I have some questions for you. Zhou Wanquan looked at Wang Chen with a smile. Wang Chen paused, nodded, and followed Zhou Wanquan to the city lord's mansion. As soon as they entered a spacious room, Zhuan Yuarong, Liang Kuei, and other strong individuals surrounded them, handing out their business cards. Wang Chen, I am the enrollment advisor of Nanjiang University. Welcome to apply to our school. Don't listen to her. Come to our academy. Let me tell you secretly, the campus bell of our academy is still single. I can introduce you. It's a sure thing. The crowd chattered, and Wang Chen looked at the business cards in front of him, feeling a headache coming on. Everyone, recruiting students like this may leave a bad impression on Wang Chen. Zhou Wanquan spoke up. With these words, everyone immediately became serious, putting on a dignified appearance. Wang Chen was speechless for a moment. He could feel the strength of these people, but they seemed so unprofessional. Wang Chen, I have a question I want to confirm with you. Do you mind? Zhou Wanquan finally got to the point. What question? Wang Chen looked puzzled, but he had already guessed. Has your talent mutated? Zhou Wanquan asked directly. It seems so? I'm not sure. Wang Chen looked innocent. At this moment, Fan Lingjie walked over with a crystal panel. Wang Chen, do you mind retesting your talent? Zhou Wanquan pointed to the crystal and smiled. Wang Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Changing from F grade to C grade, there was nothing to hide, just this little thing. He walked up straightforwardly and placed his hand on the crystal panel. The powerhouses present widened their eyes, all eagerly anticipating. In the next moment, a burst of lush green color emanated from the crystal. C-grade talent, thunder and lightning manipulation, Fan Lingjie said in a condensed voice. Upon hearing this result, disappointment flashed in the eyes of the surrounding powerhouses. They thought that he had mutated into an S-grade talent. At worst, it should be an A grade. They didn't expect it to be a C grade. The upper limit of a C-grade talent was still too low, at most becoming an elite of the human race, but not a formidable war god-level powerhouse. For a moment, the enthusiasm of some enrollment instructors cooled down quite a bit. In the big exam, being first and having an S-grade talent was obviously more important. One represented current potential, the other represented future potential. Well, not bad. Thunder and lightning C-grade talent. Work hard, and you will definitely become a strong figure in the future. Zhou Wanquan felt the sudden subtle atmosphere and spoke with a smile. He was afraid of discouraging Wang Chen. All intentionally said these encouraging words. Little did they know that Wang Chen had no reaction at all, showing no ripples. Wang Chen, thanks to you for killing the goblin swordsman and opening the passage to the instance dungeon. Zhou Wanquan continued, showing a grateful expression on his face. Why do you say that? Is there something hidden? Wang Chen asked puzzledly. Zhou Wanquan did not hide anything and explained the matter in detail. There is such a thing. The demon actually reached out here? Wang Chen's face darkened, realizing that the city was not as safe as he had imagined. Even the big exam could be manipulated. Wouldn't it be easier to kill you? Ordinary demons do not have this ability, but this demon is extraordinary. But you don't need to worry too much. He will never be able to invade human towns. People have been sent to investigate. Maybe there will be results soon. Zhou Wanquan patted Wang Chen's shoulder and said gently. Wang Chen nodded and said nothing more. You got first place in the big exam this time. The alliance government will deliver the prize to your home in a few days. If there is nothing else, go back and rest first, Zhou Wanquan said. Then I'll leave first. Wang Chen nodded slightly and turned to leave. The enrollment instructors waiting on the side, seeing him leaving, rushed out. Although Wang Chen's talent mutation was not ideal, he was still the first in the big exam. If they didn't want such a candidate, then who else would they want? Wang Chen did not promise anyone and excused himself to consider for a few days. Wang Chen returned to the square and joined the teachers and students of the Third Academy. Then, the group took a bus off Heart Lake Island and returned to the academy. Along the way, Zhao Sihai, Ma Hong, and other academy leaders were overjoyed. Not only did they produce an S-grade Chu Yoshua this year, but also a newcomer Wang. Double honors, a bright future in officialdom. The other students on the bus, looking at Wang Chen, were also filled with awe and admiration. A boldly dressed girl walked up to Wang Chen's seat, bypassing an Mang, and smiled brightly. Senior Wang Chen, which university are you planning to apply for? I want to apply to the same one as you. The girl named Lisa, with a C-grade talent, was also a flower-level figure in the academy. She was the imaginary enemy of many male students, the kind that was crazy and oppressive. Wang Chen glanced at the girl in front of him and shook his head gently. I haven't decided yet. The girl's face darkened, disappointed, and walked back. Suddenly, whispers and discussions filled the bus. This girl is really overestimating herself. Senior Wang Chen even rejected the goddess Chu, a true Walmart man. Walmart? Isn't that Sigma? Same thing, same thing. Real powerhouses don't need women. Senior Wang Chen is simply my idol. No wonder he got first place in the big exam. I can't resist this little roast chicken. Shortly after, the bus stopped at the entrance of the third high school. Wang Chen, a few days left to sign up. Fill out the volunteer form and send it to me as soon as possible. Before parting, the class teacher reminded. I got it, teacher. Wang Chen nodded. Nanjiang City, the old city area. Qingshui Bay. This is a product left over from the development of the times. Crowded streets, crowded houses, aging facilities. The only thing worthy of praise is the lively atmosphere. Wang Chen's home is here. His parents are alive. An ordinary couple with F-level auxiliary talents. Wang Chen's sudden return surprised his parents. Son, didn't you go to take the big exam? Why did you come back so soon? Wang's father asked, puzzled. At this time, the news of the exam had not spread. Wang's mother beside him glared at her husband and jokingly scolded. What? You don't allow our son to come home? The couple who had been together day and night instantly understood each other's meaning. In their view, Wang Chen came back early because he was eliminated halfway. At this time, they naturally couldn't say anything to stimulate their son. Wang's parents were very open-minded. They only had F-level talents themselves and naturally did not expect their son to become successful, nor did they have high expectations for him. Mom and Dad, the exam is over. Your son is the first in the city. Wang Chen smiled slightly, his smile full of gentleness and warmth. It's good that it's over. What do you want to eat? Wait, the first in the city? Wang's mother suddenly realized halfway through her words that something was wrong. Looking at her son with uncertainty. You rascal, don't tease us. Things like grades are not important. Don't take it to heart. Wang's father comforted with a smile. Wang Chen didn't continue to explain, fearing that his parents would think he was upset and mentally unstable. Anyway, when the official rewards arrived, everything would be clear. After dinner, Wang Chen went to bed early to relieve his fatigue from these days. The next day, a team of Alliance officials suddenly arrived at the peaceful Qingshui Bay residential area. The vehicles were decorated with festive banners. Warmly celebrate Wang Chen, a student from 3rd Middle School, for winning the title of new king of the city. The convoy arrived at the community where Wang Chen lived. Wow, isn't this old Wang's son? First in the exam. How much luck did he have? Do you want to interview me? I've known Wang Chen since he was a child. He's a talented kid. The convoy stopped in the community, and a middle-aged man got off a car in the middle. He was a well-known figure who often appeared on the screen and was familiar to many people. The group brought prizes and came to Wang Chen's home. It was only at this moment that Wang's parents realized that what their son said yesterday was true. Wang Chen did not expect the Alliance's rewards to arrive so quickly. After some polite greetings and taking photos, Wang Chen finally received the rewards. There were 3 items in total. 1 million Alliance coins, the key to a new house, and a silver card. A professional explained the use of the card. This is a replica privilege card. With this card, you can enter and exit all official replicas in Nanjiang City for free and unlimited times. For personal use only, not transferable to others. When teaming up with others, team members do not enjoy this privilege. After hearing the explanation, Wang Chen's eyes lit up. The replicas created by the Alliance are not free to use. For each awakened person, there is only one free chance to enter the same replica per month. If you want to enter more, you can only purchase challenge vouchers. The price of challenge vouchers is not cheap, not a small amount for ordinary people. But if this is not done, with all replicas being free and unlimited, not only the replicas cannot bear it, but the social order cannot bear it either. Setting limits is also a form of selection. If you have outstanding talent, the Academy and the Alliance will nurture you. If you have average talent but come from a wealthy family, then the family will nurture you. If you have neither, then you can only accept your fate. For Wang Chen, among the 3 rewards, this privilege card is the most precious. As for houses and villas, they are not considered anything in this extraordinary world. Wang Chen probably guessed the intention behind the gift card, which was to keep him in his hometown. Because if he signs up for a university outside the city, then the role of this card will be difficult to use. Wang Chen, I hope you will continue to work hard and achieve even greater and more brilliant results. With these words, the official personnel left. Next, Wang's mother excitedly went shopping and cooked, and Wang's father, who usually didn't like going out, also rarely opened the door. After dinner, the family sat together chatting. Wang Chen expressed his plan to take his parents to upgrade in the instance, but they refused. The reason was simple. They had long been worn down by the ordinary life and had no interest in fighting monsters and leveling up. Moreover, their talent limitations were too great, so the difference between high and low levels didn't matter much. Wang Chen didn't try to persuade them anymore. The next day, Wang Chen got up early and went out. Today, he was going to submit his application. After a night of contemplation, he had a plan in mind. He bought breakfast casually on the roadside and ate while walking. Wang Chen took the bus to the school. "Have you made up your mind?" the mentor asked with a smile. "Yes, I want to go to Nanjiang University," Wang Chen said solemnly. After submitting his application, he left the college, took a bus to the main city area, and entered a magnificent building. This was a branch of the Dragon Soaring Chamber of Commerce, one of the largest private chambers of commerce in the Alliance. In theory, as long as you had money, you could buy anything. Similarly, the Dragon Soaring Chamber of Commerce was also the largest trading post, where almost anything of value could be traded. Wang Chen entered the building, and a waitress in a tight skirt immediately greeted him. "Sir, how can I help you? I want to sell some things," Wang Chen said directly. "Please follow me." The woman led Wang Chen to a room and then left. Shortly after, a refined man in his 30s walked in. "Mr. Wang, my name is Xu Daoshan, and I will be serving you this time. Your service is quite good," Wang Chen complimented comfortably on the sofa. The lack of condescension made him a bit uncomfortable. "Mr. Wang, you are the outstanding genius who ranked first in the Nanjiang City exam. How could we dare to neglect you?" Xu Daoshan smiled. "Do you know me?" Wang Chen sat up in surprise. "Your basic information came to me the moment you entered the building," Xu Daoshan said, taking out a golden card. "To congratulate Mr. Wang on winning first place. This is a gift prepared for you by our Dragon Soaring Chamber of Commerce." The VIP on the card was very prominent. "This is..." Wang Chen hesitated but accepted the card without much politeness. "This is our chamber's gold membership card. With this card, you can enjoy a 15% discount on all goods in our chamber," Xu Daoshan explained. Wang Chen suddenly realized that he had heard that the Dragon Soaring Chamber of Commerce had 5 types of membership cards: bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and supreme. Each card had different benefits: bronze 5% off, silver 10% off, gold 15% off, diamond 20% off, and supreme a terrifying 30% off. It might not sound like much, but if you were buying items worth hundreds of millions, you could save tens of millions directly. "Thank Mr. Ma for me," Wang Chen said, putting the membership card in his pocket. Xu Daoshan was stunned. Their chamber's big boss was indeed named Ma. But wasn't this kid being a bit presumptuous by calling him Mr. Ma directly? "I have some things to sell. Can you help me with that?" Wang Chen took out all the junk he had brought out from the instance. Except for the low-quality equipment, they weren't very valuable, but there was a large quantity. After counting, he sold them for over $1 million. With the reward of $1 million, the loot of $1 million, Wang Chen already had over $3 million in cash. After leaving the Dragon Soaring Chamber of Commerce, Wang Chen took a bus to the Instance Village in Nanjiang City. There was still nearly a month before the school registration, so during this time, he wanted to raise his level as much as possible and earn more evolution points. He hoped to evolve stronger talents by the time he entered school. The Instance Village was also known as Thundering Village, where most official instances were located. When Wang Chen arrived, it was already crowded here. Many of them looked like students. There were stalls selling things on both sides of the street. And there were also people calling out to form teams. On both sides of the village, there were vortex-like entrances to various dungeons. At a rough glance, there were dozens of them. Come and take a look. Newbies can wear attack attribute equipment at level 3. B grade auxiliary talent. Looking for an elemental magic expert. Looking for experts to tackle level 5 to 10 dungeons. Reward is 20,000 Alliance coins. The continuous shouting was deafening. Wang Chen had a clear goal and went directly to the 5 to 10 dungeon area. He had to level up to 10 first before he could enter higher level dungeons. Otherwise, with his strength, he could easily challenge a level 15 dungeon. There were 3 dungeons in the 5 to 10 level range: Slime Cave, Werewolf Town, and Ice Demon's Sorrow. The Slime Cave had only simple and normal difficulty levels. Werewolf Town was the most difficult, while Ice Demon's Sorrow reached Nightmare difficulty. Seeing this, Wang Chen made up his mind. He wanted to tackle the toughest challenge. "Hey, buddy, what level are you? Want to team up?" or planning to challenge the difficult level of Ice Demon? At the dungeon entrance, a young man asked. He felt that Wang Chen was extraordinary, like a master, so he wanted to invite him to join the team. Wang Chen glanced at the man. There were 4 people, 2 at level 9 and 2 at level 10. Sorry, I prefer solo play, Wang Chen casually replied. He was about to enter the dungeon when suddenly, the exit of a nearby dungeon lit up, and several figures landed on the ground. Among them, a blue figure just stood firm and looked over with a sense of recognition. Wang Chen, you're here too? Luoli ran over with a surprised look on her face. Yes, Wang Chen smiled slightly. This woman was not bad at heart, so he didn't need to be cold towards her. Hi, Senior Wang Chen, I'm Lin Shanshan. Nice to meet you. Lin Shanshan walked to Luoli's side, looking at Wang Chen with admiration and boldly introduced herself. Since Wang Chen had brutally defeated Lin Xiao in the dungeon, her idol had changed to Wang Chen. The remaining 3 members of the team also walked over. A woman in tight jeans and a white shirt. Another in black combat gear with a high ponytail. The only man frowned slightly, staring at Wang Chen as if facing a formidable enemy. This man posed a great threat to him in terms of appearance. He even managed to seduce the goddess he secretly admired. After Luoli introduced them, the group learned about Wang Chen's identity, and their expressions became lively. Especially the woman in black and the woman in jeans had heard various stories about Wang Chen from Luoli. Seeing him in person for the first time naturally surprised them. Well, it's getting late. I'm going to fight monsters. Maybe we'll meet again. Wang Chen didn't want to linger too long and planned to start clearing the dungeon. As he was about to enter the dungeon, Luoli anxiously shouted, "Are you planning to solo play?" "What else?" Wang Chen turned to the woman. "The dungeons outside are different from exams. Teaming up gives more experience. And our team also has an elf priest with additional buff skills, so why not team up and level up faster?" Luoli's words were fast and coherent. Afraid that Wang Chen would leave if she spoke too slowly, she had learned her lesson in the exam dungeon. Elf priest? Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at the 2 unfamiliar women. Name, Tangy Talent, Spirit-Eyed White Tiger, A, Level, 8 Strength, 97 Agility, 94 Spirit, 96. Name, Yiling Talent, Elf Priest, A, Level, 7 Strength, 75 Agility, 73 Spirit, 89. Indeed, Elf Priest, Wang Chen thought to himself. The Elf Priest was an A-grade support talent with little combat power but various buff skills, including extra experience bonuses. The other woman was also extraordinary, possessing the rare White Tiger talent. Alright, since that's the case, let's team up. Wang Chen nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, the man in the team chuckled. Their team is already full. You form a team to come in. Are you kicking me out? In the next moment, the man found himself removed from the team. He watched as Wang Chen formed a new team with 4 women. Zhang Lei, sorry, the team is full. Luoli turned around, apologetically. The man named Zhang Lei was almost furious. Clearly, he was the first to arrive. Luoli, you need to think clearly. This is not an exam. Good grades may not be useful. So what if he is the top scorer in the exam? Does he know the dungeons here as well as I do? Zhang Lei complained loudly, pointing directly at Wang Chen. I may not know the dungeon, but I know myself. Wang Chen said calmly, then opened the Ice Demon's Sorrow dungeon and set it to nightmare difficulty. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. They thought Wang Chen would choose an easy or normal difficulty. They didn't expect him to go straight to nightmare. Ha ha, indeed a newbie, thinking that being the top scorer in the exam makes him invincible. The Ice Demon dungeon at nightmare level requires at least a full team of 4 level 10 players to pass. Zhang Lei laughed mockingly. They thought he was a master, but he turned out to be a greenhorn, who would challenge nightmare difficulty right away. Usually, people start with easy difficulty, test the waters, and understand the dungeon situation first. Is this guy the top scorer in the exam in Nanjiang City? He's so arrogant, challenging the nightmare difficulty of the Ice Demon right away. He must be crazy about showing off in front of the girls. Those girls have such low levels. They are just dragging him down. No matter how powerful he is, he can't pass it. Doesn't he know the mechanism of the Ice Demon dungeon? A main player can't possibly get through. A greenhorn is not afraid of tigers. It would be fun if he dies inside. Before the entrance of the dungeon, other awakened individuals, seeing Wang Chen's actions, couldn't help but sneer. It was outrageous, as if they were just fooling around. Young man, You have a bright future ahead. There's no need to be so impulsive. I suggest you start with easy difficulty. With your team composition, you can only handle the easy level, an older awakened individual kindly advised. Wang Chen ignored the words of the crowd, glanced briefly at the dungeon information, and clicked confirm. Immediately, the figures of several people disappeared on the spot. Damn! He really went in. This kid is really bold. I thought he was just trying to show off in front of the girls, but he's serious. I just used detection technique to peek. He's only level 9. I can't see other information, but even if he has hidden skills, they probably won't work. Level 9? That's even worse. I thought he would be at level 10. Unlocking new skills. The awakened individuals present discussed endlessly, many of them showing expressions of anticipation. Some couldn't help but feel sorry, thinking that the top scorer in the exam should have a bright future, but due to his arrogance, he might die in a low-level dungeon. It's pitiful. As soon as he entered the dungeon, Wang Chen felt a cold breath coming towards him, mixed with a faint smell of blood and dampness. In front of him was a village covered in white snow, deserted, with no signs of human presence. The background of the Ice Demon dungeon is a village cursed by demons, where all the humans inside have turned into monsters called ice demons. Yi Ling whispered, holding herself tightly, still unable to resist the cold here. Shivering from the cold, can we really pass the ice demon at nightmare level? Tang Yi frowned, her face looking grim. Before she could react, Wang Chen forcibly entered. She really doubted whether this guy could lead them through the dungeon. She even regretted falling for Luo Li's trick in joining Wang Chen's team. She couldn't understand why her usually smart best friend lost her mind when she met this guy. Sister E, we definitely can't do it on our own, but with Senior Wang Chen, it's different, Lin Shanshan said cheerfully, full of confidence, without a hint of doubt. Alright, follow me closely and let's end this quickly, Wang Chen said to the 4 women, then strode towards the village. Just then, the sound of footsteps on snow rang out. Crunch, crunch. Several ice-blue humanoid monsters emerged from the village. At first glance, they looked like wights from Game of Thrones. Some were holding knives, some swords, and some dragging rusty shovels. Ice Fiend, level 9 strength, 108 agility, 84 intelligence, 95 ice domain, slows and freezes enemies within 5 meters, and is 50% immune to fire elemental damage. Ice Fiends can resist fire damage, so if a fire-type awakener comes in, they're in trouble. This group of Ice Fiends ranged from level 9 to level 7, surrounding the group and closing in. Before they could get close, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, turning the foremost Ice Fiend into charcoal. Killing Ice Fiends, evolution points plus 300, water arrow. Luo Li shouted, firing an arrow made of water elements at an Ice Fiend's head. Although it seemed to hit, it didn't cause much damage, just pushing the Ice Fiend back a step. When water elements met ice elements, it was like trying to use force against force. Tang Yi's White Tiger, on the other hand, was exceptionally fierce, biting and killing an Ice Fiend. But by then, Wang Chen was standing still, pointing at each one and blasting over a dozen Ice Fiends to death. Tang Yi was amazed at the speed. Be careful, I've read the dungeon guide. There are hundreds of Ice Fiends hidden in the village, and the final boss is in the deepest part of the village. Yi Ling suddenly spoke, looking more like a competent female secretary than a dungeon crawler. As soon as she finished speaking, another group of Ice Fiends emerged from both sides of the village. This time, there were even more, dozens of them. So many monsters. No wonder they say you need a full team to clear nightmare-level Ice Fiends. Lin Shanshan exclaimed in surprise. I'll give you a buff. Blessing of the stars. Yiling's voice carried a sacred tone as she released a burst of starlight that fell on Wang Chen, Tang Yi, and others. Immediately, Wang Chen felt his attributes increase significantly. This was a temporary buff that could boost strength. He continued to target and take down the charging Ice Fiends one by one. Wang Chen suddenly realized that he lacked a common skill for group attacks. Dealing with them one by one was a bit slow. Using a forbidden curse was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Fortunately, there weren't too many monsters. With one hand casting lightning and the other casting thunder, he kept unleashing them without pause. In a short time, dozens of Ice Fiends fell. The terrifying endurance left the 4 women stunned. How strong must this guy's mental fortitude be to release dozens of skills continuously and act as if nothing happened? It was too enduring, incredibly enduring. Keep up, let's go find the boss. Wang Chen waved his hand, telling the exhausted and panting women to follow. They were almost drained from the continuous skill casting. Wang Chen, don't you need to rest and recover your state? Usually, awakeners would meditate and rest after battles to recover their spirits, especially when dungeon crawling. Otherwise, they might tire out before finishing off the monsters. No need. Just follow along. No need to take action, Wang Chen said indifferently. He hadn't even used up a third of his mental energy, so he didn't need to rest at all. The four women were half believing, half doubting, and could only drag their exhausted bodies to keep up. Slowly, they moved forward. Before long, they arrived at the center of the town. It was a circular square with an ancient well in the middle and four pillar-like seals. I know, breaking those four pillars will summon the final boss, Yi Ling said excitedly. Wang Chen nodded. The dungeon introduction mentioned that breaking the four stone pillars would summon the final boss. He cast Thunderburst, shattering each pillar one by one. The next moment, four armored ice fiends appeared from the magic circle. I thought this was the boss, but with their appearance, a cold laughter emanated from the ancient well. An old ice demon floated out slowly. This is the final boss. Ice Demon Wizard, level 10 strength, 138 agility, 145 spirit, 186 ice spike, release 9 ice spikes, dealing 150% frozen damage to enemies. Mysterious ice mirror, create a mirror to reflect incoming attacks. Such strong spirit. Everyone was surprised. The old ice demon's spirit value was abnormal, and the skills were powerful. Even Wang Chen was somewhat surprised. The Ice Demon Wizard was no weaker than the Goblin Mage in the exam instance, and excelled in spirit. Besides the old Ice Demon, the other four Ice Demons were also formidable opponents. Ice Demon Guard, level 10 strength, 142 agility, 123 spirit, 128 Guardian Covenant, linked to a target. Take on the target's damage. If fatally injured, as long as one covenant exists, immediately resurrect and restore 100% health. The four guard ice demons had the same stats and skills. They linked together with a covenant array under the Ice Demon Wizard. What does this Guardian Covenant mean? The four women frowned, showing puzzled expressions. The lives of these four guards, including the old ice demon in the middle, are linked. As long as one doesn't die, the others can be resurrected through the covenant skill. Wang Chen calmly explained. So, all four ice demon guards must be killed within 3 seconds, or they will keep resurrecting. No wonder clearing this instance requires a full team. Only with 4 people attacking simultaneously and killing the guardian ice demons can the old ice demon be defeated. Yi Ling said solemnly. The deaths of the 4 ice demon guards must not differ by more than 3 seconds, or the others will immediately resurrect. However, these 4 ice demon guards had high health and defense. Even a level 10 awakener would have a hard time killing them. They couldn't even touch them. Attacking the Ice Demon Wizard was even more impossible. They had to kill the Guardian Ice Demons first and break the Covenant array. What should we do? Besides Wang Chen, none of us have the ability to kill the Guardian Ice Demons. Indeed, nightmare-level instances are not that easy to pass. The 4 women looked grim. They were too careless and complacent. They hadn't even planned how to tackle the instance. No problem. I'll just kill them all at once, right? Wang Chen smiled, looking relaxed. Chirp. At that moment, the Ice Demon Wizard shook his staff and launched an attack, with 9 ice spikes shooting out. Water wall technique. Luo Li pushed out her hand, creating a water wall in front of them. However, at her level, she clearly couldn't withstand the power of the ice spikes. Wang Chen wielded a giant sword, sweeping through and knocking down all the ice spikes. You all step back. Be careful. He has the mysterious ice mirror, which can reflect skills. Yi Ling loudly reminded. Reflect? Impossible. Wang Chen sneered, dangerous glints in his eyes. The next moment, he pointed towards the sky. Great Serpent Thunder Spear. Boom! A 10-meter-long thunder spear tore through the sky, like a descending dragon, crashing heavily down. He directly released a forbidden curse. No room for hesitation. The Ice Demon Wizard pointed his staff, creating a 3-meter ice mirror above his head, attempting to reflect the Great Serpent Thunder Spear. However, before the spear hit the mirror, the mysterious ice mirror couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered into pieces. In an instant, the 4 Ice Demon Guards, along with the Ice Demon Wizard, were smashed to pieces by the terrifying power of the Great Serpent Thunder Spear. As if they were mud, the ancient well was also obliterated, killing the Ice Demon Wizard. Evolution points plus 1000, killing the Ice Demon Guards. Evolution points plus 650, killing. Killing the target triggers soul devouring. Spirit plus 5, dropped equipment. Ice staff, low grade, spirit plus 15. Strength plus 5, special effect, 50% chance to slow down the target when attacking. Equipment level, level 10. The final boss was completely defeated. As long as one ice demon guard remains alive, the others can be resurrected indefinitely. So, by killing them together, this problem no longer exists. The guard contract naturally cannot take effect. The four women stared in astonishment at everything. Luoli, Lin Shanshan had seen Wang Chen use this move before, but at that time they were too far away to fully appreciate the power of the Great Snake Thunder Spear. Tang Yi, Yi Ling, on the other hand, were even more speechless. Meeting for the first time, they were already stunned by the huge snake spear. How could one not be afraid of such a huge thing? This is definitely not an ordinary skill, the women thought to themselves. What puzzled them even more was how much mental energy such a terrifying skill would consume. Wang Chen not only could unleash it, but also acted as if nothing had happened. Did this guy have an endless pit of mental energy? He was simply a mentally young man. Wang Chen ignored the women, and the experience from the final boss allowed him to successfully level up to level 10. Name, Wang Chen. Talent, Thunder and Lightning Control, 200. 000, level, 10 strength, 131 agility, 129 spirit, 1320 skills, electric shock LV3, max level, thunder burst LV2, swift step LV1 forbidden spell, great snake thunder spear LV1 equipment, magic pattern great sword, moonstone necklace, boots of swiftness evolution points, 37, 210 passive, mana source LV1, enhances mental attributes tenfold, when mental power is below 30%. Recovery speed increases by 1000%. Soul devouring LV1, when killing a target, there is a 1% chance to see some of the target's attributes. You have leveled up to level 10. Awakening the new skill Thunderbolt, active compresses elemental magic power within oneself, then shoots it out to deal 140% area damage to the target. New skill is here. Wang Chen was overjoyed. This new skill was good, filling the gap in his group damage. And the evolution points had also increased by nearly 30,000. Looking at it this way, 200,000 was really good. Just then, a voice sounded in their ears. Congratulations on clearing the instance. Clearing time, 46 minutes 17 seconds, settling instance clearance rewards. Congratulations on obtaining Bronze Treasure Chest X1, Frost Spike Skill Scroll X1. Leave the instance in 1 minute. Wang Chen, we owe this instance clearance to you, so we don't need the rewards. Luoli spoke first, showing maturity by declining the instance clearance rewards. Then I'll accept them. Wang Chen nodded without hesitation. This was what he deserved. The other three women had no objections. Clearing a nightmare-level instance had already satisfied them with experience alone. Each of them had gained at least 1.5 levels. Lin Shanshan, the lowest level among them, had directly leveled up by more than 2 levels. At that moment, a flash of light, and Wang Chen and the others returned to the entrance of the Thundering Village instance. Ha! Someone else is coming out again. So envious, they cleared the Ice Demon instance. Wait, isn't that the genius young man with the girls? Indeed, this kid is Wang Chen, who not long ago challenged the nightmare difficulty Ice Demon Sorrow with these girls. At the instance entrance, the Awakeners who were still forming teams recognized Wang Chen. Damn! How long did it take to clear? Someone slapped their thigh in shock, their face full of disbelief. Wang Chen's clearing speed was not the fastest, but looking at his teammates, being able to clear it so quickly even with a few burdens was quite remarkable. Most importantly, no one had thought that this team could clear the instance. How could this happen? Not far away, Zhang Lei's face was filled with horror, his scalp tingling. He had teamed up with Luoli and the others before, and he knew very well how bad these women were. Even at level 10 himself, leading them to clear a normal instance would be exhausting. Yet Wang Chen managed to clear the nightmare-level Ice Demon instance with them in less than an hour. This person was simply terrifyingly strong. Notification, Awakeners Wang Chen, Tang Yi, Luoli, team, cleared the nightmare-level Ice Demon's Bane, setting the fastest record of the month. Immediately, all the Awakeners in Thundering Village received this notification. Someone broke the monthly record. It's unbelievable. These people aren't even at full level yet. The notification displayed basic information about Wang Chen and the others, showing only their levels. Apart from Wang Chen at level 10, the other 4 women were not even at level 10. I remember the Ice Demon instance. The final boss requires all 4 people to attack simultaneously. The death interval of the Ice Demon guards cannot exceed 3 seconds. All guards must be killed within 3 seconds. How did these people do it? Some expressed confusion, as team members Luo Li and Lin Shanshan were only at level 8, not seeming capable of defeating the guards. Clearly, this Wang Chen person is a pro. I want to find a pro to run the instance with me. Someone immediately started thinking, wanting Wang Chen to help them clear the nightmare level Ice Demon instance. Wang Chen Pro, I'm out of challenge scrolls. Can you help me clear the Ice Demon instance? A student looking, well-off awakener said to Wang Chen, for a 5 to 10 level instance, a challenge scroll costs 20,000 alliance coins, equivalent to a month's income for an average family. No need. I don't need it. Wang Chen waved his hand. He had a dungeon privilege card, allowing unlimited entries. Why would he need challenge scrolls? TCH, you think a pro would clear a nightmare level instance for just 20,000? Dream on. I'll offer a low-grade equipment. Please help me. I'll offer 100,000. Bro, help me out. I'll be your girlfriend. I'll show you big mangoes. Wang Chen twitched his mouth, a vein popping on his forehead. Who wants to see big mangoes? He hates eating mangoes the most. Ignoring the teen requests around him, Wang Chen opened the bronze chest for clearing rewards. A scroll floated out. Primary skill scroll: learn to gain skill, stealth, active support skill. Grants 10 minutes of stealth effect upon use, making ordinary monsters unable to detect the caster's movements. Effect is removed when attacking. Skill level 10. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. A good 6th skill. Although not as good as invisibility, a sneak attack would still work. Learn. Without hesitation, Wang Chen immediately learned the skill. More skills won't hurt. It's good to learn more. There was another skill scroll. Ice Spike. Unfortunately, only Ice-type awakeners could learn it. He could only sell it. For sale. Ice Spike. Level 10 Ice-type skill. Offer a price. Wang Chen posted the message, seeing if anyone wanted to buy it. However, Ice-type awakeners were rare. His message didn't get any response. Wow. Wang Chen, look quickly. Our clearing time is almost catching up to the historical record. Just then, Lin Shanshan excitedly exclaimed, opening the instance's clearing record section. The top 10 fastest team clearing records were listed. First place, Leftover Children Team, 23 minutes 18 seconds. Second place, Ordinary Rooster Team, 24 minutes 11 seconds. Third place, Eat Guan Yu and Come Again Team, 25 minutes 43 seconds. Fourth place, the worst record in the top 10 was within 30 minutes. You call this almost catching up? Wang Chen looked at Lin Shanshan speechlessly. When it comes to records, every minute and second counts, let alone being off by 10 or 20 minutes. However, climbing the leaderboard is different from normal instance runs. If it's just for the record, upon entering the instance, head straight to the boss, ignoring other minor enemies. Find the boss in the fastest way possible and defeat it. It's not easy to shake the top 10 rankings. These people have done a lot of strategies just for the speed, not caring about anything else for the ranking rewards, Luo Li explained with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Chen's interest was piqued, and he asked, what rewards do the top 10 rankings offer? He had only heard that creating instance records had rewards, but didn't know the specifics. Luo Li smiled and was particularly concerned about Wang Chen's question, so she explained in detail. There are many rewards, such as the most common equipment, skill scrolls, experience stones, and even a chance to get upgrade potions, magic gems, strength gems, agility gems, advanced equipment, skills, and so on. The rewards are not small, Wang Chen exclaimed. Far from being small, they are quite substantial. Take upgrade potions, for example. There are 4 levels: basic, intermediate, advanced, and super. Using one can instantly level up. However, each potion can only be used once in a lifetime. Even so, upgrade potions are extremely valuable, to the point that money can't buy them. Even the lowest grade basic upgrade potion costs 7 to 8 digits. After all, who wouldn't want to level up without moving a muscle? As for magic gems, strength gems, and agility gems, they are stones containing powerful energy. These 3 stones correspond to the 3-dimensional attributes of the awakened. They can be embedded in high-level equipment to enhance equipment attributes. These 3 gems are extremely rare, and their value is no less than that of upgrade potions. They are treasures that countless awakened dream of. Thinking of this, Wang Chen looked at the leaderboard with a hint of desire in his eyes. He is currently at level 10. Just right to try to break the record. Otherwise, once he reaches level 11, he won't be able to enter the Ice Demon instance. Wang Chen, do you want to break the record? Yi Linglan saw through Wang Chen's intention. Exactly. Wang Chen nodded. Ha, but we are too weak. We might hold you back. Lin Shanshan frowned, surprised and worried. Don't worry, I won't take you with me. Wang Chen smiled, emphasizing thoughtfulness. Of course, he can't take along any burdens. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the women flashed with disappointment, but soon they felt relieved. Not going is the best choice, otherwise, they would feel guilty and regretful for being a burden. That's fine. Find a few level 10 awakened, preferably with good equipment and talents. With your leadership, it's very possible to make it into the top 10. Luoli analyzed with a smile. With Wang Chen leading them, they could already achieve a monthly record. If they find a few strong teammates, reaching the top 10 wouldn't be difficult. Hearing the conversation, Zhang Lei, who had not left yet, was intrigued. A level 10 and powerful awakened? Isn't that himself? Deep down, he didn't like Wang Chen, but if he could help break the record, that's a different story. Setting a record in an instance is a great honor. No one would refuse. Although I have some grievances with him, with my strength, he won't find anyone better in a short time. He definitely won't refuse me. Zhang Lei said confidently and walked up. Luoli's analysis was reasonable and well-founded, suggesting that Wang Chen should team up with a few level 10 awakened. Tang Yi, Yi Linglan, and Lin Shanshan also agreed. However, Wang Chen already had a plan in mind. I don't plan to team up. I want to solo. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei, who had already approached, froze. What? Solo? Zhang Lei, why did you come over? Lin Shanshan asked in confusion as she looked at the man who had suddenly approached. Is this your home? I'll go wherever I want. Zhang Lei was annoyed and turned to Wang Chen. You really don't plan to team up? This is a nightmare level instance. It's impossible to challenge the record alone. I think you should find a few teammates, it's safer that way. No need. If teammates are all like you, they will only hold me back. Wang Chen said indifferently, seeing through Zhang Lei's thoughts. This was his true feeling. Sometimes, having more people in a speedrun can be a burden. Unless there is complete coordination and perfect teamwork, which usually comes from long-term cooperation with veteran teammates, temporary teams can't achieve that. Are you saying I'm a burden? Zhang Lei's face turned as red as a beet. Was he worse than a few girls? After all, he was also level 10, with 2 pieces of equipment on him. While not seasoned in battle, he was still brave and skilled, being despised and dragging one's feet unexpectedly. At this moment, the people around were also somewhat shocked. This person wants to solo the Ice Demon instance, challenging the historical record. It's terrifying. Not only does he want to solo, but he also wants to challenge the record. Is he kidding? If he can succeed, I'll eat 3 caddies of Oreos directly. Everyone felt incredulous, touching upon a blind spot of knowledge. When they team up to tackle a difficult level of the Ice Demon instance, they have to weigh their options carefully and handle it with caution. This guy actually wants to solo and challenge the record? Wang Chen ignored everyone, used the instance privilege, and entered the nightmare level Ice Demon instance again without any hesitation. Damn! He really got in. The onlookers were shocked, thinking that Wang Chen was just talking big, but he actually got in. Inside the instance, a beam of light fell, and Wang Chen appeared outside the village, without hesitation. Quick steps, go! Sneak, go! He didn't bother with the small monsters around the village, hiding his figure, sneaking towards the village like a man stealing from a widow. Outside, Wang Chen's feat of soloing the nightmare ice demon spread in thundering village. More and more people gathered around, not wanting to miss out on this spectacle. Make way for everyone. At this moment, a group of people pushed their way in aggressively. The man in front, dressed in black armor, exuded a cold and arrogant aura. Behind him, several well-trained men and women followed, fully equipped and clearly prepared. The man's gaze swept over, finally landing on the blue figure, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Classmate Luo Li, what a coincidence. Are you forming a team to enter the instance? Do you want me to take you in? Luo Jun? Luo Li looked at the man unexpectedly. It was indeed the hellhound Luo Jun. We just cleared the nightmare ice demon instance, so there's no need for you to lead us. Luoli responded indifferently, not showing any good expression. You cleared the nightmare ice demon? Luozhen showed a surprised expression, his eyes full of disbelief. These girls were so weak, yet they managed to clear the nightmare level instance? Of course. Just now, Senior Wang Chen led us to clear the nightmare ice demon, and now he's gone in to solo it, preparing to challenge the historical record. Lin Shanshan interjected, looking proud and smug. Wang Chen is here too? Luozhen was taken aback, his expression becoming unusually serious, even a bit ugly. He recalled some unpleasant memories. However, this emotion lasted only a second before he calmed down. Since the end of the major exam, Luozhen had been leveling up nonstop and had already reached level 8. He even used the family's financial resources to hire a few professional instance helpers. This time coming to Thundering Village was to clear the Nightmare Ice Demon instance, not only to level up but also to set a record and receive rewards from the leaderboard. Currently, he was wearing 7 pieces of low-grade equipment. Although only at level 8, his attributes were even stronger than a level 10 Awakener in plain clothes. With 4 fully equipped instance helpers, setting a record was not impossible. Thinking of this, Luozhen calmed down, even feeling somewhat proud. Exams were exams, reality was reality. He might have lost to Wang Chen in the exam, but in reality, he would never lose. You just said Wang Chen went into the instance. Is he alone? Luozhen looked at Lin Shanshan, asking for confirmation. Lin Shanshan nodded. Ha ha, how foolish, arrogant. Upon receiving confirmation, Luozhen suddenly burst into laughter. Too arrogant, truly too arrogant. Let's go, we're going in too. Luozhen waved his hand, leading 4 instance helpers into the instance. At this moment, inside the Ice Demon instance, Wang Chen's figure blurred, as if becoming transparent. He was not completely invisible, but he walked inside the village. The ice demons around him turned a blind eye, not noticing anything unusual. In this way, Wang Chen smoothly made his way from outside the village to the center of the square. A few minutes later, the time for stealth was up. Wang Chen's figure was exposed, immediately attracting a fierce attack from the surrounding ice demons. He threw a thunder bomb, exploded in the ice monster group, and instantly filled with smoke. Several ice monsters were blown to pieces. At this time, he stopped pretending and came to kill directly because he was very close to the square. With the group attack skill Thunder Bomb in hand, Wang Chen killed happily. Every time he attacked, several ice monsters died. He killed and rushed, attacking while moving, and arrived at the square in a few minutes. Without much thought, he used a skill on the stone pillar. Boom! The stone pillar collapsed, and then 4 ice monster guards appeared. With the appearance of the guards, blue light emerged from the central ancient well. The strange laughter of the ice monster wizard echoed above the well. He. His figure slowly rose from the well. The next moment, the great snake thunder spear came through the air and smashed onto the well. Boom! The powerful destructive force dug 3 feet deep within a radius of 10 meters. All 4 ice monster guards turned into minced meat, and the poor ice monster wizard, who had just shown his head and had not even looked at this vast world, was sent back to the drawing board. Kill the ice monster wizard. Evolution points plus 1000, kill the ice monster guard. Evolution points plus 650, kill. Wang Chen acted decisively, instantly killing when they appeared, wasting no time. There was no 10th level monster that could withstand the damage of the forbidden curse. Of course, no awakened person could master and release the forbidden curse at level 10. Congratulations on clearing the instance. Clear time, 18 minutes and 37 seconds, settling clearance rewards. Congratulations on obtaining Bronze Treasure Chest X1, leave the instance in 1 minute. Due to the speed of completion, the rewards for clearing the instance were not substantial. Wang Chen's experience increased by half, almost reaching level 11. After level 10, each level up increased attributes by 20 points, requiring much more experience than before level 10. Name, Wang Chen Talent, Thunder and Lightning Control, 200000, Level, 10 Strength, 133 Agility, 129 Spirit, 1380 Skills, Electric Shock LV3, Thunder Burst LV2, Swift Step LV1, Thunder Bomb LV1, Stealth LV1 Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV1 Equipment, Ice Staff, Moonstone Necklace, Boots of Swiftness Evolution Points, 45660 Passive, Mana Spring LV1, enhances Spirit attributes tenfold. When Spirit power is below 30%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devourer LV1, 1% chance to see some attributes of the target when killed. Open the treasure chest, Wang Chen thought, and opened the bronze treasure chest reward. Inside lay an ice blue bracelet. Ice soul bracelet, low grade strength +8. Spirit +8. Equipment level, 10, great equipment. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. Jewelry type equipment with additional attributes was rare, and a bracelet adding 16 points to 2 attributes was top-notch among low-grade items. With the Ice Soul bracelet equipped, his strength increased to 141, and spirit reached 1460, perfect numerical values. At that moment, 1 minute passed, and Wang Chen's figure disappeared from the spot, teleporting back to the instance entrance. Congratulations on breaking the ice monster's sorrow. Nightmare level instance historical record. As soon as he landed, Wang Chen heard a notification. Congratulations on breaking the record. Ranking first in history. Achievement reward, Ice Monster Challenger gift pack. Wang Chen's figure appeared at the instance entrance. Calm and composed. Everyone around was stunned. How did he come out? People were puzzled, not realizing what had happened. Did this guy quit the instance halfway? Someone doubted. It was possible to leave the instance in a non-combat state, but it would incur certain penalties. It must be so. He just went in, and he cleared it already? Someone laughed and made bold statements again. At that moment, an announcement rang throughout Thunderclap Village. Congratulations to Wang Chen for breaking the Nightmare level Ice Demon's Sorrow instance record solo. Clear time, 18 minutes and 37 seconds. As soon as this news came out, the whole place exploded. Many people were dumbfounded, feeling like they must have misheard. Recently, running instances had been too tiring, causing hallucinations. What the heck? 18 minutes and 37 seconds. Did I hear that right? Is it real? I remember the fastest record was 23 minutes. He's 5 minutes faster? Damn. It takes me 20 minutes just to run around this instance, and this guy cleared it in 18 minutes? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. All the awakened ones were dumbfounded, unable to figure out how he did it. Breaking historical records by a few seconds was already impressive. To directly shave off 5 minutes was unheard of. Senior Wang Chen, you really did it. I knew he could do it. Luo Li, Lin Shanshan, Tang Yi, and Yi Ling surrounded Wang Chen, congratulating him on setting the record. Even Tang Yi, who was usually aloof, had a strange look in her eyes. This man was too amazing. No wonder even her good friend Luo Li couldn't help but have a crush on him. Zhang Lei on the side was dumbfounded. Initially, he thought Wang Chen calling him a drag was an insult. Now it seemed to be true. Even if he did nothing in the instance, just running to the boss would probably take 18 minutes. Wang Chen, you broke the record for the first time in history. What rewards did you get? Luo Li curiously asked. A challenger's gift pack, Wang Chen replied. At this moment, the instance prompt sounded again. Challenger, you now have the opportunity to change your name once. Do you want to change it? Wang Chen thought for a moment and left 4 words. Practice more if you're bad. So, on the historical ranking list, the first name became first place. Practice more if you're bad. 18 minutes and 37 seconds. Clearer, Wang Chen. Record updated. Everyone could see that the first place on the Ice Demon's instance record had changed to practice more if you're bad. People looked at this strange nickname with extremely odd expressions. Were they being mocked for being bad players? It seemed to be the case. 18 minutes and 37 seconds. This record is probably going to last forever. No one will ever break it. Someone couldn't help but sigh. The record of 23 minutes had been held for many years, not to mention the mind-blowing 18-minute record. Breaking the historical record. I wonder what rewards you'll get. Many people looked at Wang Chen eagerly, their eyes filled with envy. Such a feat would undoubtedly come with high rewards. Wang Chen was also full of anticipation and immediately opened the gift pack. Congratulations on obtaining the Ice Demon Conqueror Honorary Title X1. Non-level Superior Equipment Random Gift Box X1. Universal Skill Random Scroll X1. Non-level Superior Equipment. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. Non-level equipment had no level restrictions, so it could be worn regardless of level. Even a level 1 awakened could wear a level 100 non-level equipment. Immediately, he opened the gift box. A black, gorgeous evening gown appeared. Night Guardian, Superior, a dark gown. Luxurious and enchanting, with incredible defense effects. Equipment attributes, Strength +50, Agility +50, Special attributes: reduce physical damage taken by 25%. Magical damage by 25%. Equipment level, level 30, no level restriction. Such strong attributes. Not only did it add 100 basic attributes, but it also had magical and physical damage reduction. Wang Chen couldn't wait and immediately put on the equipment, transforming into a magnificent handsome man, gentle and elegant, indescribably noble. The Night Guardian not only had powerful attributes but also an exceptionally handsome style. Luo Li, Tang Yi, Yi Ling, and Lin Shanshan were all wide-eyed, almost sending out heart emojis. This man was not only strong but also incredibly handsome. Then, Wang Chen opened the Universal Skill Random Scroll. As long as it is a universal skill, there is no elemental restriction. Anyway, it can all be used. Congratulations on obtaining the skill, Spell Critical Strike. Spell Critical Strike. Passive: your skills have a 20% chance to deal 150% critical strike damage. Skill level, level 10, learn. Wang Chen was in a great mood. This passive skill was exactly what he needed. Very violent and practical. Wang Chen, do you want to continue running dungeons? At this time, Luo Li asked with expectation in her eyes. Of course I want to run. However, I want to challenge dungeons above level 10, so I can't take you guys with me. Wang Chen smiled. He could naturally see the woman's thoughts. But leveling up is more important. He couldn't stay in low-level dungeons for the sake of beauty. That's a pity. We also need to level up to level 10 as soon as possible. Yi Ling looked regretful. When you reach level 10, there will be a chance for us to team up. Wang Chen nodded. However, by the time it really happens, he doesn't know how many levels he will be. The four women were ready to leave to run other dungeons, when suddenly the entrance to the Ice Demon dungeon lit up. Several figures appeared. Ha ha. 37 minutes and 18 seconds. This result is enough to break the best record of this month. A arrogant voice sounded. Luozhen proudly said to the people around him. It seemed like he was communicating with his companions, but in fact, he was showing off to everyone, announcing his achievement. It was their first time in the dungeon, and they completed it in 37 minutes. If they continued like this, entering the top 10 in history was not impossible. With more cooperation and practice, they would definitely succeed. Keep up the good work and achieve better results. Luozhen encouraged his teammates with a proud look. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he found that the people around him were indifferent, with no reaction at all. What's going on? He was a bit confused, not getting the desired effect. Why no applause? Why no shock? Are these people deaf? Can't they hear me talking? Luozhen frowned, looking dissatisfied. It was disappointing to show off so hard and not get any feedback. Then, he saw Wang Chen and a smile appeared on his face. Wang Chen, I heard you soloed the Nightmare Ice Demon. How did it go? At this difficulty level dungeon, soloing is equivalent to seeking death. It's already very difficult for you to come out alive. He spoke in a tone of a master, looking proud. Upon hearing his words, the people around burst into laughter. Ha ha, what is this guy talking about? 37 minutes, that's really fast. Enough for Wang Chen to clear the level twice. Young man, open the historical record list and see who is in first place. The onlookers made a few remarks, all mocking and laughing at Luozhen, looking at him as if he were a fool. Without Wang Chen saying a word, Luozhen was already mentally struck. His face turned green. What are you guys? What are you talking about? He seemed to realize something. Excitedly opened the historical record list of the Ice Demon. When he saw the introduction of the first place, he was stunned. First place, practice more if you're bad. 18 minutes and 37 seconds? The one who cleared it. Wang Chen, 18 minutes. How is this possible? Luozhen was shocked, almost doubting his life. He had just come out of the nightmare level Ice Demon dungeon and knew how terrifying it was. Wang Chen actually cleared it alone, and only took 18 minutes. What kind of concept was this? He couldn't understand. Ha ha, this guy was scared silly by the record of the pro. The people around laughed. The atmosphere was harmonious. Just then, a woman exuding a cold aura arrived. Hiss, why did it suddenly get cold? Someone looked around in surprise. Who was just about to sell the Frost Spike skill scroll? The woman's face was frosty, her voice clear and cold. The appearance of the woman made the people around subconsciously step back. On one hand, it was cold, and on the other hand, it was because they felt ashamed. The woman had a slender and charming figure, a flawless and beautiful face, with a snowflake mark on her forehead, giving her a sacred and noble aura. It is not to be desecrated. Isn't this Miss Xue Qingyue from the Xue family? Someone whispered, recognizing the woman's origin. The snowflake mark on her head was too iconic. Wang Chen's gaze scanned the woman, and her three-dimensional attributes appeared before his eyes. Name, Xue Qingyue. Talent, Ice and Snow Spirit. Body, A, Level, 18 Strength, 328 Agility, 319 Spirit, 354. What a fierce woman! Wang Chen exclaimed in his heart. This woman's three-dimensional attributes exceeded 300. The equipment on her body was also extremely gorgeous. It was obvious that she came from an extraordinary background. Miss Xue from the Xue family. Could it be that Xue family? Wang Chen roughly guessed the woman's identity. One of the wealthiest and most influential families in Nanjiang. The Ice and Snow Spirit body is a unique talent of the Xue family, and it is said that this talent has appeared in consecutive generations of descendants. That's why the Xue family has remained strong for 200 years. As the saying goes, a weak mother gives birth to merchants. A strong father becomes an official. The family's prestige remains in its original place, and the poor family travels far and wide. Xue Qingyue, with outstanding talent, did not choose to go to another university but stayed in Nanjiang City and joined Nanjiang University. The skill you want is with me. Wang Chen waved to Xue Qingyue, signaling her to come over. Xue Qingyue frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and walked over. How much? I'll give it to you. She didn't beat around the bush and went straight to offering money. Wang Chen smiled dumbly, wondering if ice-cold people couldn't speak. This was too blunt. How much do you think it's worth? Wang Chen asked back. Xue Qingyue paused, coldly said, market price is 200, 000 to 300, 000, but it's worth 500, 000 to me. I'll give you 500, 000. She didn't want to haggle, didn't want to talk, and even had some social anxiety, so she directly offered a high price. Transfer. Wang Chen snapped his fingers. He liked to deal with straightforward people like her. This woman was not wrong. According to his estimate, the Frost Spike skill could only sell for a maximum of 300, 000. After all, it was just a relatively ordinary level 10 skill. The transfer was completed. Xue Qingyue took the skill scroll, turned and left without looking back. Such a cool woman. Lin Shanshan pursed her lips, full of sarcasm. Can Miss Xue from the Xue family not be cool? She is a direct student of Nanjiang University, without even taking the entrance exam. Is that even possible? Don't you know there is a talent called financial ability? The crowd chatted and laughed. Later, Wang Chen bid farewell to Luoli and other women, and came to the entrance of a dungeon above level 10. The dungeons here were different from those below level 10. There were dungeons for levels 10 to 15, dungeons for levels 15 to 20, and dungeons with a wide range of levels from 10 to 20. Wang Chen thought for a moment, directly opened a dungeon for levels 10 to 15, briefly looked at the introduction, and chose the normal difficulty. He was ready to test the waters and see the intensity. The dungeon was named Desert Ruins. Enter. Wang Chen's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was in a desert. Soon, the first monster appeared. In the distance, the desert wriggled and slowly condensed into a huge humanoid monster. Desert Undead, level 12. Strength, 158 Agility, 133 Spirit, 151 Skills, Sandstorm Roar. After level 10, the strength of monsters clearly increased. A normal level 12 monster was comparable to the final boss of a level 10 nightmare dungeon. Thunderbolt. Magic power surged in Wang Chen's palm, compressed to the size of an egg, and shot at the desert undead. Boom! The thunderbolt exploded, blasting a large hole in the monster, which fell to the ground and turned into a handful of yellow sand, killing desert undead. Evolution points plus 800. At this moment, the yellow sand around surged, and more desert undead appeared. Wang Chen pointed his hand, and the great serpent thunder spear fell, instantly blasting a large pit in the desert, killing more than a dozen monsters. Killing desert undead. Evolution points plus 1000, killing the target, triggering soul-devouring spirit. Spirit plus 8, killing desert undead. Evolution points plus 800, killing desert undead. Evolution points plus 700. With this big move, Wang Chen gained nearly 10,000 evolution points. Experience also increased by a lot. In no time, he reached level 11. Name, Wang Chen. Talent, Thunder and Lightning Control, 200000, level, 11 Strength, 203 Agility, 199 Spirit, 1660 Skills, Electric Shock LV3, Thunderburst LV2, Swift Step LV1, Thunderbolt LV1, Stealth LV1 Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV1 Equipment, Ice Staff, Moonstone Necklace, Boots of Speed, Ice Soul Bracelet, Guardian of the Night Evolution Points, 62360 Passive, Mana Spring LV1, Spirit Attribute Enhanced tenfold, when Spirit Power is below 30%, Recovery Speed increases to 1000%, Soul Devouring Spirit LV1, when killing a target, there is a 1% chance to seize part of the target's attributes. Spell Crit LV1, your skills have a 20% chance to deal 150% critical damage. With the increase in level, the attribute bonuses become greater. After level 10, each level up adds 20 points to the base attributes, coupled with the amplification of divine level passives. At just level 11, his spirit attribute reached 1660. Even with curses, he could release them as easily as skills. Immediately, Wang Chen headed towards the distant ruins. This time, he was not in a hurry to rush through, thinking of killing more monsters to collect evolution points. The desert ruins contain treasures that can be opened immediately. However, one needs to search for them, and the final boss is hidden beneath the ruins, a huge stinking bug, Death Worm. After a while, Wang Chen entered the ruins, where there were collapsed pillars, giant rocks, and mysterious inscriptions everywhere. There was a mysterious ancient civilization vibe. Just then, his arrival seemed to have disturbed something. The pile of broken stones not far away suddenly burst open, and a huge scorpion crawled out. Yellow Sand Crab, level 14 Strength, 269 Agility, 172 Spirit, 225 Skills. Yellow Sand Trap. This giant crab was 3 meters long, and as soon as it appeared, it clicked its big claws, raised its tail, and charged towards Wang Chen. At the same time, the ground began to collapse, like a giant mouth ready to swallow people. This was its skill, which could trap the target alive. Wang Chen jumped onto a nearby pillar, raised his hand and cast a thunderburst, blasting it on the crab's head. Sparks flew. The crab's shell seemed to be made of steel, resisting the thunder strike, only losing a fraction of its health. Tough meat. Wang Chen was surprised. This crab's defense was too abnormal. Another thunderbolt was thrown, hitting the crab's head. Bang! The crab let out a miserable cry. Cracks appeared on its skull, blood oozing out. I thought you were invulnerable. Wang Chen chuckled. The crab's defense was indeed stronger than ordinary monsters, but that was it. Several more thunderbursts were enough to defeat it completely, killing the yellow sand crab. Evolution points plus 1,300. Just then, the ground shook again. Wang Chen's gaze sharpened, and he saw something swimming under the ruins in the distance, causing the sand to rise high. It quickly approached him. Great Snake Thunder Spear. Wang Chen pointed his finger and issued a bombardment command. Boom! The thunder spear fell, creating a deep pit several meters long. However, there was no trace of the monster. Such speed! Wang Chen was amazed. This was the first time the Great Snake Thunder Spear missed, causing no harm. The weakness of this skill was revealed for the first time. Although it was powerful, it lacked flexibility, couldn't perform sneak attacks, and couldn't lock onto targets. Dealing with agile targets was quite passive. Wang Chen's eyes flickered, activating True Sight, and he saw the monster hidden deep underground. Deathworm, level 15 Strength, 265 Agility, 306 Spirit, 257 Skill. Desert Domain. The desert is its paradise. The Deathworm is in the desert, and its agility attribute doubles. It is a huge red fleshworm, with a mouthful of teeth that looks extremely disgusting. No wonder it's so fast. Turns out it has a buff. Wang Chen muttered to himself. This thing's strength and defense are not even as good as a giant crab, but its speed is very fast. Next, he simply stopped attacking and sat down on top of a stone pillar. Before long, the sand below started to stir. The desert worm circled around the stone pillar, round and round, trying to find an opportunity to attack Wang Chen. Come on, I'm just sitting here. Come and bite me? Wang Chen shouted loudly, regardless of whether the insects could understand him. Anyway, taunting was enough. Finally, the death worm couldn't help it. Suddenly burst out from the desert, leaped high, opened its huge mouth, and pounced towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen was prepared long ago. A thunderbolt bomb condensed in his palm, instantly thrown into the mouth of the deathworm. He jumped to the ground in one go. Boom! Blood splattered. The entire head of the deathworm exploded, heavily crashing to the ground. It, which was not killed by the great serpent Thunderspear, died under the thunderbolt bomb. Killed deathworm. Evolution points plus 1,500. A prompt sounded in Wang Chen's mind. The deathworm's whole body is soft-bodied, without bones. Therefore, its defense is very low, and a thunderbolt bomb blew it up. Moreover, this thunderbolt bomb was stuffed into its mouth. Unless it had an iron head and bronze forehead, otherwise it would undoubtedly die. Congratulations on clearing the instance. Time, 53 minutes 24 seconds, settling instance clearance rewards. Congratulations on obtaining Bronze Chest X1. Primary Healing Potion X1, no. Wang Chen responded without hesitation. He didn't have to pay to enter the instance, so there was no need to waste time here. Leave the instance in 1 minute. Taking advantage of the interval before leaving, Wang Chen opened the bronze chest. Inside was a ring with a yellow gemstone embedded in it. Hawkeye ring, medium grade. A ring engraved with the totem of the Hawkeye. Made of mysterious materials. Only those with strong wills are worthy of owning it. Attributes, spirit plus 35. Reduces the effects of dizziness by 25%. Equipment level, 10. It's actually a ring. Wang Chen smiled. He happened to be missing a ring. And this ring is of medium grade. Ring type equipment is the most sought after. Not only can it bring attributes, but also has storage space. What this means goes without saying. Wang Chen looked at it. The Hawkeye ring only had 1 cubic meter of space. It's better than nothing. Fortunately, he had storage space given by the system. Putting on the Hawkeye ring, Wang Chen's surface attributes increased by 35, actually 350. His spirit directly reached 2010. Primary Healing Potion restores a portion of the damage taken when used. This potion cannot cure diseases, only restore injuries. The price is not expensive. Usually some awakened bring some when clearing instances. Leaving the instance, he returned to Thundering Village. By now, the sky had darkened. Looking at the time, Wang Chen did not continue with the instance. Let's call it a day here. He needed to go back to rest and recover his mental state. Wang Chen left Thundering Village and took a taxi home. Wang's father and mother had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. 4 dishes and 1 soup, with meat and vegetables. The TV in the living room was playing the evening news. Wang's father sat on the sofa, staring intently at the TV screen. Recently, the results of the city's major exams have been released. Compared to previous years, the number of applicants continues to rise. Among them, Wang Chen from 3rd High School broke the record of previous years. Today at 3 p.m., our clan's Dawn War God patrolled the border and encountered a high-level demon. Engaged in a fierce battle, our clan's war god was brave and unparalleled, and later severely injured and expelled it. Huaqiang Technology Group announced a major breakthrough in the genetic drug research in recent years. Wang Chen listened to the broadcast content by his ear, thoughts flashing through his mind. Only demons above level 80 could be considered high-level demon races. The kind in the instance could only be considered as small fries, not even worthy of being called demon races. The Dawn War God is a well-known war god in the God Xia Alliance, famous for his outstanding achievements in the human race. Those who are crowned with the title of war god must not only have strong power but also outstanding merits. Both are indispensable. As for Huaqiang Technology Company, it is the strongest genetic research company in the God Xia Alliance. With the blessing of various mysterious substances in this world, not only have humans mutated, but technology has also made rapid progress. However, current technology only focuses on one direction, that is combat power, human development and technological weapons. Everything is just to resist the demon race. As for entertainment life, there has not been much progress. It's enough to be functional. Hey, son, come and see, you're on TV. At this moment, Wang's father excitedly waved to Wang Chen. On the TV, Zhou Wanquan's exclusive interview was playing, and the topic happened to mention Wang Chen. Really? Let me see. Wang Chen walked to the sofa and sat down, watching with relish. To be honest, he had never enjoyed such treatment in his past life. I heard that classmate Wang Chen only has an F-level talent. How did he stand out among so many outstanding candidates? On TV, the beautiful hostess in a tight skirt asked. Facing the beautiful young host, Zhou Wanquan smiled slightly and said, "Actually, there was a mistake in the test. Wang Chen is not an F-level talent, but a C-level talent. He seemed to have some concerns and did not directly mention the talent mutation. C-level talent? The female hostess was slightly surprised and continued. C-level talent is not bad, but in the big exam lineup, it seems mediocre. I believe Wang Chen must have some outstanding qualities to stand out among so many geniuses. Yes, Wang Chen indeed has unique strengths that even I overlooked. Zhou Wanquan emphasized the word strengths heavily. This made the female hostess opposite him a bit shy. It didn't look like a serious program at all. Damn it! I asked you to be open-minded, not to be promiscuous, Wang Chen complained. Although he was indeed talented, he was still a child. At this moment, the female hostess adjusted her expression and asked another question. Lord Zhou, I heard that there was a slight problem with the exam instance on the day of the exam, and many people online are questioning whether it affected the fairness of the exam. Some even suggest that the exam should be retaken for fairness. This question was sharp, and Zhou Wanquan's smile gradually disappeared from his face. Even through the screen, people could feel his displeasure. Is this a question that can be asked on TV? Isn't it too sensitive? Son, it seems like this female hostess is targeting you? Wang's father turned his head, his eyes already showing anger. Wang Chen frowned slightly and looked at the name of the female hostess. Lin Jiajiu. Lin's surname, could it be? Wang Chen had a guess in his mind. The one who suffered the most from this exam was Lin Xiao. Both have the same surname. It's hard to say there's no connection. Originally, Lin Xiao was a hot favorite to win the championship, but he was suppressed by Wang Chen. If this female hostess is related to Lin Xiao, it's not surprising that she asked such a question. It seems that this interview was prepared in advance. There was indeed a small problem with the exam instance this time, but the scores were ranked according to points, which did not affect the fairness of the exam. Zhou Wanquan calmly spoke up, not avoiding the question. His gaze was sharp, staring firmly at Lin Jiajiu. I know some people are dissatisfied, but this is reality. If we can't overcome even this small problem, how will we face the powerful demons in the future? Hundreds of times stronger? If one day you encounter a demon stronger than yourself, would you ask them to give you another chance? Zhou Wanquan's voice grew louder and almost reprimanding towards the end. The female host froze, unable to speak, seemingly intimidated by Zhou Wanquan's momentum. Even Wang Chen was somewhat surprised, never expecting Zhou Wanquan, who appeared refined, to get so angry. The program ended there. A new scene appeared on the TV. Bah! These people have no shame. Unable to match my son, yet they want a retake. Wang's mother's face turned iron blue with anger. She clicked off the TV, growing angrier. Let's eat. Let's eat. Don't be angry. Mom, your son never relies on grades to prove himself. Wang Chen comforted with a smile, sitting down to devour his meal. Running dungeons all day had exhausted him. After dinner, Wang Chen returned to his room, turned on the computer, used facial recognition, and logged into the Awaken Forum. The Awaken Forum not only served to follow news but also had functions like trading items. Upon entering the forum, Wang Chen selected the local section. As soon as he entered, he saw many hot topics being fiercely discussed. The value of this year's new exam champion. Shocking. Program reveals, Wang Chen actually has a C-level talent. Nightmare level Ice Demon's latest record, 18 minutes and 37 seconds. High price for a level 20 fire group attack skill, requiring a base damage of no less than 180%. Wang Chen was speechless. Half of the top 10 hot topics were related to him. Was he really this popular now? If it were the entertainment world, doing a live broadcast with product placements would make a fortune, right? He randomly clicked on a post. I am the king of the world, too fake. A C-level talent score surpassing 20,000 for A-level. It's impossible even if you think about it. Supermarket sweep, stop pretending, go to the bathroom. I know you're Lin Xiao. Milky Snow, a bunch of clowns. Still questioning the value of Wang Chen? Go check out the latest Ice Demon record. Coffin Brother, today in Thundering Village. I witnessed the boss breaking the record. Wang Chen's performance is beyond doubt. Reputation Superman, I don't believe it. Unless you take me there. British pound and Japanese yen, yes. Wang Chen glanced at a few and then exited the post. Some doubted, some supported. Especially after the post about the dungeon record appeared. The situation turned around. Ultimately, strength proves everything. No need for further words. Wang Chen continued browsing the posts, looking for what he needed. The most sold items were equipment. However, either the level was too low or too high, or the quality was average. At his level, it was the best time to level up, so the equipment didn't need to be too good, as it was all transitional, as long as it was usable. As for skills, there were fewer options, unless they were unusable. Few people were willing to sell them. They would rather sell them directly to the guild. Time-saving and effortless. After looking for a while and not finding anything suitable, Wang Chen prepared to exit the forum and go to sleep. Just then, a post caught his attention. Selling special thunder skill, great quality at a low price. First come first served. This post was published 3 minutes ago. Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately clicked on it. Thunder Wing, active summon thunder elements to transform into wings for short distance flight. Skill level, 10, flight skill. Wang Chen was overjoyed. Flight skill was the most special skill, although it had no attack power. It allowed flight. He also noticed that this skill had no cooldown time, consuming 1 point of spirit per second. In other words, how long it lasted depended on one's own ability. For someone like him, it was the most suitable. Wang Chen now had 2,000 points of spirit, 1 point per second, able to fly continuously for half an hour. He immediately clicked on the profile picture of the post's author to contact them. Is the skill still available? How much? 800,000. Non-negotiable. The other party replied promptly. Wang Chen thought for a moment and replied with an agreement. Ordinary level 10 skills cost around 200,000, but special skills like flying are several times higher in market value. 800,000 is not considered very expensive. The two parties then agreed on the time and location of the transaction. The chat ended. Wang Chen closed his computer contentedly and entered dreamland. The next day, the morning sunlight shone through the glass window onto the bed. Wang Chen woke up from his sleep, stretched lazily. Early in the morning, after breakfast, the Wang family started moving, as the house rewarded in the last major exam was ready for occupancy. The new house is located in the city center, close to both South Jiang University and the Chamber of Commerce. Wang's parents were overjoyed, and after showing off proudly, they bid farewell to their old neighbors with reluctance. Finally, the family left the neighborhood under the envious gaze of onlookers. Donghu Garden, Villa area. Wang Chen's new home is here, a standalone villa of several hundred square meters. In the past, such a villa in this location would have cost tens of millions, but in this world that pursues power, it seems insignificant. After tidying up the house, Wang Chen was about to leave when several familiar faces arrived. Zhou Wanquan, Zhao Sihai, and Zhuang Yuarong. Wang Chen, you are not easy to find. The new house is nice. Zhao Sihai looked around the villa and said familiarly, Dean, how did you find your way here? Is there something you need? Wang Chen scratched his head, puzzled. I have 2 things to discuss with you today. Zhao Sihai took out a card and handed it to Wang Chen. As you ranked first in the major exam, the school has rewarded you with some educational funds. Here is 2 million. Take it. Thank you very much. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised but accepted the card without hesitation. I also have this. I heard that you have applied to South Jiang University, and the dean knows that you broke the historical record of the Ice Demon, so he decided to award you a 1 million scholarship. Zhuang Yuarong also took out a card with a hint of warmth and handed it to Wang Chen. Although you have not enrolled yet, the dean said it is only a matter of time. Can it be advanced? Then I will accept it. Wang Chen did not expect that the scholarship would arrive from South Jiang University before he even enrolled. They must be afraid that he would run away. He hadn't even spent the 800,000 on skills, and now another 3 million came in. It feels pretty good to think about it. So, what is the other thing? Wang Chen asked. Let's talk somewhere else. Zhou Wanquan spoke and walked out of the door. The group went outside to the garden and sat down. After confirming that it was safe, Zhou Wanquan slowly began. There is news about the last incident. His expression was extremely serious, even solemn. The last incident. The lord of the city said the demon that messed with the instance? Wang Chen was stunned before he reacted. He almost forgot about it. That's right. Zhou Wanquan nodded. And what he said next confused Wang Chen. However, he is not the demon you imagined. Not a demon? Could it be a human? Wang Chen frowned. At this point, do they still want to have internal conflicts? No. We usually call them Dark Awakeners. Zhou Wanquan paused, speaking each word solemnly. Our human race has the sacred tree awakening talent. And in fact, the demon race also has their own sacred items, which can also awaken talents. One day, a human betrayed the human race, joined the demon race, and used the demon race's sacred item to awaken a new talent. Thus the Dark Awakeners were born. Hearing this, Wang Chen was stunned. It was the first time he had heard that the demon race also had something similar to the sacred tree talent. He never expected that a human would join the demon race and awaken a new talent using the demon race's sacred item. He thought of a terrible assumption. If those who awaken useless talents and have evil intentions know this news, will they? So, Dark Awakeners may have two talents? Wang Chen asked in amazement. Is there a possibility that awakening a useless talent here will be the same over there? Two garbage talents are nothing to be afraid of. Not very likely. Zhou Wanquan shook his head. It is said that only by sacrificing one's own soul can one awaken dark talents. Therefore, the talents obtained will also be more powerful. Sacrifice the soul. Wang Chen was surprised. Awakening talents in the talent tree only requires a few hits, but awakening in the demon race actually requires a person's soul. Over the years, efforts have been made to block this news, but there are no walls that do not leak wind in the world, and someone will always know. Zhou Wanquan sighed. Helpless, Wang Chen was speechless, thinking that the situation of the human race was really difficult. Not only do they have to fight against the demon race, but also deal with Dark Awakeners. By the way, wouldn't it be easy for those Dark Awakeners to infiltrate the human race? Wang Chen suddenly asked. Not that easy, Zhou Wanquan smiled. But it's not impossible either. Wang Chen was speechless, taking a deep breath. You must not mention the matter of the Dark Awakeners to anyone else, Zhou Wanquan solemnly warned. Wang Chen looked at Zhao Sihai and Zhuang Yuerong beside him, then looked back at Zhou Wanquan. It seemed as if he was saying, is it necessary? Otherwise, kill to keep it a secret? These two have known for a long time, so there's no need to worry about it. Zhou Wanquan waved his hand. After discussing the main issue, the group chatted for a while. Zhou Wanquan warned that the troublemaking Dark Awakener was very strong and mysterious, so he must be careful. Wang Chen also learned from him about the situation with the female host last night. Just as he had guessed, Lin Xiaoju was indeed related to Lin Xiao. They both belonged to the Lin family, a prominent family in Nanjiang City. Lin Xiaoju was Lin Xiao's cousin. After learning the whole story, Wang Chen secretly remembered the Lin family. After seeing off Zhou Wanquan, Zhao Sihai, and Zhuang Yuerong, Wang Chen arrived at the nearby Dragon Soaring Chamber of Commerce. He had made an appointment with someone here last night to trade skills. There was still half an hour before the agreed time. Wang Chen decided to browse around the Dragon Soaring Chamber of Commerce to see if there were any good items. Mr. Wang, long time no see. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit, glasses, and a refined demeanor walked quickly towards him. The man was Xu Daoshan. Long time no see. Wang Chen politely nodded. His gaze casually swept over and he noticed that Xu Daoshan's level was surprisingly over 30. I heard that Mr. Wang set a new record for a dungeon. Congratulations, congratulations. Xu Daoshan sincerely congratulated him. Having once been a frontline adventurer himself, he naturally knew how difficult it was to set a dungeon record. Initially, he thought it was a bit excessive to give Wang Chen a gold VIP, but now it seemed a bit conservative. You flatter me, Wang Chen responded casually. Sensing his lack of interest, Xu Daoshan immediately changed the subject. Is there anything you need to tell me? Mr. Wang, I can help you arrange it. Do you have any low-level lightning skills? Preferably something that can be learned at level 10. Wang Chen pondered for a moment. He was currently too energetic, and he simply didn't have enough skills. Learning more skills would always come in handy. Besides, he had just received 3 million, so he had to spend some of it. Otherwise, how could he revitalize the economy? Yes, you can rest in the VIP room first, and I'll arrange it for you. Xu Daoshan's eyes lit up, pointing with his index finger. Then he turned to the nearby female server and instructed, take good care of our gold VIP customer. The female server was wearing a tight skirt, a white shirt, her hair in a bun, and had a lovely face, looking like she was about 18 or 19 years old. Upon hearing the words gold VIP, her eyes flashed with surprise. She had not expected that the young man in front of her was a gold VIP. Sir, please follow me. The female server led Wang Chen to the VIP room, running ahead all the way, sending him flirtatious glances several times, but Wang Chen chose to ignore them. In less than 5 minutes, Shu Daoshan arrived at the VIP room. Here are the lightning skills from levels 1 to 10. Please have a look. He released the skill scrolls, along with detailed additional introductions. There were only 3 scrolls in total. Thunderbolt Technique, Lightning Strike, Thunder Arrow. Wang Chen roughly glanced at them, directly ignoring the first 2 as they were inferior to his Electric Shock Technique and Explosive Thunder Technique. As for the third skill, it finally caught his interest. Thunder Arrow, active, condense one's own elements into an arrow of thunder, continuously charging to cause 150% to 300% penetrating damage. Releasing consumes 50 to 150. Skill level, level 10. Learning requirement, spirit attribute greater than 1000 points. Evaluation, unparalleled lethal skill, taking the enemy's head from a kilometer away as easily as picking something from a bag. Great penetrating series. Wang Chen felt delighted, as this skill was perfect for him. Although the skill level was only 10, learning it required over 1000 points of spirit. For an ordinary level 10 awakener, it was impossible to learn. Even level 20 awakeners couldn't. But he had 2000 spirits. Thunder Arrow instantly caused 150% damage, and when fully charged, the damage increased to 300% while the spirit consumption increased from 50 to 150. No wonder it required over 1000 spirits to learn. Otherwise, releasing it once would kill a person. How much is this Thunder Arrow skill? Wang Chen asked calmly, showing a plain interest, afraid of appearing too eager to be taken advantage of. Mr. Wang has a good eye. This skill only costs 2 million. Shudao Mountain smiled slightly. 2 million? Only? Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, shaking his head and sneering. Ordinary level 10 skills cost only 2 to 300,000. And you want 2 million from me? Is this skill made of gold? Mr. Wang, what you said is not true. Look at the damage of this skill. Can ordinary skills compare to it? Although it's only level 10, it truly reaches the level of intermediate skills. Shudao Mountain explained with a smile, reasoning out. He made sense, but Wang Chen chose not to listen. Ha! Look at the learning condition of this skill, requiring 1000 points of spirit attribute. I'm only level 11. Do you really think I have 1000 points of spirit? Wang Chen retorted. Shudao Mountain's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Of course, he didn't think Wang Chen had 1000 points of spirit. Without considering equipment and additional bonuses, awakening at over 30 levels could possess over 1000 points of spirit. Thunder Arrow had high damage, but the biggest issue was its high consumption. Charging one arrow required 150 spirits. Overall, the cost-effectiveness was not high unless one didn't mind the spirit consumption. For high-level awakeners, there were more choices, but low-level awakeners couldn't learn it, putting them in an awkward position. Alright, I'll buy it for 1 million and learn it later. Wang Chen changed his approach, cutting the price in half. No, Mr. Wang, if you really want it, at least 1.8 million. Shudao Mountain gritted his teeth. 1.2 million, at least 1.7 million. After some haggling, they settled on 1.5 million. Wang Chen took out his gold VIP card, revealing a big smile. Discount. Shudao Mountain's mouth twitched, reluctantly taking the membership card. In the end, Wang Chen paid 1,275,000 and received the Thunder Arrow skill scroll. Checking the time, it had been over half an hour. Wang Chen hurried out of the Dragon Soaring building, where the person he arranged to meet was already waiting. You must be Wang Chen? A man dressed in armor with dark skin waved. That's right. Are you Wu Dashuan? Wang Chen nodded and asked. Brother, you're amazing. I've heard of you. The man named Wu Dashuan walked over, laughing heartily. After a conversation, Wang Chen roughly understood the other's identity. Wu Dashuan was an adventurer with his own team, often killing monsters outside the city and selling any good loot in town. Almost all adventurers did the same thing. Killing monsters outside the city had no restrictions and offered richer rewards, but the danger was also higher. This is the Thunder Wing skill scroll. For you. After the pleasantries, Wu Dashuan took out a skill scroll and handed it to Wang Chen. Wang Chen took the scroll, paid 800,000, and the transaction was completed. The man waved his hand and left. After obtaining the skill, Wang Chen immediately used it to learn, and then also learned the Thunder Arrow skill. After doing all this, he headed straight to Thunder Village. He couldn't wait to try out the power of the new skill. Upon arriving at Thunder Village, Wang Chen went to the entrance of the Desert Ruins dungeon. One more person needed for desert ruins. Looking for an earth element expert for a quick run. Looking for someone to tackle desert ruins on hard difficulty. 100,000 alliance coins. Many teams were shouting and recruiting members. Wang Chen arrived at the dungeon alone, chose the hard difficulty, and skillfully entered the dungeon. Wow! Who's this? Soloing desert ruins? Doesn't he know that desert ruins requires an earth element awakener to control the deathworms? Surprised. This is Wang Chen, the record holder of Ice Demon's demise. Someone recognized Wang Chen and didn't seem too surprised. Desert ruins is different from Ice Demon's demise. The final boss is too agile, always hiding underground. Without an earth element awakener to control it, it's impossible to defeat. Someone questioned. Usually, when tackling this dungeon, a earth element awakener is summoned to use earth elemental abilities to control the deathworms. Otherwise, if it stays underground, it's not only difficult to kill but also puts oneself in danger. This guy is really bold, starting with hard difficulty right away. Maybe that's the confidence of a pro player. Inside the dungeon, Wang Chen was familiar with the route and started attacking as soon as he entered. Behind him, a pair of lightning wings condensed, suspending him in mid-air. Wherever he pointed, lightning struck or he threw a thunderbolt, knocking down enemies. The monsters in the hard dungeon were much stronger than usual, but Wang Chen was no longer the same as before. Shortly after, Wang Chen arrived above the ruins. He didn't touch the ground, afraid of alerting the deathworms. Through true sight, the position of the deathworms was exposed. Deathworm, level 15 strength, 298 agility, 346 spirit, 302 skills, desert domain, giant poisonous flow pillar. The deathworm in the hard dungeon had an additional skill, and its body had grown larger. After observing for a while, Wang Chen made a shooting motion. A thunder arrow slowly condensed in his hand. The thunder arrow kept charging, becoming more solid and oppressive. Finally, the arrow reached its limit, charged with 300% power. Wang Chen suddenly let go, and the air produced a sonic boom. In the blink of an eye, the thunder arrow shot like a meteor, piercing the ground at nearly the speed of light. 3 meters underground, the deathworm just sensed the danger. Before it could react, the thunder arrow pierced its head. A precise hit. With a scream and violent tumbling, the sand on the ground rose high, and the entire ruins trembled slightly. This deathworm was larger than the previous one. If confronted head-on, Wang Chen had no better way to kill it. He could only use this old trick to deliver a fatal blow when it was unaware. That's how battles are sometimes. You can't always rely on brute force and need to use some tricks at the right time. Killing the desert worm. Evolution points plus 1,700. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Clear time, 31 minutes 47 seconds. Settling dungeon rewards. Clear rewards, bronze treasure chest X1. Primary experience stone X1, continue exploring the ruins? No, Wang Chen answered decisively. The large amount of experience raised his level to 12. Name, Wang Chen talent, thunder control, 200000, level, 12 strength, 225 agility, 219 spirit, 2210 skills, electric shock LV3. Thunder burst LV2, swift step LV1, thunderbolt LV1, stealth LV1, thunder wing LV1, thunder light arrow LV1 forbidden curse, great snake thunder spear LV1 equipment, ice staff, moonstone necklace, boots of swiftness, ice soul bracelet, night guardian, Hawkeye ring evolution points, 122360 passive skills, mana spring LV1, enhances spirit attribute tenfold, when spirit power is below 30%. Recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul devouring LV1, 1% chance to seize part of the target's attributes when killing a target spell. Crit LV1, your skills have a 20% chance to deal 150% critical damage. Evolution points have reached 122,000. Only 8,000 more for the next evolution. Wang Chen thought to himself, full of anticipation. Then, he opened the bronze chest. Inside was a piece of low-grade clothing equipment that was not very useful to him. He could only keep it to sell for money. Instead, the experience stone piqued his interest. Primary experience stone, for awakening below level 30, gain a certain proportion of experience. After studying it, Wang Chen roughly understood that it increased experience by 20% for levels below 10, 10% for levels 10 to 20, and 5% for levels 20 to 30, with different amounts of experience added for each major level. Without hesitation, Wang Chen used it directly. increasing his experience by 20%. Then, he teleported out of the instance and returned to Thundering Village. People at the entrance of the instance were surprised to see Wang Chen coming out so quickly. Wang Chen ignored everyone's reaction, walked to the side to rest, and recover his state. An hour later, he stood up with over 80% of his spirit restored and continued to challenge the instance. This time, he directly chose Nightmare mode. After entering the instance, Wang Chen used Thunder Wing and flew straight to the ruins in the center of the desert. Along the way, he killed any monsters he encountered, used a few skills, and did not stop even if there were none. In no time, he arrived above the ruins. With his true sight, he discovered the death worm hiding underground. Death worm, level 15 strength, 329 agility, 354 spirit, 341 skills, desert domain, venomous pillar, sandstorm. A nightmare-level desert worm with 3 skills and much higher attributes. What troubled Wang Chen was that the nightmare-level worm seemed to have become smarter, hiding about 5 meters underground. He was unsure if Thunder Light Arrow could really penetrate that deep. Whatever, let's give it a try. After all, he could fly now, and the worm couldn't fly up to bite him. Concentrating Thunder Light Arrow in his hand, Wang Chen raised it high like the ancient earth thorn, full of force. With a powerful strike, he threw it with all his might. Chirp! The arrow made a roaring sound, piercing the ground with the force of breaking clouds and splitting rocks. Boom! The death worm suddenly woke up, sensing the danger, and instinctively tried to escape. It seemed as if it was in water, as it leaped several meters with just a flick of its tail. This caused the attack to miss its mark, with the Thunder Light Arrow only piercing the tail of the death worm. Hey! 0 points. Wang Chen looked frustrated, realizing that this death worm was not easy to defeat as he had thought. The ruins shook, and a huge sandstorm rose up, creating a massive tornado. The death worm was furious. Wang Chen vibrated his thunder wings, flew quickly to a distance, and then hid to observe, waiting for the right moment to strike. The death worm was very clever, aware of the danger outside, and did not show itself, always burrowing underground. It seemed to be searching for the culprit, but unfortunately, it could not sense Wang Chen at all because he was not touching the ground. His virus was closed, and his intelligent IQ occupied the high ground. As long as he did not stand on the sandy ground, the death worm would find it difficult to perceive his presence. Wang Chen circled above the ruins, always observing the movements below. After a few minutes, the desert storm gradually subsided. The underground desert worm is also quite quiet, as if it wants to burrow out of the ground and swim about a meter underground. Wang Chen saw the opportunity, once again condensing the Thunder Light Arrow in his hand. Finally, the death worm paused for a moment, and in that brief pause, the Thunder Light Arrow suddenly shot out. Shi-la! This arrow pierced the head of the death worm with unparalleled precision, killing the death worm. Evolution points plus 2000, killing the target, triggering soul devouring, agility plus 10. Congratulations on clearing the instance. Clearing time, 16 minutes and 58 seconds, settling the instance. Congratulations on obtaining Silver Treasure Chest X1. Skill Scroll X1, Wang Chen leveled up again. Name, Wang Chen Talent, Thunder and Lightning Control, 200000, Level, 13 Strength, 245 Agility, 249 Spirit, 2410 Skills, Electric Shock LV3, Thunderburst LV2, Swift LV1, Thunderbolt LV1, Stealth LV1, Thunder Wings LV1, Thunder Light Arrow LV1 Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV1 Equipment, Ice Staff, Moonstone Necklace, Boots of Speed, Ice Soul Bracelet, Night Guardian, Hawkeye Ring Evolution Points, 142,160 Silver Treasure Chest. Let's see what's inside. Wang Chen joyfully checked the rewards. This was the first time a silver treasure chest had been opened. The chest opened, revealing a jade green staff. Jade staff, medium grade, a staff made of jade, with a magic crystal embedded in the head inscribed with runic symbols, showing extremely excellent conduction of magic. Attributes, Spirit plus 35, Strength plus 10, Casting speed increased by 25%, Equipment level, level 15. This is a staff that primarily boosts spirit, but it requires level 15 to equip. Wang Chen was not in a hurry, as he was only level 13 now, just 2 levels away, which was still quite fast. The instance reward also included a skill scroll, but unfortunately, it was an earth-based skill. It could only be sold for money. At this moment, as a light flashed, Wang Chen left the instance. Congratulations on breaking the record of the Yellow Sand Ruins, Nightmare Level, instance, ranking first in history. Clearing time, 16 minutes and 58 seconds. Ha! Broke the record again? Wang Chen was somewhat surprised, as he had not paid attention to the historical records of this instance. Unexpectedly, he accidentally broke the record. But it made sense, as this result was faster than the Ice Demon instance. With the flying skill, he saved a lot of travel time. Otherwise, just traveling alone would take a lot of time. Achievement reward, Treasure of the Yellow Sand Ruins. And at this moment, the news of Wang Chen breaking the record was once again announced in Thundering Village. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Doesn't this name sound familiar? Wang Ting? It's him again. Damn, how long has it been? And he already broke the record of the Desert Ruins, which is a level 15 instance. Incredible. Solo clearing the Nightmare level Desert Ruins. Is the Death Worm his son? How did he level up so fast? Despite the previous shock, many people still did not understand how Wang Chen cleared the instance. With the announcement, the entrance to the Desert Ruins instance became the liveliest place in the entire Thundering Village. Wang Chen sat down on the side, quietly opened the Treasure of the Ruins. Congratulations on obtaining Desert Emperor Honor Title X1, Primary Level Up Potion X1, Medium Grade Equipment Selection Gift Pack X1. Damn, Level Up Potion. Wang Chen was pleasantly surprised. This reward was not bad. Primary Level Up Potion, for users below level 30, increases 1 level, directly increasing by a whole level. In other words, this potion is most cost-effective when used at level 30, because each stage of Level Up Potion can only be used once per person. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up. But as long as it is below level 30, the Level Up Potion can directly increase by 1 level. The concept of using it at level 1 and level 30 is naturally different. After weighing it, Wang Chen decided, to hell with cost effectiveness. Use it directly. Carpe diem. Upgrade first. Immediately, he took the upgrade potion, and an invisible force expanded in his body. After the potion took effect, Wang Chen advanced by a whole level. His level reached 14. Then, he opened the equipment selection gift pack. The selected equipment includes weapon, helmet, clothes, belt, shoes, necklace, earrings, bracelet, ring, a total of 9 pieces of equipment. Wang Chen now only lacks 3 items, helmet, belt, and earrings. Considering the rarity, he chose the earrings. Immediately, a crimson earring resembling a fawn appeared. Toxic fawn earring, medium grade made from the teeth of deathworms, containing powerful magic. Attributes, spirit plus 20, strength plus 10, increases poison resistance by 25%. Equipment level, 15, not bad. Wang Chen was quite satisfied. Just 1 more level to go. He was considering whether to break the record of the difficult level as well. However, the rewards for the difficult level are definitely not as good as those for nightmares. This would delay his upgrade. He didn't rush to move out, sitting on the ground to recover. If it were an ordinary awakener, it would probably take half a day to fully recover after exhausting the spirit. If the spirit is damaged, it would take even longer. However, Wang Chen has a divine level passive skill, which increases the recovery speed by 1000% when the spirit is less than 30%, equivalent to 10 times the recovery speed of others. While others need half a day, he only needs an hour at most, before the Ice Demon instance dungeon. Damn it! Did he break the record again? He's leveling up too fast. I just reached level 10, and he already broke the record of the Desert Ruins. My A-level talent is as good as fake, not even as good as a C-level. It's ridiculous. Luo Jin, Li Yon, and Wu Yunfei gathered together, discussing with unpleasant expressions. They had paid a considerable price to reach level 10 in such a short time. They thought they could stand out among their peers, but in the blink of an eye, Wang Chen had broken the historical record of the level 15 dungeon. I heard this kid has a dungeon privilege card from the Alliance, allowing unlimited access to the dungeon. Luo Jin mentioned the dungeon card, gritting his teeth. This could have been his. For dungeons above level 10, the cost of entry is at least 50,000 to 100,000 each time, not to mention the higher level dungeons with even higher prices. Even if you have money at home, it's still painful to spend so much. There are no free lunches. I heard the Lin family is making moves, spending a lot to send Lin Xiao to a secret place for training. Suddenly, Li Yang said mysteriously, bringing up Lin Xiao's matter. Lin Xiao was forced to kneel down, his Dao heart shattered. He must surpass Wang Chen to wash away the shame, otherwise he will inevitably decline. Wu Yunfei nodded in agreement. If it weren't for the Lin family's wealth and power, Lin Xiao's kneeling incident would have been spread all over the internet. For the Lin family, this is not just Lin Xiao's shame, but the shame of the entire family. So, Lin Xiao also signed up for South Jian University? He must want to regain his face when he enrolls? Luo Zhen laughed. He thought Lin Xiao would go far away, leave South Jiang City, but he chose to confront it head-on. With the power of the Lin family, perhaps Lin Xiao can reach a terrifying level when he enrolls. Li Yang said seriously. In that case, this kid Wang Chen is in trouble. He offended the Lin family of all people. Luo Zhen laughed maliciously. At the same time, in front of the Desert Ruins dungeon, several arrogant-looking men and women came to Wang Chen. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Xingheng, a freshman at South Jian University. Are you interested in challenging the Cat Demon Dungeon together? The man who spoke had a handsome appearance, elegant demeanor, and a kind of delicate beauty. He spoke softly and gently. The Cat Demon Dungeon he mentioned is a dungeon for levels 10 to 20. Wang Chen raised his head, and the man's information appeared in his eyes. Name, Lu Xing. Talent, Mental Control, B, Level, 17 Strength, 278 Agility, 282 Spirit, 346 Skills, Mental Fascination LV1. Mind Reading LV1. Mental Impact LV1. Mental Fascination LV1. Control or influence the emotions or will of the target, making them act according to one's own will. Can control up to 5 targets at the same time. Controlled targets must have lower mental attributes than oneself. Mind Reading LV1. Capture the target's thoughts or ideas. Achieve powerful mental influence. Target must have lower mental attributes than oneself. Mental Impact LV1. Release a powerful mental shockwave, causing mental damage to the target. So it's the mental type. Wang Chen's heart moved, glanced at the few people behind the man, roughly knowing what was going on. He stood up, revealing a brilliant smile. Brother Lu, my level is so low, it's not good to be with you guys, right? Hearing this, Lu Xingheng's eyes flashed with a subtle joy, a warm and gentle smile on his face, giving people a feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze. Brother Wang Chen, you are being too modest. We humans should help each other in order to overcome various difficulties, Lu Xingheng said loudly, with a sense of righteousness emerging. Hearing this, the awakened people around couldn't help but show admiration. At this critical moment, saying such words is indeed rare. This Lu Xingheng is a good person. If there were more people like him among our humans, the situation wouldn't be so difficult. Someone sighed. Hearing the praise from the people around, Lu Xingheng felt even more proud. As long as he can fascinate Wang Chen, he will have a more powerful ally. Brother Lu is right, but I can't team up with you. I can't bear to be a burden, Wang Chen said with great righteousness, a face full of determination. Lu Xingheng was stunned. This is not right. According to the process, Wang Chen should be moved and agree at this point, following him happily. Brother Wang Chen, please don't be polite. If you don't agree, Lu, will feel guilty. Lu Xingheng continued to persuade. Wang Chen kept declining. The two kept going back and forth. At this moment, an awakened person approached Lu Xingheng and said, if he doesn't go, how about taking me? I have thick skin and can bear it. Lu Xingheng was sweating profusely. Damn, something's wrong. Why isn't his mental fascination working? Could it be that the other party's mental strength is higher than his? That's impossible. He is a mental talent. His mental attributes are already high, and his level is higher than Wang Chen's. There's no reason to be inferior to the other. Are you thinking why I'm not going with you? Wang Chen's voice sounded faintly. Before Lu Xingheng could speak, Wang Chen's big hand slapped him. Smack! Blood splattered. And Lu Xingheng, along with his teeth, was slapped several meters away. Blind your dog eyes, and you still want to control me? Wang Chen's voice was cold, his eyes gleaming with cold light. The people around were dumbfounded. What's going on? Things happened too fast for them to react. How? How did you know? Lu Xingheng asked in horror, covering his cheek. His abilities and skills had never been shown to the public. Almost no one knew about them. How did Wang Chen, whom he met for the first time, know? Never mind how I know. Your talent is mental control, able to influence others invisibly, control their will. Your seemingly kind invitation to team up is nothing but an attempt to control me. To become your henchman, Wang Chen said slowly, every word making Lu Xinghang extremely frightened. His plans and abilities were all seen through by the other party, as if he had been stripped naked, with no secrets left. Hearing this, everyone finally understood what had happened. Looking at Lu Xinghang with disdain and disgust, they thought this guy was acting out of kindness and righteousness, but it turned out he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Wang Chen is too amazing. He can see through the opponent's tricks. If it were me, wouldn't I be played like a dog? Someone exclaimed. Immediately, several people who were influenced by Lu Xinghang also woke up. Damn it! I was wondering why I was starting to like you more and more. It turns out you were influencing me. That night, you even asked me to go to your room. Lu Xinghang, you're finished. I'm going to report you to South Jian University. You actually used such despicable means to control your own kind. The group of people, full of killing intent, without saying a word, took Lu Xinghang away from the place. Lu Xinghang's plan was perfect, but no matter how well he planned, he missed one point. Wang Chen's mental attribute is not that of a normal person. He cannot influence a mental target higher than himself. After dealing with a short-sighted person, Wang Chen continued to the next instance. The desert ruins had all been cleared, so he decided to try a different instance. After looking for a while, he chose another instance. The Flame City, for levels 10 to 15. This was a city surrounded by flames, with demons made of fire elements everywhere. After a brief look at the introduction, Wang Chen decisively chose Nightmare difficulty. The scene changed, and he found himself on a dilapidated street. Collapsed buildings lined both sides, burning as if the flames would never go out. At the end of the city stood a towering flame tower, where the final boss was located. This time, Wang Chen didn't plan to rush through. He wanted to kill more monsters and collect evolution points. Just then, a flame fox rushed towards him. Wang Chen pointed his finger, and a thunderous explosion struck it down in midair. Killed flame fox. Evolution points plus 800. More and more flame monsters rushed out from both sides of the street. Wang Chen's body slowly rose into the air, throwing thunder bombs one after another. A massacre began. Outside, news of Wang Chen breaking the record in the desert ruins had spread on the Awakeners Forum in South Jiang City. This immediately silenced all the doubters. Breaking records consecutively in such a short time was proof of strength from every angle. On the other side, Lu Xinghang was being escorted by his former teammates on the way to South Jian University. I know I was wrong. Give me a chance. Spare me this time. Don't tell the school. I'll be expelled. Lu Xinghang pleaded bitterly. Once expelled and exposed, he would become a laughingstock, unable to lift his head for the rest of his life. Humph, is it too late to know you were wrong now? If Wang Chen hadn't found out, how long would you have continued to control us? Zhao Chang coldly snorted. If we don't teach you a lesson, you might use this trick to control others again. You must know how serious this is. The only girl in the group said disdainfully. Can't you spare me just this once? Lu Xinghang despaired and growled. Whether to spare you or not will be judged by the mentor, Zhao Chang said firmly. Lu Xinghang lowered his head, but in the next moment, he suddenly raised his head, and a powerful mental wave burst out. The group of people felt dizzy and almost couldn't stand. At that moment, Lu Xinghang broke free, a short dagger appeared in his hand, and he ruthlessly stabbed Zhao Chang in the chest. Without hesitation, he pulled out the dagger and slashed at another person's neck. Blood splattered. The person covered his neck in pain, his face full of disbelief. The remaining man and woman were already stunned. Lu Xinghang, without hesitation, quickly killed the last man. The girl watched in horror as her stunned expression turned into fear. Her legs weakened, trembling as she backed away. You forced me to do this. It's all your fault. I just wanted to become stronger. What did I do wrong? Lu Xinghang's eyes turned red. His face twisted as he approached the girl, launching a mental attack. The girl felt dizzy, and when she opened her eyes again, the dagger was already in front of her. Chirp! Lu Xinghang fled in a sorry state, leaving behind a female corpse with a dagger in her forehead, eyes wide open. He kept running. Finally, he darted into an alley and collapsed against the wall like a deflated ball. I killed someone. He came to his senses, despairingly covering his cheeks, his pupils filled with bloodshot veins, like a demon from hell. Wang Chen, it's all because of you, Lu Xinghang hoarsely shouted. He killed someone on the street, and not just one. Even if he ran away now, sooner or later he would be caught. and all that awaited him was death. He. Suddenly, a bell-like laughter rang out, echoing in Lu Xinghong's ears. Who? He suddenly looked up, looking around. Despicable and ruthless, cruel and merciless, the human race has really wronged you. In front of the alley, a girl appeared out of nowhere. She was wearing a black dress, looking like she was 15 or 16 years old, with delicate and enchanting features, a kind of maturity beyond her age. Who are you? Lu Xinghong asked warily. For some reason, when this girl appeared, he felt like the whole sky darkened. Never mind who I am. Do you want to be reborn? To gain more powerful strength? The girl in the black dress smiled, revealing sharp teeth. Reborn. Strength. Lu Xinghong murmured, his eyes gradually becoming firm, even fanatical. Follow me. The girl in the black dress smiled satisfactorily, turned and walked out of the alley. Lu Xinghong followed, half believing and half doubting. When they reached the street, he was surprised to find that the passers-by seemed not to see him, even though he was covered in blood. No one gave him a second glance. What kind of ability is this? Lu Xinghong was shocked, but soon he became ecstatic. His opportunity had come. Flame City Dungeon. Wang Chen went from the street to the front of the Flame Tower. He didn't spare a single monster along the way. Experience, evolution points, attribute gains were plentiful. After dealing with the monsters in front of the tower, he strode into the tower. As soon as he entered, he saw a 5-meter-tall flame giant, its limbs bound by chains. With his arrival, the flame giant broke free from the chains, letting out an angry roar. Flame giant, level 15 strength, 308 agility, 237 spirit, 314 skills, flame bullet LV1, flame chain LV1, rebirth in flames LV1. At this moment, the flame giant noticed the intruder, gathering a huge flame bullet in his hands and fiercely throwing it towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen vibrated his thunder wings, flying into the air to dodge the attack. He condensed a lightning arrow in his hand. Seeing the first attack miss, the flame giant grabbed the chain on the ground, igniting a fierce flame and lashing out. Wang Chen was extremely agile, evading the attacks while preparing his own. Finally, the lightning arrow reached maximum damage, shooting directly into the flame giant's chest. Bang! The powerful destructive force blew a large hole in his chest. He thought the battle was over, but the flame giant's passive ability triggered, causing the surrounding flames to converge on him madly. He stood up again, becoming even more powerful and majestic. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised, then threw out the great serpent thunder spear. Boom! The flame giant was no more. Fancy! Wang Chen clapped his hands. Killed flame giant. Evolution points plus 2000. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Clear time, 43 minutes 21 seconds. Settling dungeon rewards. Congratulations on obtaining Silver Treasure Chest X1, Beginner Magic Potion X1, Essence of Fire Element X1. Leave the dungeon in 1 minute. With a surge of massive experience, Wang Chen comfortably reached level 15. Finally level 15. Equipment. Skills can be used. The first thing after leveling up was to equip the items that couldn't be brought along. Refined Jade Staff, Venomous Tooth Earrings, and a powerful level 15 skill, Magic Energy Surrounding. All learned together. The perfectionist was instantly delighted. After some operations, his attributes once again increased significantly. Name, Wang Chen. Talent, Thunder Control, 200000, Level, 15 Strength, 300 Agility, 293 Spirit, 3210 Skills, Electric Shock LV3, Thunderburst LV2, Swift Step LV1, Thunderbolt LV1, Stealth LV1, Thunder Wing LV1, Thunder Arrow LV1, Magic Energy Surrounding LV1, Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV1. Equipment, Refined Jade Staff, Moonstone Necklace, Boots of Speed, Ice Soul Bracelet, Night Guardian, Hawkeye Ring, Venomous Fang Earrings. Evolution points, 202160. Passive skills, Mana Spring LV1, enhances Spirit Attribute tenfold. When Spirit Power is below 30%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring LV1, 1% chance to seize part of the target's attributes when killing a target. Spell Crit LV1, your skills have a 20% chance to deal 150% critical damage. Strength of 300, Spirit of 3000. Enough evolution points. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. The most exciting moment had arrived. He could finally evolve his talent once again. Leaving the instance, Wang Chen found a quiet place and began to act. Evolve talent. 200,000 evolution points were injected, and an inexplicable breath slowly rose from him. Wang Chen felt as if there was some power inside him breaking out of its shell. Boom! Finally, this power burst out, making the thunder element in his body even purer. Evolution complete. Talent Thunder Control evolved into Thunder Power. Thunder Power. B-grade talent. Awakens innate skill. Forbidden Curse Thunderous Might. Thunderous Might, active intermediate Forbidden Curse. With the power of thunder, fly into the air and summon thousands of thunderbolts to strike ground targets in a range, dealing 800% continuous damage for a total of 30 seconds, can move freely and change targets during this period. Cost, 1,000 spirit points. Hiss. Wang Chen took a deep breath. What a freakish Forbidden Curse. 800% range damage, lasting 30 seconds, and he could still move during that time. If the Great Snake Thunder Spear was a pinpoint strike with a small range, then Thunderous Might was a mobile arsenal. Wherever it passed, nothing would grow. Of course, with great power comes great cost. Releasing it once required 1,000 spirit points. Detected that the host possesses 10 or more skills, Forbidden Curses. System activates new function, Skill Upgrade Scroll Shop, Skill Upgrade Scroll Shop. Spend evolution points to exchange for skill upgrade scrolls to enhance skill levels. New function? Hearing the system voice in his mind, Wang Chen was taken aback. Let me see what this is about. Opening the scroll shop, he saw rows of scrolls displayed inside. Basic skill upgrade scrolls, intermediate skill upgrade scrolls. After a while, Wang Chen understood the rules of use. A basic upgrade scroll costs 10,000 evolution points. Consume the scroll of the current skill level to upgrade the skill. In other words, a level 1 skill required 1 upgrade scroll to reach level 2. A level 2 skill needed 2 upgrade scrolls, and so on. Most skills could only be upgraded to level 3 or 5, with a few exceptions for special skills. For example, his first skill Electric Shock could only be upgraded to level 3. There were also Forbidden Curse upgrade scrolls, with a basic Forbidden Curse upgrade scroll costing 1 million evolution points. Typically, skills could only be upgraded by repeatedly casting them to increase proficiency. Some skills require thousands or even tens of thousands of casts to level up. The higher the skill level, the more casts were needed. Many times, it took several years to raise a skill to its maximum level, consuming a great deal of time and effort. However, skill upgrades were necessary because they affected one's damage output. Some skills, when maxed out, were completely different from when they were at level 1. Thinking of this, Wang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. With skill upgrade scrolls, he could quickly raise his skills to their maximum level in a very short time. However, the most important thing is the evolution talent. This is the core goal and cannot be changed. Now he is already a B-level talent. The power of thunder. One more upgrade will be A level. And the evolution points needed for upgrading have also increased from 200,000 to 5 million. It sounds like a lot, but once you start killing, it won't take long at all. Let's see what's in the silver treasure chest. Wang Chen suddenly thought, opening the reward chest. Inside was a skill scroll. Enhanced Strike, passive your third attack gains enhancement, causing 150% additional damage. Skill level, 15. After reading the skill introduction, Wang Chen was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. The third attack enhancement includes skills. In other words, he can casually attack twice and then unleash a curse on the third attack. The damage is unimaginable. The damage of the curse itself is already high, plus an additional 150% bonus. This passive skill is like a divine technique for Wang Chen. Immediately, Wang Chen stood up, ready to brush up on evolution points and upgrade the skill. Just then, a cold woman walked over. What level are you? Shui Qingyue came to Wang Chen and asked with a probing tone, a cold expression hiding a social anxiety. Level 15. Wang Chen responded after a pause, not understanding what Shui Qingyue wanted to do. Compared to last time, this woman has leveled up. She is now level 19. Level 15. That's enough. Shui Qingyue muttered, a hint of unnatural color on her face. I'm preparing to challenge the dual element dungeon. Lacking a teammate with an elemental attribute. Join me in a team. You don't need to do anything. Dual elements? Wang Chen suddenly realized that this is a dungeon for levels 15 to 20. This dungeon is special, requiring a 2-person team, and the 2 team members must have different elemental attributes. The final boss of the dungeon requires 2 different attributes to activate the challenge. I remember. You are a thunder element. I can pay you. Seeing no response, Xue Qingyue thought Wang Chen was unwilling. Anxious, she decided to offer money. Pay you? Are you trying to support me? Wang Chen chuckled. Xue Qingyue awkwardly clenched her fists, wanting to turn and leave. Let's go. I also want to challenge this dungeon. Wang Chen's voice rang out again. The dual-element dungeon cannot be soloed, so they have to team up. Xue Qingyue felt relieved, a hint of joy in her eyes as if she had survived a disaster. With her personality, actively inviting others to team up almost exhausted all her strength. By the way, with so many people in Thunder Village, why did you choose me to team up with? Is there some conspiracy? Wang Chen asked with a smile. Xue Qingyue was taken aback and said coldly, I only know you here. Wang Chen nodded thoughtfully. That's right, with your appearance of keeping people at a distance and owing 8 million, it's hard for people to get close to you. Xue Qingyue's breath hitched. Is this how others see me? She walked quickly to the dungeon entrance, defiantly choosing the nightmare difficulty level to enter. Wait, Wang Chen stopped her. What's wrong? Are you having second thoughts? Xue Qingyue frowned. What second thoughts? Look at you. Give me the nightmare level challenge. Wang Chen laughed. What? Are you kidding? Just let me in. Wang Chen grabbed Xue Qingyue's wrist and brought her into the dungeon. Damn, these two are challenging the nightmare level? Xue Qingyue went in with that guy. Who is he? It's Wang Chen, the guy who repeatedly defeated the ice demon, the guy from the desert dungeon. Damn, how long has it been? And he's already challenging a level 20 dungeon? The people around were dumbfounded. Inside the dungeon, you're being reckless. I can't handle the nightmare level with you. Later, you'll have to leave the dungeon. Xue Qingyue shook off Wang Chen's hand. Expressionless, based on her self-assessment, she can only barely challenge the difficult level. The nightmare level is simply impossible. How do you know if you don't try? Come on, you can do it. Wang Chen encouraged, then assessed the situation around him. In front of him was a huge altar, shaped like a Tai Chi diagram. Double element copy, each time randomly 2 elemental monsters. If you are unlucky enough to encounter a property that restrains you, then you can only admit your bad luck. At this moment, the altar lit up, radiating red and golden colors. Fire attribute, metal attribute. Xue Qingyue's face turned ugly. Whatever she feared, it would come true. Her elemental talent was most afraid of fire, especially here. Rings of light appeared on the altar, and many humanoid monsters appeared from above. Flame Wizard, level 17 strength, 286 agility, 265 spirit, 302. Metal Swordsman, level 17 strength, 308 agility, 269 spirit, 283. Looking at the monster's attributes, Wang Chen was somewhat surprised. Even ordinary monsters were as strong as the bosses in a level 15 nightmare copy. Truly worthy of a level 20 copy. Help me hold the fire attribute monsters. I will deal with the metal swordsman first and then come to help you. Xue Qingyue shouted and rushed towards the golden altar. Go ahead. I will help you hold them. Wang Chen shouted loudly and rushed into the red altar. The double altar had a total of 3 waves of monsters, each with 50. Only after killing all 3 waves could the final boss be summoned. In an instant, Wang Chen's body was surrounded by lightning, releasing powerful elemental energy. These energies erupted, turning into lightning runes that continuously roamed around him, forming a powerful protective shield. Magic energy surrounded him. Wang Chen charged into battle, moving back and forth in the red altar. Any flame wizard he touched was instantly killed. Ha ha! So refreshing. Wang Chen felt extremely comfortable. Used to being a senior mage, engaging in a head-on collision and a tough battle was also a kind of enjoyment. Killing Flame Wizard. Evolution points plus 2000. Killing Flame Wizard. Evolution points plus 2000. Killing the target. Soul Devouring triggered. Strength plus 10. Dropped item. Essence of Fire Element. In just 2 or 3 minutes, all 25 flame wizards were dealt with. Wang Chen retracted the magic energy surrounding him, and his aura returned to calm. On the other side of the golden altar, Xue Qingyue had just defeated the 5th monster. The metal swordsman had high defense, making it difficult for her to fight. I need to kill faster, or that guy probably won't hold on, Xue Qingyue thought to herself, glancing at the fire attribute altar on the other side. The next moment, she was stunned to see that there was no monster there, and Wang Chen was waving at her. Are you okay? Do you need help? This, Xue Qingyue was dumbfounded. A complete question mark. How could it be so fast? She knew Wang Chen's strength was not weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have broken records continuously. But it didn't make sense for him to be stronger than herself, right? Just as Xue Qingyue was pondering, a golden long sword slashed down from the air, almost unavoidable. Chirp! At that moment, a lightning arrow came through the air, piercing through the chest of the metal swordsman, and then continued to shoot through 3 more metal swordsmen. Wow! Xue Qingyue widened her eyes, full of disbelief. Such terrifying damage. 1 arrow pierced through 3 metal swordsmen. What kind of damage was this? Wang Chen's arrow had a passive enhancement, and the damage made even himself surprised. Hurry up! Don't delay me from breaking the record! Wang Chen shouted from a distance, continuously condensing lightning arrows in his hand and shooting them out again. Xue Qingyue's heart trembled, hastening her actions. Unknowingly, she had become a drag on the team? 2 minutes later, with the last metal swordsman falling, the countdown for the second wave of monsters began. 3 minutes later, the second wave of monsters appeared, still flame wizards and metal swordsmen, but now at level 18 with increased attributes in all aspects. A few minutes later, Wang Chen dealt with the monsters on his side, while Xue Qingyue was in a tough battle. The long-term release of skills had consumed most of her spirit. Can only take magic potions to replenish mental state. On the other hand, Wang Chen, after killing 2 waves of monsters, still looked like nothing had happened. Xue Qingyue is a big question mark again. How strong is this guy's mental state? Isn't he tired? Are you still okay? If not, step aside and don't bother me. Wang Chen flew into the battlefield and killed fiercely. These are all rich evolutionary points. Xue Qingyue covered her chest and retreated, greatly shocked. The pride of the young lady was shattered. A few minutes later, the battle ended again. The third wave of monsters began to respawn. Wang Chen, the third wave of monsters will be more powerful. My mental state is almost exhausted. It's still time to exit the instance now. Xue Qingyue blushed and explained, showing embarrassment to others for the first time. What I mean is, if you can't handle it either, then stop here and go challenge something easier outside. She seemed afraid that Wang Chen would misunderstand something, so she added. Hearing this, Wang Chen chuckled. Since we're already in, there's no reason to quit halfway. But my mental state, that's not important. Xue Qingyue. Soon, the third wave of monsters appeared. This time it was a level 19 flame wizard and a metal swordsman. For challengers, facing 3 waves of monsters in a row is a great test, especially in terms of mental strength. Awakening challengers who usually challenge this instance will prepare many magic potions to restore their mental state. Fortunately, Wang Chen's mental state is strong enough, so he doesn't need them. However, he is deliberately controlling it to avoid excessive waste. 10 minutes later, the third wave of monsters was cleared, and Wang Chen's mental state was still half full. It may not sound like much, but his half is almost equivalent to 4 Xue Qingyu's, and his level has also increased to level 16. Name, Wang Chen Talent, Thunder Power, 500000, Level, 16 Strength, 330 Agility, 323 Spirit, 3410 Skills, Electric Shock LV3, Thunderburst LV2, Swift Step LV1, Thunderbolt LV1, Stealth LV1, Thunder Wings LV1, Thunder Light Arrow LV1, Magic Energy Surrounding LV1 Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV1, Thunderous Force LV1 Equipment, Refined Jade Staff, Moonstone Necklace, Boots of Swiftness, Frostbite Bracelet, Night Guardian, Hawkeye Ring, Venomous Fang Earrings Evolution Points, 272000 Passive, Mana Spring LV1, enhances mental attributes tenfold. When mental power is below 30%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring LV1, when killing a target, there is a 1% chance to seize part of the target's attributes. Spell Crit LV1, your skills have a 20% chance to deal 150% critical damage. Strengthen Strike LV1, your third attack gains enhancement, dealing an additional 150% damage. After the third wave, the final boss is next. Press the 2 buttons in the middle to summon the final boss. Xue Qingyue spoke up. In the center of the altar, where the yin and yang fish's eyes are, is the summoning button. What are you waiting for? Press it. Wang Chen strode over without hesitation. Don't you need to rest for a while? Xue Qingyue asked, her voice involuntarily raising a few decibels. No need. Wang Chen waved his hand without looking back. Walking to the fire attribute button, Xue Qingyue also went all out. running to the button of the golden altar. They pressed it together. The altar shook. Countdown 10 seconds. Get out quickly, Shui Qingyue shouted, leaving the center of the altar like the wind. Wang Chen's thunder wings moved and landed on the edge of the altar. He didn't show off, fearing that the monster would come out and crush him. 1, 2, Wang Chen stacked his passive. As the countdown reached its last second, two figures exuding a strong oppressive aura appeared in the center of the altar. Flame Lord, level 20 strength, 412 agility, 419 spirit, 497 skills, Flame Storm LV1, Fire Resistance Ring LV1, Flame Impact LV1 Golden Armored Ape, level 20 strength, 523 agility, 386 spirit, 428 skills, Earthshaking Strike LV1, Metal Rage LV1, Metal Vortex LV1. Let's deal with the Flame Lord first. The Golden Armored Ape's defense is too high, Shui Qingyue shouted to Wang Chen from a distance. But before she could finish speaking, boom! The Great Snake Thunder Spear descended from the sky with terrifying momentum, crashing onto the Golden Armored Ape. In an instant, it was smashed into pieces. With the increase in level attributes, the power of the Great Snake Thunder Spear was even stronger than before. Moreover, this strike also had the passive bonus of strengthening a strike. Shui Qingyue was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Defeated in seconds? She was afraid just by looking at the Golden Armored Ape's attributes. Her own attacks probably wouldn't even scratch it. Such a high HP and defense boss only survived for 1 or 2 seconds, just appeared and was defeated. The Flame Lord beside her was stunned, showing a human-like confusion. Who is this? My companions were not defeated so easily. Killed Golden Armored Ape. Evolution points plus 3000, dropped item. Essence of Gold Element. Wang Chen received a prompt in his mind. His evolution points were close to 300. 000. Not only did he replenish the 200. 000 he had used up, but he also had tens of thousands left. Swish! At this moment, the Flame Lord took action, erupting with a terrifying flame storm all around, seeking revenge for his fallen companion. The storm quickly spread, engulfing the altar. Thunder wings rose behind Wang Chen, flying to Shui Qingyue's side, lifting her onto his shoulder, and flying away from the altar. What are you doing? Shui Qingyue panicked, her originally cold body starting to heat up rapidly. Let's talk later. I'll deal with this boss first. Wang Chen responded casually, then raised his eyebrows, feeling the heat on his shoulder, and couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect you, the Ice Queen, to have such a fiery side. Fiery side. Hearing this, Shui Qingyue was almost driven crazy. Someone actually described her like that. In the eyes of others, she was an inviolable ice goddess. In Wang Chen's eyes, she was just a seemingly cold and sultry woman? Bastard! Put me down! Shui Qingyue struggled, feeling humiliated in this position, completely unable to control herself. This was going to be seen by people outside, a scene she couldn't bear to think about. Don't move! Do you want to be burned to death down there? Wang Chen shouted, holding her with one hand and starting to cast a spell with the other. Smash for me! He once again released the Great Snake Thunder Spear towards the Flame Lord at the center of the flame storm. The collision of the two elements, thunder and fire, caused a shockwave. The Great Snake Thunder Spear broke through like bamboo, driving through the layers of flamestorm and hitting down. Boom! This strike was unstoppable, hitting the Flame Lord. Killed Flame Lord. Evolution points plus 3000, killed target. Soul Devouring triggered. Spirit plus 14, the spirit attribute once again experienced growth, reaching 3,550 points. Immediately, both of them heard a prompt in their ears. Congratulations on clearing the instance. Clear time, 55 minutes 35 seconds. Settling clearance rewards. Congratulations on obtaining Silver Chest X2, Primary Skill Scroll X1, Flame Crystal Core X1, Primary Mana Potion X2, Primary Healing Potion X2. The rewards are not bad. Wang Chen landed on the ground with a happy expression. The huge experience gained brought him close to level 17, rising nearly 2 levels in one instance. Not to mention the 2 silver chests. The Flame Crystal Core was also a good item. The Flame Crystal Core could be used to craft equipment, enhancing the damage of fire elemental attacks. This item was worth millions and was hard to come by. Only special locations had a chance of dropping it. Flame Crystal Core. It's a pity it's not ice attribute, Shui Qingyue said regretfully, then realized that she was still on Wang Chen's shoulder. She was somewhat addicted to being carried like this. Put me down quickly. Her face turned red, and she started feeling hot all over again. Wang Chen threw her to the ground with a disdainful comment. Why are you burning up again? I think your talent is mistaken. You should be a fire spirit, always burning up for no reason. Xue Qingyue gritted her teeth, wishing she could rush up and fight Wang Chen. In a short while, she was completely exhausted. I'll give you a silver treasure chest. The rest belongs to me. Wang Chen ignored her and started distributing the loot. Xue Qingyue didn't say anything. She challenged the double-element dungeon for the ice or snow element core. Since there was none, other rewards didn't matter. The next moment, the two of them left the dungeon. Just as they returned to the dungeon entrance, a prompt suddenly sounded. Congratulations on breaking the double-element, nightmare level, dungeon record. Clear time, 55 minutes and 35 seconds. Achievement reward, double-element gift box. Broke the record? Wang Chen and Xue Qingyue looked at each other, their eyes filled with deep astonishment. They hadn't expected to break the record so inadvertently, especially Xue Qingyue, who had only aimed to clear the difficult level. Never thought she would break the nightmare level record. Looking at Wang Chen beside her, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Soon, the announcement of their record-breaking spread throughout the entire Thundering Village. Awakened individuals who heard the news were all shocked. Wang Chen, Xue Qingyue, when did these two get together and break the record? It's this Wang Chen again. How does he keep breaking records? I remember the nightmare record for double elements was set by Yan Wujiang from South Jian University, an S-class genius, and it only lasted for a year. I know. You're talking about Yan Wujiang. He's the only one in recent years who awakened an S-class talent and was willing to join South Jian University's geniuses. Many people whispered in front of the dungeon entrance, expressing their surprise. This kid is so lucky. Just reached level 15 and already doing dungeons with Xue Qingyue, and even broke the record. Some envious comments were made, suggesting that Wang Chen only cleared the dungeon with Xue Qingyue's help. Can this be true? Although Xue Qingyue is powerful, she shouldn't be stronger than Yan Wujiang, right? Wang Chen must have put in a lot of effort too. Various opinions were heard throughout Thundering Village. Wang Chen skillfully opened the historical records and checked the rankings. Wow, that was close. We were only 3 minutes faster than the second place. He saw the second place, a challenge record by someone named Nan Wujiang in Peiyou, 58 minutes and 41 seconds. It's already fast. If I hadn't slowed you down, we could have been even faster. Xue Qingyue said apologetically. She really messed up this time. The last two bosses were easily killed by Wang Chen, wasting hardly any time. The problem was with the first 3 waves of monsters, which cost them a lot of time. That's true. If you had acted like a human being, we wouldn't have been this slow. Wang Chen agreed. Xue Qingyue fell silent. If you have nothing to say, don't say anything. Let's see what's inside the gift box. Wang Chen eagerly opened the package. Congratulations on receiving Element Dual King Honor Title X2, Element Weapon Selection Pack X1, Element Core Selection Pack X1, Element Weapon Selection Pack. Choose a designated element. With a 50% chance of obtaining a medium-grade weapon, 30% chance of obtaining a high-grade weapon, and 20% chance of obtaining a top-grade weapon. Element Core Selection Pack. You can select a core of a specific element. This elemental weapon looks pretty good. Wang Chen was somewhat tempted. The elemental weapon is mine. The core pack is yours. And each of us gets an honor title. He looked at Xue Qingyue and said with a smile. The core wasn't of much use to him, so the elemental weapon was more powerful. I didn't really help you much. Xue Qingyue felt a bit embarrassed. Although she also wanted it, she felt unworthy. Don't say that. You helped me a lot. I couldn't have cleared the dungeon without you. Wang Chen comforted her. Snow Qingyue, who was just a little moved, suddenly didn't want to speak. The first half was very touching, and the second half made her want to hit someone. After the distribution was completed, Wang Chen immediately opened the self-selected gift box. Naturally, he chose the thunder attribute in terms of properties. With a dazzling light shining, a deep blue long sword appeared in front of Wang Chen. Congratulations on obtaining the fine elemental weapon, Thunder Sword. Thunder Sword, a sword forged from Xiantai with the essence of thunder element. The sword body winding like a snake, combining rigidity and flexibility. When used, it flashes with thunder and emits powerful thunder and lightning energy. Attributes: Strength plus 120, Spirit plus 100, Agility plus 50, Special attribute, 25% amplification of thunder-type attack damage. Equipment level, level 20, can be forged, damn. Fine quality. Wang Chen's mouth almost stretched to the back of his ears. He didn't expect to get a fine weapon with just one try. Not only did the Thunder Sword have an attribute bonus of 270 points, but it also had an additional bonus to thunder damage. Moreover, after the equipment quality reached fine, it could be forged. Forging includes strengthening and gem inlaying. It can greatly enhance attributes and improve combat power. The only downside was that the Thunder Sword needed to be level 20 to wear. Wang Chen could only reluctantly put it in the warehouse and take it out to use when he reached level 20. Wang Chen, thank you today. I will repay you in the future. Snow Qingyue mustered up the courage to thank Wang Chen. The iceberg beauty, under Wang Chen's torment, finally showed signs of melting and was not as cold. It's nothing. Wang Chen waved his hand, not caring. I'll leave now. See you another day. Snow Qingyue said and left Thunderclap Village. Wang Chen continued to open the box. Besides the record-breaking reward, there was a silver treasure chest as a clearance reward, and a beginner skill scroll. Opening the silver treasure chest, there was a pair of ice blue boots inside. Icebreaker boots, medium quality made from the cold iron of the ice field. Wearing them will not be harmed even when walking on the icy ground. Attributes, agility plus 35. Reduce ice element damage by 25%. Equipment level, level 15, reducing ice element damage. Not bad. Wang Chen replaced his shoes, increasing his agility attribute by 25. Then, he opened the beginner skill scroll. Beginner skill, transformation technique. Transformation technique, active, can transform a target lower than your level into a turtle for 5 seconds. Learning level, level 15. After reading the skill introduction, Wang Chen's expression became strange. Turning the target into a turtle? What kind of ridiculous skill is this? Why not turn them into a golden-haired, beast-eared little loli? The person who created this skill must be a bit sick and doesn't understand aesthetics. Although the damage is not great, the insult is extremely strong. However, although this skill is ridiculous, it is a control skill. When turned into a turtle, the target cannot release skills. Isn't that being manipulated? Although it's only 5 seconds, a lot can be done. If this skill is not restricted by level and can turn targets higher than oneself into turtles, that would be a truly divine skill. Learn. Wang Chen decisively learned it. Despite the complaints, such a ridiculous skill is hard to come by. How could he refuse? After doing all this, Wang Chen looked at the time. It was already 6:15 in the evening. It's about time today. Clearing the double elements consumed a lot of energy. He needed to go back and rest well. Also, upgrade the skills. Just as Wang Chen was about to leave, a conspicuous announcement appeared in the sky above Thunderclap Village. After 12 o'clock, Thunderclap Village will be temporarily closed for 3 days for maintenance and repair. Maintenance? Wang Chen looked at the announcement unexpectedly. This meant he couldn't come for the next 3 days. He could only practice elsewhere or rest at home. With that in mind, Wang Chen turned and left Thunderclap Village. Back home, it was exactly 7 o'clock in the evening. The TV was broadcasting the evening news of Nanjing City on time. Today at 3:07 p.m., a murder occurred. The victim was from Nanjing University. Murder? Upon hearing these 2 words, Wang Chen's attention was instantly drawn to the television. It was still the old TV that had been with the Wang family for over a decade. On the TV, live photos were being shown. After some simple processing, there were 3 men and 1 woman. Part of their faces were obscured, making it hard to see clearly. Somehow, Wang Chen felt that these people seemed familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Son, you're back? Hurry up and wash up for dinner. Wang's mother's voice came from the kitchen, interrupting Wang Chen's thoughts. Coming. Wang Chen rubbed his hands together, his stomach growling with hunger. After reaching a high level of awakening, one could achieve fasting and no longer needed to eat. But at his current level, he still needed to eat. Son, have you watched the news? Several students from Nanjing University were killed. Isn't that the university you applied to? Be careful when you're out. Wang's father, seeing his son return and the grim scene on TV, couldn't help but caution him. I'll be careful. Wang Chen nodded. The family sat down to eat, enjoying each other's company. After dinner, Wang Chen returned to his room. He lay on the bed and opened the system's scroll store. Exchanged 10 beginner skill upgrade scrolls. He was planning to upgrade a few skills first to see how it went. 10 upgrade scrolls cost 100,000 evolution points, which wasn't too much for a dungeon. Wang Chen looked at his skills and considered which ones to upgrade. His current skills were Electric Shock LV3, Thunderburst LV2, Swift LV1, Thunderbolt LV1, Stealth LV1, Thunderwing LV1, Lightning Arrow LV1, Magic Energy Surrounding LV1, Shapeshifting LV1. If he wanted to max them all out, it would probably take 100 scrolls. He could only choose a few with significant effects. Thunderbolt has area damage. Let's try upgrading you first. Wang Chen muttered to himself as he used an upgrade scroll on Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt LV1, Thunderbolt LV2, Thunderbolt LV2, compress your own elemental magic power and shoot it out, dealing 170% area damage to the target. Costs 30 spirit to release. Upgrading to level 2 increased the damage from 140% to 170%, a 30% growth. For an area skill, it was decent, neither high nor low. Upgrade again. Wang Chen used 2 upgrade scrolls on Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt LV2, Thunderbolt LV3, Thunderbolt LV3, compress your own elemental magic power and shoot it out, dealing 210% area damage to the target. Costs 50 spirit to release. At level 3, Thunderbolt's damage increased by 40%, reaching 210%, showing promising growth. With over 200 area damage, it was already quite powerful. A level 3 Thunderbolt wasn't maxed out yet, so it could be upgraded further. Let's go! Wang Chen invested 3 more upgrade scrolls to see the next changes in Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt LV3, Thunderbolt LV4, Thunderbolt LV4, compress your own elemental magic power and shoot it out, dealing 250% area damage to the target. Costs 80 spirit to release. There are 4 upgrade scrolls left, all for you. Wang Chen used the remaining upgrade scrolls. Thunderbolt LV4, Thunderbolt LV5, Thunderbolt LV5, compress your own elemental magic power and shoot it out, dealing 300% area damage to the target. Can control the explosion time, up to 60 seconds. Costs 150 spirit to release. Control the explosion time. Wow, it's turned into a timed bomb. Wang Chen laughed. The level 5 Thunderbolt not only had a significant increase in power but also allowed him to control the explosion time. This meant that within 60 seconds, he could choose when to detonate. It was a bit extreme. Wang Chen realized that the level 5 Thunderbolt wasn't maxed out yet and could be upgraded further. If he kept upgrading like this, would it turn into an intercontinental missile? Of course, that was just a joke. Unless there was no limit to skill levels. In no time, he had used up all 10 upgrade scrolls. Wang Chen decided to leave it at that. The evolution of talents is more important, and he is not lacking in skill damage. A night of silence. Early the next day, Wang Chen was awakened by the voice of the Queen Mother. Son, there is a woman outside looking for you. Wang Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes. A woman? What woman? The one from last time. The mentor from South River University. The Queen Mother's voice came from outside the door. Xuan Yuerong? Wang Chen sat up from the bed and rubbed his eyes. Why is this woman looking for me? 1 minute. He went downstairs and indeed saw a woman in a tight black combat suit with a charming figure in the living room. It was indeed Zhuang Yuerong, the mentor from South University. Mentor Zhuang, what can I do for you? Wang Chen took the initiative to ask. Zhuang Yuerong turned around, revealing a gentle smile. Wang Chen, congratulations on breaking the instance record again. The dean specifically instructed me to give you the prize money. The dean is too polite. Wang Chen's eyes lit up as he quickly walked over and took the card still warm. I can give it to you when I go to school. Xuan Yuerong gave him a glance. This guy was polite in words, but not so much in actions. In addition to giving you the prize money, there is something else I want to talk to you about. She adjusted her expression and said seriously, let's talk outside. Wang Chen nodded, realizing that what she was about to discuss would be important. The two sat down in the garden outside. There was a murder yesterday afternoon. The victim was from our college. Have you seen this news? Zhuang Yuerong asked. Wang Chen nodded. The murderer has been identified as Lu Xinghong, a freshman student. Zhuang Yuerong continued. Lu Xinghong? Wang Chen was stunned, finally understanding why he felt familiar with the deceased. It turned out to be Lu Xinghong and his group. Do you know him? Zhuang Yuerong asked. Know him. Not only do I know him, I also ruined his plan. Wang Chen nodded slightly and recounted what happened in Thunder Village without any concealment. After listening, Zhuang Yuerong nodded in realization. No wonder we found out that Lu Xingheng had a conflict with you before the crime. The despicable scoundrel actually used mental manipulation to turn others into his puppets, and when things were exposed, he cruelly killed his companions. Anger appeared on Zhuang Yuerong's face, her pitch-black pupils emitting a frightening brilliance. At that moment, she exuded a wild and violent aura, completely different from her usual self. It was as if a knowledgeable and gentle older sister had suddenly turned into a ruthless female demon. Has the person been caught? Wang Chen curiously asked, sensing the intensity of the situation. No, the person has disappeared. Zhuang Yuerong shook her head. After Lu Xingheng committed the murder, he disappeared as if evaporating from the earth. Law enforcers have searched the entire South River City, but he has not been found. Zhuang Yuerong calmed down. We speculate that he was rescued by other Dark Awakeners. Only they could blend into the human world unnoticed and rescue him. Usually, Dark Awakeners are no different from humans. Some with strange abilities are hard to detect even when standing in front of you. Zhuang Yuerong smiled helplessly. After all, they are also human, aren't they? You make a good point. Wang Chen nodded without saying much. He secretly used the true sight eye to check Zhuang Yuerong's information. Zhuang Yuerong, level 54. Talent, Shadow Leopard. Seeing this, Wang Chen could probably conclude that Zhuang Yuerong should be fine. Only one talent. Using talents to determine whether the other party is a Dark Awakener is also a method. Alright, let's not talk about this. It's less than half a month before school starts. How are you preparing? Zhuang Yuerong's tone suddenly changed, revealing a relaxed smile on her face. What's there to prepare for? Any time is fine. Wang Chen chuckled. During the freshman entrance, there will be a ranking test, and the first place will be rewarded with 10,000 points. Points at South Jian University are equivalent to currency, which can be used to purchase skills, equipment, and so on. 10,000 points are worth the same as 10 million alliance coins. Zhuang Yuerong patiently explained. 10 million. Wang Chen suddenly became interested. That's more like it. Nothing beats real money rewards. I'll gladly accept these 10,000 points. Don't be careless. From what I know, Lin Xiao has been sent by the Lin family to a trial ground at a considerable cost. With various resources supporting him, his level may not necessarily lag behind yours. Zhuang Yuerong cautioned with crossed arms. I understand. Wang Chen replied nonchalantly, not considering Lin Xiao as a rival in his mind. After chatting for a while, Zhuang Yuerong left. Wang Chen returned to the villa and enjoyed a hearty breakfast. After eating, he was thinking of going to the Dragon Soaring Chamber of Commerce to browse and spend some money. Just then, the communicator that had been silent for a long time suddenly rang. Wang Chen opened it and found a message inside. The sender was Wu Daxuan, who had recently sold him the Thunder Wing skill, an adventurer in the wilderness. Brother Wang Chen, I heard you broke another instance record. Congratulations. Without further ado, I have a large instance here that can refresh the world boss, offering a chance to get top-notch rewards. Are you interested in joining? Upon seeing this message, Wang Chen was stunned for a moment, then replied, Don't you have teammates? Why are you asking me? Large instances are usually located outside the city or in special places. These instances can accommodate hundreds or even thousands of people. World bosses are bosses that only appear in large instances, with incredible stats but the chance to drop extremely rare rewards. Wang Chen didn't rush to agree, as Wu Daxuan had his own team, so why suddenly ask him? This needed clarification. My team is short of one person, and you have broken records multiple times, so I believe you can handle it, Wu Daxuan replied. Short of one person? Dead. Upon seeing the last two words, Wang Chen fell silent. For adventurers, death is a common occurrence. After a moment of thought, he agreed. Thunder Roar Village was under maintenance, so it was better to level up outside the city. Even without Wu Daxuan's invitation, Wang Chen had this plan. Later, Wu Daxuan sent the address. Wang Chen made some simple preparations, left the house, and got on a carriage out of the city. Shortly after, Wang Chen arrived at the north of Nanjian City. As soon as he got off the carriage, he saw the towering city walls in the distance. Beyond the walls was the lawless zone, a completely open area. The monsters outside were stronger, but the rewards they dropped were richer. This was why many adventurers were drawn to it. On both sides of the city gate entrance, there were branches of the Chamber of Commerce selling various items. There were also many awakened individuals gathered. Some were preparing to leave the city, while others had just returned from outside. Some returned with joy and smiles, while others looked dejected. At a glance, there were various expressions of life. Wang Chen didn't rush to leave the city but instead went to browse the Chamber of Commerce at the foot of the city. It was his first time leaving the city, so he wanted to be cautious. He prepared consumables and other necessities, just in case. After finishing up, a tall building near the city gate caught his attention. Alliance Information Exchange. This platform was created by the Xinxia Alliance, a place specifically for publishing information. It was spread throughout every corner of the alliance. By paying a certain fee, one could publish information such as buying, selling, tasks, and more. In the center of the hall, a huge screen covered the entire wall, scrolling various information back and forth. Buying 50 white rhino horns, each for 10,000 alliance coins. Large quantity purchase of various elemental essences, each for 200,000. Looking to buy a starlight holy symbol, offering a high price of 8 million, only accepting one. The most sought after items on the screen are various materials, which can be used to refine equipment, potions, and more. Some non-combat support, life-type talents, are engaged in this profession. Even some genetic companies, technology companies, also purchase a large number of materials for research and development. Among this information, what caught Wang Chen's attention the most was the request to buy the Starlight Holy Symbol. The Starlight Holy Symbol, when used, can open the first socket for equipment. The socket can be inlaid with attribute gems such as strength, magic, agility, to enhance one's attributes. 8 million seems like a sky-high price, but as Wang Chen knows, some guilds even sell them for up to 10 million. Even so, many advanced awakeners are willing to spend this money, because the value of attributes cannot be measured by money. The Starlight Holy Symbol is extremely rare. Sometimes even if you want to buy it, you can't. In addition to these trading information, Wang Chen can even see people looking for teammates on it. In short, when something is invented, someone will inevitably develop other uses for it. After looking around, Wang Chen secretly noted some valuable materials, thinking that if he encountered them, he could bring them back on the way, make a good profit. There are too many places to spend money later. Immediately, Wang Chen arrived at the city gate. According to regulations, everyone entering and leaving the city must verify their identity information to prevent any suspicious items from entering. You are the new talent Wang from our Nanjiang city's grand examination. Right. Why are you leaving the city? It's too dangerous outside. The staff recognized Wang Chen and kindly advised him. Going out to do some tasks. Wang Chen smiled. Well, don't stay out too long. Come back early. The staff made a final reminder. Wang Chen nodded and walked out of the city. The top scorer in the grand examination is still working so hard. This child has a boundless future. An older guard looked at Wang Chen's departing figure and said with a smile, as if looking at his young self, I have to inform the higher-ups about this news. In case he encounters danger, we can rescue him in time. The staff member who had just advised turned and walked into the office. Wang Chen walked in the wilderness. Looking back, only a vague outline of the city wall remained. The air was filled with a faint smell of grass and occasionally a stench wafted by. He followed a small path heading northwest. Not long after, suddenly, two men in combat suits rushed out from under a huge rock by the roadside. Ha ha! Interesting, I used detection magic. This kid is only level 16. Level 16 dares to leave the city. Truly a case of a newborn calf not fearing the tiger. The two men who came out laughed wildly, their eyes greedily scanning Wang Chen. Kid, hand over all the equipment on you, and we can let you go. One of the men shouted sternly, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. This was a look that had truly experienced trials, killed people, and seen blood. Wang Chen sighed slightly, not expecting that the first enemy he encountered outside the city was not a wild monster, but his own kind. You guys have hands and feet, why not go fight monsters, but instead rob your own kind here? Wang Chen said calmly, composed, and not flustered. He had already seen the information of the two men. One was level 20, the other level 19. Their attributes were mediocre. They posed no threat to him. Ha ha, how can robbing be slower than fighting monsters? Ignorant! Stop dawdling. The last one who didn't listen to us has already been turned into beast dung by us. If you don't want to die, just behave. The two men showed their ferocity. slowly closing in on Wang Chen, forming an encirclement. Even though the target's level was lower than theirs, the two men did not relax. Alright, here you go. Wang Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent, quickly making a move and throwing a thunderbolt bomb. Unexpectedly, the two men reacted quickly as well, immediately raising a shield and dodging to the side. Kid, we knew you wouldn't surrender obediently. Since that's the case, then leave your life behind as well. One of the men said disdainfully, glanced at the thunderbolt. What a trash skill. No damage at all. Wang Chen remained silent and threw out another one. This time the man did not dodge, allowing the thunderbolt to hit him. In his view, the damage of this thing was nothing to worry about, even if he didn't activate his shield. Moreover, the opponent was only level 16. There was nothing to fear. The next moment, Wang Chen softly uttered a boom. Boom! After a loud noise, only a pile of flesh was left on the ground. Then, he struck again, instantly releasing a lightning arrow through another person's throat. Splatter! Blood splattered. The person's eyes widened, then fell down. The lightning arrow had a penetrating effect. Ordinary shields couldn't stop it. It was only at this moment that the first thunderbolt he threw exploded. Wang Chen walked expressionlessly to the bodies and looted all their equipment. 1 superior equipment, 3 medium grade, and over a dozen low-grade items. There were also some miscellaneous materials in the ring. You guys are right. There's no quick robbery in monster hunting. Clearing a nightmare-level dungeon only gives 1 or 2 pieces of equipment, but killing 2 people yielded over a dozen. Wang Chen muttered to himself, picking out 2 usable pieces of equipment, a low-grade hat and a medium-grade belt. Amethyst crown, plus 10 spirit, plus 5 strength. Equipment level, 15. 7-star belt, plus 20 strength, plus 10 spirit, plus 5 agility. Reduce physical damage taken by 20%. Equipment level, 15. With these 2 pieces of equipment, he finally completed his 9-piece set. Strength, 355 agility, 353 spirit, 3750. It seems that the highest drop rate of monsters in the wilderness is humans. Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. An awakened person who goes out for training would have at least a few pieces of equipment on them. Some even buy powerful equipment specifically for hunting outside the city. It's no wonder there are robberies happening. Outside the city walls, in the lawless zone, there are no constraints other than morality. On one side of the wall is civilization. On the other side is barbarism. It's apt to call it the law of nature. At this moment, the bloody scent attracted nearby wild beasts. Large gray wolves, the size of calves, gathered around, drooling at the bodies on the ground. In Wang Chen's eyes, information about the gray wolves appeared. They were a group of ordinary level 10 wolf monsters. Looking around, there were about 20 to 30 of them. He threw a thunderbolt, causing a blast that killed 7 or 8 gray wolves. Killing gray wolves, evolution points plus 500. Killing the target, soul devouring triggered. Strength plus 8. After a loud noise, the remaining gray wolves turned and ran. Wang Chen didn't hold back either, chasing and killing them. He killed them while moving towards the location given by Wu Dashuan. An hour later, Wang Chen reached level 17. The difference to level 17 wasn't much. Killing some monsters naturally brought him there. Name, Wang Chen. Talent, Thunder and Lightning Power, 5000000. Level, 17 Strength, 383 Agility, 365 Spirit, 3950 Skills, Electric Shock LV3, Thunderburst LV2, Swift Step LV1, Thunderbolt LV5, Stealth LV1, Thunder Wings LV1, Lightning Arrow LV1, Magic Energy Surrounding LV1, Transformation LV1. Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV1, Thunderous Force LV1. Equipment, Refined Jade Staff, Moonstone Necklace, Frostbite Boots, Ice Soul Bracelet, Night Guardian, Hawkeye Ring, Venomous Tooth Earrings, Amethyst Crown, 7-star Belt. Evolution Points, 203500. Passive, Mana Spring LV1, enhances Spirit Attribute tenfold. When Spirit is below 30%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring LV1, when killing a target, there is a 1% chance to see some of the target's attributes. Spell Crit LV1, your skills have a 20% chance to deal 150% critical damage. Strengthen Strike LV1, your third random attack is enhanced, dealing an additional 150% damage. After the upgrade, Wang Chen continued on his way. Not flying directly for 2 reasons. It would attract attention and make him an easy target, and long flights were mentally exhausting, which was very dangerous in the wilderness because one never knew when a big battle would break out. At dusk, Wang Chen arrived at a forest and was about to enter when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had clearly noticed a tree move. It was not an illusion because the other trees did not move, only that one did. With his true sight, he focused on the tree that moved. Twisted Tree Spirit, level 22 strength, 526 agility, 1 spirit, 612 skills, vine binding, corrosive tree sap, sharp spear thrust so deep in hiding. If he let his guard down and approached the tree spirit, he might be ambushed. In the wilderness, such creatures could easily deceive and lead to fatal consequences with a single misstep. Formidable opponents were not the most frightening, it was the hidden ones waiting in the shadows. Wang Chen remained vigilant and knew he had to be even more careful in the future. Suddenly, a vine extended towards Wang Chen's thumb, trying to ensnare him. Although the Twisted Tree Spirit was a tree, it was an omnivorous creature that buried its prey in its roots to absorb their blood for nourishment. Wang Chen tapped his toe, summoning his thunder wings and flew backward, creating a distance of 100 meters between him and the tree spirit. The tree spirit was strong in strength and spirit but had an agility of only 1 point, rendering it unable to move properly. Wang Chen conjured a thunderbolt arrow in his hand as his strength reached its peak. With a loud shout, he fiercely launched it at the tree spirit, piercing through its entire trunk, revealing a blurry human face outline on the surface, contorted in pain. Still not dead? Wang Chen was somewhat surprised by the creature's resilience. It was nearly flawless except for its immobility, which was its most fatal flaw. As long as one escaped its attack range, the Twisted Tree Spirit was powerless. He cast another spell, hurling a thunderstrike bomb at the tree trunk, blasting a large hole in it. With a crack, the tree split in half. Should be dead now, right? To be safe, Wang Chen cast another thunderblast spell, striking it once more. Trees feared lightning strikes as much as they feared fire. Lightning and fire elements were the Twisted Tree Spirit's greatest weaknesses. Defeated Twisted Tree Spirit. Evolution points plus 3,200. Dropped item, Essence of Wood element. Dropped item, Wood Spirit Staff, fine. Spirit plus 35. Strength plus 10. Special attribute, 25% increase in wood element damage. Equipment level, level 20, not a bad reward. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. Wasn't this faster than dungeon runs? Simple and straightforward. With his true sight activated, he walked into the forest, wanting to see if there were more tree spirits around. After searching, he found that they were not grouped together. There was only one Twisted Tree Spirit in the vast forest. Disappointed, Wang Chen had to leave. By then, night had fallen, and he needed to find a safe place to spend the night. The wilderness at night was very dangerous. Soon, a bright light appeared before Wang Chen. As he approached, he realized it was a dungeon. Many adventurers had set up camp nearby, some even calling out for team members. Wang Chen walked closer, and the dungeon information appeared before him. Thunder Mountain Dungeon, entry level, 15 to 25, Thunder Mountain Dungeon. This dungeon is related to thunder. Wang Chen's eyes gleamed. Dungeons related to elements were most likely to drop elemental items. The Thunder Mountain Dungeon had 4 difficulties: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, with a level restriction spanning 10 levels. Such dungeons were prone to accidents because some low-level awakeners were overconfident and believed they could handle it. Wang Chen's arrival attracted some attention. Some people secretly used probing techniques. When they found out that Wang Chen was only level 17, the vigilance in their eyes disappeared instantly. Young man, first time here? Do you want me to guide you through the instance? 500,000 for a pass. I'm a level 20 powerhouse. A carefree adventurer walked over, sizing up Wang Chen from head to toe, his eyes as if looking at a piece of fat meat. For old birds, newly out-of-town adventurers are treasures. Simple, wealthy, who wouldn't like that? Get lost. Wang Chen coldly spat out a word, exuding a powerful electric field all around him. The brief experience made him realize that he couldn't be polite to these adventurers outside the city. Oh, another lightning talent? Even if you give me $1 million now, I won't take you. The carefree adventurer sneered at Wang Chen, coldly chuckled and walked away. The power released by Wang Chen in an instant made him uncertain. Otherwise he would have acted long ago. For a moment, Wang Chen felt that the people around him were looking at him with a strange look. What's going on? He was puzzled, but he didn't pay attention, walked to the entrance of the instance, and checked the instance introduction. Team lacks 1. Difficult difficulty. Anyone coming? For missing one. Any except lightning element. Normal difficulty. Team lacks of ice sea. No lightning element. Listening to the shouts around him, Wang Chen's confusion deepened. It seems that these people are avoiding lightning awakeners? What's going on? He casually asked the person next to him. Brother, why don't they want lightning adventurers? Is there a problem? Even if the attributes are the same, it's not impossible to fight, but the way those people disdainful made him feel there's a story. Don't you know? The adventurer being asked glanced at Wang Chen. Seeing his good attitude, kindly explained. Let me tell you, the boss in this instance is a lightning elemental monster. As long as it's lightning damage, he can swallow it all. So powerful? Wang Chen looked surprised. Of course, yesterday there was a level 25 lightning awakener who didn't listen to advice, soloed the difficult difficulty, and still hasn't come out. I suggest you spend a lot of money to find someone to guide you. As long as you pay enough, there will be teams willing. The adventurer being asked suggested with a smile. I see. Wang Chen nodded, a pensive look in his eyes. Can't lightning awakeners really get through? Absolutely impossible. There must be a way. The next moment, Wang Chen chose the difficult difficulty and resolutely entered the instance. He had a rough guess and would know once he tried. Hey! Wait! The adventurer stopped halfway through his words. He thought Wang Chen had listened and left, but he didn't expect him to enter the instance directly. And it's the difficult difficulty. Is he crazy? Damn! That kid just entered the instance. It's the difficult difficulty. Too crazy. He's only level 17. And he's a lightning talent. Doesn't he know the boss isn't afraid of lightning damage? Wasted. Bro, did you really go in? These new adventurers are wild. It's a pity for the equipment. The surrounding adventurers were first shocked, then showed expressions of watching a good show. They've seen stubborn ones, but never this stubborn. In a blink of an eye, Wang Chen entered the instance and arrived at the foot of a mountain. The sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder flashing, and the rolling thunder sounded from time to time, as if the chariot of the gods was passing by. At the top of the mountain range, there were thunder and storms swirling around, invisibly giving people a great sense of oppression. Squeak! A lightning streaked across the sky. Not just any lightning, but a small creature shaped like a flying squirrel. Lightning Mink, level 18 strength, 186 agility, 465 spirit, 412 skills, lightning strike a thumb thick. Over a meter long lightning struck in the air. Very fast, but the damage was a bit lacking. Wang Chen's body was surrounded by magical energy, completely dissolving the lightning. The lightning mink is very clever. After using a skill, it flew towards the mountain. At this time, the surrounding monsters surrounded it. Thunder Lizard, level 17 strength, 356 agility, 262 spirit, 345. These are a group of lizards lying on the ground, with their skin emitting a faint blue lightning glow. Level 17, level 18, and even level 20 Thunder Lizards. Wang Chen leaped up, threw a thunderbolt bomb into the group of Thunder Lizards. With a bang, another pile of experience and evolution points were obtained. Wang Chen continued to kill towards the mountain, and the higher the level of monsters appeared as he went up. However, with his damage, even monsters over 20 levels could not withstand it. Over half an hour later, Wang Chen passed through the storm and arrived at the mountaintop. A lion entwined with lightning lay quietly on a huge rock. Is this the final boss? Wang Chen thought to himself. A lion, not on the grassland, but came to the mountain. Thunder Lion King, level 25 strength, 857 agility, 663 spirit, 825 skills, lightning whirlwind slash. Thunder devouring curse roar. The Thunder Lion King stood up, its fur shimmering with electric arcs, as if burning with blue flames. With a majestic body and powerful limbs, it exuded a kingly aura. Explosive thunder technique. Wang Chen launched an attack to see how the Thunder Lion King would deal with the skill. Sure enough, as soon as the explosive thunder technique appeared, the Thunder Lion King instinctively raised its head and spewed out a vortex of runes, absorbing the explosive thunder technique into its body. Wang Chen used the true sight eye and clearly saw a lightning energy entering its abdomen like a small snake, faintly glowing. This was the Thunder Lion King's passive skill, Thunder Devouring Curse, which absorbed the opponent's attack into its body. Limited to lightning skills. Let you taste something big. Wang Chen smirked, pointed to the sky, and stirred up the wind and clouds. The great snake thunder spear appeared. The terrifying thunder spear, over 10 meters long, roared down from the sky like a thunder dragon. Roar! The Thunder Lion King roared, spewing out the thunder-devouring curse again. It swallowed the great snake thunder spear, turning it into a blazing thunder element like a small sun, which entered its abdomen. At this moment, Wang Chen noticed that the Thunder Lion King's belly had expanded. He made a shooting motion. The lightning arrow slowly condensed, maximizing the damage. Swish! An arrow shot out, and the Thunder Lion King swallowed it again. Wang Chen continued to attack, throwing thunderbolt bombs, explosive thunder techniques, electric shock techniques, and a series of moves. Without exception, all were swallowed by the Thunder Lion King. At this point, its belly had swollen like a balloon, emitting lightning and a terrifying aura. Keep eating! Wang Chen laughed and once again used the Great Snake Thunder Spear. The Thunder Lion King opened its mouth and swallowed the terrifying energy into its abdomen. The next moment, with a bang, its entire body exploded. Terrifying energy poured out. The shockwave scattered, blowing Wang Chen tens of meters away. Killed Thunder Lion King. Evolution points plus 3,500. Congratulations on clearing the instance. Clear time, 49 minutes 22 seconds. Clear reward, Silver Treasure Chest X1. Thunder Elemental Crystal Core X1, as I expected. Everything has its limits. As long as the energy is large enough, even if you can keep eating, you will eventually burst. Wang Chen thought to himself. Before coming in, he had thought of this issue. It didn't make sense for a low-level instance monster to be able to endlessly devour thunder elements. There would always be a limit. The previous challengers of the thunder system couldn't break through because their thunder element power was not enough. But if you cast 2 forbidden spells, the result would be different. The reality was as he expected. Faced with overwhelming attacks, the Thunder Lion King could only choose to swallow or be hit. But eating too much would also cause its body to explode. The huge amount of experience from clearing the instance raised Wang Chen's level again, reaching level 18. Name, Wang Chen Talent, Thunder Power, 5000000, Level, 18 Strength, 413 Agility, 392 Spirit, 4230 Skills, Thunderbolt LV3, Thunderburst LV2, Swift Step LV1, Thunderbolt Bullet LV5, Stealth LV1, Thunder Wings LV1, Thunder Light Arrow LV1, Magic Energy Surrounding LV1, Transformation LV1 Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV1, Thunderous Force LV1 Equipment, Refined Jade Staff, Moonstone Necklace, Boots of Speed, Ice Soul Bracelet, Night Guardian, Hawkeye Ring, Venomous Fawn Earrings, Amethyst Crown, 7-star Belt Evolution Points, 468,500 Passive Skills, Mana Spring LV1, enhances Spirit Attribute tenfold. When Spirit Power is below 30%, Recovery Speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring LV1, 1% chance to seize partial attributes of the target when killing a target spell. Critical LV1, your skills have a 20% chance to deal 150% critical damage. Enhanced Strike LV1, your third attack gains enhancement, dealing 150% additional damage. In one day, Wang Chen leveled up by 2 levels. This leveling efficiency can no longer be described as simply fast. Soloing dungeons, swift in and out, straightforward. Then, he left the dungeon. Wang Chen's sudden appearance stunned the adventurers outside. How did he come out? Could he have cleared it? How is that possible? Unbelievable. Can Thunder Attribute clear the dungeon? Definitely cleared. He's already level 18. Many released probing spells and found that Wang Chen had reached level 18, confirming that he had cleared the dungeon. Suddenly, those who were waiting to watch the show felt like clowns. How should we address this senior? Can you take me along? I'm willing to pay. Someone approached Wang Chen, trying to get close with a pleasing smile on their face. I'm not in the habit of taking people along. Wang Chen replied indifferently. He intended to enter the dungeon again and challenge nightmare difficulty, but found that the dungeon was on cooldown. He had to wait 12 hours to enter. His dungeon privilege card was ineffective here. Fortunately, he only needed to wait 12 hours. It was also a good time to restore his spirit. Wang Chen walked to an empty space nearby, threw out a capsule, which landed with a bang and turned into a simple tent. Although it looked simple, it was fully equipped inside and could prevent attacks from large beasts. It was a necessity for adventurers camping in the wild, specially made by a technology company. Wang Chen sat cross-legged in the tent and opened the silver chest of dungeon rewards. Inside was a necklace, Thundering necklace, medium grade and necklace crafted with thunder element essence, capable of releasing powerful thunder force. Attributes, spirit plus 33. Special attribute, reduces received thunder damage by 25%. Equipment level, 18, not bad. Wang Chen smiled satisfactorily. Equipment with special attributes is good equipment, and the level is just right. He can wear it immediately. He replaced his original necklace, and his spirit attribute reached 4,460 points. Next, Wang Chen opened the scroll shop. With more evolution points, he spent some upgrading skills. Let's start with 10. A miraculous 10 consecutive draws. After the exchange, Wang Chen didn't hesitate and immediately used it on Thunder Light Arrow. This was his highest single target damage skill, with the highest return on investment when upgraded. Thunder Light Arrow LV1, Thunder Light Arrow LV2, Thunder Light Arrow LV2, condense own elements into a Thunder Arrow, continuously charging to deal 175% to 325% penetrating damage. Release consumes 60 to 160. Continue. Wang Chen added all the remaining upgrade scrolls in one go. Thunder Light Arrow LV2, Thunder Light Arrow LV5, Thunder Light Arrow LV5, condense own elements into a Thunder Arrow, continuously charging to deal 250% to 400% penetrating damage. This skill can lock onto a target. Release consumes 100 to 300. Lock onto the target. Wang Chen was surprised to find that the level 5 Thunder Light Arrow had become a targeted skill. It would never miss its target again. This meant that no matter how fast the target was, he could still hit them. This was a bit abnormal. Who could withstand 100% accuracy? The next day, as the sky was getting brighter, Wang Chen slowly opened his eyes in the tent. He had not slept much all night, remaining vigilant. Despite this, he did not feel tired at all, but rather full of energy. Wang Chen packed up the tent, made a fire on the spot, and then grilled some raw meat. The items he bought from the guild before finally came in handy. With his experience of eating grilled meat in his past life, Wang Chen was confident in making delicious grilled meat even in the wilderness. Before long, the fragrant grilled meat was ready. After eating and drinking his fill, Wang Chen walked to the entrance of the instance, ready to challenge the nightmare difficulty. His actions immediately caught the attention of many people. This big shot is starting again. I've been thinking all night, but I still can't figure out how he did it. With the experience from yesterday, he'll probably be even faster today. Adventurers around whispered to each other. Some brave ones wanted to team up with Wang Chen, while others planned to pay him to be guided. Wang Chen ignored them all. This time, he wanted to challenge the nightmare difficulty alone. He specifically checked the historical records of the nightmare difficulty. 34 minutes and 55 seconds. The speed could be considered very fast. The Thunder Lion King was very strong, able to devour skills, but only targeting Thunder Awakening users, not affecting others. With a team of 5, all at level 25 with full equipment, it was not impossible to clear it in just over 30 minutes. After reading the historical records, Wang Chen felt confident and without hesitation. He entered the nightmare difficulty in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded. Did he make a mistake and turn nightmare into hard? Too cool. Soloing nightmare difficulty. Maybe this is what a big shot is like. This kid must be a genius from some big family. I think he might have an S-level talent. I think so too. Only a monster with S-level talent can solo the nightmare difficulty instance. People speculated one after another, thinking that Wang Chen had an S-level talent. In the instance, Wang Chen moved swiftly towards the mountain. The monsters in nightmare difficulty were much stronger than in hard difficulty. But Wang Chen didn't kill every one of them. He needed to save some energy to deal with the Thunder Lion King. There were different strategies for different situations. Before long, Wang Chen reached the mountaintop. On top of a giant rock, a majestic lion stood proudly. Thunder Lion King, level 25 strength, 926 agility, 734 spirit, 1018 skills, lightning whirlwind slash, thunder devour, thunder breath. Such high attributes. Wang Chen was shocked. The spirit of this Lion King had exceeded 1,000, and it even had an extra skill. Thunder breath? Godzilla? At this moment, the Thunder Lion King launched its attack, spitting out a thunderbolt that resembled Godzilla. Wang Chen dodged this deadly blow and flew up above the Thunder Lion King. My turn! A terrifying aura suddenly burst forth. Thunderous might. In an instant, millions of thunderbolts descended. thundering down like a deluge. The Thunder Lion King seemed stunned, opening its mouth to release the Thunder Devour skill. However, before it could finish swallowing, it was bombarded by the remaining thunderbolts, causing its skin to crack and flesh to burst. It couldn't possibly finish eating the countless thunderbolts. This was an impossible task. It turned and tried to run, attempting to escape the range of the thunder bombardment. Wang Chen in the sky followed suit. Wherever he went, thunder followed, firmly locking onto the Thunder Lion King. 20-something seconds later, there was a loud bang. The Thunder Lion King exploded. It was unclear whether it was killed by the thunderous might or because it had ingested too much thunder energy and burst from within. Killing the Thunder Lion King, evolution points plus 4,000, killing the target, soul devouring triggered, spirit plus 20, congratulations on clearing the instance. Clearance time, 26 minutes 18 seconds. Calculating rewards. Clearance rewards, Lion King Bracelet, Fine, X1, Thunder Element Crystal X1, Enhancement Stone X1, Healing Potion X2, Mana Potion X2. Wang Chen's level has once again increased to level 19. Fine equipment. His eyes lit up as he checked the equipment attributes. Lion King Bracelet, bracelet worn by the Thunder Lion King, possessing powerful thunder abilities. Attributes, Spirit plus 75, Strength plus 30. Special attribute, 25% increase in thunder damage. Equipment level, level 25. This is a piece of equipment with special attributes that increases thunder damage, similar to the Thunder Sword. However, it requires level 25 to equip. Besides the equipment, there was something unexpected for him. Enhancement Stone. This is a stone used to enhance equipment, and it is an extremely rare material. Wang Chen left the instance. Just as he returned outside, the instance prompt sounded. Congratulations on breaking the Thunder Mountain Nightmare level record. Clearance time, 26 minutes 18 seconds. Achievement reward, Thunder Lion King's gift pack. With the instance prompt, a huge commotion erupted on the scene. All adventurers were stunned. Not only did Wang Chen solo the nightmare difficulty, but he also broke the historical record. Upon closer inspection, he was 7 to 8 minutes faster than the previous record. What concept is this? Did the Thunder Lion King crash into the mountain by himself? Unbelievable. Where did this monster come from? A miracle. It's simply a miracle. This kid is definitely an S-level genius. Everyone was amazed, looking at Wang Chen with awe in their eyes. Strong individuals will always be respected wherever they go. Wang Chen walked to the side and quietly opened the Thunder Lion King's gift pack. Congratulations on obtaining Thunder Spirit Contract X1, Primary Strength Gem X1, Primary Spirit Gem X1. Thunder Spirit Contract? What is this? Wang Chen was stunned for a moment and checked the instructions. Thunder Spirit Contract, active in the name of the Thunder Contract. Summon the Thunder Lion Emperor as your mount. Level 20, summon the Thunder Lion Emperor to serve you. Strength plus 20, Agility plus 20, Spirit plus 20. Level 50, summon the Thunder Fire Kirin to serve you. Strength plus 200, Agility plus 200, Spirit plus 200. Level 80, summon the Ancient Thunder Dragon to serve you. Strength plus 1000, Agility plus 1000, Spirit plus 1000. Special skill, cannot be upgraded. Learning level, level 20. Damn, this skill is quite cool. After reading the introduction, Wang Chen's mouth curled up in excitement. It turned out to be a mount summoning skill. Kirin, Thunder Dragon. Just thinking about it is cool. As for the Thunder Lion Emperor, it should be similar to the Lion King in the instance, but also very cool. Moreover, this skill is not only cool but also provides additional attribute bonuses. It can be said that both showing off and practicality are taken into account. I'm just over level 19 now. One more level and I can learn it. Wang Chen thought to himself. Clearing the nightmare level instance had raised him by more than one level. Name, Wang Chen. Talent, Thunder and Lightning Power, 500000. Level, 19 Strength, 458 Agility, 425 Spirit, 4860 Skills, Electric Shock LV3, Thunderburst LV2, Swift Step LV1, Thunderbolt LV5, Stealth LV1, Thunder Wings LV1, Thunder Light Arrow LV5, Magic Energy Surround LV1, Transformation LV1. Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV1, Thunderous Force LV1. Equipment, Refined Jade Staff, Thundering Necklace, Ice Breaking War Boots, Ice Soul Bracelet, Night Guardian, Hawkeye Ring, Venomous Tooth Earrings, Amethyst Crown. 7-star belt evolution points, 476200 passive, Mana Source Spring LV1, enhances spirit attributes tenfold. When spirit power is below 30%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring Spirit LV1, when killing a target, there is a 1% chance to see some of the target's attributes. Spell Crit LV1, your skills have a 20% chance to deal 150% critical damage. Strengthen Strike LV1, your third attack gains enhancement, dealing 150% additional damage. In the Thunder Lion King's gift pack, besides the Thunder Spirit contract, there are also 2 gems. Primary Spirit Gem, this item can be embedded in equipment to increase 10 points of spirit attribute. Strength Gem is the same. Gem levels are divided into Primary, Intermediate, Advanced, Pure, Flawless, Perfect, Epic, Legendary. Every 3 low-level gems can be synthesized into a higher-level gem. For example, 3 primary gems can be synthesized into an intermediate one, 3 intermediate ones into an advanced one, and so on. Among the 3 gems, Strength and Spirit are the most popular, with prices not differing much. Agility gems are much cheaper. Most Awakeners prefer to pursue Strength and Spirit, with Agility being sufficient. Wang Chen glanced at the instance, then entered the cooldown time. This time, he didn't wait, packed up and left. There were still dozens of kilometers to go from where Wu Dashuan said. Wang Chen proceeded at a steady pace, killing monsters while heading there. At noon, Wang Chen arrived at the agreed location, Li Feng Town. This is an abandoned town located at the border of an oasis and desert. As soon as Wang Chen entered the town, he saw many adventurers in groups of 3 to 5. There were simple taverns and shops on both sides of the street. I'm here. Where are you? Wang Chen messaged Wu Dashuan. Are you at the entrance? I'll be there soon, came the reply from the other side. In a few minutes, Wang Chen saw Wu Dashuan leading 3 people, coming out of the town looking dusty. Compared to last time, this guy looked even darker. Wang Chen's eyes scanned, and the information of the 4 people appeared clearly in his eyes. Wu Dashuan, level 27, with 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was level 25, and the 2 men were level 26 and 25. Brother Wang, you finally came. Wu Dashuan greeted with a smile, walking up quickly. Come, let me introduce you. This is my sister Wu Xiaoqi, Ma Wei, Huang Liang. Wu Dashuan enthusiastically introduced Wang Chen. Brother, is this the Wang Chen you mentioned? The newcomer from Nanjiang University's exam? The woman in the team asked, curiously looking at Wang Chen. Her skin was slightly dark, but her features were beautiful, giving her a unique charm. Yes, this is the helper my brother specially invited, Wu Dashuan said with a smile. Captain, if you want help, at least find someone decent. What's the use of a level 19 here? This is not an exam. Do you want to get us killed? A tall, thin man in the team, Huang Liang, spoke discontentedly. He used detection technique to check Wang Chen's level and found it was only 19. He thought Wu Dashuan would bring a powerful helper, but the result was less than level 20. Isn't this a joke? Huang Liang, don't speak out of turn. Although Wang Chen is only level 19, he has repeatedly broken instance records, even breaking the record of level 20 nightmare difficulty. Wu Dashuan explained with a frown. Level 20? What's the use of that? We are challenging world instances this time, facing opponents stronger than us. Do you expect him to be of any use? By adding him to the team, it's just counterproductive and will only hold us back. Huang Liang's tone was full of disdain, and his voice grew louder. In his eyes, Wang Chen was like a hothouse flower, a paper strategist, with no real battle experience. Moreover, Wang Chen's level was only 19. Huang Liang, are you the captain, or am I the captain? Wang Chen is a friend I invited. Show some respect. Wu Dashuan angrily reprimanded, glaring fiercely at Huang Liang. He, you want to argue with me for an outsider? Fine. From now on, I quit the team. Let's see how you play. Huang Liang sneered coldly, mocking. Huang Liang, are you really quitting the team? Ma Wei, the man, looked surprised. To tell you the truth, the Wolf Tooth Squad had approached me in private a while ago, inviting me to join them. Initially, I was not interested, but now I have changed my mind. With a smug expression, Huang Liang stopped pretending. You, Huang Liang, you have had second thoughts for a long time, Wu Xiaoqi said angrily. Wu Dashuan's face turned pale. not expecting the main force of the team to withdraw at this critical moment. Ha ha, Wu Dashun, you will pay for your actions today and regret it deeply. Huang Liang laughed as he walked into the town. The Wu siblings stared at him with anger but could do nothing. Brother Wu, where did you find this idiotic teammate? Wang Chen suddenly spoke, feeling a bit speechless that one person had left the team shortly after joining. Wu Dashun smiled awkwardly. I actually couldn't stand him for a long time, but he was a key player in the team. If he left, it would be hard to find a replacement for a while. The World Dungeon is set to open tomorrow at noon. It seems I need to find another teammate quickly. There's no rush to find someone. Tell me about the dungeon, Wang Chen said decisively. Alright, let's talk as we walk. Wu Dashun led Wang Chen into the town, explaining the situation and the information about the dungeon. Shortly after, Wang Chen saw a huge dungeon entrance. The entrance was 7 to 8 meters high, resembling a gateway to another world, completely different from a regular dungeon entrance. Territory of the Giant Rock Dragon, maximum level 30. The territory of the Giant Rock Dragon was the world dungeon mentioned by Wu Dashun. The maximum level is 30, with no minimum level requirement. The dungeon can accommodate up to 500 people at a time. However, not everyone can enter as they please. They need a dungeon challenge voucher. Every 10,000 challenges in this dungeon will refresh a world boss and randomly distribute 100 challenge vouchers, each allowing 5 people to enter. We're lucky to have a challenge voucher at this time, Wu Dashun said happily. So, you found me for this? Wang Chen looked at him strangely. I trust you. Wu Dashun patted Wang Chen's shoulder. Besides, when fighting a world dungeon boss, it's not always about strength but luck. Only the one who lands the final blow on the boss can receive the clearance reward. Hearing this, Wang Chen nodded. That's how it is with world bosses, luck plays a significant role. Of course, if you have excessive damage, luck becomes less relevant. The dungeon opens at 12 o'clock tomorrow, and I have a challenge voucher in hand. It won't be difficult to find a teammate. Wu Dashun was still thinking about finding a teammate. I don't think we need to. You said it yourself. Fighting a world boss is about luck. Why bring in another person to share the rewards? Wang Chen smiled, exuding strong confidence as if the reward was already in hand. Well, alright then. I don't trust temporary teammates either. Let's just stick with the 4 of us. Wu Dashun made up his mind after some thought. Brother. Wu Shaoqi hesitated, feeling that her brother was trusting Wang Chen too much. Out of consideration, she held back the words on the tip of her tongue. Is there a dungeon I can enter? Wang Chen asked Wu Dashun, as he was about to reach level 20. It was a good time to break through and enhance his strength. Once he reached level 20, he would wield the Thunder Sword and summon the Thunder Lion Emperor. There is one. Wu Dashun led Wang Chen to a dungeon. It was a level 15 to 20 dungeon. Snake Cave, we can't enter, so you go in by yourself, Wu Dashun told Wang Chen. Wang Chen nodded, checked the information, glanced at the historical records, and decisively chose the nightmare difficulty. Then he entered the dungeon alone. He is really confident, challenging nightmare difficulty right from the start. It seems like he wants to prove himself. Wu Shaoqi smiled. The nightmare record for the Snake Cave is 47 minutes. Let's see how long he takes. Ma Wei added. We'll wait for him here. Wu Dashun sat down on the side. The 3 of them chatted leisurely. Before long, Wang Chen's figure emerged. Cleared? The 3 of them were stunned, feeling like it hadn't been long. Looking at the instance history, Wang Chen's name had already taken the top spot. Clear time, 25 minutes 13 seconds. Seeing this time, Wu Dashun and the others gasped. Faster by almost half compared to the historical record? So smooth? Wang Chen at this moment appeared calm and composed, as if he had just returned from a vacation. It was evident that he hadn't even used his full strength. Even nearby adventurers were amazed. They had never seen anyone shorten the historical record by almost half before. Let's go back. Wang Chen waved his hand and said lightly. He was still killing recklessly in the level 25 nightmare instance, let alone the level 21s. After clearing this instance, his level finally broke through to 20. Achievement reward, Challenger's gift pack of the Snake Cave. Inside was a medium-grade equipment and a primary strength gem. Silver Moon Crown, Spirit plus 20, Strength plus 15. Equipment level, 20, replacing the original equipment. His attributes increased once again. In addition, after reaching level 20, he awakened a new skill, Thunder Pulse, active release of Thunder Pulse centered on oneself, penetrating the target's defense, causing 150% continuous damage, and pushing away surrounding enemies. This skill not only dealt damage but also had a defensive function. Learn Thunder Spirit Pact, Wang Chen silently recited. The next moment, he felt a mysterious force, as if something had been stirred in the depths of his soul. After learning it, all three-dimensional attributes increased by 20 points. And you, my precious Thunder Sword. Wang Chen was excited. He immediately equipped the Thunder Sword, further increasing his attributes. Check the attribute panel. Wang Chen thought to himself. Name, Wang Chen Talent, Thunder Power, 500000, Level, 20 Strength, 638 Agility, 545 Spirit, 6350 Skills, Electric Shock LV3, Thunderburst LV2, Swift Step LV1, Thunderbolt LV5, Stealth LV1, Thunder Wings LV1, Thunder Arrow LV5, Magic Energy Surround LV1, Transformation LV1, Thunder Spirit Pact, Thunder Pulse LV1 Curses, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV1, Thunderous Might LV1 Equipment, Thunder Sword, Resonant Necklace, Frostbite Boots, Ice Soul Bracelet, Night Guardian, Hawkeye Ring, Venom Fawn Earrings, Silver Moon Crown, 7-star Belt Evolution Points, 713500 Passive, Mana Spring LV1, enhances Spirit Attributes tenfold. When Spirit Power is below 30%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring LV1, when killing a target, there is a 1% chance to see some of the target's attributes. Spell Crit LV1, your skills have a 20% chance to deal 150% critical damage. Enhanced Strike LV1, your third attack gains enhancement, dealing an additional 150% damage. Spirit has surpassed 6,000. Even Wang Chen was surprised by his own attributes. The attributes at level 20 could only be described as terrifying. Even for pay-to-win players like Xue Qingyue, the average attributes at level 20 were only over 400. After level 20, each level increase added 40 points to attributes, doubling them. However, the experience required for leveling up also doubled. Later, Wang Chen and Wu Dashuan and the others found a house nearby to stay in, waiting for the world instance to open. On the other side of the town, in a dilapidated room, Huang Liang and several members of the Wolf Fawn Squad were talking. The kid Wu Dashuan broke the Snake Cave's historical record. Quite impressive. Upon hearing the news, a member of the Wolf Squad sighed. So what if he's impressive? Just a level 19 rookie. Huang Liang sneered, full of arrogance in his words. Huang Liang is right. The rookies from the 19th level don't need to be concerned about. The dungeon will open tomorrow. Everyone should give their best. Captain Langia Gaoqiang spoke up, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. The next day, Leafin Town welcomed a lively day. The entrance to the giant rock dragon dungeon. A large number of adventurers gathered, their eyes full of anticipation. I wonder what rewards this world boss will drop. So looking forward to it. The rewards from a world boss are incomparable to regular bosses. It is said to have top-tier equipment, high-level gems, and a variety of advanced skills. Any strong team with an open spot? 2 million for a challenge ticket. Anyone willing to pay? Various shouts could be heard. Wang Chen also arrived early, listening to the discussions, his eyes showing some anticipation. The rewards from the world boss are truly enticing. After we enter, don't rush to attack. Wait for them to lower the boss's health. Then find the right opportunity to strike. Wu Dashuan whispered, arranging tactics. Understood. Wu Xiaoqi, with a ponytail, nodded. They were thinking the same. Oh, you're here early? Wu Dashuan, are these the helpers you found? Not bad looking. At this moment, a mocking voice sounded. Gaoqiang and his wolf-tooth team approached. Gaoqiang scrutinized Wang Chen, level 20, one level higher than rumored. But to him, it made no difference. As Gaoqiang scrutinized Wang Chen's gaze was also on him. Name, Gaoqiang Talent, Proud Moon Wolf, B, Level, 27 Strength, 881 Agility, 633 Spirit, 668 Skills. Equipment, Beast Tamer, excels in Strength. Wang Chen evaluated silently. The equipment on this person was all focused on strength, and the skills also had strength bonuses. With just one glance, he could see through his opponent. Gaoqiang, don't be too smug too soon. Who will have the last laugh is still uncertain. Wu Dashuan said coldly. Definitely not you. Daoqiang smirked, with Huang Liang behind him also laughing. Little brother, what's your name? You look so handsome, making me itch. Why not join our team? Sister will play with you? In the wolf-tooth team, a coquettish woman in her 20s said to Wang Chen. Wang Chen glanced at her and said calmly, sorry, I'm a bit of a clean freak, can't stand dirty things. With that said, the woman's face instantly darkened. Just then, the entrance to the dungeon lit up. The dungeon is open, someone excitedly shouted. In the next moment, a group of people rushed in. Let's go! Inside, Wu Dashun waved his hand, leading the charge. Wang Chen walked at the back, following into the vortex. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. All around was a desolate yellow sand. Occasionally, a few green spots could be seen. Except for the four of them, there was no one else. All teleported to different places. Everyone be careful. Stay close to me. Wu Dashun walked at the front, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Once inside the dungeon, one must always remain vigilant, a basic quality of an adventurer. After walking for a few minutes, several monsters appeared in front. It's the lizard demon. Prepare for battle, Wu Dashun shouted. Hearing this, Wu Xiaoqi and Ma Wei immediately perked up, ready to unleash their skills. Wang Chen watched the scene with interest. He hadn't experienced this kind of serious team battle before. At this moment, the lizard demon also noticed them and immediately rushed towards them, teeth bared and claws out. Lizard demon, level 25 strength, 722 agility, 607 spirit, 659. Wu Dashun shouted loudly, emitting a white light from his body, his entire body rapidly expanding, growing stronger. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a white gorilla over 2 meters tall, facing the lizard demon. Wang Chen knew this was Wu Dashun's talent, a B-level talent, silverback giant ape. His body was as hard as silver. After transforming, his strength attribute greatly increased. When Wu Dashun rushed up, the other two in the team were not idle. Wooden restraint. Wu Xiaoqi slapped the ground, and several green vines appeared under the feet of the lizard demon, trapping them. She was gifted with wood elements, with control, healing, and damage. Power enhancement. Ma Wei released a halo that fell on Wu Dashun, instantly increasing his strength. Wu Dashun roared and punched, smashing the head of a lizard demon. He quickly rushed towards another lizard demon, engaging in close combat. In just a minute, only one lizard demon remained alive. As he was about to finish it off, a lightning bolt flashed across Wu Dashun's eyes, piercing through the lizard demon's head and disappearing into the distance. Such strong power. Wu Dashun and the others looked in amazement at Wang Chen, who had such high damage without any buffs. In fact, Wang Chen didn't even charge up for that lightning bolt. It was just instant. Wang Chen, your damage is quite high. Let me know next time you attack. I'll buff you, Ma Wei said with a smile. Okay, Wang Chen nodded. For experience and evolution points, he couldn't hold back from attacking monsters. The group continued forward, with Wang Chen not hesitating to use his skills whenever they encountered monsters. Sometimes, before Wu Dashun could transform, the monsters were already taken care of by him. Wang Chen, you're even more powerful than I imagined. But, you should take it easy and save some energy. Don't exhaust yourself before facing the boss, Wu Dashun advised based on his experience. Sometimes, being too aggressive early on could lead to exhaustion when facing the boss. I will. Wang Chen smiled and didn't argue. Wu Dashun didn't know how much energy Wang Chen had, so it was a normal suggestion. Wang Chen is only level 20, but he doesn't seem weaker than Huang Liang at all. Wu Gu, your judgment is really sharp, Ma Wei flattered, knowing that Huang Liang was level 26, while Wang Chen was only level 20, a 6-level difference. Of course, Wang Chen is the top scorer in the major exam. How could he be weak? Wu Dashun laughed and then changed the subject. We need to hurry. I suspect the world boss is in the basin at the center of the dungeon. Let's go there and wait. The group quickened their pace and encountered some level 28 elite monsters along the way. With their combined efforts, nothing unexpected happened. Wang Chen, in order to conserve energy, didn't use any forbidden spells but instead slowly wore down the monsters with minor skills. Unknowingly, his experience bar had increased by a large margin, and he was close to reaching level 21. The dungeon was filled with high-level monsters, so Wang Chen, being only level 20, gained experience very quickly. Soon, they arrived at an oasis filled with coconut trees, with a huge basin in the distance, about a kilometer in diameter. Although called a basin, it looked more like a deep pit. That's it up ahead. Let's be careful and not get noticed. Wu Dashuan crouched under a tree, speaking in a low voice. Suddenly, a coconut fell and hit him on the head. Who the hell stole? He stopped mid-sentence, realizing it was just a coconut. Wu Dashuan scratched his head in embarrassment and ran to a tree in front. Wu Xiong, you guys keep moving forward slowly. I'll go take a look first. Wang Chen smiled helplessly and, under the gaze of the three, slowly entered stealth mode. He became almost transparent. You can still turn invisible? Wu Xiaoqi looked surprised. It's not invisibility, just stealth mode. Normal monsters won't notice me, Wang Chen explained. It had been a while since he had been the sixth man, and he didn't expect to experience it again today. Then, with swift steps, almost like gliding on roller skates, he quickly and smoothly approached the basin. 2 minutes later, Wang Chen stood at the edge of a deep pit, with a depth of up to 10 meters, filled with strange creatures. In the center, he saw a dragon-like creature over 10 meters tall, resembling a Jurassic herbivorous dinosaur, covered in thick rock armor, spikes all over its body, and dragging a huge stone hammer at its tail. Giant Rock Dragon Lord, level 30 strength, 3000 agility, 500 spirit, 3000 skills, dragon power, sandfall burial, earthquake spell, earth spike spell, dragon power, passive immune to 80% magic damage and 80% physical damage, recovers 1% maximum health per minute after leaving combat. Sandfall burial, summons a large amount of sand and forms a sandfall to bury enemies alive. Earthquake spell, triggers an earthquake, causing ground vibrations and forming huge cracks to devour enemies. Earth spike spell, giant rock dragon summons a large number of earth spikes to damage enemies and restrict their movements. Damn! After seeing the attributes of the giant rock dragon, Wang Chen took a cold breath. The power and spirit of this thing actually reached 3000. The values are abnormal. Not to mention the skills are also incredible, especially the dragon power passive skill, which can actually immune to 80% magic damage and physical damage, and even regenerates health after leaving combat. Apart from being slightly lacking in agility, this thing has almost no weaknesses. Wow! Such a long health bar. Wu Dashuan and others came up and saw the health bar on the head of the giant rock dragon. Amazed. Can we really kill it? Wu Xiaoqi doubted life. Even from a distance, they could feel the pressure brought by the giant rock dragon. I feel like if I hit it, it's just scratching an itch for it. Ma Weigan laughed. At this time, more and more adventurers rushed here. They surrounded the deep pit, shocked to see the giant rock dragon boss. Boom! Suddenly, someone walked into the deep pit and launched a large fireball at the boss. The giant rock dragon remained motionless, and its health bar did not decrease at all. Everyone, did you see that? The boss has a lot of health. Why not attack? Are we waiting for the boss to die of old age? More and more adventurers descended into the pit and attacked the boss. Numerous skills were unleashed, and the health of the giant rock dragon finally decreased to 99%. Let's go down too. Wang Chen led Wu Dashuan and the other two down the pit. Remember, stay away from the boss later. Use only ranged attacks. This guy is so big, I dare not fight him head-on. Wu Dashuan laughed. His silver giant ape beside the giant rock dragon, like a little chick, easily stomped on. More and more adventurers arrived and joined the battle. However, everyone had ulterior motives and did not go all out, holding back. They all wanted to wait for others to lower the boss's health and then take advantage of it. Wang Chen stopped 200 meters away from the giant rock dragon. He made a shooting gesture with both hands, slowly condensing a thunderbolt arrow. Chirp! Wang Chen drew the arrow to full power, filled with maximum damage, and the thunderbolt arrow flew out, hitting the giant rock dragon. In an instant, the health of the giant rock dragon decreased by 5%. A visible chunk of the health bar was gone. Due to the numerous skills, no one noticed who shot the arrow. They only saw the boss's health drop significantly. They became more enthusiastic. 5%. Wang Chen estimated his damage and had a rough idea. If the previous arrow had not been enhanced with a passive skill, the damage could have been higher. Being able to deal such damage under 80% magic immunity was already very powerful. At this point, the health of the giant rock dragon had dropped to 80%. It roared and stomped on the ground. The entire pit shook violently, swaying in all directions. The ground cracked open, revealing a large fissure. catching some adventurers off guard, causing them to fall in and unable to climb out. Then, many spikes grew out of the ground, followed by a wave of bloody slaughter. Wang Chen and his companions remained 200 meters away, thus avoiding these two waves of attacks. Thunderbolt arrow. Wang Chen shot another arrow, locking onto the target from a distance and hitting it accurately. Roaring in pain, the giant rock dragon summoned a sky full of yellow sand waterfalls, engulfing many adventurers around. Not knowing who did it, it could only rage helplessly, grabbing nearby adventurers to beat up. This damn boss is so powerful, let's slowly wear it down, then launch a full-scale attack when its health drops to 10%. On the other side, the members of the Wolffang team were dodging the boss's attacks in a sorry state. Listen to my command later. Everyone use your highest damage skills and try to kill the boss in one go. Greedily eyeing the giant rock dragon, the leader said to the other four. He had calculated that as long as the boss's health dropped to 3%, seizing a brief opportunity to unleash simultaneous attacks would have a chance to kill the boss. Don't worry, Captain, the boss will definitely be ours, Huang Liang said confidently. At this moment, the giant rock dragon's health visibly decreased, with hundreds of adventurers besieging it. Any skill used dealt significant damage. Ants can kill an elephant. Watching the giant rock dragon's health drop to 20%, the attacks from the crowd became more intense. What should we do? Should we go over? Wu Daxuan started to get anxious, eager to transform and join the fight. In the final moments, whoever delivers the final blow to the boss will receive the ultimate reward. No need, because I will kill the boss. Your efforts will be in vain. Wang Chen smiled, his gaze fixed on the giant rock dragon's health bar. The three were puzzled. Was he that confident? At this moment, the giant rock dragon's health finally dropped to 10%. Ma Wei, give me a buff. Wang Chen suddenly spoke up. Ha! Ma Wei was stunned for a moment, then cast a strengthening aura on Wang Chen. Wang Chen suddenly felt full of power, activating the passive skill for a powerful strike, pointing the thundering sword towards the sky. Great Serpent Thunder Spear. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded as a huge thunder spear appeared, pressing down. What is this? All the adventurers were stunned, looking at the abnormally large thunder spear in the sky, feeling their souls trembling. It was as if divine punishment had descended to destroy everything. The Great Serpent Thunder Spear was unstoppable, crashing onto the back of the giant rock dragon. Its health instantly depleted to 0. One-hit kill. No chance given to others. Wang Chen's experience surged, reaching level 21 and stopping at 80% growth. Killing the giant rock dragon lord. Evolution points plus 20,000, dropped item. Giant rock dragon's heart. Then, the instance prompt sounded in their ears. Congratulations on killing the giant rock dragon lord. Received personal kill reward, giant rock dragon's sacred artifact chest. Received team reward, giant rock dragon's honor chest x4. Damn, did we really succeed? Wu Daxuan and the others also received the prompt and were stunned on the spot, especially Ma Wei, wearing a face of disbelief. Is my buff really that strong? No, it wasn't his buff that was strong, but Wang Chen's damage was just too outrageous. In the center of the deep pit, the broken body of the giant rock dragon lay in a charred state, emitting billowing white smoke. The surrounding adventurers stared blankly, their expressions changing constantly. Good news, the giant rock dragon was dead. Bad news, they didn't kill it themselves. The killer is Wang Chen. Who is this guy? So it's him. Damn it, he stole my boss. Some showed murderous intent, but upon recalling the terrifying blow that killed the giant rock dragon, they sobered up. What could they do to confront this? Damn it, why them? Gao Chang was shocked and angry. Not only did he fail to kill the boss, but he also let Wu Daxuan's team succeed. This was something he couldn't tolerate. Even more unacceptable was Huang Liang, his entire being distorted with anger. He was not only angry at Wang Chen and the others but also at his own foolishness. If he hadn't switched sides, wouldn't he have a share of the boss's reward? No, we can't let them succeed. Huang Liang thought angrily, hatred rising from the depths of his heart, evil taking root in his courage. He walked up to Gao Chang and whispered a few words. The two exchanged a glance, their faces showing a cold and murderous intent. Name, Wang Chen. Talent, Thunder Power, 500000, Level, 21 Strength, 685 Agility, 595 Spirit, 6750 Skills, Electric Shock LV3, Thunder Burst LV2, Swift Step LV1, Thunderbolt LV5. Stealth LV1, Thunder Wings LV1, Thunder Light Arrow LV5, Magic Energy Surrounding LV1, Transformation LV1, Thunder Spirit Contract, Thunder Pulse LV1 Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV1, Thunderous Weight LV1 Equipment, Thunder Sword, Resonant Thunder Necklace, Ice Breaking Boots, Ice Soul Bracelet, Dark Knight Guardian, Eagle Eye Ring, Poison Fawn Earrings, Silver Moon Crown, 7-star Belt. Evolution points, 132-1500 passive, Mana Spring LV1, enhances spirit attribute tenfold. When spirit power is below 30%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring LV1, when killing a target, there is a 1% chance to seize part of the target's attributes. Spell Crit LV1, your skills have a 20% chance to deal 150% critical damage. Strengthen Strike LV1, your third attack gains enhancement, dealing 150% additional damage. Wang Chen checked his attributes. After level 20, leveling up increases attributes by 40 points. In addition, he already has over 1 million evolution points, so it won't be long before he can evolve his talent again. Brother Wang Chen, you're amazing. I never thought that one day, I would also have the honor of killing a world boss, Wu Dashuan said excitedly. He really didn't expect that their team could kill the world boss, even though it was Wang Chen who did it alone. But they are all partners, all buddies, basking in the glory. Yes, yes. Ma Wei and Wu Xiaoqi also nodded repeatedly, admiring Wang Chen. Brother Wu, you're too kind. Without your invitation, I wouldn't have had this opportunity, right? Wang Chen smiled. Then he took out the reward chest. The personal kill sacred artifact chest naturally belonged to Wang Chen, leaving 4 honor chests, 1 for each person. Therefore, Wang Chen ended up with 2 chests. Wu Dashuan and the others had no objections to this distribution. They didn't contribute much, so getting an honor chest was already good enough. It was like getting something for nothing. He. Wang Chen, Wu Dashuan, thank you for helping me kill the world boss. Now, hand over the reward items. An untimely voice sounded. Gao Chang, Huang Liang, and the others from the Wolf Fong team walked over, each with a cold smile on their face. Shameless, can't beat us so you want to snatch it? The Wu siblings and Ma Wei were all furious. Ha ha, fools, do you think this is child's play? As adventurers, don't you understand the law of the jungle? Huang Liang laughed loudly. Are you looking for death? Wang Chen scanned the group coldly, surprised by their audacity to try and snatch the rewards. Stop pretending. I know you're strong, but after releasing such a powerful skill just now, how much strength do you have left? Huang Liang smiled confidently, as if he could see through everything. In his eyes, after releasing the Great Snake Thunder Spear, Wang Chen wouldn't be able to release a second time, making him an easy target. When I count to 3, hand over the rewards, or else you'll have a dead end. 1. Before he could finish, a thunder light arrow pierced through Huang Liang's head. Wang Chen decisively took action, instantly shooting an arrow through Huang Liang's head. Blood splattered, staining the ground red. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. No one expected Wang Chen to be so ruthless and decisive. Beast, I'll make you pay. Gao Chang roared in anger, his body rapidly expanding as a strong aura surged around him. Swish, his figure disappeared from the spot, rushing to Wang Chen's front. His hands had already turned into wolf claws, aiming for the target's head. He was smart, knowing that Wang Chen was a mage-type awakener, not good at close combat, so he prepared for close combat, aiming to quickly take him down. Thunder Pulse. At this critical moment, a strong pulse surged out from under Wang Chen's feet. Like raging waves, it spread outward fiercely. Under this strong impact, Gao Chang was shaken and flew out, spitting blood and crashing to the ground. Attack together. Kill him. Gao Chang was shocked and angry, roaring and directing teammates to strike. The other 3 reacted quickly and entered battle mode. Healing, shielding, all at once. Shie, a bolt of lightning swiftly came, piercing through a support awakener's shield and effortlessly killing them. The other 2's faces turned pale, unable to even block the shield. What kind of damage is this? Damn it! Kill him! Now it was Wu Dashuan and others' turn to beat him up. They reacted quickly and were about to rush up. Don't move, to prevent you from getting hurt, Wang Chen said calmly, throwing a thunderbolt ball. After 2 loud bangs, Gao Chang was reduced to a pile of broken flesh. The remaining man and woman were trembling in fear. Who said this guy was finished? Clearly, he was lively and at his peak. Immediately, the two turned and ran, no longer daring to fight. Trying to run? Not so easy. Wang Chen shook his head lightly. Since they started, he would kill them all to prevent future trouble. Boom! A thunder blast fell from the sky, knocking the man down, lifeless. The last woman, very fast, had already escaped 100 meters away. She looked relieved, thinking she had escaped. At this moment, Wang Chen calmly shot a bolt of lightning arrow. Then he walked over to the body and began looting. The first lesson he learned leaving the city was that the wilderness had the highest drop rate, not from monsters or bosses, but from humans. A scream echoed in the distance, followed by silence. 2. Ruthless. The Wolf Fong team was wiped out. The adventurers who witnessed the scene swallowed nervously, relieved they hadn't been fooled by greed to rob. Otherwise, they might have been the ones dead. He still has strength left. Someone marveled at Wang Chen's endurance, releasing such terrifying skills and wiping out the Wolf Fong team. How strong must his mental power be? What a pity. We worked so hard, but got no rewards. If you're capable, go rob them. Forget it. Leaving the instance, it was already dark. Wang Chen didn't rush to leave, choosing to stay in Leafin Town to rest and set off again tomorrow. Compared to the pitch-black wilderness, the town was much safer. At night, a bonfire was lit in front of an abandoned house. Wu Dashuan personally cooked and roasted the meat of the giant rock dragon. None of them had eaten dragon meat before, so they were all looking forward to it. Wang Chen sat aside, ready to open the long-awaited treasure chest to see what rewards were inside. A sacred artifact chest, an honor chest. Let's open the honor one first, Wang Chen thought to himself, as the honor chest was a team reward, not as good as the sacred artifact chest. The chest opened. Congratulations on obtaining Enhancement Stones X10, Primary Upgrade Potion X1, Scroll of Earth Spike Skill X1. After seeing the rewards, Wang Chen nodded slightly. Not bad. These items were worth millions of Alliance coins. Next was the Sacred Artifact chest. With a burst of divine light, the chest opened. Congratulations on obtaining Dragon Hunter Honor Title X1, Soul God Stone X1, Starlight Holy Symbol X1, High-Grade Spirit Gemstone X1, High-Grade Strength Gemstone X1, High-Grade Agility Gemstone X1. Oh my god. Wang Chen was dumbfounded after seeing the rewards, not expecting the world boss's rewards to be so generous. Just the high-grade gemstones alone were worth a fortune. There was also a Starlight Holy Symbol for socketing equipment, worth tens of millions on the market. But the most precious item was the Soul God Stone. Soul God Stone, special item, enshrines a strand of soul imprint within. After the body dies, it will be reborn in the Soul God Stone. This was a life-saving talisman, equivalent to having an extra life. If the Starlight Holy Symbol is worth millions, then the Soul God Stone is priceless. Money can't buy it. No one would foolishly sell their life-saving talisman. Moreover, the rarity of this thing is extremely rare. Many people will never see it in their lifetime. This trip is so worth it. Wang Chen was overjoyed, his mouth even harder to suppress than AK. The Starlight Holy Symbol can be used to socket equipment, but he doesn't plan to use it on the Thundering Sword. A fine piece of equipment is only worth a few million, not as valuable as the Starlight Holy Symbol. Using it on that is a waste. It should at least be a top-notch equipment to be worth it. Wang Chen, come and taste the meat my brother grilled. It's delicious. A voice interrupted Wang Chen's thoughts. Wu Xiaoqi waved at him, under the cover of the bonfire. She looked more charming. Coming. Wang Chen stood up, walked to the bonfire and sat down, took the dragon meat handed over by Wu Xiaoqi, and took a big bite. It tastes good. Just a bit chewy. He chewed heavily, his cheeks bulging high. The meat of the giant rock dragon is so tough, completely different from the legendary delicious dragon meat. Hey, you don't understand. This is how it should be. The taste comes from the chewiness. Wu Dashuan chewed heavily, veins popping on his face, eating very painfully, but still insisted it's delicious. This is dragon meat, very nourishing, not something you can eat every day. Even if it's hard to chew, I have to swallow it. Chewing hard, thinking it's dragon meat, he couldn't bear to waste it. The four of them sat around the bonfire, eating vigorously. Soon a large piece of dragon meat was almost gone. The four of them sat down exhausted, one hand on the ground, the other rubbing their stomachs. They looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. A night of silence. The next morning, It was time to part ways. Brother Wu, I have to go back to school. Let's meet again sometime. At the gate of Leafan Town, Wang Chen bid farewell to the Wu siblings and Ma Wei. Hearing this, the three of them were stunned. Only then did they remember that Wang Chen was still a student. Brother Wang Chen, take care on the road. I wish you a smooth journey. Wu Dashuan sincerely blessed. Wang Chen nodded. A bright array appeared in his palm. Then he slapped it on the ground. The Thunder Lion Emperor appeared in front of everyone, wrapped in purple thunder, tall and majestic, overlooking all directions. Wang Chen jumped on the lion's back, waved to the three of them, and the Thunder Lion Emperor turned into a purple torrent and rushed away. He is still a beast tamer? Ma Wei was dumbfounded. Brother Wang Chen has a bright future. Wu Dashuan smiled and turned to his sister, only to find that she was already infatuated. Wu Dashuan sighed secretly. He knew his sister's thoughts, but the two of them were not from the same world. When they were young, they couldn't meet someone too amazing, otherwise they would be trapped for life. Wang Chen rode the Thunder Lion Emperor and left the town gracefully. The Lion Emperor was fast and didn't require continuous mental consumption, even more convenient than flying. Along the way, Wang Chen killed monsters and rushed without stopping. After half a day, his level rose to 22, originally having 80% of the experience. Leveling up naturally was fast. Name, Wang Chen Talent, Thunder and Lightning Power, 5000000. Level, 22 Strength, 725 Agility, 650 Spirit, 7150 Skills, Electric Shock LV3, Thunderburst LV2, Swift Step LV1, Thunderbolt LV5, Stealth LV1, Thunder Wings LV1, Thunder Arrow LV5, Magic Energy Surrounding LV1, Transformation LV1, Thunder Spirit Contract, Thunder Pulse LV1 Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV1, Thunderous Might LV1 Equipment, Thundering Sword, Resonant Necklace, Ice Breaking Boots, Ice Soul Bracelet, Night Guardian, Hawkeye Ring, Poison Fawn Earrings, Silver Moon Crown, 7-Star Belt. Evolution Points, 1788300. In the afternoon, Wang Chen rode the Thunder Lion Emperor to the city gate. His arrival immediately attracted the attention of many people. What a powerful summoned beast. This guy is at least an A-level beast tamer talent, right? So cool. Listening to the whispers around him, Wang Chen retracted the Thunder Lion Emperor and walked through the city gate on foot. These people mistook him for a beast tamer awakener, but that's fine. It adds a bit of confusion. Wang Chen, you're finally back. Did you encounter any danger on the way? It was the same staff member as last time. She recognized Wang Chen and a smile of joy appeared on her face. No, everything went smoothly. Wang Chen smiled. Upon entering the city, he felt the long-lost care. That's good. The staff member nodded and returned the identification to Wang Chen. Wang Chen nodded, turned and walked into the city. By the way, what level was that kid when he left the city? At this moment, an old guard came over and asked, chatting with the staff member. What level? I think it was level 16. A staff member recalled. Level 16? The old guard was shocked. His voice raised. What's wrong? Why are you so surprised? The female staff member looked at him strangely. He's level 22. What? The staff member gasped. It had only been a few days since Wang Chen left the city, and he had already reached level 22. What kind of speed was this? When Wang Chen arrived home, it was already evening, just in time for dinner. Finally, he could have a proper meal of human food. After a satisfying meal, Wang Chen returned to his room. With a thought, the Soul God Stone appeared in his hand. It was a red stone crystal the size of a fist, with embryonic patterns inside, looking beautiful and mysterious. Following the instructions, Wang Chen reluctantly imprinted a strand of his soul into the Soul God Stone. Then, he carefully placed the Soul God Stone under the bed. Normally, such a precious item should be kept in a safe, but Wang Chen was afraid that if he resurrected one day, he would be trapped in the safe. He then instructed his parents not to touch anything in the room, let alone give it to anyone. After doing all this, Wang Chen lay down on the bed and slept soundly. The next day, Wang Chen went to the Dragon Soaring Chamber of Commerce to process the equipment and materials he had recently obtained. As soon as he walked in, he saw the big-eyed beauty who had served him last time. Mr. Wang Chen, you're here? Come with me to the VIP room to rest. I'll go call Manager Shu. The big-eyed beauty warmly welcomed him and led Wang Chen to the VIP room. "I'm Meow Meow, just let me know if you need anything." "Okay." Wang Chen nodded. In a few minutes, manager Xu Daoshan walked into the VIP room. The moment he saw Wang Chen, a perfect smile appeared on his face. "Long time no see, Mr. Wang. What do you need today?" Wang Chen didn't beat around the bush and took out all the unwanted items. Equipment, crystal cores, materials, you name it. After the final calculation, he sold them for over 15 million. Adding the previous deposit, Wang Chen now had 20 million. "Oh, there's one more thing, can you help me take a look?" Just as he was about to leave, Wang Chen suddenly remembered something and took out a huge heart. It was a tan-colored heart with amber-like blood flowing inside, emitting a faintly terrifying pressure. The heart of the giant rock dragon. A drop from the giant rock dragon instance. "This is..." Xu Daoshan was stunned. Although he didn't know what it was, it seemed impressive. The heart of the giant dragon. Wang Chen smiled mysteriously, without further explanation. "Giant dragon." Xu Daoshan's pupils dilated. "See how much it's worth. Give me a price." Wang Chen continued. "I can't give a price for this, but you can consign it here with us, and we'll help spread the word." Xu Daoshan paused for a moment and said, "Let's do that." Wang Chen nodded, then left the Dragon Soaring Chamber of Commerce alone. Unexpectedly, in the afternoon, Xu Daoshan contacted him, saying that someone was interested in the heart of the giant dragon. "The other party is willing to pay 10 million, Xu Daoshan said over the communicator. With this price offered, Wang Chen had no reason to hesitate. An hour later, he received a remittance of 10 million. In the following time, he did not go anywhere. There were 2 days left before the enrollment registration. Time flies. 2 days passed quickly. Early in the morning, Wang Chen packed up, had breakfast, and under the escort of his parents, got on the car to South River University. An hour later, the vehicle arrived at the station. Wang Chen had just gotten off the car when he saw the magnificent and solemn gate of South River University. Even before approaching, it gave a strong sense of oppression. This was not psychological, but actual, because this gate was related to a certain formation, used to protect the safety of the entire college. New students from all over the place poured in through the gate. Wang Chen also followed the crowd inside, guided by a special person. All the new students who came to register were taken to a square to gather. There will be a new student test later, unrelated to elimination, and there will be a mysterious grand prize, a guide revealed. Hearing this, Wang Chen probably knew that it was the 10,000 points mentioned by Zhuang Yuerong, equivalent to a reward of 10 million alliance coins. Even though Wang Chen had 30 million, he still found the 10,000 points tempting. Soon, all the new students who came to register gathered in the square. Zhuang Yuerong was the one hosting the test, and there were senior students on both sides of the square watching. In the crowd, Wang Chen saw some familiar figures. Many of them had taken the major exam together, such as Luo Jin, Li Yong, classmate Lan Mengyu from the same college, as well as Luo Li, Lin Shanshan, and the elven priest Yiling, Baihu Tangyi. He did not expect that these people had also signed up for South River University. However, if they could not enter a top-tier college, South River University was still the best choice. Dear new students, we will now conduct a simple level test, and the one with the highest level will receive a 10,000 points reward. Zhuang Yuerong stood on the stage, her voice spreading throughout the square. 10,000 points, worth 10 million? The new students present were all excited, as this reward was too generous, real and without any tricks. At the back of the crowd, a man with a resolute face stood alone, his gaze passing through the crowd and landing on a figure in front, his eyes burning with intense hatred. He was Lin Xiao, who had returned from training. Wang Chen, from today onwards, I will step on you bit by bit. All the shame will be repaid 100-fold. Lin Xiao clenched his fists. To defeat Wang Chen, to regain the honor of his family, he had been sent to an extremely terrifying place, experienced countless life and death situations, consumed a large amount of resources, even drank leveling potions. After rigorous training, he finally reached level 20. This level could easily rival second-year students at South River University. It could be imagined how terrifying it would be for a new student to have this level, directly ahead of others by one version. The level test upon enrollment would be his first step to crush Wang Chen. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's mouth curved up, anticipating the pleasant taste in advance. South River Academy's teaching department. Dean Lu Zhengshan stood in front of the glass window, along with a group of mentors, observing the situation of the enrollment test. I heard that kid Wang Chen broke many records some time ago. I wonder what level he is now. Director of Teaching Chen Jianhe spoke, his eyes showing a strong curiosity. Yes, this kid tricked me out of a lot of scholarships, but there hasn't been much activity in the past few days. Probably encountered a bottleneck. Lu Zhengshan laughed. He was tall, with a standard square face, looking very upright. Since the maintenance of Thunder Village, Wang Chen had never been there again, and news about him had disappeared. This kid's talent is only C-level. It will be difficult as the level gets higher. A bit of a pity, a mentor said somewhat regretfully. If he can continue to maintain this momentum, there is still a chance for him to become an advanced awakener, Qian Jianhe commented. The so-called advanced awakener must be at least level 70, which was already an impossible limit for a C-level talent. It can be seen how highly he thinks of Wang Chen. Let me see what level he can reach. Lu Zhengshan showed a smile of anticipation. Zhang Wei, level 8. Sun Haoyu, level 9. Nami, level 11. Not bad. The testing on the square was in full swing. The vast majority of freshmen were around level 10. Lu Oli, level 15. Suddenly, a blue figures test caused quite a stir. This woman is amazing. She's already at level 15. I heard that the standard for promotion to the second year is level 15. She can already be promoted to the second year. I know this woman. She has an A-level talent. Not something ordinary people can compare to. The freshmen below were amazed and envious. Even at Nanjian University, an A-level talent was considered top-notch. Most freshmen were only at level B and C. Lu Oli stepped down from the testing platform, scanning the crowd until she saw Wang Chen's figure. Then a sweet smile appeared on her face. She pushed through the crowd and came to Wang Chen. How about it? I've been working hard recently. I should be catching up to your level, right? Her eyes were excited and passionate, like a child waiting for praise. Not bad, almost there. Wang Chen nodded and gave a little acknowledgement. Lu Oli smiled contentedly. Next, Lin Shanshan, Yi Ling, Tang Yi, and other women also underwent testing. Most of them were at level 12 or 13. Li Yon, Wu Yunfei, Lan Mengshan, and others were at level 14 or 15. The highest level belonged to Luozhen, who reached level 16, becoming the highest level so far in the test. After the test, these old rivals all looked at Wang Chen with a look full of fighting spirit and provocation. Next, Lin Xiao. Zhuang Yueron's voice rang out. In the back of the crowd, Lin Xiao seemed like a sleeping lion. Upon hearing his name, he instantly woke up, exuding a kingly aura all over his body. This moment had been awaited for too long. Finally, it's my turn. Lin Xiao strode forward, seemingly pressured by the sharpness on him. The crowd automatically parted. Making way for him, he walked to the testing platform and placed his hand on the crystal ball. Lin Xiao, level 20, when this level appeared, everyone gasped. Level 20? Is this the level a freshman can have? This is outrageous. Is this a senior from the second year coming to play? What a joke. Give him 10,000 points. The Lin family has no integrity. Actually boosting Lin Xiao to level 20. Luozhen, Li Yon, and others smiled bitterly. They were contemporaries of Lin Xiao, yet they were pulled down by 4 or 5 levels. I guess Wang Chen is at most level 18. Definitely no match for Lin Xiao, Li Yon speculated. On the stage, Zhuang Yueron looked surprised. Lin Xiao's level exceeded her expectations. It seems that the Lin family has put a lot of effort into Lin Xiao. With the energy of a prestigious family like the Lin family, as long as they were willing, it was entirely possible to help Lin Xiao make such a big improvement in a short time. It looks like this kid Wang Chen is going to lose. Although Wang Chen was very capable, how could he compete with the power of an entire family? Zhuang Yueron's thoughts flickered. In the distance, in the teaching building, Lu Zhengshan and Chen Jianhe also saw this scene. Did the Lin family send this kid Lin Xiao to the Demon Suppression Tower? Lu Zhengshan looked puzzled. Most likely. Only the Demon Suppression Tower can allow him to make such a big improvement in a short time. Qian Jianhe nodded. The Demon Suppression Tower was the front line where humans fought against demons. It was full of danger but also opportunities. Those who returned from there after training would undergo tremendous changes. The momentum displayed by Lin Xiao was definitely not something that could be cultivated in ordinary instances. Children playing around. the Lin family actually sent Lin Xiao to the demon suppression tower. This is a bit unfair. Lu Jingshan shook his head and smiled. On the square, Lin Xiao walked down from the testing platform with an expressionless face, coldly glancing at Wang Chen. At this moment, no other words were needed. Strength proved everything. This kid has changed quite a bit. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised. Lin Xiao's transformation was like two different people. He exuded an indescribable aura of a strong person. If you don't have the skills, you might really crash. Next one, Wang Chen. At this moment, Zhuang Yuerong on the stage called out his name. Not sure if it was intentional, arranging the two together for the test. As soon as this was said, there was another uproar below the stage. Many people knew about the enmity between Wang Chen and Lin Xiao. This is going to be interesting. With all eyes on him, Wang Chen calmly walked up to the testing platform. Then he placed his hand on the crystal ball. The next second, his level was displayed in front of everyone. Wang Chen, level 22. Hiss. People who saw this scene were all shocked. Level 22? Is this a mistake? Damn. Is this level higher than the second year? They thought Lin Xiao's level was outrageous enough, but they didn't expect Wang Chen's to be even more explosive. Damn. What has this guy been eating? How did he reach level 22 in such a short time? Luo Jin exclaimed excitedly. The people around were all dumbfounded. No, it's impossible. Lin Xiao widened his eyes, suddenly turned pale, stumbled in pain, almost fell. The breath in his chest was directly dispersed. He tried his best, fought with all his might, with the support of his family, yet he still lost. This kind of blow was unacceptable. Outside the square, Xue Qingyue saw the scene and was shocked. Her current level was also 22, and the first time she met Wang Chen, he was only level 10, 8 levels lower than her. However, in a short time, Wang Chen surpassed her. What kind of outrageous leveling speed is this? In the office of the disciplinary department, the atmosphere was very quiet. Lu Zhengshan and Chen Jianhe looked at each other in amazement, unable to speak, but their eyes revealed great joy. Dean, Wang Chen has similarities with my talent. Please let me teach him. A middle-aged fat man grabbed Lu Zhengshan's arm, excitedly said, his face full of flattery. Lu Zhengshan glanced at the fat man and pushed him away. Jin Shan, where is your talent similar to Wang Chen's? Don't think just because you're my brother, I will favor you. The dean is right. You are a beast tamer. He is a thunder element user. Where is the similarity? Qian Zhanghe said with a smile, somewhat helpless. The middle-aged fat man named Lu Jinshan is Dean Lu Jingshan's younger brother, and also a senior mentor at Nanjiang University. Although Lu Zhengshan is upright and emphasizes not to mention this relationship, once he speaks, he always talks about his brother. What do you mean there's none? My summoned beast is of thunder attribute. No one knows thunder magic better than me. Lu Jinshan proudly patted his big belly, causing ripples. Professor Lu, you are being unreasonable. The professors present all smiled helplessly. Is there anyone among you with thunder talent? Lu Jinshan looked around arrogantly. Everyone was speechless. They couldn't refute because none of them had thunder talent. Lu Jinshan's combat beast is at least of thunder attribute. And, although Lu Jinshan looks ridiculous, he has real strength and ranks in the top 3 in the entire Nanjiang University. Alright, let's talk about this later. Lu Zhengshan coughed lightly and said seriously. At this moment, the freshman level test is over. Wang Chen undoubtedly became the first. At the same time, he also set the highest level record in the history of freshman tests at Nanjiang University. Congratulations to Wang Chen for winning a reward of 10,000 points. On the platform, Zhuang Yuerong announced loudly, unable to hide her smile, feeling happy for Wang Chen. Wait, Teacher Zhuang, level doesn't represent everything. I want to compete with Wang Chen, to see who's better. Lin Xiao suddenly spoke up. After a series of adjustments, he opened up a new path. Level comparison is not as good as comparing combat power. He has been through countless battles in the Demon Tower. His fighting skills are already superb. Lin Xiao is confident that even if Wang Chen is 2 levels higher, he may not necessarily be his opponent. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yuerong frowned slightly and said displeasedly, Lin Xiaoxue, there was no such content in the entrance test. If you want to challenge Wang Chen, there will be a performance competition at the opening ceremony in a few days. However, you need to seek Wang Chen's opinion first. Wang Chen, do you dare? Lin Xiaoxue looked at Wang Chen with a strong fighting spirit burning in his eyes. I don't have time to mess around with you, Wang Chen said indifferently, showing no interest at all. In his eyes, Lin Xiaoxue was not even considered an opponent. Wang Chen, are you even a man? Lin Xiaoxue cursed in a hurry, but before he could finish his sentence, Wang Chen pointed at him and turned him into a green armored turtle. The little turtle crawled on the ground, looking confused. Oh my god, the people around were stunned. What kind of skill was this? Turning a person into a turtle? 5 seconds later, Lin Xiaoxue returned to his original form, standing there bewildered and confused. What just happened? Was he turned into a green turtle? Meeting adjourned, Zhuang Yuerong timely announced. Immediately, Lu Oli, Lin Shanshan, Yi Ling, and Tang Yi surrounded Wang Chen. Wang Chen, let's have a meal together. Do you have time to run dungeons with us? Oh, Wang Chen's level is so high now. I'm afraid he can't take us with him. Wang Chen left the square surrounded by the 4 women, leaving Lin Xiaoxue standing there almost collapsing. Wang Chen, I'll kill you. Wang Chen left the women behind and, led by a special person, went to the dormitory to settle in. Just as he finished packing, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Opening it, he saw Zhuang Yuerong. Is there something, Teacher Zhuang? Wang Chen asked. Follow me. The dean wants to see you. Zhuang Yuerong said softly. Let's go then. Wang Chen nodded straightforwardly. He had a good impression of the dean, who had given him money even before he enrolled. Next, Wang Chen followed Zhuang Yuerong out of the dormitory to the dean's office. Nanjiang University was very large, divided into several areas including training rooms, alchemy halls, and a trading post, and most importantly, the dungeon's secret realm. Along the way, Zhuang Yuerong introduced the academy to Wang Chen, helping him get familiar with the environment. Our academy has the most dungeons in Nanjiang City, with the highest level being 50. Entering the dungeon requires spending points. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's expression changed, and he asked, can't the dungeon privilege card be used here? Zhuang Yuerong shook her head. Wang Chen was somewhat disappointed, thinking he could enjoy some benefits here. Fortunately, he had 10,000 points. Are there rewards for breaking dungeon records? Wang Chen continued to ask. Of course there are. Zhuang Yuerong smiled slightly and continued. However, the difficulty of the Academy's dungeons is much higher than that of Thundering Village, and the historical records have been constantly challenged and refreshed by students, almost reaching the fastest limit, so it's not easy to break them. Those who could enter here were basically the best awakeners in Nanjiang City, unlike Thundering Village. Is it really impossible to go faster? Wang Chen thought to himself. Just then, they arrived at the dean's office. With Zhuang Yuerong's signal, Wang Chen pushed the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the office, he saw a middle-aged man with a square face sitting behind the desk. Good lad, you've really surprised me. Lu Zhengshan stood up suddenly, warmly inviting Wang Chen to sit down. Greetings, Dean. Wang Chen politely greeted and sat down on the chair opposite the desk. Here, take your points card. Lu Zhengshan pushed a white card towards Wang Chen. Thank you, Dean. Wang Chen took the points card and put it in his pocket. Can you tell me how you reached level 22 in such a short time? Lu Zhengshan curiously asked. It's nothing, just went out of town and ran a few dungeons. Wang Chen shrugged, saying nonchalantly. Oh, how did it feel? Did you break any records? Lu Zhengshan asked eagerly. Is there a reward? Wang Chen smirked. Of course, I, Lu Zhengshan, am not stingy. As long as you have achievements and bring glory to our institute, you will not be short of rewards. Lu Zhengshan looked heroic. Smack! Wang Chen slammed the honorary title of Thunder Mountain and Snake Cave on the table. Lu Zhengshan was stunned, picked up the badge of Thunder Mountain and looked at it, showing a hint of surprise in his eyes. Kid, you even obtained this copy? He knew this copy. Many people called it the nightmare of the Thunder system because those with Thunder attributes who entered would get nothing. How did Wang Chen clear it and set a record? I know the boss inside. Wang Chen looked serious. Get lost. Lu Zhengshan scolded with a smile, not wanting to talk about it. No need to make up such reasons. Everyone has their own secrets, and he could completely understand. 2 honorary titles. I will reward you with 1,000 points. Lu Zhengshan said as he was about to add 1,000 points to Wang Chen's card. Wait, I have another one. Wang Chen slammed the honorary title of Dragon Hunter on the table. This, you killed the world boss? Lu Zhengshan was extremely surprised. Those who could kill the world boss not only needed strength but also luck. Alright, kid, I'll give you another 1,000 points. In addition, I have a task for you now. As long as you can complete it, you can choose from top quality equipment and advanced skills. Lu Zhangshan sat up straight, his eyes shining brightly. What task? Wang Chen asked with some interest. In the Institute's secret dungeon, there is a copy called Thousand Spider Demon Shadow. As long as you can bring back the eye of the 100-eyed demon spider, this task will be considered completed. Lu Zhangshan said. Is it that simple? Wang Chen looked skeptical. It sounded like he was being asked to fight spiders. He had already fought dragons, so why would he be afraid of spiders? Of course, it's not that simple. The eye of the 100-eyed demon spider is an extremely rare material, the favorite of spirit awakening users. A mentor in our institute needs it. Only by breaking the nightmare difficulty record and obtaining the secret treasure of the 100-eyed demon spider can you have a chance to get the eye. Lu Zhangshan explained slowly. Hearing this, Wang Chen understood. Breaking records was not unfamiliar to him. I got it. I'll take care of it. Wang Chen nodded. Don't be too confident. No one has broken this record in 10 years. Lu Zhangshan reminded. President, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave? Wang Chen stood up to say goodbye. Go ahead. Take your time. I'll give you a month. Lu Zhangshan waved his hand. As soon as Wang Chen left, Lu Jinshan rolled into the president's office like a ball. Brother, what did you tell Wang Chen? Nothing, brother. I just asked him to bring back the eye of the 100-eyed demon spider. 100-eyed demon spider? Aren't you making things difficult for him? Lu Jinshan knew well how twisted this copy was. Being able to clear it was already quite twisted. Not to mention breaking the historical record. It's best if he can pass. If not, it will be a lesson for him, which is not bad for him. Lu Zhangshan leaned back in his chair, saying casually. At this time, in the dormitory area of Nanjiang University, on the luxurious villa rooftop, two men stood quietly. Wu Jiang, I heard that the person who broke your record has arrived, winning first place in the freshman test at level 22. One of them spoke, looking at the man beside him dressed in luxurious attire. The man had a handsome face, a noble demeanor, and a faint smile on his lips. I know. Yan Wujiang remained calm, showing no emotional fluctuations. Wang Chen broke the record of dual elements in Thundering Village, which he created. For Yan Wujiang, there was not much reaction. For him, that record was just something he did casually, not a source of pride. Don't you feel any pressure at all? The man continued to ask. Pressure? Yan Wujiang couldn't help but laugh. With a C-level talent, what pressure can you give me? Hearing this, the man beside him fell silent, feeling like a fool. In front of him stood the only S-level talent of Nanjiang University. How could he feel pressured by a C-level talent? Wang Chen did not return to the dormitory, holding fresh points, ready to upgrade, sitting on the teleportation array of the college. After a few seconds, he arrived at the instant secret realm. In front of him was a circular hall, resembling an ancient arena, very large. Around it were vortexes emitting different lights. The secret realm was very lively at this moment, with people everywhere. Groups of 3 to 5 gathered together, discussing strategies for the instance, complaining, our team's damage is a bit lacking. The final boss was too difficult to defeat. Who made the mistake? Look at the order. Damn it. Let's try again. Coordinate better. If someone messes up again, we won't bring them next time. It's your turn to treat this time. I'm out of points. Wang Chen didn't rush to take action. Instead, he wandered around the secret realm. He found that there was only one instance below level 10 here. There were only a few instances for levels 10 to 20. The most were in the 20 to 40 level range, totaling 30 to 40 instances. The level span was more dense. Wang Chen stopped in front of an entrance to an empty instance. Thousand Spider Demon Shadow, solo instance, entry level 23 to 28. Found it. Wang Chen thought to himself, then checked the detailed introduction of the instance. After reading it, he finally understood why no one stayed here. The final boss of this instance could summon 1,000 small spiders, and when a small spider died, it would heal 1% of its life, with the additional healing effect transforming into maximum life. In simple terms, it was a blood-sucking tank that came with 1,000 minions. In ordinary instances, there were only dozens of monsters, or hundreds of monsters. The Thousand Spider Demon Shadow Boss alone could summon 1,000 monsters, not to mention the others. This was a great challenge for challengers. Ha! Isn't that the new student Wang Chen? He's amazing. Entering school at level 22. Even stronger than this second-year-old guy. Wang Chen's actions caught the attention of the surrounding students. Usually, no one would want to challenge the 1,000 spider instance. It was simply not worth the effort. Is he going to challenge the big spider? This is normal. Every year there are new students who challenge it, only to be beaten up before they wise up. Senior students laughed, already used to this. At this moment, Wang Chen, who had been standing for a while, walked away directly. He's a smart guy. A student who saw this immediately gave a thumbs up. Very self-aware. Some people whispered. In fact, Wang Chen was not backing down. But his level was not enough yet. He could only enter the instance after reaching level 23. He turned to an instance for levels 20 to 25. Blood Demon Castle. The final boss of this instance was a vampire with the ability to fly. With a terrifying appearance. It was very difficult to deal with. Challengers without flying abilities were reluctant to face such a boss. After reading the instance introduction, Wang Chen had a plan in mind. He glanced at the nightmare level history record. 26 minutes and 22 seconds. Paid 100 points to enter the instance. At night, under a blood moon, bats occasionally flew around the eerie castle. Wang Chen looked at the castle halfway up the mountain, spread his wings, and flew directly over. In the moonlight and eerie environment, he looked more like a vampire returning to feed. Soon, he arrived near the castle, but before he could enter, a group of bats flew out. These bats were very large, almost as big as eagles. Mutant Bat, level 20 Strength, 323 Agility, 419 Spirit, 385. Hundreds of bats rushed up like a torrent. Even a dinosaur could be drained in an instant with such momentum. Lightning flickered around Wang Chen, and the magic energy barrier opened, forming a huge spherical shield that enveloped him. Snap! A bat hit it, and was instantly shocked and screamed miserably, with blood splattering, killing mutant bats. Evolution points plus 2,000 in a few minutes. Hundreds of mutant bats were all killed by Wang Chen, harvested hundreds of thousands of evolution points. Also stole a lot of attributes. Immediately, Wang Chen pointed his hand out, as if commanding the sky, and the giant snake thunder spear pressed down, booming on the ancient castle. He was not prepared to go in, planning to level the entire castle. Boom! A big hole was blasted in the roof of the entire castle, and the surrounding walls kept collapsing. Just then, a huge black shadow rushed out of the castle. This was a huge bat with a wingspan of 5 meters, a ghostly face with fangs, showing its ferocity. Blood Knight Bat King, level 25 Strength, 974 Agility, 883 Spirit, 959 Skills, Night Demon Raid, Sonic Impact, Undead Power. 3 skills. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised. This bat had a passive skill, Undead Power, that could resurrect once, and after resurrection, it entered a berserk state, with all attributes increased by 30%. With a flap of the Blood Knight Bat King's wings, it quickly charged towards Wang Chen. Although its size was large, its speed was not slow. Just as it was about to get close, Wang Chen launched a lightning pulse, a powerful impact that pushed the Bat King out more than 10 meters. Wang Chen condensed a lightning arrow in his hand, without charging, and shot it directly. This arrow had a locking function, so even if the Blood Knight Bat King sensed danger, it had no way to escape. The arrow pierced through its abdomen. Wang Chen then cast a thunder burst, shattering the head of the Blood Knight Bat King. The huge body fell halfway down the mountain. The next moment, the body of the Blood Knight Bat King began to twist, and the passive undead power took effect. Taking advantage of this time, Wang Chen quickly threw thunder bombs down, one after another. A few seconds later, the Blood Knight Bat King finally stood up, its exploded head quickly regenerating. Just as its head was forming, the thunder bombs exploded. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere, killing the Blood Knight Bat King. Evolution points plus 4,000. Congratulations on clearing the instance. Clearing time, 25 minutes 35 seconds. Clearing rewards, Silver Treasure Chest X1. Enhancement Stone X2. Basic Magic Potion X2. Basic Healing Potion X2. Wang Chen felt a wave of fluctuations and leveled up to level 23. Name, Wang Chen. Talent, Thunder and Lightning Power, 5000000. Level, 23 Strength, 788 Agility, 713 Spirit, 7550 Skills, Electric Shock LV3, Thunder Burst LV2. Swift LV1, Thunder Bomb LV5, Stealth LV1, Thunder Wing LV1, Lightning Arrow LV5, Magic Energy Surrounding LV1, Transformation LV1, Thunder Spirit Contract, Lightning Pulse LV1 Forbidden Curse, Giant Snake Thunder Spear LV1, Thunderous Force LV1 Equipment, Thunder Sword, Resonant Necklace, Ice Breaking Boots, Ice Soul Bracelet, Night Guardian, Hawkeye Ring, Poison Fawn Earrings, Silver Moon Crown, 7-Star Belt. Evolution Points, 253-5800 Passive, Mana Spring LV1, enhances Spirit Attribute tenfold, when Spirit Power is below 30%. Recovery Speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring LV1, 1% chance to see some attributes of the target when killing it. Spell Crit LV1, your skills have a 20% chance to deal 150% critical damage. Enhanced Strike LV1, your third attack gains enhancement, dealing 150% additional damage. Just half the evolution points left. After checking the attribute panel, Wang Chen's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. He then opened the silver treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining Blood Red Swan. Blood Red Swan, find a rare red magic gemstone. An earring with powerful strength. Attributes, Spirit plus 50, Strength plus 30, Agility plus 20, Equipment level, 25, a fine earring. Not bad. Wang Chen smiled satisfactorily, then left the instance. As he returned to the instance's secret realm, a prompt sounded in his ears. Congratulations on breaking the historical record of Blood Demon Castle, Nightmare level. Clearance time, 25 minutes and 35 seconds. Achievement reward, Blood Demon Castle's treasure chest. Subsequently, the entire dungeon's secret realm also began to announce this record. Damn! Which team broke the record? No, not a team, but a solo player? Wang Chen? Is he the freshman in the first year? Many people expressed disbelief. Breaking a historical record is already shocking, let alone doing it solo. And Wang Chen is still a freshman. People die for comparison. Goods get thrown away for comparison. I'm not even as good as a freshman. A second-year student self-deprecatingly said. Most second-year students are around level 20, and it's difficult to clear even with a team, let alone soloing the record. Under the attention of the public, Wang Chen walked to the entrance of the 1,000-spider demon shadow dungeon. Damn! Is he going to challenge the spider alone? I have a friend who challenged this dungeon with others, played for over 10 hours, consumed dozens of potions to clear it, and ended up losing money. Trash dungeon. Time-consuming, wasteful of potions, not worth it. I guess he's going to find a team. Soloing is seeking death. A reckless move. Just when some people thought Wang Chen was going to find a team, he went straight in without any hesitation. I give up. He really went in alone. The big spider will teach him a lesson. Soloing with one person is difficult. Flying out with a Gatling gun emitting blue flames. 666. After the astonishment of the surrounding students, they all laughed. Wang Chen did not directly challenge the nightmare, but started with the difficulty level to test the intensity. He arrived on a huge island. From the sky, this island has 8 branches, resembling a large spider lying down. Wang Chen was on one of the legs, as if in a primitive forest. There were spiders of all sizes and colors hidden around. The levels of these spider monsters vary greatly, ranging from a few levels to over a dozen levels. Seeing Wang Chen appear, they immediately swarmed from all directions. So many monsters. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. As many monsters meant more evolution points, which was exactly what he needed. Activating the magic energy, the spiders around jumped up and were immediately electrocuted, emitting a burnt smell. Pleasant notifications sounded in his ears, and evolution points were rapidly increasing. At this moment, a giant spider as tall as a person appeared in front of him, slowly climbing onto a huge rock, ready to attack. Colorful Tiger Spider, level 25 Strength, 756 Agility, 669 Spirit, 723. You want to sneak attack? Wang Chen noticed the sneaky spider and instantly shot a lightning arrow, hitting the spider's head directly. Bang! The spider's head exploded, spraying greenish smelly liquid everywhere. Wang Chen continued forward, transforming into a hunter, fighting everywhere. This time, he only pursued evolution points, not speed. Being too fast all the time was not good either. Half an hour later, Wang Chen had harvested hundreds of thousands of evolution points. Getting closer to the next evolution, he arrived at the center of the island, crossed a small hill, and saw a huge spider crouching in a nest built from various decaying corpses. The surroundings were filled with densely packed insect eggs, which were unhatched baby spiders. 100-eyed demon spider, level 28 strength, 1128 agility, 856 spirit, 1098 maternal sacrifice. 100-eyed demon spider summons 1,000 baby spiders, heals 1% of its own health upon death, and increases its own dual resistance. Web restraint, 100-eyed demon spider shoots the strongest web at the target. Hitting it will pull the target into its mouth. The difficult level 100-eyed demon spider only has 2 skills. However, just the maternal sacrifice alone was already insane. Let's try a sneak attack. Wang Chen had an idea and acted on it. He first stacked the enhanced strike passive, then accumulated the damage of the lightning arrow to the maximum. An arrow was shot. The lightning arrow turned into a stream of light, rapidly hitting the body of the 100-eyed demon spider. The health bar on its head quickly decreased. At the next moment, the eggs around the nest shattered one after another, raising the blood volume of the 100-eyed demon spider again. Can it still be like this? Wang Chen tilted his head and directly summoned the Great Snake Thunder Spear, smashing fiercely into the nest. Since the sneak attack failed, let's go hard. Under this terrifying pressure, thousands of small spiders kept exploding, making a popping sound like frying beans, crazily boosting the blood volume and dual resistance of the 100-eyed demon spider. Wang Chen went all out, continuing to throw thunderbolt bombs. Even if the 100-eyed demon spider could regenerate health, it couldn't withstand such attacks. What surprised Wang Ting the most was that these small spiders also had evolution points, and quite a few of them. Kill the 100-eyed demon spider. Evolution points plus 4,500. Congratulations on clearing the instance. Clear time, 1 hour 48 minutes 33 seconds. Clear rewards, Magic Pearl, Medium Grade, X1. Mana Potion X3. Strengthening Stone X2, Wang Chen reached level 24, with evolution points exceeding 4 million. Returning to the instance's secret realm, peculiar gazes were cast his way. Cleared? The 1,000-spider demon shadow instance was usually untouched. Seeing someone come out, the surrounding students felt quite astonished. He really did it. Those who had witnessed Wang Chen enter the instance initially found it unbelievable. Wang Chen sat down on the side to recover his energy and opened the Blood Demon Castle's treasure chest. Rewards, Bat Slayer Honor Title X1. Intermediate Agility Gem X1. Basic Level Up Potion X1. Basic Healing Potion X3. Basic Mana Potion X2. An hour later, Wang Chen stood up and walked to the entrance of the 1,000-spider demon shadow instance. The instance's cooldown time was still 11 hours. Using 100 points could clear the cooldown time. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wang Chen cleared the time and chose Nightmare difficulty, entering once again. He's going in again. Wow, is he challenging Nightmare difficulty? Many people, upon seeing this scene, were so shocked that their pants almost fell off. Wang Chen entered the instance and proceeded forward with ease. This time, he not only aimed to clear the instance but also to challenge the record and obtain the 100-eyed demon spider's eyes. Over half an hour later, Wang Chen arrived at the central island and saw the nightmare level 100-eyed demon spider, with its jet black body, densely packed eyes, and a size even larger than the difficult level. The 100-eyed demon spider, level 28 strength, 1256 agility, 714 spirit, 1303 skills, maternal sacrifice, web restraint, mental suppression. The nightmare level 100-eyed demon spider had an additional skill. Mental suppression inflicts mental suppression on targets with lower spirit attributes, reducing their spirit attribute by 30% for 3 minutes. After reading this, Wang Chen smiled. This skill was impressive, but it was useless against him. The 100-eyed demon spider emerged from the nest, spitting out a white silk web to capture and devour Wang Chen. White silk is useless against me. I prefer black silk. Wang Chen spread his thunder wings, soared into the sky, flew to the top of the 100-eyed demon spider's head, and unleashed a thunderous force. In an instant, thunder rolled down from the sky, thunderously striking all around. Under this terrifying thunderous onslaught, thousands of small spiders were instantly wiped out. They all sacrificed themselves, causing the blood volume and dual resistance of the 100-eyed demon spider to skyrocket. I don't believe you can't be killed by thunder. Wang Chen floated in the midst of the thunderstorm, a crazy smile on his face. Thunderous force was continuous damage, constantly striking the target until it ended. At this moment, the 100-eyed demon spider's blood volume and dual resistance had reached an astonishing level. However, Under the continuous thunderous onslaught, it only lasted for a dozen seconds. Kill the 100-eyed demon spider. Evolution points plus 5,800, killing the target triggers soul devouring. Strength plus 25, a pleasant notification sound rang out, and Wang Chen's strength increased by 25 points. Congratulations on clearing the instance. Clear time, 46 minutes 11 seconds. Clear rewards, Silver Chest X2, Basic Healing Potion X5. After the settlement, a wave of fluctuations appeared on Wang Chen's body, and he leveled up to 25. Name, Wang Chen. Talent, Thunder Power, 500000. Level, 25 Strength, 853 Agility, 792 Spirit, 8350 Skills, Thunder Arrow LV5, Thunderbolt LV5. Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV1, Thunderous Might LV1. Equipment, Thunder Sword, Night Guardian. Evolution points, 516-2800. Passive, Mana Spring LV1, enhances Spirit Attribute tenfold. When Spirit Power is below 30%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring LV1, 1% chance to seize part of the target's attributes when killing a target. Spell Crit LV1, your skills have a 20% chance to deal 150% critical damage. Enhanced Strike LV1, your third attack gains enhancement, dealing 150% additional damage. Evolution points are finally enough. Wang Chen's eyes burst with brilliance. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Evolution talent. A low drink. 5 million evolution points input. The next moment, Wang Chen felt his whole body expanding, as if about to explode. But to the naked eye, there was no surface change. This was an upgrade at the source level. Evolution completed. Thunder Power evolved into Thunder Body. Thunder Body, A-level talent. Awakens innate skill, Great Thunder Annihilation. Great Thunder Annihilation, active intermediate Forbidden Curse. When activated, the body enters the extreme domain. Immune to 30% of physical and magical damage. Amplifies strength attribute by 300%. Converts 50% of damage to true damage. Lasts for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. Consumes 1000 spirit points. Damn! Is this asking me to become Ip Man? Wang Chen was dumbfounded when he saw the introduction of Great Thunder Annihilation. Immune to damage. Increased strength. This is simply a melee paradise. And the most buggy part, 50% of the damage is converted to true damage. With over 800 strength now, after activating Great Thunder Annihilation, it can be increased to 2005, with 8000 spirit. At this level stage, it's simply unbeatable. After talent evolution to A level, the next stage requires 80 million. In Wang Chen's view, these evolution points are completely acceptable, because the next stage is S level. Exit the instance. Congratulations on breaking the record of 1000 Spider Demon Shadow, Nightmare level. Clear time, 46 minutes 11 seconds. Award, Treasure of 100-Eyed Demon Spider. The announcement of breaking the record spread throughout the entire instance secret realm. Students who learned the news were all shocked and dumbfounded. Breaking the Nightmare level 1000 Spider Demon Shadow record alone? Is this guy still human? It's unbelievable. I dare say even those with S-level talents can't do it. Is he really a C-level talent? I don't believe it. Open the treasure. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, Wang Chen eagerly opened the treasure of 1000 Spider Demon Shadow. Award, 100-Eyed Demon Lord Honor Title X1. Premium Equipment Selection Box X1. Eye of 100-Eyed Demon Spider X1. Intermediate Strength Gem X1. Got it. Wang Chen's eyes lit up, pleasantly surprised. The dean said that as long as he got the Eye of 100-Eyed Demon Spider, top-notch equipment, advanced skills were his to choose. Subsequently, he opened the other reward boxes one by one. The silver chest yielded a high-quality equipment. As for the premium equipment selection box, he thought for a moment and chose a high-quality ring. Spider Eye Demon Ring, Spirit plus 100, Strength plus 80, Agility plus 30, Equipment level, 25. At level 25, he could now equip some items that he couldn't before, increasing Wang Chen's attributes significantly. Dean's office. Lu Zhengshan, Lu Jinshan, the two brothers, were discussing matters concerning Wang Chen. Brother, I just heard that this kid broke the record of Blood Demon Castle. He's really amazing. I've decided to personally teach him. Don't stop me. Lu Jinshan lay back in his chair, completely relaxed, legs crossed, smiling like a Buddha. What can you teach him? Lu Zhengshan said impatiently. That's too much. Lu Jinshan smiled triumphantly. Boom boom boom. The knocking sound was followed by Wang Chen's voice outside the door. Dean, are you there? I'm here to submit the task. Wang Chen? The Lu brothers exchanged glances. Lu Zhengshan was a bit confused. He was not an NPC, so what task was he supposed to submit? Come in. With permission granted, Wang Chen pushed the door open. Wang Chen, what did you mean just now? Lu Zhengshan asked in confusion, completely unaware of the matter of the thousand-spider shadow. Without further ado, Wang Chen took out the eye of the hundred-eyed demon spider and placed it on the desk. The two stared at the eye, stunned for a moment. Lu Zhengshan was the first to react, grabbing it and examining it repeatedly in his hand. This is the eye of the hundred-eyed demon spider. Where did you get it? Damn, kid, did you break the record of the spider dungeon? I did, just now. Wang Chen nodded. At this, Lu Zhengshan's face showed surprise. It's only been a day. How did you do it? He had given Wang Chen a month, but he completed it in just one day. Lu Zhengshan, who was knowledgeable and experienced, was left speechless. I first chose nightmare difficulty, entered the dungeon to find the hundred-eyed demon spider, and then killed it. Wang Chen said earnestly, as if explaining how to fit an elephant into a refrigerator. The Lu brothers looked at him speechlessly, as if saying, do you think we're fools? Brother, this is someone else's secret. Don't ask. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to learn it. Lu Zhengshan chuckled, increasingly satisfied with Wang Chen's performance. Dean, I have brought you what you wanted. My reward. Wang Chen rubbed his hands, smiling. Don't worry, I won't forget my promise to you. Lu Zhengshan said confidently, waving his hand to indicate it was no big deal. Do you want top quality equipment or advanced skills? My suggestion is, equipment is temporary. Skills are permanent. How about choosing a skill? He continued, with a faint smile on his face. I agree with that. Wang Chen, with your level, many top-quality equipment may not be usable. It's better to choose a skill. Lu Zhengshan suggested from the side. High-quality equipment mostly requires a high level. Most top-quality equipment is at level 30 or above, and there are few below that level. Among equipment of the same quality, the higher the level, the higher the attributes. High-quality but low-level equipment is just trash. What skill? I want to take a look first, Wang Chen said, not rushing to make a decision to avoid being tricked by these two old guys. Ha ha, I've prepared it for you a long time ago. Lu Zhengshan slapped his thigh and produced a skill scroll out of thin air, handing it to Wang Chen. Wang Chen took the scroll and looked at it, his eyes gradually brightening. It was a thunder and lightning skill. Advanced skill scroll, Endless Thunderbolt, active shoots irregular lightning rays from the eyes, dealing 200% true damage to targets along the way. Learning requirement, spirit greater than 5,000 points, true damage. Wang Chen was pleasantly surprised. True damage ignores defense and strikes the target directly. 200% true damage was explosive. The learning requirement was very strict, with 5,000 spirit points. For other level 25 awakeners, it would be impossible to learn. But for him, it was not a problem. Dean, it's a great skill, but it requires 5,000 spirit points to learn, Wang Chen said, pretending to be in a dilemma. Well, Lu Zhengshan looked embarrassed for a moment, then cleared his throat and resumed his normal demeanor. It's not a big problem. If you can't learn it now, it doesn't mean you won't be able to in the future. Just level up a bit. Ha ha, a dry laugh. Brother, you're being unfair, deliberately trying to deceive people, Lu Zhengshan said disapprovingly, scolding his brother. Then turning to Wang Chen, here's the deal, Wang, I'll compensate you. Just let me be your mentor, and I'll give you a huge benefit. With that, a fawning smile appeared on his face. Who are you? Wang Chen was puzzled, not quite understanding who this fat man was. Nothing like the dean. Hearing this, Lu Zhengshan stood up from his seat, the chair still stuck to his butt. I am Lu Zhengshan, awakened in 67, A-level talent, 5-color thunder. As he said the last word, a hint of unnaturalness flashed across his face. Unable to resist his curiosity upon hearing the word thunder, Wang Chen asked, Director Lu, is your combat beast of the thunder type? Yes, that's right. Let's not talk about that for now. Just tell me if I am qualified enough. Lu Zhengshan sat back down, the chair still awkwardly stuck to his butt. Barely. Qualified, Wang Chen blurted out instinctively, realizing his mistake and quickly adding, Director Lu, What is the great benefit you mentioned? Have you heard of the 5 Elements Thunder Palace? Lu Jinshan lifted it up, shaking the chair beneath him. Wang Chen shook his head. What kind of thing is this again? The 5 Elements Thunder Palace. An artifact with 5 types of thunder. A trial paradise for thunder-type awakened individuals. Lu Jinshan explained slowly. 5 types of thunder? A trial paradise? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's heart raced, unable to help but ask, where is the 5 Elements Thunder Palace? Lu Jinshan put on a pretentious smile and uttered 4 words. Transcendence Academy. Transcendence Academy? Wang Chen was stunned upon hearing these 4 words, a familiar figure appearing in his mind. Shu Yu Shu E. The 5 Elements Thunder Palace is inside the Transcendence Academy. As long as you enter it and complete the trial, there are plenty of benefits. Lu Jinshan smiled, his words carrying a tempting tone, as if he really wanted Wang Chen to go. After some thought, Wang Chen said, I am not a student of the Transcendence Academy. Will they let me in? It's obvious. Such an awesome place. How could they allow outsiders to enter? Usually they don't allow it, but there is a way. Lu Jinshan said confidently. Have you heard of the ice-sealed insect cave instance? Wang Chen nodded. This instance has the highest difficulty level of hell. If you clear it, you can definitely request to enter the 5 Elements Thunder Palace from the Transcendence Academy. Lu Jinshan continued, seeming to have a feeling of being well-versed in this. Wang Chen's expression turned strange. By clearing the ice-sealed insect cave, I can join the Transcendence Academy, but will I be beaten if I request to enter the 5 Elements Thunder Palace? He felt like this guy was trying to trick him. No worries. Trust me. Lu Jinshan was full of confidence, but his eyes shifted to the side. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Taking Wang Chen to challenge the ice-sealed insect cave? Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinshan slammed the table and stood up, pointing angrily at his younger brother. He was worried that after Wang Chen went in, he would directly join the Transcendence Academy. Wouldn't that be a mess? It must be stopped. Brother, what are you worried about? Leave it to me. Lu Jinshan waved his hand, looking relaxed, signaling his brother not to get worked up. It's because he left it to you that I'm worried. Lu Jinshan glared fiercely at his brother. He really regretted letting this guy get involved. Dean, thank you for your skill. I'll take it. Wang Chen tucked the scroll into his arms. This thing was too good. He had to learn it. Take it. Lu Jinshan calmed down a bit, sat back in his chair, and continued. Don't go to the Transcendence Academy. In a while, I'll take you to a place for a good trial. He looked mysterious, making Wang Chen curious. Dean, what place are you talking about? Lu Jinshan smiled slightly. Demon Ceiling Tower. Upon hearing these 3 words, Wang Chen seemed to understand. It is said that demons are born in the abyss, existing in a different dimensional space, which has multiple exits, each guarded by a human demon ceiling city. The Demon Ceiling Tower is within the Demon Ceiling City, with a total of 99 floors, each floor projecting abyssal demons for human awakened individuals to train against. The more levels you challenge, the more rewards you will receive. However, ordinary awakened individuals can't go there. How about it? Do you want to go? Lu Jinshan saw Wang Chen's interest and his tone was full of temptation. I do. Wang Chen nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. He has not yet fought against the real demon clan. That's good. Don't go to the Transcendent Academy. Stay in the academy to prepare well and improve your strength. Lu Jinshan smiled and said so much. Just didn't want Wang Chen to go to the Transcendent Academy and then be abducted and left there. Don't worry, President. I will definitely do it. So I plan to go to the Transcendent Academy first, enter the trial of the 5 Elements Thunder Palace, so I will have stronger strength to challenge the Demon Tower. Wang Chen clenched his fist, his expression extremely firm, and there was a hint of excitement. Ha! This is not right. Lu Jinshan was stunned. How did he still arouse this kid's interest? It's better not to say it. Once said, this guy wants to go even more. I'm really confused. Facepalm. Lu Jinshan wanted to give himself 2 slaps, so angry that he couldn't speak. Ha ha. It's settled then. After the opening ceremony, we will set off. Lu Jinshan was excited, pulled Wang Chen away, and didn't give Lu Jinshan a chance to speak. Wang Chen returned to the dormitory and immediately took out a skill scroll. Learn. Silently in his heart, the scroll turned into a stream of light and entered his body. In an instant, he mastered the infinite electric light. Rest for a while. Wang Chen lay on the bed and fell asleep. At the same time, the news of his consecutive record-breaking had spread throughout the Southern Jiang Academy, especially the nightmare level 1000 Spider Demon Shadow instance, which many people considered a nightmare and were least willing to challenge. Even forming a team was difficult, but he single-handedly broke the record that had not been broken for 10 years. Is what you said true? He refreshed the record of the Spider Demon instance alone? In the luxurious villa dormitory, Yan Wujing listened to the report from his follower, his handsome face showing a look of surprise. The nightmare level 1000 Spider Demon Shadow. He was confident in soloing it, but breaking the record was almost impossible. These were two different concepts. Absolutely true. Many people have seen it with their own eyes. Wu Tao responded. He was a second-year student and one of Yan Wujing's most loyal followers. Good. It's really surprising. I underestimated him. Yan Wujing exclaimed loudly, exuding a sense of oppression. He had been lonely at the Southern Jiang University all along, without even opponents. The current Wang Chen made him feel like he had found an opponent. Let's go see for ourselves. Yan Wujing stood up and walked out, wanting to tell others that not only Wang Chen could break records. The next day, Wang Chen woke up early, had breakfast, and went straight to the instant secret realm. As soon as he entered the secret realm, he heard a dense discussion around him, as if he had come from a calm village to a big city. Too awesome. Yan Wujing broke another record. Yan Wujing Sr. soloed a level 35 instance. He's only a second-year student. Yes, after all, he is the only S-level talent in our academy. So it's him. A strange look flashed across Wang Chen's face. The record of the dual-element instance in Thunder Village was maintained by this person. However, it was later broken by him. Listening to the discussions around him, this guy had broken another instance record. Wang Chen's arrival immediately attracted the attention of many people. Since yesterday, he had become a celebrity here. Do you think C-level talent is powerful or S-level talent is powerful? Suddenly, someone loudly said to the people around him. He was one of Yan Wujing's followers named Zheng Xiaodong, a second-year student. Seeing Wang Chen's arrival, he immediately wanted to provoke him. Nonsense. Of course, S-level talent is powerful. C-level talent is not even as good as me. How can you compare it with S-level? The world is so ridiculous. If you don't know, you would think C-level and S-level have swapped positions. Levels can be cultivated. Talent is a lifelong matter. No matter what, it can't be changed. The voices of several people were loud, unreservedly discussing and laughing. Hearing this, Wang Chen stopped in his tracks, walked straight over, and stood in front of them. Zheng Xiaodong and the others were startled, but soon calmed down. This was the academy, and no one dared to do anything to them. Wang Chen, what's with that expression? We didn't say it was you. Don't jump to conclusions. Zheng Xiaodong laughed indifferently. Dare he hit him? Wang Chen sneered. I like to hit the nail on the head the most. After saying that, he pointed his finger and turned one of them into a green turtle, then kicked it out. Bang! The green turtle heavily hit the wall and fell to the ground. He did the same to the others who were lower in rank than himself, turning them all into turtles, leaving only Zhang Xiaodong. You! This is a school. How dare you hit someone? Zhang Xiaodong was shocked and angry, shouting sternly, Are you blind? I hit the turtles. Is this where they belong? Wang Chen sneered, slapped Zhang Xiaodong in the face. The slap was loud and crisp, almost deafening. The people around were stunned. They thought Wang Chen would ignore it and use his achievements to humiliate, but they didn't expect him to directly hit someone, showing no mercy. A first-year student beating a group of second-year students. This phenomenon was too abstract. It seemed like reverse bullying. Ah, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Zhang Xiaodong roared while covering his face. Even if you were my son, I would still hit you. Wang Chen kicked Zhang Xiaodong, sending him flying like a cannonball. With his current strength, he could kick even a cow, let alone a person. After doing all this, he left without looking back, leaving a group of stunned onlookers. Wang Chen arrived at the level 20 to 30 instance area. After looking around for a while, he smirked. It's you! Forest of the Python, levels 22 to 28, nightmare difficulty. Record holder, Yan Wujing. Stepping into the instance, Wang Chen entered a primitive forest, somewhat similar to the 1000 Spider Shadow instance. The final boss of this instance, the Crimson Python, had to be killed to clear it. 20 minutes later, Wang Chen killed several pythons and finally encountered the final boss. A giant snake as thick as a bucket, with a crest-like protrusion on its head. It looked like a dragon about to undergo a tribulation. The crimson python coiled around a tree, opening its huge mouth towards Wang Chen. Without moving, Wang Chen calmly watched as the snake head approached. Suddenly, his eyes burst with a bright light, shooting out 2 lightning bolts that formed irregular rays in the air, shattering the head of the crimson python. The entire snake body disintegrated as well. Instant kill. Defeating the crimson python. Evolution points plus 5,000. Congratulations on clearing the instance. Clear time, 25 minutes 23 seconds. Clear rewards, Crimson Python's Core Crystal X1. Python Belt, Fine, X1. Beginner Magic Potion X3, leaving the instance. Wang Chen heard a notification. Congratulations on breaking the record of the Forest of the Python, Nightmare level, instance. Clear time, 25 minutes 23 seconds. Achievement reward, Crimson Python's Secret Stash. The previous record was 28 minutes held by Yan Wuzhang, now shortened by 3 minutes by Wang Chen. It may sound like a small difference, but for this kind of record, even a few seconds faster was rare. The entire instance realm was filled with this announcement the next moment. Hiss! Wang Chen broke the record again. How did he do it? I remember Yan Wuzhang held the record for the Forest of the Python. How was it refreshed by Wang Chen? I think these two are completely at odds. A C-level talent, stronger than an S-level. Is this reasonable? The instance realm was boiling. Everyone was discussing this matter, feeling incredulous. A C-level talent breaking an S-level record. Does this not mean that an S-level is inferior to a C-level? Wang Chen is too awesome. He makes me feel that even S-level is nothing special. Yes, if a C-level talent can achieve such success, wouldn't I, a B-level, be even more awesome? It seems that talent doesn't explain everything. True strength lies within oneself. Many with lower-level talents thought this way, feeling like they could also achieve great things. If Wang Chen knew their thoughts, he would definitely say, "Wake up, fools, I am not a C-level talent." Another place in the instance secret realm. Luo Li, Yi Ling, Tang Yi, Lin Shanshan. The 4 women had just teamed up and came out of the instance. Hearing this news, their faces were unusually annoyed and bitter. Oh, we said we would catch up with Wang Chen and let him take us, but now we are even further behind. We are 10 levels behind him. Forget about catching up. Luo Li, I remember you said Wang Chen was playing a game of cat and mouse with you. I think you are overthinking it. Ha ha, Tang Yi laughed, mercilessly exposing her girlfriend's embarrassment. Luo Li's cheeks turned red, spreading to her neck. Wang Chen entered the Python Forest again, with the experience from last time. This time it was nearly a minute faster. However, there was only a record and no reward. It seems that you can't repeat the instance. Each person only has one achievement reward. Wang Chen thought to himself, feeling a bit regretful. He wanted to exploit a bug, but others had already thought of it. Opening the secret stash of the Crimson Python, there was a level 28 fine quality war boot and an intermediate agility gem. At this point, Wang Chen's level had already reached over 26. Name, Wang Chen Talent, Thunder Body Level, 26 Strength, 1128 Agility, 915 Spirit, 10350 Skills, Infinite Electric Aura LV1, Thunder Arrow LV5, Thunderbolt LV5. Click to expand Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV1, Thunderous Force LV1, Great Thunder Destruction Body LV1 Equipment, Thundering Sword, Spider Eye Magic Ring, Dark Knight Guardian. Click to expand evolution points, 176-8200 passive, Mana Spring LV1, Spirit Attribute enhanced tenfold. When spirit power is below 30%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring LV1, when killing a target, there is a 1% chance to seize part of the target's attributes. Spell Crit LV1, your skills have a 20% chance to deal 150% critical damage. Strengthen Strike LV1, your third attack gains enhancement, dealing an additional 150% damage. Spirit of 10,000. Wang Chen was excited. After level 26, with the attributes brought by replacing equipment, his spirit had exceeded 10,000. Strength had also surpassed 1,000. An ordinary level 26 Awakener, on average, could reach 700 in attributes, which was considered excellent. Classmate, you are so amazing. Can we get to know each other? Just as Wang Chen was checking his attributes, a woman in a black and white Lolita dress came to him, smiling brightly, her pair of small tiger teeth shining brightly. No time. Wang Chen glanced at the woman in front of him, who was at most 1 meter 5 tall, not even reaching his chin. He couldn't even tell which grade student she was. Why no time? When you have nothing to do, let's do something fun together. Isn't it more fun than fighting monsters? The Lolita smiled mischievously, her eyes shining with a strange light. Wang Chen's eyebrows slightly furrowed imperceptibly, secretly using the true sight to check the Lolita girl in front of him. Name, Shitong. Level, 35. Talent, size change. B. This Lolita's talent is interesting. She can actually change size. Wang Chen withdrew his gaze, his eyes becoming meaningful. The talent size change can alter one's size, and the attributes will also increase to a certain extent when the body grows. How about it? Shitong approached Wang Chen, looking up and asking, the smile on her lips becoming more rampant. Sure, let's go. Wang Chen grinned and grabbed the woman's wrist to walk out. It's just right that I have time now. Why wait for another day when we can do something fun now? This time, Shitong was stunned, her expression on her face changing from astonishment to panic. She tried to pull her hand back, but found that Wang Chen's strength was surprisingly strong, firmly trapping her. She couldn't break free at all. In desperation, she could only shrink her arm, then quickly pull it out, finally getting rid of the clutches. Wang Chen looked disdainful, mocking, just a talker, dare to come with me? Humph, who's just talking? It's not the time yet, I have more important things to do. Shitong looked proud and pretended to be calm. After speaking, she ran off without looking back. Wang Chen watched her leave, with a pensive expression. He felt that this woman was not a good person, inexplicably getting close to him, but he didn't see anything unusual. Taking back his gaze, Wang Chen opened the scroll shop, exchanged for an intermediate forbidden curse upgrade scroll. He was ready to upgrade the forbidden curse to increase its power. Among the 3 forbidden curses, only the Great Snake Thunder Spear belonged to the intermediate level, so he could only upgrade it. Great Snake Thunder Spear LV1, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV2, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV2, Intermediate Forbidden Curse, unleashes huge thunder, condenses into a thunder snake spear, and attacks the target with a breaking sound, causing 800 to 1200% range damage to the target. After the upgrade, the damage of the Great Snake Thunder Spear increased from 500 to 800% to 800 to 1200%. Let's test the power. Wang Chen was eager to try it out and was ready to find a dungeon to test its power. I wonder which lucky boss will be able to experience the power of the upgraded Great Snake Thunder Spear. After a quick look, Wang Chen arrived at a dungeon. Mountain God Illusion, level 25 to 30. This was a special dungeon that could accommodate up to 15 people in a team. The final boss was a huge stone man with extremely high defense, known as the toughest boss for players below level 30. Therefore, this dungeon was also known as a small-scale world dungeon. Although solo entry was allowed, almost no one would choose to go alone. Now, Wang Chen stood in front of this dungeon, immediately attracting the attention of many people. They looked at him in surprise, wondering what was going on. Is this guy really going to solo the Mountain God Illusion? The next moment, Wang Chen chose Nightmare difficulty and disappeared. Damn, he's at it again. Soloing the Mountain God Illusion? It's getting more ridiculous. This is a small-scale world dungeon. If he can solo this dungeon, I'll eat 3 pounds of shit. Many people were excited and couldn't believe that someone could solo such a dungeon. Wang Chen arrived at a mountain mine, surrounded by piles of stones. Clatter! The scattered stones came to life, forming stiff stone figures and approaching him. Wang Chen moved his body, and lightning pulses spread out, shattering all the stone figures. The mountain mine was vast, with paths leading in all directions. He chose the widest path and continued forward. Before long, another group of stone monsters appeared ahead. Stubborn Stone Swordsman, level 28 Strength, 1286 Agility, 784 Spirit, 891. Wang Chen threw a thunderbolt bomb from a distance, exploding in the middle of the stone monsters. With a bang, a large number of stone figures fell. These stone monsters moved slowly but had strong vitality. Even if they were beaten to pieces, they could still bounce back and attack. Wang Chen activated his magic energy to form a protective shield and strode forward. Although they are just ordinary mobs, their strength is already comparable to a level 25 Nightmare difficulty boss. If an ordinary Awakener entered, just killing these stone monsters would exhaust them, making it impossible to reach the final boss. No wonder the dungeon could accommodate up to 15 people. With fewer people, it would be impossible to kill them all. Kill target. Agility plus 20. After finally killing off the batch of stone monsters, Wang Chen continued forward. Over an hour later, he arrived in front of a huge stone mountain. Boom! The next moment, the mountain shook violently, rocks falling everywhere as if there was an earthquake. A stone man over 10 meters tall emerged from the mountain. Sky-holding stone man, level 30 strength, 3000 agility, 500 spirit, 2500 blessing of the mountain god. Passive: the sky-holding stone man receives blessings, increasing physical and magical defense by 200% and becoming immune to all control effects. Meteor shower, active: the stone man summons a large number of meteors to strike enemies in an area. Earth spirit restraint, active: controls the power of the ground to restrict enemies, preventing them from moving. Soul of stone spirit, when the stones fall off the stone man of the sky, they will possess vitality and continue to attack the enemy. Such strong attributes, truly worthy of being a mini-world boss. Wang Chen sighed. The attributes of the stone man of the sky are similar to those of the stone dragon, just lacking the passive power of the dragon, unable to resist physical and magical damage, and having much lower dual defense. Boom! The stone man of the sky summoned meteorites, which rained down from the sky. Wang Chen spread his thunder wings, swiftly flew behind the stone man, avoiding the falling meteorites. Then, he pointed towards the sky, casting a forbidden spell. The great snake thunder spear suddenly appeared. At level 2, it was incredibly huge, with a length exceeding 20 meters, as thick as a water bucket, resembling a python transformed into a dragon. The strong sense of oppression made all the grass and trees on the ground bow down. The body of the stone man of the sky was huge and extremely clumsy, unable to dodge. With a loud bang, it seemed like a mountain exploding. The stone man of the sky exploded into a pile of rubble, and the small stone figures scattered all over the place, searching for targets to attack. Thunderous might! Wang Chen also did not hold back, casting a second forbidden spell. Thunder and lightning rained down overwhelmingly, washing the ground thoroughly, not sparing any of the small stone figures. Defeating the stone man of the sky. Evolution points plus 8000. Congratulations on clearing the instance. Clearing time, 1 hour 52 minutes 35 seconds. Clearing rewards, Giant Stone Battle Armor, Fine, X1. Enhancement Stone X2. Intermediate Spirit Gem X1. Basic Healing Potion X5, Fine Equipment. Wang Chen's eyes lit up as he checked the attributes of the Giant Stone Battle Armor. Giant Stone Battle Armor, Strength plus 80. Spirit plus 50. Agility plus 50. Special attribute. Physical defense increased by 50%. Equipment level, level 30. Wang Chen satisfactorily put it away, waiting to reach level 30 to use it. After clearing the mountain god instance, Wang Chen's level rose to 27, not far from level 30. Returning to the instance realm, he did not hear the record-breaking prompt. Strange. He checked the instance records and found that the first place clearing time was 1 hour 49 minutes 39 seconds. It was 2 to 3 minutes faster than him. Moreover, this was a 12-person team, so it was only natural for them to be faster. Wang Chen analyzed the situation and realized that he had wasted too much time on the small monsters in the early stages. Otherwise, he could have saved a lot of time. Let's call it a day today. Continuous solo instances had consumed too much of his energy, and he needed to rest and recover. Damn! Did Wang Chen really clear the instance? Bro, can world instances be soloed? Where's the guy who wanted to eat 3 caddies of shit? He's here to eat now. The people around him went crazy, witnessing the feat of a person soloing a world instance. From the moment Wang Chen entered the instance realm, he continuously set records, breaking limits time and time again, accomplishing what many thought was impossible. Until now, he had even solo cleared a world instance. Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Wang Chen walked away alone. Just then, Yan Wujing led a group of people towards him, blocking his path. What's the matter? Wang Chen looked at Yan Wujing. Their eyes clashed in the air, sparking invisible flames. You should know who I am. I'm Yan Wujing. Yan Wujing smiled faintly, his gaze extremely sharp. Then his tone suddenly turned cold. You, a newcomer, ignorant of respect, disregarding the rules, assaulting senior students. You really have guts. With these words, the onlookers showed expressions of enjoying the show. Yan Wujing came to hold Wang Chen accountable. The two most prominent figures at Nanjiang University confronted each other. This was more interesting than any gossip. Oh, you want to stand up for these few wastes? He. I thought the S-class genius of our academy was an extraordinary figure. But it turns out you're just a commoner. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, smiled, and looked disdainful. You call me a commoner? Yan Wujing frowned, hearing such a comment for the first time in his life. Just a sentence. His aloof attitude that had always been there suddenly fell. At least in Wang Chen's eyes, he was no different from an ordinary person. Alright. You say I'm a commoner. Today I'll be a commoner. Do you dare to challenge me and see who's better? Yan Wujian laughed heartily, exuding a strong sense of oppression. You, a sophomore, want to challenge me, a freshman? Wang Chen sneered, looking disdainful. Yan Wujiang remained calm. I am a commoner. I don't care about these things. There will be some performance matches at the school opening ceremony the day after tomorrow. Do you dare to compete with me? Why wouldn't I dare? I know what you're thinking. You just want to defeat me in front of the whole school, so that you can be the unique one at Nanjiang University from now on. Wang Chen's voice was loud, like thunder, showing his strong will. I also have this intention. It should be satisfying to step on an S rank under my feet. Good. See you the day after tomorrow. Yan Wujiang dropped a sentence and left without any nonsense. Wow. The scene was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the two of them to be so straightforward, wanting to determine the winner at the school opening ceremony. Wang Chen is impulsive, falling for Yan Wujiang's provocation. Yan Wujiang is a year ahead of him, at least 30 levels higher now. How many levels is Wang Chen? If they were at the same level, I feel like there would be a fight, but Wang Chen's level is too low. He's bound to suffer a big loss. This battle is about dignity. The one who loses will probably have a broken heart. Onlookers whispered in disgust. Almost all of them were not optimistic about Wang Chen, thinking he was being deceived. After all, there was a gap in talent and level between the two, and no matter how you looked at it, Wang Chen had no advantage. The battle between people is different from fighting monsters in dungeons. They won't just stand there stupidly and let you attack. Moreover, a difference of a few levels could mean a difference of hundreds of attribute points. This disadvantage is not easy to make up for. Soon, the news of the two's challenge spread throughout Nanjiang University. Even many professors, and even the dean, knew about it. The two most talented students in the college were going to compete. How could people not pay attention? Why did Wang Chen pick a fight with Yan Wujiang? In the dean's office, Lu Zhengshan pounded the table angrily. Yan Wujiang was already a sophomore, a whole year ahead of Wang Chen. Agreeing to such a challenge, was he deliberately seeking trouble? Wang Chen was a talent he had high hopes for, and Lu Zhengshan didn't want him to suffer such a blow. It might shatter his confidence and he would never recover. Hey, get Wang Chen for me. Lu Zhengshan slammed the table and shouted outside the door. At this moment, Wang Chen had already returned to his dorm and fallen asleep peacefully. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Wang Chen, are you in there? The dean is looking for you. Zhuang Yuerong's voice sounded. Zhuang, professor, what does the dean want with me? Wang Chen responded groggily. It's about your challenge with Yan Wujiang. Zhuang Yuerong said. Oh, then it's not a big deal. Let me sleep a bit more and I'll go later. Zhuang Yuerong? In the end, Wang Chen slept for another 2 hours before going to the dean's office with Zhuang Yuerong. Along the way, Zhuang Yuerong couldn't help but advise him. You were a bit impulsive. Yan Wujiang's level is much higher than yours. Not long ago, he already had over 5,000 combat power. You can't beat him. 5,000. Combat power? Wang Chen was puzzled, looking at Zhuang Yuerong's profile. This is the term used by advanced awakeners, meaning the sum of one's three-dimensional attributes, commonly known as combat power, which can directly reflect a person's strength. Zhuang Yuerong explained. So you mean Yan Wujiang's average attributes have reached 1,700? Wang Chen pondered. If combat power was calculated like this, then his combat power would be 12,000. When you get to the dean's office, just say it was a moment of impulsiveness. The college will step in to help you calm this storm. Zhuang Yuerong continued to speak earnestly. After hearing her words, Wang Chen shook his head and smiled. Words spoken are like water poured out. If I back down now, how can I continue to stay at Nanjiang University in the future? I must participate in this challenge. You. Zhuang Yuerong looked at him in surprise, unable to speak. They arrived at the dean's office. Wang Chen pushed the door open and found both Lu Zhengshan and Lu Jinshan inside. Both of them hoped that Wang Chen would not act impulsively and accept Yan Wujiang's challenge. However, Wang Chen had made up his mind and would not compromise. In the blink of an eye, Nanjing University's opening ceremony finally arrived. On this day, Nanjing University welcomed its liveliest day, the annual opening ceremony. Dignitaries from all walks of life in Nanjing City also attended the ceremony. In addition to Dean Liu Zhangshan and mentors like Shen Jianhe, the audience included Lin Wanlu, the head of the Lin family, Shui Jingqi from the Shui family, and other prominent figures. Master Lin, you have a good son. Lin Shaoxian, at such a young age, has already reached level 20 and made a name for himself in the entrance test. Before the event began, Shui Jingqi spoke with a smile, trying to make conversation. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanlu's mouth twitched, his face darkening slightly. It was like touching a sore spot. The news of the entrance test had long been spread. His son Lin Xiao was defeated and humiliated by Wang Chen, even turning into a turtle, which was an extreme embarrassment. Lin Wanlu adjusted his attitude and forced a smile. Shui Jingqi, stop being sarcastic here. What's the use of a high level? In the end, it still depends on actual combat. Later, my son Lin Xiao will challenge Wang Chen and determine the outcome. Oh, I'll wait and see. Shui Jingqi smiled, his eyes flashing with curiosity. He wanted to see how the Lin family would regain their dignity. The ceremony soon began, and all the students of Nanjing University gathered in the square. Shen Jianhe delivered a speech on behalf of the attendees. After he finished, they finally got to the main event. Next is the performance match segment. Everyone can confidently come on stage and challenge the opponent they want. We have a professional team and senior therapists on site. Even if you get lightly injured, you can recover quickly. Shen Jianghe's voice resounded loudly, reaching all corners. Lin Xiao was excited, his whole being filled with anticipation. For this day, he had prepared a lot. The family spared no expense to provide him with equipment, all to defeat Wang Chen on this important day and regain his lost face. After the blow he suffered last time, Lin Xiao almost collapsed, but he held on, waiting for this moment. So, as soon as Chen Jianghe finished speaking and descended from the stage, Lin Xiao rushed up without hesitation. Wang Chen, dare to accept my challenge and give everyone a splendid match? Lin Xiao stood on the stage, looking down at Wang Chen with a provocative smile. Everyone present showed expressions of as expected. Before the ceremony began, they had guessed that Lin Xiao would challenge Wang Chen. Lin Xiao is truly a tough nut to crack. Despite being behind Wang Chen in level, he still dares to challenge him. Where does he get the courage? Doesn't this guy know that Wang Chen has been setting records in the dungeon, going crazy with kills? Isn't he asking for trouble? No, I think this kid came prepared. Look at his confidence. He must have prepared a lot of tricks. Master Lin of the Lin family is also sitting on the stage, looking calm and confident. It seems he has a lot of faith. Some people whispered, their eyes turning to Wang Chen in the crowd. Lin Xiao, do you want to be turned into a turtle again? Wang Chen said somewhat helplessly. This guy was really tough, being repeatedly struck by and yet still daring to come forward. Wang Chen was starting to admire Lin Xiao's resilience. Humph, stop talking nonsense and come at me. This time, don't think you can use those despicable means. I'm not afraid of you. Lin Xiao shouted. Alright, I'll grant your wish. Wang Chen nodded and strode onto the stage. He was curious to see what tricks Lin Xiao had up his sleeve. Ha ha, Wang Chen, you're definitely going to lose this time. Lin Xiao grinned, his body emitting a dazzling light, each piece of equipment worn on him causing his aura to suddenly change. In order to defeat you, I have specially prepared equipment. Your despicable means will also be ineffective. In an instant, Lin Xiao completed his transformation, holding high-quality items emitting a unique light. In addition, he was dressed in exquisite gear with special resistances, immune to control effects such as stun, slow, and polymorph. This is why he was so confident. Damn! No wonder Lin Xiao is so arrogant. He even brought out high-quality equipment? His weapon is glowing. Indeed, high-quality equipment. The Lin family is wealthy, bringing even high-quality weapons to ensure Lin Xiao wins this match. On the stands, Lin Wanlu smiled, quietly observing everything. Master Lin, this is a bit excessive, bringing so much equipment for your talented nephew to defeat Wang Chen. Shui Jingqi felt a bit indignant, sympathizing with Wang Chen. Equipment is also part of strength, isn't it? Besides, there is no rule against using equipment. Lin Wanlu chuckled, not feeling ashamed. Public opinion only cares about the results, not the process. As long as Lin Xiao defeats Wang Chen, the previous humiliation will naturally be washed away. Name, Lin Xiao level, 22 strength, 1588 agility, 1194 spirit, 1856. Wang Chen's eyes caught Lin Xiao's information. Although only level 22, his attributes, boosted by equipment, reached an absurd level, averaging 1005. Moreover, one of his equipment had special attributes, able to resist control effects like polymorph, showing it was specifically aimed at polymorph spells, fearing being turned into a turtle. No wonder Lin Xiao dared to challenge him. His confidence suddenly swelled. Looks like I have to make you see reality, Wang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, Lin Xiao could no longer contain himself and roared, launching an attack. Flame impact, his weapon pointed at Wang Chen, unleashing a huge pillar of fire like a roaring dragon towards him. With the support of luxurious equipment, this strike's power exceeded the ordinary. Wang Chen tapped his toe. Lightning wings appeared behind him, soaring into the sky. Damn! He can fly! The audience below was stunned, witnessing Wang Chen using the thunder wings for the first time. Wang Chen, if you have the guts, don't hide. Dare to face me head-on. Lin Xiao roared, veins bulging on his face. As you wish. Wang Chen smiled faintly, mimicking drawing a bow and arrow, slowly condensing the thunder arrow. This arrow was drawn to its full extent, brimming with power. Swish! The thunder arrow shot out towards Lin Xiao, a fully charged thunder arrow, its damage almost comparable to a low-level forbidden curse. Moreover, it was a lock-on skill, impossible to dodge. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted, sensing a deadly crisis. In the blink of an eye, the thunder arrow hit his chest. At this critical moment, a powerful wave erupted from him, triggering the passive effect of his equipment, forming a shield to block the impact on his chest. The strong force directly sent Lin Xiao flying, blood spraying wildly as he fell off the stage, unconscious. Quick! Save him! The nearby healer hurried to cast healing spells to treat Lin Xiao. On the stands, Lin Wanlo's face turned green, looking more miserable than if he had eaten shit. To ensure Lin Xiao's victory, he spent a large sum on a set of equipment, only for his beloved son to be defeated in one round of combat and knocked off the stage. This child was so weak that he would have been better off shooting at walls. Lin Wanlo's expression fluctuated, feeling utterly terrible. Master Lin, although your nephew lost, he still showed his prowess. Not a disgrace, Shui Jingqi said with a smile, appearing serious on the surface but with a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. Wang Chen's arrow was cunning and incredibly powerful. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's equipment, he would probably have met his end. Someone commented, only then can I be worthy of being my opponent. Yan Wujing smiled in the audience, not feeling afraid, but rather excited, eager to fight Wang Chen. Yan Wujing, come up. Wang Chen's gaze shifted over, saying lightly. He quickly dealt with Lin Xiao and was about to battle Yan Wujing. The crowd was in an uproar, with the news of the two of them challenging each other being the most talked about at Nanjiang University in the past 2 days. Now, the moment had finally arrived. Good. I acknowledge you as my opponent, but I won't go easy on you next. Yan Wujing took a step, lightly landing on the ring, standing opposite Wang Chen. In an instant, an invisible force spread out and collided. In Wang Chen's eyes, information about Yan Wujing appeared. Name, Yan Wujing talent, Extreme Daylight Holy Light, S, level, 35 strength, 1865 agility, 1927 spirit, 2168 skills, Radiant Art, Light Barrier, Holy Healing, Holy Light Protection, Rainbow Light Burst, Extreme Speed Light Meteorization, 6000 Combat Power. Wang Chen was amazed, truly worthy of an S-level talent, not only terrifying in attributes, but even the skills were abnormal. Of course, Yan Wujing's equipment was also luxurious. Almost all of them had premium attributes. Just as the two were about to start, a voice interrupted them. Wait! Qian Jianghai appeared in the sky, accompanied by several stern mentors. For the sake of fairness, we will suppress your levels to the same level. Level suppression? Both Wang Chen and Yan Wujing were stunned, not expecting the academy to have this move. Before they could respond, Qian Jianghai and the others started to act, evolving a huge array star map together, covering the sky, and then descending. In the next moment, Yan Wujing's level was suppressed to 27, the same level as Wang Chen. This is good. It will be more fulfilling to defeat you this way, so you won't think I'm bullying you. Yan Wujing smiled proudly, unaffected in the slightest, displaying the demeanor of a strong individual. His level may have been suppressed, but what about his talent? Yes, this child has the aura of a war god. Many strong individuals nodded in agreement, recognizing that Yan Wujing's mentality was that of a strong individual. It was quite rare. I hope Wang Chen doesn't lose too miserably. Both of them are the future strong individuals of our human race. Someone expressed concern. How much chance do you think Wang Chen has of winning? Lu Zhengshan smiled and asked the people around him. I think, under the same level, Wang Chen has a 30% chance of winning. One mentor analyzed. I think it's 50%. Zhuang Yuerong spoke loudly, full of belief. Director Zhuang, you have a lot of confidence in him? But this is not a dungeon. The confrontation between awakened individuals. The restraint of talents is crucial. Yan Wujing's extreme daylight holy light is an S-level light attribute talent, while Wang Chen is just a normal C-level lightning attribute. The two are not comparable. Yes, I even think that Yan Wujing has a 90% chance of winning. Many mentors spoke up. Almost all of them believed that Yan Wujing had a greater chance of winning. Although their levels were suppressed to the same level, their innate talents still existed and could not be suppressed. Let's wait and see. Lu Zhengshan smiled and locked his gaze tightly on the ring. In the next moment, the ring lit up brightly, as if a small sun had descended into it. Yan Wujing took the lead. Using radiant art, his body transformed into light and disappeared in an instant. Wang Chen's body shook. His magic energy surrounded him. He pulled his bow with both hands and shot a lightning arrow in an instant. Chirp! The lightning arrow pierced through a beam of light and did not harm Yan Wujing's real body. Ha ha! My body is radiant. Your little tricks can't hurt me. Next I will move at the speed of light. Let me show you what it's like to be hit by light. Yan Wujing's arrogant voice echoed around. A sword made of holy light slashed down, tearing a huge gash in the magic energy surrounding him. Such fast speed. Wang Chen spread his lightning wings and flew into the sky. The next moment, Yan Wujing followed closely, his speed extremely terrifying. Just like light, even Wang Chen with the thunder wings still couldn't keep up with his speed. It seems like I need to speed up. Exchange 10 skill upgrade scrolls. Wang Chen's heart moved and exchanged 10 upgrade scrolls, all added to the thunder wings. Thunder Wings LV1, Thunder Wings LV5, Thunder Wings LV5, condensed Thunder Wings with own elements. Flying speed reaches twice the speed of sound. With the level 5 Thunder Wings, the flying speed reached twice the speed of sound, flying at 680 meters per second. Yan Wujing's speed, known as nearly the speed of light, but in reality, his true speed is just a bit faster than normal speed of sound. With his level, being able to achieve this is already very fast. Wang Chen's speed suddenly increased, directly catching up with Yan Wujing's speed. The two figures flickered in the sky, colliding and fighting. At this moment, ordinary skills were too slow to release, relying mainly on physical strength. You can actually keep up with my speed? Yan Wujing was shocked. Just a moment ago his opponent was being toyed with. Looking down on his speed, in a blink of an eye, Wang Chen seemed to have taken some medicine, actually able to catch his movements, even handling them with ease. Sorry, lightning is also light. Wang Chen sneered. Humph, let's see how long you can last. Yan Wujing's face turned cold, unleashing the holy light shield. This skill could enhance his attributes, allowing his body's strength to reach its peak. Every move could unleash a force similar to light. You like close combat? Then I'll play with you. Wang Chen's voice rang out, carrying a great dignity. The next moment, thunder flames ignited on his body, his physical strength expanding, increasing by 300%. He activated the Great Thunder Annihilation Body. At this moment, Wang Chen flew in mid-air, black flames enveloping him, emitting a terrifying pressure that made those below feel suffocated. Let me see how strong your proud power is. Wang Chen threw a punch. With a 300% boost, his strength had exceeded 3,000. What? Yan Wujing's arms crossed, trying to block the punch. Crack! A clear sound of bones breaking. His arm fractured, and he was sent crashing down onto the arena like a cannonball, blood staining the ground red. Yan Wujing stared angrily at the figure in the sky, trying to get up, but fell back down, unable to stand up again. The whole arena was in an uproar, everyone staring in shock at the figure in the sky, surrounded by thunder flames. Like a demon, the S-rank talent Yan Wujing was defeated, directly knocked down on the arena, losing his combat power. Too strong. Is this Wang Chen's true strength? Is this really a C-rank talent? I'm afraid this is the first S-rank to be defeated by a C-rank. Yan Wujiang is going to be recorded in history. The crowd discussed one after another. Many strong individuals in the stands stood up, their eyes full of amazement. Such a domineering skill, defeating Yan Wujiang with just one punch. They could feel the intense pressure emanating from Wang Chen after activating the Great Thunder Annihilation Body. In other words, his strength increased exponentially in an instant. Ordinary skills definitely couldn't achieve this. It seems this kid has many secrets. Lu Zhongshan smiled, nodding in satisfaction. Although Wang Chen was a C-rank talent, here he was no less than an S-rank. I underestimated him. Qian Jianghe smiled helplessly, mocking his own short-sightedness. He had once asserted that Wang Chen had the potential to grow into an advanced awakener. Now it seemed that it was far more than that. Good kid. I look forward to seeing the expressions of those old guys at the academy when they see your performance. Lu Jinshan sat in his seat, grinning widely, feeling pleased. Master Lin, your nephew's defeat is not unjust. Even an S-rank talent like Yan Wujiang couldn't beat Wang Chen. Your nephew's defeat is honorable. On the other side of the stands, Shui Jingqi laughed heartily, saying to Lin Wanlu. After listening to his words, Lin Wanlu's mouth twitched. Although it was not a good thing to say, he couldn't find a point to refute. It even sounded somewhat reasonable. Yan Wujian couldn't beat Wang Chen, so it was too normal for his son to lose. If you can't even handle S-level, why should I let me handle A-level? He felt much more comfortable in his heart. The college therapist took Yan Wujian down for treatment, and Qian Jianghe took over the stage to preside over the overall situation. The exhibition match continued. However, with Mei Yu in the front, the following matches seemed like children playing house in the eyes of the audience. Far less exciting. Several hours later, the exhibition match ended. The opening ceremony also came to a close. Wang Chen originally wanted to return to the dormitory to rest, but was stopped by Lu Jinshan. Kid, you did well. I didn't misjudge you. Great. Excellent. Lu Jinshan praised with a thumbs up. His eyes narrowed. You're too kind. Yan Wujian's level was suppressed. Otherwise I wouldn't have one so easily. Wang Chen shrugged. Damn. I just praised you a bit and you're already flying high. If he wasn't suppressed in level, could you still beat him? Lu Jinshan sneered, feeling that this kid was too arrogant. Wang Chen smiled, didn't argue, and changed the subject. Director Lu, what do you want from me? What else could it be? The opening ceremony is over. We need to get down to business. Pack up. Tomorrow we'll go cause trouble at the Transcendent Academy. Lu Jinshan patted his shoulder, boldly declaring as if he was going to take Wang Chen to crush the Transcendent Academy. Wang Chen was speechless, feeling that this guy really wanted to take him to make trouble, which seemed unreliable. However, Lu Jinshan was not afraid, so he was even less afraid. If the sky falls, there's a tall person to hold it up. Even if they get beaten, he would be the first one to be hit. Alright, Wang Chen nodded, feeling somewhat excited. Tomorrow morning, wait for me at the dormitory entrance. Lu Jinshan left a sentence and walked away. Very straightforward. Wang Chen nodded, checked the time, and it was already afternoon. After 2 battles, he had consumed a lot of energy. He decided not to go to the dungeon's secret realm today, but to rest well and set off tomorrow. The next day, it was still dark. Wang Chen got up early, washed up quickly, locked the door, and walked down the dormitory building. He waited downstairs for about 10 minutes, and Lu Jinshan's round figure appeared. The two of them had breakfast first, then started the intercity teleportation. Usually, there were teleportation arrays between cities. For short distances, they would take a car, but for long distances, they would choose teleportation arrays for safety and speed. The Transcendent Academy was in the 7th district, in the most prosperous city, the magic capital. After multiple teleports, Wang Chen and Lu Jinshan finally set foot on the land of the magic capital. As soon as they walked out of the teleportation station, they saw bustling skyscrapers, various heavy and massive buildings, and flying vehicles shuttling back and forth. These flying vehicles were expensive, with supersonic flight speeds, but required permits. Generally speaking, ordinary awakeners didn't need them because they were not only expensive but also consumed a lot of energy. More for show than practicality. Not as good as learning a flying skill. How about it? Isn't the most prosperous city in the 7th district impressive? Lu Jinshan saw Wang Chen looking curious and asked with a smile. Awesome. It's very futuristic. Wang Chen nodded. He hadn't been in this world for long and had never been out of Nanjiang City. so the magic capital was his first visit. Let's go. I'll take you to the Transcendent Academy to see. Lu Jinshan's face turned red, somewhat excited, as if he was going to show off to Wang Chen. Then, the two of them continued on their way. Along the way, Lu Jinshan told Wang Chen about the Transcendent Academy. In our God Summer Alliance, there are 4 major academies, which are collectively known as the Holy Academies. In addition to the Transcendent Academy, there are also the Azure Dragon Academy, the War God Academy, and the Holy Spirit Academy. Each Holy Academy has branches in the 13 districts, with the main headquarters in the 1st district, Lu Jinshan tirelessly explained. Wang Chen also listened with great interest. He had known these common sense things long ago, but not in as much detail as Lu Jinshan said. By the way, why is the 5 Elements Thunder Palace not in the main campus of the Transcendent Academy, but in the Magic City branch? Wang Chen asked curiously. That's because the 5 Elements Thunder Palace does not belong to the Transcendent Academy, but is a private item of the Dean of the Magic City branch. Otherwise, we would have to go to the 1st district, Lu Zhengshan explained. Wang Chen nodded slightly, thoughtful. At this moment, huge and ancient buildings appeared in front of them. Above the buildings, strange lights flickered, colorful and emitting a powerful aura, as if not belonging to the human world. Ahead is the Transcendent Academy. Lu Jinshan's smile became more rampant, as if he was really here to attack the Transcendent Academy. The 4 great holy academies are awesome. Wang Chen looked for a while and uttered the word awesome. Whether it was the architecture, the momentum, or even the gate of the academy, they were several times larger than the South River Academy. It seemed like a divine mansion in the human world. Just a glance was enough to intimidate ordinary people with this momentum. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance. Let's go in. Just like that. No need to register? Wang Chen asked strangely. Is this a market? Just walk in? It's fine. With my face, there's no need to report. Just follow me in. Lu Jinshan said indifferently, waving his hand and striding in. Halt! Suddenly, a stern shout rang out, and a transparent barrier appeared at the gate, pushing the two back. Wang Chen looked at Lu Jinshan with a black line on his head. Is this what you call face? A middle-aged man walked out, exuding a powerful oppressive aura, staring sternly at Lu Jinshan and Wang Chen. Idle people, leave quickly. It's me, Lu Jinshan. Lu Jinshan grinned, nodding and introducing himself politely. Lu Jinshan? I don't know you. Regardless of who you are, entering the academy requires registration, stating your purpose, and only after permission can you enter. The man shook his head, expressionless. Oh, no problem. I'll register now. Lu Jinshan followed the man with a smile and went to register on the side. Wang Chen was speechless. Wasn't he just acting all tough a moment ago? Looking like he was going to crush the Transcendent Academy. But this? Are you here to challenge the frozen insect cave instance? After reading the registration form, the man glanced at Wang Chen. The registration form clearly stated, Challenger, Wang Chen. Level, 27. Talent, C. This was filled out by Lu Jinshan. Yes, we are from South River University. Just bringing students to hone their skills. Lu Jinshan explained honestly, not daring to show off. Any awakeners between levels 25 to 30 are eligible to challenge. However, you should act within your limits. A C-level talent is child's play, the man said in a flat tone, serious but still kindly reminding them. Oh, just here to broaden our horizons. Not expecting to pass the challenge, Lu Jinshan said humbly, inwardly smirking. Poof, just wait and see. Wang Chen's performance will definitely slap all of you in the face. Go in. The man waved his hand and said no more. Then, the two entered the Transcendent Academy one after the other. At this moment, Lu Jinshan straightened his back again, striking a pose of arrogance and coolness. Director Lu, it's a waste for you not to act. Your change in expression is really amazing. Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh. What do you know? This is called flexibility. To raise before suppressing. First give them a bit of face, then strike back hard later. Lu Jinshan glanced at him, proud, then quickly lowered his head and whispered to Wang Chen. Don't be fooled by that guy's wooden appearance. His strength is probably above our dean's. When it's time to be low-key, you have to be low-key. Wang Chen nodded. Just now, he had secretly used the Eye of Truth to check the man's information. This is a strong person at level 77. A gatekeeper is at level 77. showing how profound and terrifying the heritage of the Extraordinary Academy is. Lu Jinshan's level is only 67. Lu Zhongshan is at level 72. These Wang Chen have all checked secretly. Soon, Lu Jinshan took Wang Chen to a rockery with ease. There was a huge vortex on the rockery, with many men and women waiting outside, all preparing to challenge the ice-sealed insect cave instance. I didn't expect to have to line up. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised, but then he realized that as long as he passed the instance, he could join the Extraordinary Academy. With so many people in District 7, how could there be challengers? Lu Jinshan walked to a large clock and rang it 3 times. Lu Jinshan from South Jiang University, with student Wang Chen, here to challenge. This is the necessary ceremony before the challenge, with Extraordinary Academy staff next to it responsible for registration. As soon as this was said, a beautiful woman in a fiery red dress flashed a strange look in her eyes. She was Fire Red Jade, the female mentor who went to pick up Chu Yuxue. After Lu Jinshan finished reporting his name, a magnificent woman walked out from the depths of the Extraordinary Academy. She walked over in the air and landed on the rockery, her gaze fixed on Lu Jinshan with hostility. Fatso, it's you again? Everyone present showed surprise, overwhelmed by the aura emanating from the woman. Such a powerful woman. Wang Chen looked in amazement at the beautiful woman, whose level reached 85, the strongest he had ever seen. Teacher Qianqing, the student is here to see you. Lu Jinshan nodded and bowed, with a humble and pleasing smile on his face. Wang Chen was horrified to find out that this beautiful woman was Lu Jinshan's mentor. In other words, Lu Jinshan was also a student of the Extraordinary Academy. Is this the person you brought? The beautiful woman named Qianqing's eyes turned and looked at Wang Chen behind Lu Jinshan. Yes, this is our best student from South Jiang University, who once ranked first in the South Jiang City exam and wants to come here for a challenge. Lu Jinshan answered obediently, not daring to be disrespectful. The best student? A hint of curiosity appeared in Qianqing's phoenix eyes. Give me his information. With a wave of her jade hand, a staff member presented Wang Chen's registration form. After a casual glance, Qianqing's face immediately darkened. Fatso, are you kidding me? C-level talent. The best student. Is there no one left at your South Jiang University? She was particularly angry, her chest heaving, making the atmosphere tense. Absolutely. Wang Chen is indeed our best student. Lu Jinshan smiled, without further explanation, choosing to endure her anger. Hearing this, Fire Red Jade, responsible for registration in front of the rockery, suddenly stood up, her face showing surprise. Wang Chen, from South Jiang City, it's him, she finally remembered. The man in front of her was the guy who had once confused Chu Yuxue. Wasn't he an F-level talent? How did he become C-level? Fire Red Jade was puzzled. Wang Chen had changed so much, becoming the fiercest student at South Jiang University. How could this be? Unable to understand, she took out a communicator and sent a message to Chu Yuxue. Meanwhile, in a library at the Extraordinary Academy, 2 women stood in a corner, chatting casually. One of them had long pink hair that reached her waist, straight legs, a slender waist, and an angelic face. Beside her stood a cold and elegant woman with long purple hair, holding a magic book in her hands. Xiao Xue, you're already level 22 now, right? You must have a spot in this trial. The purple-haired woman closed the book and smiled at the woman in front of her. Ziyun, you're not bad either. Let's go together when the time comes. Chu Yuxue smiled, her delicate cheeks flawless. Since coming to the Extraordinary Academy, she had always remembered what someone had said. Only the strong deserve him. Therefore, she has been working hard and has risen to level 22 in a short period of time. In the Extraordinary Academy full of geniuses, this is considered a fast pace. You have an S-level combat talent, a true pride of the heavens. I am just a support type and can only rely on you. Ziyun smiled lightly, her purple pupils shimmering with a strange beauty. At that moment, Chu Yuxue's expression changed, and a communicator appeared in her hand. When she saw the content inside, an incredible joy surged on her plain face. You finally came. He's here. Finally. Chu Yuxue was overjoyed to see the message sent by Hong Yufa, almost on the verge of tears. So touched. So excited. Wang Chen did not forget what she had said and came all the way to the Extraordinary Academy to find her. He has me in his heart. Chu Yuxue's beautiful eyes shone brightly, almost illuminating the world, which was quite exaggerated. Xiao Xue, what's wrong with you? Who has come? Ziyun was puzzled, as she had never seen Chu Yuxue make such an expression before. It was too exaggerated, too scary. He's here. Chu Yuxue was excited and blurted out almost instinctively. Who is he? Ziyun was even more puzzled. Who is he? Is he your father? She asked tentatively. No. Wang Chen. Wang Chen is here. Chu Yuxue grabbed her hand, sharing her joy. Wang Chen, the person you mentioned before? Ziyun suddenly realized, as Chu Yuxue had mentioned Wang Chen in front of her more than once. Best friends share everything, so this kind of thing wouldn't be hidden. Although she had never met Wang Chen, she already had a good understanding of him from Chu Yuxue's descriptions. Ziyun couldn't understand why Chu Yuxue was so infatuated with a normal person with an F-level talent. Was this the charm of unrequited love? Yes, it's him. He came to find me and didn't forget the promise between us. Chu Yuxue looked happy, immersed in her joy. Ziyun was speechless. She couldn't understand why Chu Yuxue was still so obsessed with this person after all this time. What kind of charm did he have? An S-level pride of the heavens and an F-level nobody were completely different people. How could they have any connection? Xiao Xue, calm down. Don't forget your identity. You are a genius of the extraordinary academy, while he is just, even if you meet, what's the point? In the end, you will still go your separate ways. Your futures are not on the same path. Ziyun sighed, earnestly advising her friend. As a best friend, she couldn't just stand by and watch Chu Yuxue fall into a pit and ruin herself. Hearing this, Chu Yuxue's smile faded, and her eyes turned cold. Ziyun, I shared this joy with you, not for you to pour cold water on it. You don't understand the bond between Wang Chen and me. I don't like you speaking ill of him in front of me. A woman in love would never allow her best friend to speak ill of her beloved in front of her. Chu Yuxue had known Wang Chen for at least 2 to 3 years, especially during their time at the 3rd Intermediate Academy, where they had spent a beautiful youth together. She had only known Ziyun for a month, so it was clear who was more important to her. I didn't say he was bad. I was just stating a fact. Ziyun's face was serious, trying to control her anger. That's not true. Wang Chen is here to challenge the frozen insect cave instance. As long as he passes, he can join the extraordinary academy, and then we can be together. Chu Yuxue said confidently and naturally. Once again, Ziyun was dumbfounded. An F-level awakener challenging the frozen insect cave? Are you kidding? It should be noted that only those who clear the hell difficulty of the frozen insect cave are considered to have passed the assessment. Solo, hell difficulty. Even an S-level talent cannot guarantee to clear such an instance. Every day, many awakeners from all over try to clear the hell difficulty of the frozen insect cave to join the extraordinary academy, but only a few succeed. Because the S-level talent does not need to be challenged, one can also join the extraordinary academy, so only those A-level, B-level, or even lower talented awakeners are left. It can be imagined how difficult it is to pass such a copy. Not to mention solo, even if it is a 5-person team, the success rate is less than 1%. Xiao Xue, are you kidding? Ziyun frowned, feeling that this woman had a problem with her head, actually believing that Wang Chen could succeed. Where does your confidence come from? Did this person feed you a love potion? Let you believe in him like this? No, he is there now. I'm going to find him. Chu Yuxue turned and walked away impatiently. You, woman, are really confused. You are in the same year as him, and now you are only at level 22. Don't you think that he, with an F-level talent, has reached level 25? Ziyun shouted from behind. Entering the ice-sealed insect cave requires at least level 25. This is impossible no matter how you think about it. Chu Yuxue ignored her and walked away quickly. At the same time, outside the ice-sealed insect cave instance, many awakening challengers waiting for the challenge. After hearing the words of Master Qian Chang, all looked strangely at Wang Chen. What a joke! A C-level dares to challenge the ice-sealed insect cave? Among them, most are A-level or B-level, and their levels have reached 30, maximizing their strength. And Wang Chen is not only a C-level, but also does not have enough levels. This is too fierce. Outrageous. I thought I was bold enough, but I didn't expect someone crazier than me. A 27th level C-level talent dares to attempt this kind of instance? It's free to try. Maybe he just came to see the world. Impressive. The crowd whispered, discussing quietly. Fatty, You should be aware of the terror of the ice-sealed insect cave, a hell-level instance that does not allow the use of potions or other enhancing elixirs. One careless move and you will die inside. Chen Chang stood elegantly on the rockery, like a goddess overlooking the world, her voice clear and melodious, devoid of any human emotions. What she said was true. The hell-level instance was extremely dangerous, with challengers dying almost every day. This is no joke. Master Chen Chang, I naturally know this, but I have confidence in Wang Chen. Lu Jinshan smiled foolishly. In his view, if the existence with an S-level talent like Wang Chen who can solo small world instances cannot challenge it, then who else in this world can? The words have been spoken. Do as you wish, Qian Qing said lightly, not wanting to argue further. It's hard to persuade those who seek death. If we succeed, can we make a small request? Lu Jinshan took the opportunity to bring up the conditions. If he succeeds, even if he asks for me, I will give it to him, but I advise you not to have unrealistic expectations. Let's talk about it after clearing the instance. Qian Qing smiled slightly, amused by Lu Jinshan's words. Okay, that's what you said. Lu Jinshan's eyes lit up, looking at Wang Chen behind him. He raised his eyebrows in a crazy hint. I have already negotiated the conditions for you. Now it's up to you to perform. Wang Chen nodded slightly. Leave it to me. His plain words contained strong confidence. After speaking, he walked to the front of the rockery, checked the instance information. After reading the introduction, he also glanced at the historical records. 2 hours 19 minutes 58 seconds. Oh, after reading the historical records, Wang Chen had a rough idea in his mind. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he stepped into the hell-level ice-sealed insect cave instance. He went in. So decisive. So smooth. Great. With this courage, even if he fails, he deserves admiration. Impressive. He didn't even try the lower difficulty levels first. He went straight for the hell level. The surrounding challengers praised. Many of them had been here for a long time, hesitating and not daring to enter easily. Some people would start from the lower difficulty levels to familiarize themselves first, in order to have a better chance, challenging the hell level difficulty right from the start. Almost no one dared to do so. Is it absolute self-confidence and strength? Or arrogant ignorance? The staff of the Extraordinary Academy whispered and discussed quietly. Just then, two stunning figures arrived. Xu Yuxue and Ziyan came. The appearance of the two women immediately surprised everyone. Where is Wang Chen? Xu Yuxue quickly approached Hua Hongyu, excitedly asking. He went in. Hua Hongyu pointed to the entrance of the instance. Hearing this, Ziyan beside her eyes flashed with surprise. Wang Chen was able to enter the ice-sealed insect cave instance, which meant he had really exceeded level 25. Too abnormal. She began to doubt life, unable to believe it was true. I knew he could do it. Xu Yushue's beautiful eyes rippled, her excited cheeks turning red. Hua Hongyu helplessly said, Miss, don't be too happy too soon. He just went in, not cleared it. Although she was also surprised by Wang Chen's leveling speed, this was different from clearing the instance. Meanwhile, Wang Chen entered the instance, with millennia-old ice under his feet, feeling extremely uncomfortable in the bone-chilling cold. It was too cold, at least minus 30 degrees. The ice-sealed insect cave was an ice cave with only one path. Wang Chen walked along the ice cave, and after a few steps, several bugs crawling on the ground appeared. Bone-biting iceworm, level 27 strength, 1080 agility, 1044 spirit, 1124. Wang Chen was surprised that even ordinary mobs had such high attributes. Swish! Suddenly, one of the worms moved, rushing towards him at an incredible speed and was in front of him in the blink of an eye. Wang Chen swiftly made a move, grabbing the iceworm with both hands, feeling the bone-chilling cold invading his body. The worm was only a foot in size, but incredibly strong. Even using both hands, he felt a huge force, almost unable to control it. Die! Wang Chen gritted his teeth, his hands bursting with surging lightning, exerting force, and bursting the worm. At this moment, more worms rushed towards him. The ice worms could burrow into a person's body, gnawing on the marrow and flesh. Once hit, it would be over. Thunder Pulse, magic energy surrounding. Wang Chen activated the dual skills, wielding the thunder-running sword, slashing. 1 minute later, the battle ended. He continued forward. Half an hour later, he encountered a golden iceworm. Elite bone-biting iceworm, level 30 strength, 1479 agility, 1266 Spirit, 1381. Wang Chen drew his bow from a distance, charged up, and shot a thunder light arrow. Locked skill. Unavoidable. Clang. A burst of lightning. The thunder light arrow hit the ice worm, not piercing it, leaving only a hole. Such terrifying defense. Wang Chen was shocked. This was the suppression power of a hell-level instance. No wonder the Extraordinary Academy dared to release such a challenge. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary level 30 Awakener would not be able to pass. Just this elite ice worm alone would take half a day to defeat, not to mention the final boss. After a struggle, Wang Chen finally ended the elite ice worm with a single sword, killing it completely. Killing elite ice worm, evolution points plus 6,000, killing target, strength plus 30, dropped item, ice elemental crystal core. Wang Chen continued deeper into the cave, killing all the ice worms, then encountered an ice scorpion, a monster with extremely high defense. He wielded the thunder running sword, slashing and bombing with additional skills. Half an hour later, he encountered a giant 2-meter-long ice scorpion, a level 30 elite enhanced monster. Wang Chen threw several thunder bombs before finally killing it. With the massive spirit infused, his level rose to 28. Next, he encountered an ice snake. Half an hour later, he finally reached the last map of the instance. So far, Wang Chen's mana control was excellent, only consuming 1/5 of his spirit, but his 1/5 was over 2,000 spirits. Many level 30 Awakeners didn't even have 2,000 spirits. This is damn abnormal. How can anyone clear this? He was very suspicious of who the previous customs clearance were, estimated to be below S level. Don't even think about it. From his brief experience, Awakeners who excel in close combat strength have the most advantage, otherwise relying solely on skills to deal damage. Don't even think about it without being well prepared. Having fought until now, it has been over an hour and a half. The final boss. Wang Chen took a deep breath and walked into the last ice cave. The next moment, he was stunned. In the center of the ice cave, there were 3 huge creatures standing: a giant ice worm, ice scorpion, and ice snake. The ice worm was huge, fat and bloated, measuring 5 meters long, lying in the center. The ice snake next to it was 7 to 8 meters long, and the ice scorpion was over 3 meters. Ice worm matriarch, level 30 strength, 2500 agility, 300 spirit, 2800. Ice scorpion warlord, level 30 strength, 2800 agility, 800 spirit, 1500. Ice snake priest, level 30 strength, 2000 agility, 900 spirit, 2200. A total of 3 boss monsters. The ice worm specializes in healing and can heal the other 2 monsters. The ice scorpion wields an ice spear, focusing on physical attacks with astonishing defense. The ice snake specializes in spell attacks, able to unleash powerful ice magic. The moment Wang Chen stepped into the cave, the 3 bosses had already spotted him. Emitting a piercing and unpleasant sound, they began to surround him and attack. Let's go together. Wang Chen let out a strange laugh, exuding a terrifying aura. With strands of lightning emanating from his body, he activated the Great Thunderous Body. His strength and defense instantly increased, and he became immune to general control, dealing additional real damage. Great Snake Thunder Spear. Boom! A huge thunder spear appeared out of thin air, carrying a terrifying aura, and struck down. Killed Ice Snake Priest. Evolution points plus 8,000. The most fragile ice snake among the 3 bosses was instantly killed. The remaining 2 were severely damaged. Wang Chen then unleashed Thunderous Bomb, charged Thunder Arrow, and used a set of skills. The defense of the Matriarch and Ice Scorpion was high, but the Great Thunderous Body dealt real damage, making it impossible for them to withstand his output. As fragile as paper. Killed Ice Scorpion Warlord. Evolution points plus 8,000. Killed Ice Worm Matriarch. Evolution points plus 10,000. All 3 bosses were killed. Congratulations on clearing the instance. Clearing time, 1 hour 52 minutes 42 seconds. Clearing rewards, Golden Treasure Chest X1. Intermediate Spirit Gem X1. Strengthening Stone X5. A large amount of experience poured in, and Wang Chen leveled up again, reaching level 29. Name, Wang Chen Talent, Thunder Body Level, 29 Strength, 1383 Agility, 1215 Spirit, 12650 Skills, Infinite Thunder Light LV1. Thunder Arrow LV5. Thunderous Bomb LV5. Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV2. Thunderous Might LV1. Great Thunderous Body LV1 Equipment, Thundering Sword. Spider Eye Magic Ring. Night Guardian. Evolution points, 458, 1200 passive, Mana Spring LV1, enhances spirit attributes tenfold. When spirit power is below 30%, recovery speed increases by 1000%. Soul Devouring LV1, 1% chance to see some of the target's attributes when killing a target. Spell Critical LV1, your skills have a 20% chance to deal 150% critical damage. Strengthen Strike LV1, your third attack gains enhancement, dealing 150% additional damage. The experience from hell level instances is so much. Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. He entered at level 27 and came out at level 29. He directly gained 2 levels. Just one more level to reach level 30. I wonder what changes will come after level 30. Wang Chen showed a pensive expression. Generally speaking, awakeners who reach level 30 are no longer considered rookies and are already stepping into the realm of intermediate awakeners. Usually, at level 30, many awakeners can awaken powerful skills. This is a small transformation. Regaining his focus, Wang Chen opened the golden treasure chest. Reward, Ice Heart Necklace. Ice Heart Necklace, boutique made of eternal cold ice and ice elemental crystal core, possessing powerful magic. Equipment attributes, Spirit plus 150, Strength plus 100, Agility plus 50. Special attribute, reduce ice element damage by 30% and immune to all freezing and other control effects. Equipment level, level 30. Great equipment. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. Not only does this equipment provide many bonuses, but the special attributes are also excellent. Putting away the equipment, Wang Chen stepped into the exit vortex and returned outside. Congratulations on breaking the historical record of the ice-sealed insect cave, Hell. Clearance time, 1 hour 52 minutes 42 seconds. Achievement reward, Secret Treasure of the Ice-Sealed Insect Cave. In an instant, everyone present saw the change in the instance record. The first place position was now held by Wang Chen. Hiss. Sounds of cold air being sucked in almost dried up the surrounding air. My goodness, what's going on? He broke all the records. Am I seeing things? He entered the hell difficulty, not the simple difficulty. This is outrageous. Even I can't break the record on simple difficulty, and this guy actually broke the record on hell difficulty. The challengers were all dumbfounded, their heads buzzing in shock. On the artificial mountain, the beautiful woman Qianqing trembled all over, her face full of disbelief. Impossible. This can't be happening. He broke the record. It was too explosive. She never expected the C-grade talent in her eyes not only cleared the ice-sealed insect cave on hell difficulty but also broke the record that had been maintained for years. Remembering what she had said earlier, she felt like she had been slapped hard. Almost numb. Ha ha. Wang Chen, you're amazing. You deserve it. Lu Jinshan laughed heartily, hands on his hips, his face flushed with pride. Wang Chen, you finally came. Chu Yuxue looked at the figure she had been longing for, unable to control herself any longer, and pounced fiercely. Before Wang Chen could react, he felt something soft crashing into his arms, the unique fragrance of a young girl lingering on his nose. He stiffened for a moment, gently patting Chu Yuxue's back. Great! Wang Chen, you cleared the ice-sealed insect cave. You can finally join the Extraordinary Academy. I knew you could do it. Chu Yuxue looked up with a flushed face, excitedly looking at the handsome face in front of her, a mist gradually filling her eyes. Wang Chen hesitated, not knowing how to speak. He didn't clear the instance to join the Extraordinary Academy, but to come for the 5 Elements Thunder Palace, and not for Chu Yuxue either. Although women affect his sword drawing speed, Wang Chen is not a rigid straight man. How could he not understand a woman's intentions? And how could he say hurtful words? You're doing great too. Already at level 22. It seems you haven't slackened off these days. Wang Chen changed the subject, smiling. Of course. Chu Yuxue pouted proudly. You said only the strong can match you, so I've been working hard. In the distance, Ziyun stood dumbfounded, looking at Wang Chen with a complex expression. This is the man Xiaoshui likes. No wonder. No wonder. If it were me, I'm afraid I would fall for him too. Outstanding men always attract attention. Wang Chen broke the record that no one had broken for years as soon as he arrived. How magnificent. Even in the Extraordinary Academy where geniuses gather, probably no one can easily break the instance record of the ice-sealed insect cave. Beside her, Hua Hanyu looked shocked, dumbfounded. Bro, are you serious? It turns out that what this guy said before was not a joke, nor was it arrogant. If Chu Yuxue doesn't work a little harder, she might really be left far behind. Who would have thought that in just 1 or 2 months, Wang Chen would grow to this extent? Ha ha. Instructor Qian Cheng, are the words you just said still valid? Lu Jinshan laughed heartily, looking at Qian Cheng on the artificial mountain. Unprecedented pride and joy, more comfortable than eating ice watermelon. Qian Cheng's expression was a bit ugly. As a strong person like her, she naturally couldn't go back on her word. Of course, what I say counts. Wang Chen, you want to join the Extraordinary Academy, right? I will help you, and you will be my student in the future. She looked at Wang Chen, her eyebrows relaxed, a hint of smile on her face. It was truly a blessing to receive such a student. Chen Sheng thought that Wang Chen passed the trial to join the Extraordinary Academy. Just as she finished speaking, Wang Chen shook his head in front of everyone's eyes. Senior Qian Cheng, you misunderstood. I am not planning to join the Extraordinary Academy. I have other requests. Wang Chen remained calm. Hearing this, Lu Jinshan breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Wang Chen would agree directly. Otherwise, he would be beaten by his brother Lu Jinshan when he went back. What? You challenged the ice-sealed insect not to join our academy? Qian Qing raised her eyebrows, her voice getting louder. What does this kid want to do? Could it be? She looked at Chu Yuxue next to Wang Chen. Could this kid have come for Chu Yuxue, wanting to take her away? Everyone was stunned. Wang Chen actually didn't want to join the Extraordinary Academy? This was the sacred hall that countless people dreamed of. Senior Qian Cheng, I want to enter the Thunder Palace of your academy. Please fulfill my request. Wang Chen stated his demand loudly, without beating around the bush. What? You want to enter there? Mentor Qian Cheng's face darkened. She didn't expect Wang Chen to come up with this idea. How could that be possible? That place was off limits. She glared fiercely at Lu Jinshan, knowing that he must have taught him this. Lu Jinshan, you are really itching for trouble. A few years ago, you brought someone who also passed the trial but didn't want to join our academy, wanting to enter the Thunder Palace. As she spoke, Qian Cheng took a step forward and grabbed Lu Jinshan by the neck, then flew away with him before he could say anything. Ah, mentor, I was wrong. Please don't hit me. Faintly, Lu Jinshan's miserable cry could be heard, sending shivers down everyone's spine. A minute later, Qian Cheng returned with Lu Jinshan, who looked like a dead dog, and casually threw him on the ground. Lu Jinshan had a swollen nose and face, sporting a pair of panda eyes, looking a whole circle larger than before. Damn! Wang Chen was startled. He didn't expect this elegant and dignified beauty to be so ruthless when she struck. Look at how she beat him up. He probably wouldn't even recognize himself. Director Lu, are you okay? Wang Chen hurriedly went to check. He knew that half of the beating Lu Jinshan received was on his behalf. Fortunately, it didn't hit him. Before coming, he had asked if this would happen. Director Lu patted his chest, assuring him that he was fine. Just a minor issue. Now the retribution had come. I am fine, Lu Jinshan mumbled, missing a few teeth in his mouth. Humph, our academy will not set this precedent again. I'm sorry, I can't agree to your request. Qian Qing elegantly tucked her hair behind her ear and said calmly. After venting, she felt much better. You are going back on your word. You said you could have him, and now you're backing out. Wang Chen, give me the person. Take him home and teach him a lesson. No need to save face for me. Lu Jinshan lost his temper, got up and started scolding. He actually wanted Wang Chen to take the person back. Wang Chen's mouth twitched. With his small frame, taking him back would probably result in being tortured and dismantled. Are you itching for trouble again? Chen Qing snorted coldly, her eyes shooting cold glints, full of killing intent as she was about to take action. Just then, an old voice suddenly rang out. Stop! An old man appeared silently, causing everyone to shudder. Principal! Chen Chang put away her improper attitude and slightly bowed to the old man. Everyone was surprised to see that this was the principal of the Extraordinary Academy. Level 90. Wang Chen was shocked. Others couldn't see it, but he could see the information of the old man, who was actually a level 90 powerhouse. I am Mo Song. Did you break the record? The old man's gaze turned to Wang Chen, asking with a smile that wasn't a smile, his profound gaze seeming to see through people. Yes, senior, Wang Chen respectfully replied. I heard you want to enter the Five Elements Thunder Palace? The old man continued to ask. Wang Chen nodded. The Five Elements Thunder Palace is not a simple copy. There is always a danger to life once you enter. Are you sure you want to go in? The old man's tone changed, and he became serious. I am a talented thunder user. I heard that the 5 Elements Thunder Palace can bring benefits to people, so I want to give it a try. Wang Chen spoke frankly and openly. Of course, he was also afraid that Lu Jinshan would deceive him and there would be no benefits at all, so he wanted to confirm. Hearing this, Mo-san nodded slightly. The wrinkles on his face gathered together, smiling like an old chrysanthemum. This treasure was obtained by me. It is a thunder attribute artifact. You are a thunder talent, so there will naturally be benefits from going in. However, it is extremely dangerous inside, with a slim chance of survival. You must think carefully. He continued, showing concern and not wanting Wang Chen to take risks. Thank you for your kind advice. Senior, I have made up my mind. Please fulfill my request. Wang Chen's face was determined. Good. Get ready. I will take you in tomorrow, Mo-san said in a deep voice, looking at Wang Chen with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Wang Chen nodded. Then, the group dispersed, leaving only Chu Yoshue and Wang Chen. Wang Chen, shall I show you around? Chu Yoshue smiled brightly, without asking anything else. Sure, I also want to see the style of the Transcendent Academy, Wang Chen said. Then, the two of them started to wander around the academy. Along the way, they attracted a lot of attention. Chu Yoshue was extremely beautiful and was hailed as the school flower of the first year as soon as she joined the Transcendent Academy. Due to her own talent and the influence of the nine-tailed fox, her appearance became more charming and enchanting. Stunningly beautiful, like a modern version of Su Daji. Even Wang Chen was amazed in his heart. After dinner, Wang Chen and Lu Jinshan were arranged to stay in the guest accommodation of the Transcendent Academy. Open the treasure chest. Wang Chen sat on the bed. His mind moved. Immediately, the secret treasure of the frozen wormhole was opened. Rewards obtained: Destroyer of the Wormhole Honor Title X1, Premium Equipment Selection Box X1, Advanced Agility Gem X1, Enhancement Stone X10, Intermediate Healing Potion X2. After seeing the rewards, Wang Chen's eyes lit up. Each reward was very generous, especially the Premium Equipment Selection Box. Let me see what equipment I can choose. Wang Chen opened the selection box and looked around, choosing a weapon. Generally, staff-type weapons have more mental attributes and are not good for close combat. Swords, spears, and knives, which are more physical, have more strength attributes and are good for close combat. There were 2 weapons to choose from in the box. Frost Moon Staff, Mental plus 600, Strength plus 200, Agility plus 200. Spirit Spell Sword, Strength plus 500, Mental plus 400, Agility plus 100. After looking at the attributes of the 2 weapons, Wang Chen decisively chose the Spirit Spell Sword. This weapon had more balanced attributes, suitable for both close and ranged combat, and it looked cooler to use. The Spirit Spell Sword was at level 30, just 1 level away from being usable. When he leveled up, his attributes would increase significantly. The night passed quietly. The next day, led by Hua Hongyu, Wang Chen and Lu Jinshan arrived at the office of the president of the Transcendent Academy. Are you ready? Mo-san asked Wang Chen with a smile. Ready, Wang Chen nodded. Then, Mo-san stood up, waved his hand, and flew with the 2 towards the backyard. Finally, they landed on a vast open space. Mo-san chanted a few spells and pointed forward. Suddenly, the earth shook. An extremely huge palace appeared, with lightning and thunder. It looked like a miracle. The 5 Elements Thunder Palace appeared, shaking the heavens and the earth, like an ancient relic emerging. Countless academy geniuses were alarmed, staring in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the Thunder Palace. What is this? Our academy has this thing? Why didn't I know about it? This is the 5 Elements Thunder Palace. You newcomers naturally wouldn't know. It is rumored to be a divine artifact, the treasure of our academy, with great opportunities inside. It is said that this person broke the copy of the ice-sealed worm cave and requested to enter the 5 Elements Thunder Palace, and the dean actually agreed. In the Transcendent Academy, many talented students cast their eyes towards the 5 Elements Thunder Palace. Damn! Breaking the historical record of the ice-sealed worm cave? Could he be an SS level awakener? What SS level? I heard this person is just an ordinary C level. Many people whispered in small groups, their surprise evident. These people are almost all A-level talents, even S-level talents, but they themselves admit that they absolutely cannot do it. Unless 5 people team up,
it would be possible. Go in, kid, it's too late to regret now. In front of the Five Elements Thunder Palace, Emotson looked at Wang Chen and said with a smile.
Wang Chen was surprised at this moment, not expecting to find such a divine object in this era. This should be a legendary treasure, even surpassing legendary level. Thinking in his heart, he nodded to Emotson, grateful. Thank you, Dean. After speaking, he walked into the Five Elements Thunder Palace. The Five Elements Thunder Palace consists of 5 types of thunder and lightning: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Wang Chen first entered the Golden Thunder Palace, and the scene in front of him suddenly changed, as if he had entered a different dimensional space. Is this also a kind of copy? Wang Chen looked around curiously. Just then, Golden Thunder spirits appeared one by one, the size of a soccer ball, floating in the air and quickly rushing towards Wang Chen. Chirp! The thunder sword in his hand slashed out, accurately splitting a thunder spirit ball in half, killing the Golden Thunder spirit. Evolution points plus 8,000. Wang Chen was surprised to find that his experience had also increased a bit. Damn! Isn't this a free copy? Wang Chen laughed, full of energy. Each sword he swung could harvest a piece of the Golden Thunder spirit. In a short time, he had killed hundreds of Golden Thunder spirits. These Golden Thunder spirits seemed endless, impossible to kill. After a long time, new Golden Thunder spirits finally stopped appearing. With the last Golden Thunder spirit being killed, the battle seemed to be over. Suddenly, the entire different dimensional space shook. A golden giant slowly condensed, a golden lightning flashing in its heart, holding a golden giant sword, flickering with lightning. Golden Thunder God, level 30 strength, 3000 agility, 1000 spirit, 3000 thunder will, immune to 50% of magic and physical damage. Golden Thunder Slash, summons a golden lightning, dealing 300% single target damage. Heart of the Thunder God, passive affinity with lightning, increases lightning damage by 50%, and increases movement speed and strength for 30 seconds. Clang! The sword rang loudly, and the Golden Thunder God pointed the sword towards the sky. A huge golden lightning struck down. Wang Chen was startled, dodging to the side with a flash, narrowly avoiding being struck. Damn! I didn't expect to be struck by lightning too. Unfurling his thunder wings, Wang Chen held the thunder sword in both hands, turning into a flash of lightning and rushing over. The Golden Thunder God was transformed from the golden element. Extremely tough, with very strong defense, not only immune to physical attacks but also magic attacks. After a fierce battle, Wang Chen found this thing to be too tough. The next moment, his eyes shot out an endless electric light, following an irregular path, piercing through the head of the Golden Thunder God fiercely, killing the Golden Thunder God. Evolution points plus 15,000, a surge of experience poured out, and Wang Chen leveled up to 30. Congratulations on leveling up. Awakening new skill, Thunder Extreme Light. Thunder Extreme Light, intermediate skill, shoots out a lightning arc from the fingertips, piercing through targets along the way, and accurately hitting the locked target. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 30. Divine level passive skill upgraded by 1 level. Mana Spring LV1, Mana Spring LV2, Mana Spring LV2, Spirit Attribute enhanced 20 times. When spirit power is below 50%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring LV1, Soul Devouring LV2, Soul Devouring LV2, when killing a target, there is a 3% chance to seize part of the target's attributes. Oh my god! Seeing the upgraded divine passive, Wang Chen widened his eyes, and the mana source directly increased by 20 times the attributes. In other words, his current spiritual attribute has reached over 20,000, over 30 levels, over 20,000 spirits. It would be terrifying to say it out loud. Another divine passive. The increase is also significant, directly from a 1% chance to 3%. Don't underestimate the increase of 2 points. Previously, it was only possible to steal attributes after killing 100 monsters. Now it only takes killing over 30 monsters. Greater chance, faster growth. After reaching level 30, the top-notch weapons in the warehouse can finally be used. Wang Chen immediately equipped the Spirit Curse Sword and another fine equipment, increasing the attributes significantly. Name, Wang Chen. Talent, Thunder and Lightning. Body level, 30 strength, 2175 agility, 1760 spirit, 33545 skills, Infinite Electric Light LV1, Thunder Arrow LV5, Thunderbolt LV5. Click to expand Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV2, Thunderous Force LV1.
Great Annihilation Thunder Body LV1 Equipment, Spirit Curse Sword, Spider Eye Magic Ring, Ice Heart Necklace. Click to expand evolution points. 10263400 passive, Mana Source LV2, Spiritual Attribute enhanced by 20 times. When spiritual power is below 50%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring LV2, when killing a target, there is a 3% chance to seize part of the target's attributes. Spell Crit LV1, your skills have a 20% chance to deal 150% critical damage. Strengthen Strike LV1, your third attack gains enhancement, causing 150% additional damage. Seeing his own attributes, Wang Chen's mouth curled up. It was too outrageous, to the point that he himself felt scared. S-rank talent Yan Wujiang, at level 35, only has a combat power of 6,000. At level 30, Wang Chen has a combat power of 37,000, much more than the opponent. After level 30, the attribute bonuses obtained from leveling up double again, adding 80 points of attributes with each level up. If at the same level as Yan Wujiang, his combat power could increase by at least 10,000. Let's start the slaughter. Wang Chen withdrew his thoughts and stepped into the vortex leading to the next palace. With a 20-fold increase in spirit, there was no need to conserve spirit, just go all out. At the same time, outside the Five Elements Thunder Palace, it was already crowded with people. Everyone was eagerly waiting, pointing and expecting what performance Wang Chen would have. It is said that the difficulty of each of the 5 palaces in the Five Elements Thunder Palace is even more challenging than the Hell Dungeon. The Five Elements Thunder Palace will provide the same level of difficulty according to your level, which means this guy has to consecutively clear 5 dungeons stacked with Hell difficulty. Hiss. 5 dungeons with Hell difficulty, is it that terrifying? Damn! Who else can clear this kind of difficulty? Many students were shocked. It was too terrifying, almost unbelievable. A Hell-level dungeon alone could block countless people outside. How could one clear 5 dungeons stacked with Hell difficulty? Even many S-ranked geniuses, after knowing this difficulty, fell into rare silence. They might be able to clear Hell-level dungeons, but it was impossible for them to consecutively clear 5 Hell dungeons. One dungeon alone would be enough to deplete their mental and physical strength. Come on, Wang Chen! In the crowd, Chu Yushue clenched her fists, her face full of determination as she cheered for Wang Chen. Beside her, Ziyun was speechless. She couldn't understand where Chu Yushue's confidence came from, to believe in Wang Chen so much. 5 dungeons stacked with Hell difficulty. She couldn't figure out how to get through it. At this moment, Wang Chen had already arrived at the second palace, Wood Thunder Palace of the 5 Elements. Similar to the Gold Thunder Palace, there were many Wood Thunder spirits at the beginning. The final boss, Wood Thunder God, excelled in life healing, with high health and defense. Wang Chen beheaded it with one sword, easily clearing the stage. After level 30, his combat power doubled. Dealing with such a boss was a piece of cake. The third level, Water Thunder Palace. Wang Chen still easily crushed it. 2 hours later, he cut off the last palace, the boss head of the Earth Spirit Palace. At this point, his level rose to 31, and he also stole a large number of attributes. The probability of devouring souls and spirits by 3% is no joke. Is this the end? Wang Chen stood in the Thunder Palace, looking a bit confused. It felt too easy, no difficulty at all. Or was he just too strong? Just then, a huge vortex appeared under the boss's body. Is this the final boss? Wang Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. Then he walked in without hesitation. He arrived at a huge palace, with 5 Thunder Gods standing in 5 directions. Gold Thunder God, level 35 strength, 4,000 agility, 1,500 spirit, 3,500. Wood Spirit God, level 35 strength, 3,000 agility, 1,800 spirit, 3,800. Fire Spirit God, level 35 strength, 3,000 agility, 2,000 spirit, 4,000. All 5 Thunder Spirit Gods were level 35. Stronger than before. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Wang Chen smiled, watching the 5 Thunder Spirit Gods charging towards him. He took off directly, unleashing a thunderous force. With his spirit still abundant, 1,000 spirit points were nothing. Boom! The overwhelming thunder flooded the entire hall. Wang Chen was like a thunder god, ruling over all thunder tribulations in the world. 30 seconds later, all 5 Thunder Spirit Gods fell. Kill Gold Thunder God. Evolution points plus 25,000. Kill Wood Thunder God. Evolution points plus 25,000. Kill target. Agility plus 50. Kill Water Thunder God. Evolution points plus 25,000. After the 5 bosses died, a huge light cluster appeared in the center of the hall. This is. Wang Chen approached, tentatively reached out his hand. The light cluster shattered, and a skill scroll fell out. Advanced skill scroll, 5 elements Thunder Shield. 5 elements Thunder Shield, active master the 5 elements of thunder. Condense into a defensive shield, with a huge defensive effect against the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Learning level, level 30, wow. What a great skill. After reading the introduction, Wang Chen's mouth curled up. Not only was this thing defensively amazing, but it also dealt additional damage to the 5 elements, doubling its defensive effect. Learn. Wang Chen held the skill, silently reciting in his mind. Suddenly, the bodies of the 5 thunder gods on the ground quickly gathered together. A larger, more terrifying figure slowly appeared. Another one? Wang Chen was stunned. He thought the trial was over, but unexpectedly, another boss popped up. The giant slowly took shape, showing 5 elemental colors, tall and majestic, exuding a terrifying pressure. 5 elements Thunder God, level 40 strength, 6,000 agility, 3,000 spirit, 6,000 skills, 5 elements Thunder Shield, 5 elements Sword Slash, 5 elements Elemental Bullet, 5 elements Body. Alright, playing it like this? Wang Chen was first amazed, then laughed. Not only were the attributes outrageous, but it also possessed the key skills of the previous bosses. A very absurd patchwork monster. Boom! Boom! The 5 elements Thunder God moved forward. His size was huge, but his speed was not slow. Very agile, almost in the blink of an eye. He came close to Wang Chen. Without using skills, he swung down the golden giant sword in his hand heavily. Great Thunder Annihilation Body. Activate! Wang Chen let out a deep roar. Flames of thunder ignited on his body, followed by a colorful shield appearing outside his body. This was the 5 elements Thunder Shield he had just learned. Wang Chen did not run away, dodging this sword. He directly faced the boss in battle. With the blessing of the Great Thunder Annihilation Body, his strength had reached over 4,000. With additional physical and magical defense, even in a head-on fight, he did not fall behind too much. Finally, under a dose of the Great Snake Thunder Spear, the 5 elements Thunder God fell, killing the 5 elements Thunder God. Evolution points plus 40,000, a wave of fluctuations emanated from Wang Chen's body, and his level increased to 32. Name, Wang Chen Talent, Thunder and Lightning Body Level, 32 Strength, 2585 Agility, 2170 Spirit, 42620 Skills, 5 Elements Thunder Shield LV1, Boundless Electric Light LV1, Thunder Light Arrow LV5, Thunderbolt LV5. Click to expand Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV2, Thunderous Weight of Thousands LV1, Great Annihilation Thunder Body LV1 Equipment, Spirit Spell Sword, Spider Eye Magic Ring, Ice Heart Necklace. Click to expand evolution points, 3186250 passive, Mana Spring LV2, Spirit Attribute enhanced 20 times. When spirit power is below 50%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring LV2, when killing a target, there is a 3% chance to seize part of the target's attributes. Spell Crit LV1, your skills have a 20% chance to deal 150% critical damage. Strengthened Strike LV1, your third random attack is strengthened, dealing an additional 150% damage. The 3-dimensional attributes have greatly improved, and the evolution points have reached 30 million. This trip was so worth it. Wang Chen's face was full of joy. Huge improvement. A trial increased by 3 levels. Ha! Are there any more benefits? Suddenly, Wang Chen saw that where the 5 elements Thunder God died, a huge light ball appeared. This is probably better than the previous reward. Wang Chen walked to the side of the light ball and reached in with his hand. The light dissipated, revealing a skill scroll. This skill scroll is different from usual. Overall black, enveloped in thunder and lightning runes. Wang Chen's spirit probed in, gradually replaced by shock. Levelless Special Secret Technique, 5 Thunderous Fist. 5 Thunderous Fist, a fist technique based on the power of the 5 elements thunder. Each punch carries the weight of thunder, with astonishing power. When executed, it triggers the power of thunder between heaven and earth, forming a sky-shaking fist shadow, breaking everything. Learning level, level 1. Prerequisite, mastering the power of thunder and lightning. This kind of fist technique has no specific level. The stronger the mastery of thunder and lightning, the greater the power exerted. All 5 thunderous fists have no specific level. How much power can be exerted depends on one's own ability. Great! This fist technique paired with the Great Annihilation Thunder Body is simply invincible. Wang Chen instantly figured out how to use it. With the Great Annihilation Thunder Body increasing attack power and carrying real damage, coupled with the 5 thunderous fist in close combat, it can be said to be flawless. Wang Chen held the skill scroll, immediately grasped the cultivation method in his mind. Then, he took a step forward and entered the exit vortex. He returned to the gate of the 5 Elements Thunder Palace. He's out! He's out! Someone exclaimed. Suddenly, the whole scene boiled over. Wang Chen, how was it? Did you clear it? Lu Jinshan came up eagerly and asked. Wang Chen nodded slightly. This time, everyone was excited. Damn! How is this possible? Did he really clear it? Look at him. He's already at level 32, rising 3 levels at once. He must have gained huge benefits. The extraordinary geniuses watching exclaimed. I'm not as good as him. I'm S rank. Not even as good as his C rank. What does this mean? There are no talents who are useless. Only awakeners who are useless. Kid, you're very good. Stay here. The Extraordinary Academy will give you the highest treatment. Emotsan's old face smiled like a daisy, eager to win over Wang Chen regardless of his dignity. He really wanted this kind of student. Hey, this won't do. Wang Chen is our student. You can't do this. Lu Jinshan's face changed drastically as he stood between the two. If he lost Wang Chen, his brother would kill him when he got back. Nonsense. Can your South River University cultivate him? Can you provide him with better resources? Staying with you is a waste of his talent. Emotsong rebuked with a stern face, reasoning with emotion and logic. I can't decide. You go talk to my brother. Lu Jinshan's head shook like a drum. This is simple. Emotsong immediately took out a communicator, dialed a few times, and a call connected. Soon, Lu Jinshan's majestic voice came from the other end. This is the Dean's office of Nanjiang University. Who are you looking for? Xiao Liuzi. It's me, Emotsong. I have my eye on Wang Chen. Transfer him to my university. Emotsong chuckled, calling Xiao Liuzi in his mouth. This made Wang Chen and Lu Jinshan both speechless. Ah, what did you say? Bad signal. I'll hang up. With a click, the sound of something breaking came from the phone. Then Lu Jinshan's voice came intermittently. About to hang up. Xiao Liuzi, are you itching for a fight? Do I have to come over myself? Emotsong squinted, revealing a dangerous color in his eyes. Ah, so it's old Mo. Strange. How did the signal suddenly get better? Lu Jinshan laughed. Stop the nonsense. Are you in or not? I won't treat you unfairly. Emotsong scolded bluntly. Since old Mo has spoken, how can I not comply? How about this? A year later, I will personally send Wang Chen to the Transcendent Academy. Lu Jinshan said. Emotsong frowned slightly. A year seemed a bit dissatisfying, but it was not impossible to wait. It's settled then. The call ended. Kid, a year from now, I'll be waiting for you here. Emotsong looked at Wang Chen, smiling. Wang Chen nodded, not saying much. For him, Nanjiang University would soon not be enough, and moving to a broader world was normal. Moreover, the 5 Elements Thunder Palace was here, making it more convenient to stir up trouble in the future. Later, Wang Chen bid farewell to Chu Yoshue, promising to meet again in a year. Then he embarked on the journey back. Half a day later, the two returned to Nanjiang University. As soon as they met, Lu Jinshan grabbed his younger brother Lu Jinshan and flew off into the distance. 3 minutes later, Lu Jinshan returned looking comfortable, with Lu Jinshan behind him bruised and swollen. Because of you, I lost a great general. Even hitting you is too light. Lu Jinshan said to Lu Jinshan. Wang Chen, in 3 days, I will have someone take you to the Demon Tower. Prepare well during this time. Lu Jinshan turned to Wang Chen, speaking seriously. Okay. Wang Chen nodded, his eyes showing some anticipation. He had long wanted to see the legendary Demon Tower. Leaving the dean's office, Wang Chen spread his thunder wings and flew home, ready to say goodbye to his parents. Back home, the family happily had a meal. In the blink of an eye, 3 days arrived. Wang Chen returned to the academy and went to the dean's office. At this moment, besides Lu Jinshan and Lu Jinshan, there were also Zhuang Yuerong, Yan Wujiang, Xue Qingyue, and a male student Wang Chen did not know. Wang Chen, you finally came. We've been waiting for you. An invitation to the Demon Tower. 5 people can go at once. This time it's up to you 5 to go. Lu Zhengshan stood up quickly when Wang Chen arrived. Yes, Dean. The few of them responded in unison. Wang Chen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect there were others besides himself. He thought he was the only one going. Then, led by Zhuang Yuerong, the group set off on the journey to the Demon Tower. Taking the last teleportation array, when Wang Chen opened his eyes, he found himself in a huge ancient city. The sky was dim, with yellow winds blowing everywhere. Awakeners were coming and going in endless streams. At the end of the ancient city stood a towering black tower. The black tower was extremely huge, like an ancient sacred mountain, exuding a terrifying ancient and vast aura. This was the Demon Tower, with a total of 99 floors. Each floor had corresponding projections of demon races, very different from ordinary dungeons. Walking in the demon city, Zhuang Yuerong explained to the group. This was her second time here. In the Demon Tower, you won't die. If unfortunately killed by the Demon Clan, the Demon Tower will teleport you back outside the tower. If you perform well, the Demon Tower also has rewards. Zhuang Yuerong continued. We only have 1 month of trial training. Everyone should cherish it. As she spoke, a group of people arrived at the foot of the Demon Tower. Upon closer observation, the entire giant tower soared into the clouds, piercing the sky, with no end in sight. Like a pillar supporting the sky, it stood here unchanged for eternity. Legend has it that the Demon Tower is a divine tool that helps the human race suppress the abyss. Below the Demon Tower is the entrance to the abyss, where the strong ancestors of the human race defended against the Demon Clan, guarding day and night. Zhuang Yuerong continued to narrate. This is the Demon Tower. So magnificent, so powerful. The 99th-floor Demon Tower corresponds to level 99. I am currently at level 30. I wonder if I can challenge up to the 30th floor. It's probably difficult. The creatures inside are demons, not like those in dungeons. At this time, many awakeners from the outside world arrived at the Demon Tower one after another, looking at the giant tower in front of them and sighing. Level 30 reached the 35th floor. Who is this formidable person? Someone checked the challenge records of the Demon Tower and exclaimed. There are 2 types of records. One is the record of the highest floor reached, and the other is the record of skipping floors. For example, clearing the 35th floor at level 30 is equivalent to skipping 5 floors. This proves that the challenger has the ability to surpass levels and is powerful. Most challengers pay attention to the records of skipping floors, while the records of the highest floors are created by advanced awakeners, unrelated to most people. Skipping 5 floors, I wonder how it was done. The demons inside are too abnormal, not only strong in stats, but also cunning and deceitful. I can't even defeat creatures at the same level. Someone lamented, apparently suffering greatly. Interesting. Wang Chen understood the rules and showed a keen interest on his face. The Demon Tower has weekly, monthly, yearly, and overall rankings. For example, on the current weekly ranking, a level 30 challenger who skipped 5 floors ranks first. This is the best result of the week. The first on the monthly ranking is even more impressive, directly skipping 7 floors. The yearly ranking skips 10 floors. As for the overall ranking, it skips 13 floors. This means that if the opponent is at the same level, they need to reach the 45th floor of the Demon Tower. It sounds challenging. The record for the highest floor is 98, created by a nicknamed dragon. Wang Chen felt a bit excited in his heart, wondering how many floors he could skip. This time I must win. Yan Wujian looked at the figure in front of him, his eyes burning with flames, unconsciously clenching his fists. He lost to Wang Chen in the previous exhibition match, and this was his chance to prove himself again. Wang Chen, dare to compete again. Let's see who can reach a higher floor. Yan Wujian challenged, provokingly. I lost to you last time because my level was suppressed, giving you an advantage. From the bottom of my heart, I am not convinced. He expressed his feelings openly, with a touch of arrogance on his face. Alright, I'll give you another chance. Wang Chen smiled, and Yan Wujian had no idea about his performance at the Transcendence Academy. Otherwise he would not dare to challenge him again. Then let's begin. I also want to go in and challenge. Zhuang Yuerong spoke up. Immediately, the figures of several people disappeared one after another, entering the Demon Tower. The first floor of the Demon Tower. Wang Chen looked around, starting his exploration. Just as he took 2 steps, a humanoid monster with a sheep's head appeared in front of him.
Sheep Demon, level 1. Wang Chen raised his hand and a lightning struck down, killing the Sheep Demon. The next moment, his body suddenly rose, experiencing a brief weightlessness, and flew to the second floor. On the second floor, there were 2 level 2 Sheep Demons. Wang Chen dealt with them with a flick of his finger. His body continued to rise, flying to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, there were 3 level 3 Sheep Demons. On the 4th floor, there were 4. On the 5th floor, there were 5. And so on. After the 10th floor, a Bull Demon appeared. After reaching the 20th floor, a monster with a tiger head and human body named Tiger Demon appeared. Wang Chen effortlessly solved the battles almost instantly, killing his way to the 30th floor. On the 30th floor, there were 10 Tiger Demons. Each one's attributes were comparable to nightmare-level dungeon bosses. Although their attributes were similar, the demon race was more difficult to deal with. The higher-level demon races had higher intelligence. It was no longer possible to slaughter them like fools. Human boy, tender and juicy. Lord Tiger loves this kind of flesh and blood the most. The Tiger Demon, with a tall body, surprisingly spoke human language. Looking ferociously and greedily at Wang Chen, wanting to devour him in one bite. Quite realistic. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised. The demon races in the Demon Tower were all one-to-one replicas, but replicating their temperament together was quite rare. He pointed his finger, and lightning arcs shot out, piercing through the first Tiger Demon, then the second, and the third. At the same time, his eyes emitted boundless electric rays, turning into irregular beams that eliminated the remaining Tiger Demons. 10 demon soldiers comparable to nightmare-level bosses were easily killed by him. Boundless electric rays, lightning arcs, one for real damage, one for penetrating damage. Even though the demon soldiers had strong bodies, they couldn't withstand such attacks. Moving to the next floor, he arrived at the 31st floor. From this floor onwards, advanced demon soldiers appeared. A humanoid demon soldier wrapped in flames appeared on the 31st floor. Flame Demon, level 31 strength, 2500 agility, 2000 spirit, 2500. This was a kind of demon race that controlled fire, similar to human fire-type awakeners. However, these demon soldiers were even more terrifying. Not only powerful but also highly intelligent. Another damned human. How should I torture you to death? The Flame Demon supported his chin with one hand, appearing pensive, with a cruel glint in his fiery eyes. His attributes were much higher than those of awakeners at the same level, coupled with remarkable intelligence. Humans had no advantage against such demon races. Suddenly, the Flame Demon turned into a stream of fiery light and launched an attack towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen didn't move, as if he had been scared silly. Just as the Flame Demon was less than a meter away from Wang Chen, he swiftly struck out with a punch, and in an instant, thunder and lightning erupted on his arm. Boom! The Flame Demon exploded. Without any defense, without any pause, it ended very decisively. All show and no substance. Thought you were so powerful. Wang Chen sneered. It looked impressive, with high style, but its combat power was lacking. Of course, it might also be due to being too eager to show off, being careless and underestimating the enemy, which made it so easy for him to succeed. Next, Wang Chen unleashed all his firepower and charged forward unstoppably. In no time, he had reached the 38th floor. His level was 32, crossing 6 tower levels and equaling the weekly record. But this was not his limit. He continued to challenge and directly reached the 40th floor. 10 level 40 flame demons smirked and surrounded him. Thunderous might. Under the cover of a forbidden curse, all 10 level 40 flame demons turned into charcoal, meeting their end. Wang Chen was somewhat out of breath. The consecutive challenges had almost exhausted his spirit. Let's take a break first. Although his recovery rate was 10 times that of others, it would still take 1 or 2 hours to fully restore his spirit. Going out midway, he could continue the challenge. The benefit being that he could challenge a difficult level many times, find weaknesses, and eventually complete the clearance. It was because of this that some people could cross several levels, purely through repeated grinding. Congratulations on clearing the 40th floor of the Demon Tower. Rewards obtained: Crystal Coins x 1000, Enhancement Stones x 10, Advanced Strength Gem x 1, Basic Healing Potion x 10, Basic Mana Potion x 10, Basic. A huge amount of experience surged in, and Wang Chen directly leveled up to 34, gaining 2 levels at once. Name: Wang Chen. Talent: Thunder. Body level: 34. Strength:
2765 agility, 2350 spirit, 45880 skills, 5 elements thunder shield LV1, infinite electric aura LV1, thunder light arrow LV5, thunderbolt LV5, forbidden spells, great snake thunder spear LV2, thunderous force LV1, great annihilation thunder body LV1 equipment, spirit spell sword, spider eye magic ring, ice heart necklace evolution points, 33862500 passive skills, mana spring LV2, enhances spirit attribute by 20 times. When spirit power is below 50%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul devouring LV2, 3% chance to seize part of the target's attributes when killing a target. Spell critical LV1, your skills have a 20% chance to deal 150% critical damage. Strengthen strike LV1, your third attack gains enhancement, dealing 150% additional damage. The rewards are not bad. Wang Chen checked the rewards and nodded in satisfaction. The higher the level, the better the rewards. When reaching a very high level, even advancing one level would yield generous rewards. Crystal coins, special crystals for crafting. 1,000 crystal coins are equivalent to 10 million alliance coins. Wang Chen thought to himself. Crystal coins are a more precious special currency that only appears in large trading associations, auction houses, and other places for trading huge commodities. 1 crystal coin equals 10,000 alliance coins. After calculation, 1,000 crystal coins are equivalent to 10 million alliance coins. Wang Chen noticed that after the 40th level, advancing one level would yield 200 crystal coins, and by the 50th level, it would reach 1,000 crystal coins, surpassing all rewards before level 40. It would be great if I could repeatedly farm. Wang Chen fantasized. After clearing the tower, there would no longer be rewards for clearing the levels, only a small amount of experience points. This setting is reasonable, as otherwise, everyone would become millionaires by repeatedly farming, causing the currency system to collapse. Lost in thought, Wang Chen returned to the outside of the demon ceiling tower. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, 3 majestic bell tolls rang out from the top of the demon ceiling tower. Damn! Who broke the record? Many awakened individuals looked around. Those with experience knew that whenever someone set a record, the bells would ring. 1 bell toll is the weekly record. 3 bells are the monthly record. 5 bells are the yearly record. Someone broke the monthly record. Excited awakened individuals shouted, as if they had set the record themselves. Who? At this moment, the name at the top of the monthly ranking gradually faded, and a new name appeared prominently. Wang Chen? Who is this powerful individual who crossed 8 levels of the Tower of Demons? People searched around, knowing that the person who broke the record must be here. At this moment, a graceful figure appeared at the foot of the tower. Too bad. Only crossed 3 levels of the Tower of Demons. Can no longer advance another level? Snow Qingyue murmured. Before entering the tower, she was only at level 26, managed to reach the 29th level of the Tower of Demons, but couldn't pass the 30th level no matter what. The 30th level had 10 level 30 demon beasts. Their abnormality was beyond imagination. Even if she used all means, she couldn't kill the enemies. Who is this Wang Chen? Why haven't I heard of him? The discussions around caught Snow Qingyue's attention. She looked puzzled, wondering why everyone was talking about Wang Chen. What had happened? Suddenly, she heard a crucial piece of information and looked at the ranking list. The name at the top of the monthly ranking was none other than Wang Chen. What? Crossed 8 levels. Snow Qingyue was stunned and couldn't help but exclaim. She was exhausted from crossing 3 levels, yet Wang Chen managed to cross 8 levels. What kind of monster was he? At this moment, the figure of Yan Wujiang appeared, looking tired but confidently triumphant, with a smile on his face that even AK couldn't suppress. 5 levels. I crossed 5 levels, tied the weekly record. Truly worthy of me, destined for greatness from the start. Yan Wujiang was very proud, even unable to contain his laughter. Seeing Snow Qingyue beside him, he couldn't help but walk up to her and show off. Shui Qingyue, you came out quite early. How many levels did you challenge? Shui Qingyue glanced faintly, withdrew her gaze, and remained silent. Yan Wujiang shrugged, not minding, and caught sight of Wang Chen in the distance. This guy also came out. Coming out early meant that the number of levels challenged was inevitably not high. He was at level 35 and reached the 40th floor, surpassing 5 levels of the magic tower. Coming out naturally meant taking it slow. Thinking of this, Yan Wujiang stepped forward towards Wang Chen, preparing to show off and regain some face, tying the record. The rankings would be based on the length of time. He looked at the weekly rankings, admiring his masterpiece. The second place was written with the 3 characters Yan Wujiang. He felt satisfied. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of the monthly rankings, with the first place written as Wang Chen. What's going on? Yan Wujiang froze, stopped in his tracks, his expression vivid. Why was Wang Chen's name on top? Was it a coincidence? He was dumbfounded, as if his brain had been severely hit and stomped on the ground. Wang Chen reached the 40th floor, just like him, but the problem was, before entering the tower, Wang Chen was at level 32, while he was at level 35. Wang Chen looked over, his expression seemingly mocking. Yan Wujiang exploded, blood rushing to his head, feeling ashamed, frustrated, and unwilling to accept it. Wang Chen, you're pretty good, actually reaching the same level as me, but don't be too proud. I just came out to rest halfway. The next time I enter, it won't be as simple as 40 levels. I said, let's see who challenges more levels. Now we're tied. It's not over yet. Yan Wujiang sternly shouted. Alright, it seems you're still not giving up, wanting to preserve your final dignity. Let's wait and see, Wang Chen calmly said, sitting down to recover. An hour later, Wang Chen stood up, his spirits almost restored. He directly entered the demon tower, continuing to challenge from the 40th floor. This time, his level reached 34 upon entering, starting the count from level 34 to cross levels. Has this guy rested well? Yan Wujiang was surprised. Just an hour. Had Wang Chen's spirit already fully recovered? Or was he too impatient, starting the challenge without full recovery? Thinking of this, Yan Wujiang took out a few bottles of magic potions and drank them. Then he rushed into the demon tower. Wang Chen reached the 41st floor, in a vast space emitting an uncomfortable oppressive feeling. Humans, such fresh humans. Suddenly, a tall demon shadow emerged. This demon was covered in ice crystals, over 10 feet tall, with arms longer than knees. With his appearance, the temperature of the entire space dropped sharply. Ice Demon, level 41 strength, 4500 agility, 2800 spirit, 4000. This was an advanced demon warrior in control of the power of the 9 Hells Ice. In Wang Chen's memory, information about the Ice Demon appeared, knowledge he had learned in school. Die. I'll freeze you into ice sculptures. I love collecting ice sculptures of you humans. The Ice Demon grabbed, releasing endless cold air. The temperature of the entire space plummeted. In an instant, Wang Chen felt like he was inside an ice block, his blood almost freezing. 5 elements thunder shield. A 5-colored light rose, enveloping Wang Chen in a shield of the 5 elements, resisting the cold power. Then he pointed, and a thunder arc shot out, piercing the Ice Demon's heart. The Ice Demon looked at his chest, a surge of icy power freezing the wound, then let out a furious roar. Still calling out, die! Wang Chen's eyes sharpened, shooting out an endless electric glow, eliminating the Ice Demon's entire head. Bang! The huge body of the Ice Demon fell, killing the Ice Demon. Evolution points plus 48,000, killing the target. Strength plus 66. Wang Chen continued to challenge the next level, killing his way up. After more than 10 minutes, he reached the 45th floor. At this point, he had already crossed 10 levels, exceeding the previous record. Waiting for him were 5 level 45 Ice Demons. As soon as Wang Chen arrived, he directly unleashed the thunderous might, covering the entire demon tower floor with indiscriminate attacks. After 30 seconds, all 5 Ice Demons were killed. Next, he reached the 46th floor. 6 extremely terrifying Ice Demons were waiting for the challenger. As soon as Wang Chen appeared, the 6 Ice Demons surrounded him from all directions. Great Thunderous Body. Activate! Wang Chen shouted lowly, directly activating the Great Thunderous Body. Instantly, a huge and terrifying aura erupted from him, sweeping in all directions. Black flames surrounded him. Thunder and lightning crackled, as if the thunder god had descended. At this moment, his power had approached 6,000. Coupled with invincible dual resistance, he was even more formidable than the demons. He swung the 5 thunderous fist, each punch bursting one of the level 46 Ice Demons. In less than a minute, all 6 Ice Demons fell. The Great Thunderous Body could only last for 10 minutes, so Wang Chen did not dare to waste time. During this time, he had to push for higher levels.
Bathed in blood, he fought fiercely, his battle intent boiling. Every punch he threw was accompanied by the sound of thunder. The five thunderous fist was not intricate, only possessing simple and brutal power, facing any opponent with dominance and aggression, advancing relentlessly, coupled with the dual resistance provided by the great thunderous body, as well as real damage. Wang Chen was even more terrifying than a demon king, crushing all demons more than 10 levels higher than himself. He continued to kill his way up, and after a few minutes, he reached the 50th floor of the demon tower. 10 level 50 ice demons surrounded Wang Chen, laughing wildly, looking down on the tiny human before them from a high vantage point. In their eyes, Wang Chen appeared extremely weak, as if he could be blown away with a breath. Thud. Before one ice demon could finish laughing, Wang Chen leaped up suddenly and punched his head with an uppercut. Hurry up. I'm in a hurry, Wang Chen said coldly, his eyes sharp and unstoppable, seeking death. The remaining ice demons were furious, launching sharp attacks towards Wang Chen. 3 minutes later, the battle ended. Wang Chen stood alone in the center of the 10 ice demon corpses, the thunder flames on his body slowly receding, leaving him in a state of emptiness and weakness. The great thunderous body had ended, and he was almost exhausted. Having passed the 50th floor challenge, Wang Chen chose not to continue. Beyond that were demon generals, and with his remaining strength, he would likely be defeated. From level 34 to level 50, he had crossed 16 levels. This leap was unprecedented, breaking the highest record. Congratulations on your successful challenge. You have received rewards: Crystal Coins X 5000, Intermediate Skill Scroll X1, Enhancement Stones X20, Pure Strength Gem X1, Advanced Agility Gem X1, Advanced Spirit Gem X1, Intermediate Healing Potion X5. 5,000 crystal coins. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. 5,000 crystal coins were equivalent to 50 million alliance coins. In addition, there was an intermediate skill, a pure gem, several advanced gems, as well as primary and intermediate gems, potions, and more. This reward was too generous, far surpassing dungeon rewards. In the next moment, Wang Chen left the demon tower and returned to the outside world. Ding ding ding, 9 consecutive bell tolls, resounding through the sky. It shook the entire demon city. 9 bell tolls. Someone has broken the historical record. Damn! How many years has it been since we last heard 9 bell tolls? Over 20 years ago? How many years has it been? Is our human race about to produce another supreme being? Throughout the demon city, waves of shock and awe swept through. Whether it was the city guards, frontline soldiers, or awakening challengers, all were stunned beyond words. Being there, they naturally understood the significance of the 9 bell tolls. In front of the demon tower, all challengers were dumbfounded. With wide eyes and rapid breaths, they swallowed in shock. In the presence of everyone, the top-ranking record for crossing levels was slowly changing. A new name emerged. Wang Chen. It's him again? Damn! Didn't he just break the monthly record? How did he break the overall record? Unbelievable! I am fortunate to witness this miraculous moment. This person is so amazing. Probably an SS-level talent. Maybe even SSS. SSS? It hasn't appeared in many years. Does the human race really have such an existence? The discussions were in an uproar, directly causing a commotion. And at this moment, Yan Wujian also appeared. As soon as he landed, his smile froze on his face. On the demon suppression tower, that huge record full of special effects completely stunned him. 16th floor. Wang Chen. Yan Wujian was completely dumbfounded, staring in shock and taking a deep breath. What kind of freak was this? Going from level 34 to the 50th floor of the demon tower, crossing a whopping 16 floors. Such a span was simply unbelievable. And he himself, when he entered the demon tower again, was only at level 36, barely reaching the 42nd floor, crossing 6 floors, making further progress at the top of the ladder. This achievement made him proud, thinking he could regain some face, but Wang Chen directly reached the 50th floor. Collapsed. Completely collapsed. Wang Chen, I never expected that you could reach the 50th floor. Almost catching up to me. Zhuang Yuerong came to Wang Chen's side, looking stunning, her eyes shining as she kept sizing up Wang Chen. She was now at level 55, only reaching the 58th floor of the demon tower. Doesn't this mean that Wang Chen's strength is only 8 levels lower than hers? The key point is that Wang Chen is only in his 30s, 20 levels lower than herself.
making it difficult to accept. Director Zhuang, you're too kind. I'm still far behind you. Wang Chen smiled modestly. By the way, is there a way to reset the floors and start from the first floor? He suddenly asked. The rewards were so generous that he couldn't help but want to try again. Hearing this, Zhuang Yuerong pondered for 2 seconds before speaking. There is a way, but it's very dangerous. She was a bit reluctant to tell Wang Chen. What method? Wang Chen's eyes lit up, eagerly asking. Go to the frontline battlefield and face the demon race. Zhuang Yuerong's expression turned serious. As long as you make achievements on the battlefield, earn contribution points, you can exchange them for a demon tower reset token. Is it that simple? Wang Chen widened his eyes, eager to give it a try. Zhuang Yuerong was speechless. How is this simple? The battlefield is full of real demons. People die there, and there won't be a chance for you to start over. You have great talent. There's no need to take such risks. If anything happens, it will be a loss for our human race. You can wait to become an advanced awakener and then go to the battlefield to contribute to our human race. The reality was cruel. Ordinary awakeners would go to the battlefield to fight the demons early on, but talented awakeners would be nurtured by the Alliance Academy, accumulating strength, and only go to the battlefield after their wings were fully grown, to avoid losses. I see, but I still want to go. I'm afraid that when I reach a higher level, I'll be too cautious, and by then, I won't even want to come. Wang Chen chuckled, making up his mind. He urgently needed evolution points, and going to the battlefield was inevitable. Only there could he find enough monsters to kill. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Zhuang Yuerong was stunned. So far, she had never been to the frontline battlefield. When she heard the words battlefield, she instinctively felt danger, even fear. But in her youth, when she awakened her talent, she was so passionate, so fearless. At that time, she was only level 1, so weak. Why, after becoming strong, would she be afraid? Zhuang Yuerong fell silent for a few seconds, then smiled and said, I'll accompany you. Wang Chen looked at her unexpectedly. Director Zhuang, the academy training doesn't include this. You don't have to come with me. Nonsense. It's the duty of a mentor to protect the students. I brought you out, so I will ensure your safety. Zhuang Yuerong gave Wang Chen a white look, saying impatiently. Wang Chen shook his head helplessly. Count me in. At this time, Yan Wujian walked over with a proud smile on his face. What are you trying to join in the fun for? You want to compete with me too? Wang Chen asked discontentedly. TSK. Resisting the demon race is the duty of my Xinsha people. I, Yan Wujian, disdain to compare with you on this. Yan Wujian's expression became even more arrogant, with a cold gleam in his eyes. I want to see how powerful these demon races are. After all, the demon races in the demon suppression tower are all fake, not real demon races. Yan Wujian, are you serious? Zhuang Yuerong asked strangely. Of course. Yan Wujian nodded. Count me in. Shui Qingyue suddenly spoke up, her eyes full of determination. You can't. Zhuang Yuerong shook her head. Why? Shui Qingyue looked unconvinced. The minimum top level to enter the battlefield is 30. You are not there yet, Zhuang Yuerong said. With that said, Shui Qingyue deflated like a balloon. She was indeed not yet at level 30. Rest first. I will take you to register early tomorrow morning. Zhuang Yuerong continued. Then, the group settled in the demon suppression city. Let me see what skills I have. Wang Chen sat on the bed, holding a skill scroll in his hand, which was a reward for clearing the 50th floor. This was a selectable skill. After looking around, Wang Chen chose an agility skill. Intermediate skill scroll, Thunder Flash, transform into thunder. Move a short distance at lightning speed. The speed of sound propagation is 340 meters per second, while the speed of light generated by electricity can reach 300,000 kilometers per second. Thunder Flash can almost teleport in the blink of an eye. However, it can only move short distances and cannot cross long distances at high speed. Even so, this speed can play a crucial role in battle, instantly striking an enemy. It's your turn to learn, Wang Chen silently recited in his heart, and the skill scroll turned into a stream of light entering his body. In an instant, he mastered the Thunder Flash skill. Check the attribute panel. After clearing the 50th floor of the Demon Tower, Wang Chen's level had reached 35. Name, Wang Chen Talent, Thunder Body Level, 35 Strength, 2930 Agility, 2628 Spirit, 48450 Skills, Thunder Flash LV1. 5 Elements Thunder Shield LV1, Endless Electric Light LV1, Thunder Light Arrow LV5, Thunderbolt LV5, Expand, Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV2, Thunderous Force LV1, Great Annihilation Thunder Body LV1 Equipment, Spirit Spell Sword, Spider Eye Magic Ring, Ice Heart Necklace. Expand, Evolution Points, 48756300 Passive, Mana Spring LV2, enhances Spirit Attribute by 20 times. When Spirit Power is below 50%, recovery speed increases by 1000%. Soul Devouring Spirit LV2, when killing a target, there is a 3% chance to see some of the target's attributes. Spell Critical LV1, your skills have a 20% chance to deal 150% critical damage. Strengthen Strike LV1, your third attack gains enhancement, dealing 150% additional damage. We will be going to the battlefield tomorrow. Upgrade your skills. Wang Chen looked at his attribute panel and thought to himself. He was afraid that his sword was not sharp enough to satisfy the demon race. For now, the most profitable are passive skills. Wang Chen opened the skill scroll shop, where a basic passive skill upgrade scroll cost 20,000, slightly more expensive than regular skills. But for him, it was nothing, with tens of millions of evolution points. This was insignificant. Exchange 20. Wang Chen exchanged 20 passive skill upgrade vouchers. He raised the spell critical to level 5 in one go. Spell critical LV5, your skills have a 100% chance to deal 200% critical damage. Not bad. Full critical. Wang Chen showed a satisfied smile. Then, he used the remaining 10 upgrade scrolls all on Strengthen Strike. Strengthen Strike LV5, your third attack gains enhancement, dealing 250% additional damage. Great! Significant improvement. Strengthening a single blow stacks up spell crits, greatly increasing damage. The next day, Wang Chen woke up early, had a simple meal, and then gathered with Zhuang Yuerong and others to rush to the conscription office in the direction of the Demon Ceiling City. Half an hour later, they arrived at the conscription office, only to see a crowd of people queuing up for registration. So many people. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised, not expecting so many people to sign up. Those above level 30 queue here. Those above level 40 go over there. The staff shouted loudly, maintaining order. Rows of long queues extended out, with the most being awakeners above level 30. This was the largest base. I'll go queue over there first, we'll meet at the entrance later. Zhuang Yuerong said to Wang Chen and Yan Wujiang. She was above level 50 and had to register in a different place. Okay, Director Zhuang. Wang Chen nodded and joined the longest line. I heard it takes 100,000 contribution points to exchange for a Demon Ceiling Tower refresh token. Is that true? It seems so. We don't know for sure, but 100,000 contributions seem too much. Do we have to kill 100,000 demon races? How is that possible? My cousin is a sergeant inside, in charge of dozens of subordinates. He told me that the contribution value of a lower-class demon race is between 1 and 100, and for upper-class demon races, it's between 100 and 5,000. With good luck, a few dozen would be enough. Someone whispered, attracting the attention of many. A few dozen? That sounds easy. I'm not even level 40 yet, probably can't even defeat one. Then take it slow, every little bit counts. Afraid of not accumulating enough? Look at you, only thinking about refresh tokens. As long as you have contribution points, what can't you exchange for? In the contribution hall, there are even legendary grade equipment and powerful forbidden spells. Do you know what a forbidden spell is? That's a forbidden technique that only high-level awakeners are qualified to master. Chaotic discussions continued, and Wang Chen stood in line, listening to everything around him with an animated and interesting expression. Contribution points have quite a few uses. You can even exchange for legendary grade equipment. As for forbidden spells, he didn't have much yearning. After all, at just over level 30, he had already mastered 3 major forbidden spells, and the level less secret technique, 5 Thunderous Fist. Ha! Oh my god! Brother Wang Chen! Suddenly, a voice of surprise came. Wang Chen was stunned, followed the voice, and saw Wu Dashuan walking towards him with a face full of joy, followed by Wu Shaoqi and Ma Wei. Brother Wu, why are you here? Wang Chen was somewhat surprised, a long-lost smile appearing on his face. We happened to see the conscription news and thought of making a contribution to the human race, so we came to sign up. Wu Dashuan and the others walked over. Old friends reunited, each very happy. Actually, It's also to be able to freely enter and exit the demon ceiling city. Wu Dashuan leaned over to Wang Chen and added quietly, usually, you need an invitation letter to enter the demon ceiling city, but if you become a member of the demon ceiling army, you can enter and exit freely, and even challenge the demon ceiling tower. Wu Dashuan and the others came for this reason. Well, Wang Chen was speechless, glanced at the three, and found that they had all reached over level 30. Wu Dashuan was level 33. Wu Shaoqi and Ma Wei were both level 31. Just enough. Brother Wang Chen, why are you here? Not going to school anymore? Wu Dashuan asked. Just like you, making a contribution to the human race. Wang Chen smiled. Ha ha ha. Right, we are all good men who care about the world. Wu Dashuan burst into laughter, drawing disdainful glances from those around him. By the way, I heard that the minimum requirement for registration is level 30. Wang Chen, have you reached level 30? Wu Shaoqi asked with concern, afraid that Wang Chen's level was not enough. I have, and a bit more. I'm level 35. Wang Chen said. What? You're level 35? Wu Dashuan and the others were shocked, staring at Wang Chen in disbelief, swallowing hard. When they first met Wang Chen, he was only level 19, and at that time, they were already in their 20s. In such a short time, Wang Chen had reached level 35, several levels higher than them. It was unbelievable. Lucky, Wang Chen shrugged, playing the role of the lucky guy. Pervert, the three of them teased. An hour later, Wang Chen and the others finally reached the front of the line. They registered their names, filled out the forms, and each received a badge. Then they were assigned to different military camps in batches. Wang Chen and Wu Dashuan were assigned to the same camp. Enter the battlefield. Hang this contribution badge on your body. After killing enemies, it will record the contribution points you have earned. The instructor loudly instructed, conducting basic training for the new recruits. Wang Chen listened carefully. There was no room for carelessness in such matters. Through the instructor's words, his understanding of the demon garrison became clearer. The new recruits were all ranked as privates. Above them were corporals, sergeants, sergeants major, instructors, captains, generals, and grand marshals. They were trained by an instructor who was over level 50. My name is Lu Mingjun. I will be your instructor from now on. Tomorrow, I will take you to the front line for your first trial. Now, you are dismissed. Free to move around. Gather here at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lu Mingjun announced loudly before striding away. Damn, we're going to the battlefield tomorrow. I'm so nervous. Wang Chen's companions were visibly anxious, with some even cursing in excitement. I wasn't even this nervous when I was raiding world dungeons. We're going to fight side by side again. Later, Wang Chen arrived at the agreed meeting point to meet Zhuang Yuerong. Before long, Zhuang Yuerong arrived, wearing a blue badge on her chest, completely different from Wang Chen's. Ha! I've been promoted to Sergeant Major. When I become an instructor, I'll have you transferred to my unit. Zhuang Yuerong smiled, a hint of girlish pride in her expression. I'll be waiting for you. Wang Chen replied helplessly after a 2-second silence. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. As dawn broke, the demon garrison had already assembled. The city gates opened. Thousands of new recruits, led by their instructors, set out on their first demon garrison journey. Follow me, don't fall behind. In a certain military camp, Lu Mingjun's voice boomed. With a loud shout, the troops set off. Wang Chen followed in the middle of the group, looking ahead with anticipation in his eyes. Boom! The massive gates of the demon garrison opened, revealing a wide great wall stretching into the unknown mist. Under the guidance of their instructors, the new recruits walked along the great wall, advancing deeper into the unknown. The demon garrison was located at the exit of the abyss, where humans had spent a long time building fortifications to keep the demon race at bay. Inside the abyss exit was a long and vast extra-dimensional space, making it the battlefield between the two races. The new recruits looked around curiously, feeling everything was so magical. Even Wang Chen was amazed, marveling at the great human achievement. After about an hour, they passed through the narrow entrance, and a vast world unfolded before their eyes. Looking into the distance, they saw towering walls connecting various strongholds, densely packed everywhere. It resembled a human town in a new world. At the end of the world lay endless darkness, where nothing could be seen. The entire world was in shades of gray, devoid of sunlight, only dim light filtering in from an unknown source.
After years of fighting, the demon race has also become smarter. They no longer act recklessly as they did at the beginning. They have learned to use cunning tactics and may surprise you with ambushes from time to time. Lu Mingjun said with a smile, sharing anecdotes to lighten the mood. Soon, the group arrived at a stronghold. Standing on the city wall and peering out into the mist, which carried an eerie vibe. Remember, the demon race has also built strongholds here. If one day you see a black castle, run without looking back. Run as far as you can, and never stop. Lu Mingjun warned sternly. Why, Captain? A curious new recruit asked. Because only the demon races above the demon general level are qualified to own a castle. Even if I encounter a demon general, I can only run away, explained Lu Mingjun solemnly. Matters concerning life naturally require more detailed explanations. Demon generals, demon marshals, demon kings, demon emperors, demon overlords, corresponding to demon races above level 50. In addition, there are some demon races that can transform into the appearance of humans. You must be careful and observe your teammates carefully. Don't be deceived. Lu Mingjun continued, his expression becoming intriguing. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's heart stirred. Transform into humans. Isn't that the Dark Awakeners? Many people do not know about the Dark Awakeners, and Lu Mingjun could not explain clearly, so he could only explain it this way. Next, your task is to guard the city, support the warriors returning from the depths of the demon abyss. Remember, be extremely cautious, do not let the demons take advantage of any weaknesses. Lu Mingjun left, and the group of new recruits followed a few old soldiers to guard the city. The entire Great Wall was as high as tens of meters, with a thickness of several tens of meters, all built from sturdy materials. On the city wall, there were high-tech weapons to assist in defense. Everyone was excited, walking back and forth on the tall city wall, patrolling the territory. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. The stronghold was intact, with no invasion by any demons. Here, there was no concept of day and night. 24 hours a day were all hazy, without the sun or the moon. So boring. No demons come for me to kill. On the city wall, Wu Dashuan looked outside, feeling extremely bored. Beside him, Wang Chen remained calm, and after hearing his words, he smiled helplessly. After a whole day with nothing happening, everyone felt a bit dull. Since we're here, there must be opportunities. Wang Chen spoke up. Yeah, I'm really stupid, afraid that they won't come, yet afraid that they will come causing chaos. Wu Dashuan self-deprecatingly laughed. Ha, what's that? Just then, a new recruit suddenly pointed in the distance and exclaimed loudly. His face was full of surprise, his eyes bright and shining with a strange light. He was an awakener who had awakened the pupil talent, seemingly discovering something. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed to, and on the distant horizon, there was a dark mass rapidly advancing. No, that wasn't a tide, but living creatures. What is that thing? Damn, they're alive. And there are so many. It seems to be some kind of insect. Many new recruits exclaimed in surprise, their eyes filled with deep curiosity. Those are the gold-eating demon worms, a kind of demon worm with extremely terrifying reproductive abilities. They will eat everything they encounter, including our city walls. A sergeant shouted with a serious expression. Quick, everyone get ready. Don't let these worms get close, otherwise our city walls will not hold. Upon hearing this, hundreds of awakeners on the city wall quickly took action, preparing for battle. The gold-eating demon worms were fast. In less than a minute, they had already approached, less than 200 meters away from the city wall. Everyone could now see clearly that this was a creature resembling a 7-star ladybug, completely black as ink, the size of a basin. There were easily tens of thousands of them, gathering together like a dark cloud pressing forward. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The gold-eating demon worms made sharp, grinding noises, making people extremely uncomfortable. Boom! A sergeant took the lead, releasing a huge fireball that smashed into the swarm like a meteor, burning a large number of worms to death. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone joined in, killing gold-eating demon worms. Evolution points plus 2,000. Wang Chen raised his hand and summoned a lightning bolt, striking down a huge gold-eating demon worm. The contribution medal suddenly gained over 20 points of contribution value out of thin air. Most of these worms were between level 10 and 20, with a small portion between level 20 and 30. Although their levels were not high, their movement speed was very fast. The contribution value is not small. Wang Chen nodded silently. If he killed all these tens of thousands of devouring gold magic insects, he would immediately gain 100,000 contribution points. Of course, he was just thinking like this. There were hundreds of awakened people on the city wall, not just for show. Wang Chen threw a thunderbolt bomb, and with the sound of the explosion, dozens of devouring gold magic insects lost their lives. With a 100% spell critical hit and a 200% damage bonus, even a small thunderbolt bomb could cause terrifying damage. With everyone taking action, in just a few minutes, the number of devouring gold magic insects was reduced by more than half. Just then, at the rear of the insect swarm, a golden devouring gold magic insect crawled out. This magic insect not only had a different color from the other insects, but its size was also exceptionally large. With a diameter of 1 meter, it quickly crawled towards the city wall, and suddenly its shell opened, revealing a pair of wings as thin as silk. Flapping its wings, it flew up, turning into a golden light and quickly rushing towards the new recruits on the city wall. What is this thing? Many people were startled. Even more frightening was that the attack skills they used could not penetrate the gold insect's defense. Either they missed completely, or the speed was too fast for ordinary skills to keep up. Chirp! The head of an awakened person was instantly devoured, and the gold insect flew into the sky, turning its head to aim at the next target. Everyone, be careful! This is a level 40+ insect. Don't let it bite you, a sergeant shouted. Many people turned pale, quickly lying on the ground to reduce their presence. In the distance, Wang Chen silently drew his bow, condensing the thunderbolt arrow in his hand. 3, 2, 1, swish! The thunderbolt arrow shot out, heading straight for the gold insect. The devouring gold magic insect rushed towards the next target, leaving the person stunned, with no time to react. Just then, a flash of lightning passed by. Bang! The devouring gold magic insect exploded into a mist of blood, scattering on the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could such a hard insect be blown up in an instant? Many people's attacks before hitting the gold insect were as ineffective as scratching an itch. Well done! At this moment, Drillmaster Lu Mingjun appeared, looking at Wang Chen with admiration on his face. He had seen the previous scene. Originally, he was prepared to take action and deal with this gold insect, but Wang Chen shot it down with an arrow. What's your name? Lu Mingjun walked up to Wang Chen, his eyes filled with admiration. My name is Wang Chen, Wang Chen responded. Wang Chen, are you the one who broke the demon suppression record? Lu Mingjun was stunned, his eyes widening suddenly. That's right, Wang Chen nodded. Hiss! Everyone gasped in surprise, looking at Wang Chen with astonishment. They never expected that the person who broke the record was their teammate. No wonder you have such power at level 30+. I will report to the higher-ups and promote you, Lu Mingjun said excitedly, patting Wang Chen's shoulder before running off without waiting for a response. The battle continued. Half an hour later, all the devouring gold magic insects were killed. Wang Chen gained a lot from this battle, with his contribution points alone exceeding 20,000. Not long after, Lu Mingjun returned. Congratulations, Wang Chen, you are now a sergeant. He laughed heartily, hanging a medal on Wang Chen, replacing the old one. The onlookers showed expressions of envy. In just one day, he had been promoted 3 levels to become a sergeant. Although this speed was not unprecedented, it was still very explosive. Brother Wang Chen, congratulations. From now on, we are under your command. Wu Dashuan, Wu Xiaoqi, and Ma Wei were happy for Wang Chen, eagerly congratulating him on his promotion. The next 2 days were calm, with only a small wave of devouring gold magic insects attacking. The days of defending the city were both boring and dangerous. On the morning of the 3rd day, a sudden alarm woke everyone up. Quick! Assemble! The demon army is attacking. Wang Chen was stunned, quickly rushing to the edge of the city wall, where he saw in the distant mist a group of dark shadows slowly approaching. Countless devouring gold magic insects took the lead, with tall and majestic magic shadows in the rear, looming in the mist. So many! Wang Chen was shocked. The horizon was filled with the dark demon race, as if darkness was invading and gradually eroding the light. Wailing! All human strongholds were sending up smoke signals, and the battle horn was sounded. On the demon ceiling Great Wall, human awakeners ready for battle covered the entire wall. Whether new recruits or veterans, everyone was filled with the will to fight. Boom! Suddenly, a human powerhouse made a move. summoning falling meteors to bombard the demon army. Such a small trick. Let this emperor disperse it. A thunderous shout shook the earth, and a huge magic shadow appeared in the sky, catching and shattering all the meteors. Demon Emperor. Many people's faces changed slightly. Only demon emperors of level 80 or above dared to call themselves emperors. Humph. Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Have you forgotten the taste of being taught a lesson by me? A slender figure walked out from the demon ceiling Great Wall, hovering in the air, exuding an astonishing aura. Behind her, there was a phantom of a nine-tailed beast, sacred and majestic, roaring towards the sky. Nine-tailed fox. This is the war god Shao Qingxiu. I didn't expect a war god to be present. Ha ha. The demon race is doomed to fail. With the war god here, there's nothing to fear. The demon ceiling Great Wall was boiling with excitement. Countless people looking up at the figure in the sky with infinite reverence in their eyes. War god. Only those who have made supreme contributions to the human race, whose strength is unrivaled, can be honored as war gods. Every human war god is well known and revered by many awakeners as a symbol of faith. In their hearts, war gods were almost omnipotent. So this is Shao Qingxiu. Wang Chen looked at the figure in the sky. Although she was far away, he used his true vision eye and could still clearly see the woman's appearance. With a stunning appearance and a proud figure, she exuded a sacred aura that was untouchable, as if a divine being had descended from the heavens. Sharing the same nine-tailed fox talent, Shao Qingxiu's temperament was completely opposite to Chu Yushue's. One was sacred and ethereal, while the other was charming and seductive. Is she really a nine-tailed fox demon? Wang Chen doubted, feeling that the nine-tailed fox behind Shao Qingxiu was somewhat different from the one behind Chu Yushue. Let me see. A vortex seemed to appear in his eyes as Wang Chen, from a great distance, checked Shao Qingxiu's information. Name, Shao Qingxiu. Level, 88. Talent, Nine-tailed Celestial Fox, SS, Nine-tailed Celestial Fox? Wang Chen was stunned. According to rumors, Shao Qingxiu was an S-tier nine-tailed fox demon, but she turned out to be a nine-tailed Celestial Fox. Although it was just a one-word difference, the nine-tailed Celestial Fox was much more powerful than the demon fox. Did she deliberately conceal her talent, claiming to be a nine-tailed fox demon? Or did the Alliance, in order to protect Shao Qingxiu, only publicly announce her as S-tier? To ordinary awakeners, there was hardly any difference between these two talents. SS-tier talents were extremely rare, with no real point of reference. Wang Chen remembered the first time he heard Shao Qingxiu's name. It was a year ago when she was crowned as a war god. At that time, Shao Qingxiu was only level 78. Now she was level 88. The higher the level, the harder it was to advance. For example, Lu Jinshan, who was in his 40s, was still not even level 70. Shao Qingxiu's ability to advance 10 levels in a year was truly terrifying. Attack! A loud shout interrupted Wang Chen's thoughts, as the demon army had entered the attack range. On the city wall, everyone was using their skills to attack the enemy. Wang Chen retracted his gaze and casually threw out 2 thunderbolt bombs, landing among the demon army. Boom! On the side of the demon race, powerful demons also made their move, attacking the human forces on the city wall from a great distance. Seeing the fierce attack from the other side, Wang Chen drew his thunderbolt arrow and aimed at a level 48 demon, shooting it. Swish! Despite being separated by thousands of meters, the thunderbolt arrow was like a meteor, instantly hitting the demon. Its head was directly blown up, blood splattering everywhere, shocking its companions. Damn it! Who did that? A group of demon races roared. They hadn't even seen their opponents yet, and they were already shot in the head. It's just too damn terrifying. I see it. It's a human race cub. A demon race pointed in the direction where Wang Chen was. In his eyes, Wang Chen was young and immature. Placed among the demon race, he hadn't even reached adulthood. Puff! Another lightning arrow shot out, piercing the speaking demon race. In Wang Chen's view, this demon race was pointing at him, trying to cast a spell on him. He had to strike first to be strong, and directly kill him. Ah! This human race cub is looking for death. A group of demon races roared. The battle had just begun, and 2 demon races over 40 levels were killed. Kill! The densely packed demon army approached the demon ceiling Great Wall. Various skills and spells filled the sky, blasting towards the enemy. In the sky, the war god Shao Qingxiu battled with the Dark Knight Demon Emperor, terrifying fluctuations extending tens of thousands of meters. Strong individuals above level 80,
with every move, possessed a power like a landslide. Below, the two armies of different races fought fiercely, one side wanting to climb the Great Wall, the other trying to stop them. Hold on. We are the first line of defense for the human race. We must not let them pass. Lu Mingjun stood on the high tower, holding a giant technological cannon, transmitting energy, releasing intense lasers, killing a large number of demon soldiers. Go to hell! A tall demon race roared angrily, spewing a black stream of air from his mouth, blasting towards the high tower. Bang! The high tower suffered a heavy blow. Swaying dangerously, Lu Mingjun picked up the energy cannon, jumped off the high tower, looking for a safe firing position. I've got my eyes on you. Where can you escape? The demon general sneered, his gaze firmly locked on Lu Mingjun, preparing for the next attack. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang out. A huge lightning bolt over 20 meters long descended from the sky, like a meteor, heavily crashing onto the demon general. In an instant, an area of hundreds of meters around was engulfed, turning into an ocean of lightning. Ah! A miserable scream came from the lightning sea. After a few breaths, there was no more sound. Killing the demon general. Evolution points plus 218,000. Killing the target. Agility plus 150. With the sound of this prompt, Wang Chen's body fluctuated, reaching level 36. Name, Wang Chen. Talent, Thunder. Body level, 36. Strength, 3250. Agility, 2980. Spirit, 51360. Skills, Thunder Flash LV1. 5 Elements. Thunder Shield LV1. Endless Thunder Light LV1. Thunder Arc Light LV1. Thunder Arrow LV5. Thunderbolt LV5. Forbidden Curse, Great Serpent Thunder Spear LV2. Thunderous Force LV1. Great Annihilation Thunder Body LV1. Equipment, Enchanted Sword, Spider Eye Magic Ring, Ice Heart Necklace. Evolution points, 539288800. Passive, Mana Source Spring LV2, enhances Spirit attribute by 20 times. When Spirit power is below 50%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring Spirit LV2, when killing a target, there is a 3% chance to see some of the target's attributes. Spell Critical LV5, your skills have a 100% chance to deal 200% critical damage. Strengthen Strike LV5, your third attack gains enhancement, dealing 250% additional damage. Damn! What was that just now? Divine Thunder struck, blasting the demon general to death. Could it be that even the heavens are helping us? Divine Punishment. That's divine punishment. Some people were stunned when they saw this scene, thinking it was a heavenly thunder punishment. They couldn't imagine that such a terrifying blow was caused by humans. Only Wu Daxuan, Wu Xiaoqi, and Ma Wei, 3 people, looked excitedly at Wang Chen. When they were playing the World Instance Dungeon, they had seen Wang Chen use this move. It's just that compared to last time, the Great Serpent Thunder Spear was thicker, longer, and more powerful. Even a demon general over 50 levels couldn't withstand the damage from this move. The advantage of the Great Serpent Thunder Spear is its simplicity and power. It excels at striking slow-moving large targets, and the tall demon general naturally became Wang Chen's target. Over 200,000 evolution points, over 10,000 contribution points. The demon general is too powerful. Wang Chen was secretly excited. Looking at the densely packed demon race below the city, the smile on his lips was even harder to suppress than AK. He raised his hand and pointed out. A lightning laser shot out, forming a curved arc, crossing the battlefield, piercing the bodies of the demons one by one. This skill can be extended as long as there is enough mental power, theoretically without limits, crossing the ends of the earth, the universe. The lightning arc pierced hundreds of demons. Wang Chen sneered, and these demons were all slaughtered. This scene made many demon strongmen furious. Their offspring were actually slaughtered like this by humans. Beast, kill that human for me. I will swallow him alive to vent my hatred. Many demon generals roared, full of killing intent, looking at Wang Chen with eyes that wanted to tear him to pieces. Leave it to me. I will make this kid experience the most cruel death. A demon general with wings cackled strangely. He was not big in size, similar to a normal human. With a pair of wings, a flying demon. His muscles bulged high all over his body, as if cast in gold, giving a sense of explosive power. This demon is called the winged demon, born to fly. In the demon race, they are the Air Force, making up for the lack of aerial combat in the demon race. After speaking, the winged demon general took off from the spot, flew straight into the sky, and disappeared. He flew in the clouds, hiding his figure. Approaching Wang Chen quickly, when he was close enough, he quickly descended, 2 feet growing sharp claws, fiercely grabbing towards Wang Chen. Be careful! Lu Mingjun noticed the winged demon general's intention, turned the high-tech cannon, and fired a shot fiercely, ruining my good fortune. The winged demon general was very fast, dodging this shot with a flash, but also missing the best opportunity to attack. He looked ferociously at Lu Mingjun, roaring in frustration. What are you doing? Attacking me? A cold voice sounded in his ears, startling the winged demon general, only to find that Wang Chen had appeared by his side at some point. This guy can fly too? Shie! An irregular electric spark pierced the body of the winged demon general. He roared and punched out, only to find that it hit a barrier, and all the power was blocked by the 5 elements thunder shield. Kill! Wang Chen slashed with a sword, leaving a deep visible scar on the chest of the winged demon general. Who are you? The winged demon general was extremely shocked, feeling like he had kicked an iron plate. The next moment, he turned and flew away, soaring into the sky. Trying to escape? Wang Chen sneered. The thunder wings vibrated, flying out thousands of meters in an instant. 1 man and 1 demon rushed into the clouds. The aura of battle spread. In less than a minute, the body of the winged demon general fell from the clouds and crashed to the ground, covered in black, faintly emitting a meaty fragrance. The winged demon was killed by that human brat. Many demon strongmen were shocked, their eyes widened in surprise. They had a way to check the level of humans, and it was obvious that Wang Chen was only level 36, while the winged demon general was already level 52. The difference between the two was more than 10 levels, yet the human killed the demon. The winged demon. This waste can't even defeat a human brat, a demon general roared. Boom! Suddenly, the sky rolled with thunderclouds, lightning and thunder. A sense of catastrophe suddenly descended. What's going on? Thundering? Countless demons looked up at the thunderclouds in the sky. Strangely, these thunderclouds were only above their heads, nowhere else. The next moment, thousands of lightning bolts rained down from the sky. The thunderstorm covered an area of several hundred meters, attacking indiscriminately. In an instant, hundreds of demons died under the thunderstorm. What's going on? Why are these lightning bolts only striking us? Many demons wailed and howled, fleeing in a panic. In the distance, the humans watched the scene, dumbfounded. They were also a bit confused. Could it be that heaven is really helping us? The demon race, who had been causing harm, finally received punishment from the heavens, hence the thunderstorm. Many demon soldiers fled in a panic, trying to escape the coverage of the thunderstorm. However, no matter how they run, the thunder calamity will always closely follow like maggots on bones, striking wherever the demon army is dense. So cool! Wang Chen trembled with excitement, the huge evolution points and contribution values pouring in frantically. Never had he felt so exhilarated, something that no dungeon could compare to. In addition, he also plundered a lot of attribute points, with a 3% chance, that is to say, out of 100 monsters, there are roughly 3 opportunities. He can now kill hundreds of demon soldiers almost every second. Kill target. Strength plus 58. Kill target. Spirit plus 82. Kill target. Strength plus 66. The thunderous pressure lasts for 30 seconds. Not long, but in this situation, he can do a lot. No! There is a figure above. Suddenly, a demon general shouted. Seeing the figure floating above the thunder calamity, they spotted Wang Chen. Which human is causing trouble? Shoot him down for me. The demon clan was furious, unleashing a sky-covering attack. Damn! That's really ruthless. Wang Chen was startled, but not panicked. Just as the attack was about to hit him, he flashed and disappeared, reappearing on another battlefield. Thunder flash, crackling sounds. A fluctuation emerged from Wang Chen, raising his level to 37. After the thunderous pressure ended, he flapped his wings and flew back to the demon ceiling Great Wall. Level 37. This wave is a huge profit. Wang Chen was excited, feeling extremely comfortable. He still needs a bit more to reach level 38, maybe by killing more demons. Damn! What's going on? Was that thunder calamity Wang Chen's skill? Someone saw this scene, shocked and dumbfounded. It's hard to imagine that such a terrifying thunder calamity came from a level 30 awakened individual. Is this reasonable? Such a powerful skill. Could it be a forbidden curse? Someone boldly speculated.
Impossible. He's only in his 30s. How could he master a forbidden curse? Yeah, forbidden curses are extremely draining on the spirit. If it's really a forbidden curse, how can he act so casually? Many people discussed, looking at Wang Chen's direction with uncertainty. This kid, that thunder calamity just now, is probably some kind of forbidden curse. Lu Mingjun was astonished. With his experience, he wouldn't be mistaken. Ordinary skills couldn't have such power. To be able to cast a forbidden curse at this age, this child's future is limitless. At this moment, on the central battlefield, the battle between Xiao Qingqiu and the Dark Knight Demon Emperor had reached a climax. Only a light scolding was heard echoing through the battlefield. Eightfold immortal hand. The sky cracked open, and 8 flawless white hands reached out from the sky, slamming down on the Dark Knight Demon Shadow. Boom! The demon shadow dispersed, and the Dark Knight Demon Emperor screamed in pain as he flew backward. You, Xiao Qingqiu, wait until this emperor breaks through to the Demon Emperor realm, then I will come back to settle the score with you. The Dark Knight Demon Emperor didn't hesitate, leaving with those words. Humph, trying to run? Xiao Qingqiu snorted coldly, extending her slender jade finger towards the void. Behind her, the figure of the 9-tailed celestial fox transformed into an immortal figure, also raised a large hand and pointed into the air. Puff! The Dark Knight Demon Emperor screamed in agony, spraying demon blood wildly. This attack almost took half of his life. You scoundrel! Wait for this emperor! You are doomed! The roar of the Dark Knight Demon Emperor resounded through the heavens and earth, but his figure had long disappeared. With the departure of the Demon Emperor, the demon army fell apart without being attacked, only able to flee in all directions. Invincible war god! On the demon ceiling Great Wall, there were countless strong cheers. This woman is really fierce. Wang Chen looked into the distance, observing everything. The battle between the strong at level 80 and above was like that of immortals and gods. Every move and gesture exuded supreme power. Although he could slay demon generals, in front of those at level 80 and above, he was probably no different from a baby. My strength is still not enough. Wang Chen clenched his fists, yearning for more powerful strength. Wang Chen, you did a great job. You helped me a lot. Lu Mingjun walked over, laughing heartily. This time, without Wang Chen, their base will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Master Lu, this is all in a day's work. Wang Chen waved his hand and smiled. Next, everyone started cleaning up the battlefield. Afterwards, half of the people started taking turns to rest. The demon army was defeated and would not launch a major attack for a short period of time, so it was a good opportunity to rest and recover. Therefore, Wang Chen got a day off. Contribution value 180,000. Can exchange for a tower refresh token. Wang Chen glanced at his contribution value, which had reached 180,000. This was only after 2 battles. The speed was astonishing. The next day, Wang Chen set off early and returned to the demon city. Not only him, but many others who got a day off were eager to relax outside the contribution hall. Wang Chen's figure appeared in the hall, ready to exchange his contribution for a refresh token. The hall was bustling with people, and a huge screen displayed various items and their exchange prices. Skills, equipment, materials, and more were available. Similar to a guild, Wang Chen roughly looked at the prices of some top items, which reached 8 or even 9 digits. He thought his contribution was not insignificant, but realized it was nothing here. A refresh token is still the best option. Wang Chen thought to himself, with a refresh token, he could challenge up to the 50th floor of the tower, with much better rewards. However, this item had restrictions and could only be used by awakeners below level 50. This limitation was reasonable to prevent level 90 awakeners from abusing it. Wang Chen exchanged for a refresh token and hurried to the tower. Instead of using the token immediately, he went in to continue his challenges. The scene changed. Wang Chen arrived at the 51st floor of the tower. A tall demon general with a long spear was waiting for challengers. Bang! 3 minutes later, the battle ended. The demon general was much stronger than ordinary demons, so it took Wang Chen longer to defeat him. After about 15 minutes, he passed the 53rd floor and decided not to continue to the next floor, saving his powerful skill for later. Wang Chen left the tower and surprisingly reached level 38. Without hesitation, he used the refresh token to reset the floors and started from the first floor again. With the experience from the previous attempt, he was faster this time. He swiftly progressed through the floors.
Half an hour later, Wang Chen reached the 50th floor, activating his powerful skill. His combat strength increased significantly. He continued until the 55th floor, then stopped as his skill expired, crossing 17 floors from level 38 to 55. Exit challenge. Wang Chen left the tower and received his rewards. Rewards: Crystal Coins X14800, Pure Agility Gem X1, Pure Spirit Gem X1, Enhancement Stones X50, Intermediate Skill Scroll. The series of rewards made Wang Chen smile. Back outside the tower, he had reached level 39 with half the experience needed for level 40. Dang dang dang. The clock on the tower rang, and Wang Chen's new record increased the floor gap to 17 levels. Countless people were shocked and amazed, looking at the new record in disbelief. 17 floors. This is insane. It's that guy Wang Chen again. So amazing. I thought 16 floors was the limit, but he went even further. Unbelievable. I can't even pass 5 floors, and this guy made it to 17. Many challengers lamented, almost begging for mercy. They were all humans. So why was there such a huge gap? Wang Chen remained calm, listening to the surrounding exclamations and discussions, feeling quite pleased. Although many people knew his name, few knew what he looked like. As long as you don't actively expose yourself, even if you stand in front of others, no one can recognize you. Viewing a tribute panel, Wang Chen's heart moved. Name: Wang Chen. Talent: Thunder. Body level: level 39 strength, 3825 agility, 3590 spirit, 63350 skills, Thunder Flash LV1. 5 elements: Thunder Shield LV1, Infinite Electric Light LV1, Thunder Arc Light LV1, Thunder Arrow LV5, Thunderbolt LV5. Click to expand Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV2, Thunderous Weight LV1, Great Destruction Thunder Body LV1 Equipment, Spirit Spell Sword, Spider Eye Magic Ring, Ice Heart Necklace. Click to expand Evolution Points, 67856300 Passive, Mana Spring LV2, Spirit Attribute Enhancement 20 times. When spirit power is below 50%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring LV2, when killing a target, there is a 3% chance to seize part of the target's attributes. Spell Crit LV5, your skills have a 100% chance to deal 200% critical damage. Strengthen Strike LV5, your third attack gains enhancement, causing 250% additional damage. Just over 10 million evolution points left, and the talent can be upgraded. Wang Chen's mouth curled up. Upgrading once is an S-level talent. Let me see what skills have been rewarded. Open the intermediate skill scroll. Inside is a universal skill. Lotus Incarnation, passive immune to 1 fatal damage. Cooldown 24 hours. Wow! This passive is great. Wang Chen was overjoyed. He now has explosive damage. What he lacks most is life-saving skills. Lotus Incarnation can immune to 1 fatal damage, equivalent to wearing a resurrection armor. This is crucial. Just then, Zhuang Yuerong appeared here. When she saw Wang Chen, a hint of joy appeared on her face. Broke another record? Looking at the record, she was surprised but used to it. By luck, Wang Chen nodded, with Zhuang Yuerong's information in his eyes. Name: Zhuang Yuerong. Talent: Shadow Leopard. A. Level: 58 Strength, 8136 Agility, 7630 Spirit, 8085. Such high attributes. Wang Chen was somewhat surprised, but then he thought that at level 58, these attributes are normal. After level 40, each level up adds 160 basic attributes. After level 50, each level up adds 320 basic attributes. From level 51 to 60, every 10 levels can add 3,200 attributes. A level 58 Awakener has a basic attribute of over 5,000. Plus equipment. Some skill enhancements. 8,000 attributes are not considered many. After level 60, each level up adds 640. After level 70 adds 1280. After level 80 adds 2,560. After level 90 adds 5020. The higher the level, the greater the difference it brings. Even with just 1 level difference, there can be a difference of several thousand attributes. Normally, a level 40 Awakener has only about 1,500 basic attributes, and Wang Chen's attributes are already close to 4,000, plus over 60,000 spirits. If he activates the Great Destruction Thunder Body again, even Zhuang Yuerong at level 58 can be easily defeated. The equipment on Zhuang Yuerong is not luxurious, only 1 top grade, the rest are fine and superior. If replaced with top-tier equipment,
Her attributes could easily exceed 10,000. But for an awakener of her level, there is no need to spend too much money to build equipment. Hey, you've become a corporal? Zhuang Yuerong suddenly saw the epaulets on Wang Chen's shoulders, with a look of surprise in her eyes. Yeah, it happened on the first day. Wang Chen smiled. Hearing this, Zhuang Yuerong was speechless. She was still planning to promote Wang Chen. At this rate, who knows who will be promoting whom? At this moment, Yan Wujian walked over with his head held high, wearing a third-class soldier medal on his shoulder. Everyone's here. Yan Wujian was calm and proud, but when he saw the medal on Wang Chen's shoulder, he suddenly froze. Third-class soldier. Yan Wujian, Wang Chen shouted, with a hint of a smile on his face. Why don't you salute when you see the chief? Yan Wujian's face turned liver-colored, hesitated for a long time, and finally squeezed out a sentence. I have seen the chief. I thought I was promoted fast enough, but I didn't expect Wang Chen to become a sergeant. When Yan Wujian saw the latest record on the list, he fell silent once again. 17 floors. Truly abnormal. Later, Wang Chen came to the Chamber of Commerce in Demon Town, ready to upgrade his equipment. He now has around 20,000 crystal coins, equivalent to 2 billion alliance coins. With so much money, he could buy several top-quality equipment. But for Wang Chen, spending all his money on equipment would be foolish. After some consideration, he decided to exchange all his equipment for premium ones except for the top-quality weapons. He already had 2 premium items on him, so he only needed to buy 6 pieces of equipment. Therefore, Wang Chen spent over 10 million, purchasing 6 premium equipment pieces above level 30. After putting on the equipment, Wang Chen's attributes increased by several hundred. Let's go with this for now. Wang Chen left the Chamber of Commerce satisfied and returned to the frontline camp. The next day, another wave of demon troops attacked. This time, the demon army that came was much smaller than before, mainly consisting of gold-eating demon worms. Almost every day, demons emerged from the depths of the abyss entrance. Without the demon town Great Wall, who knows how many demons would run rampant in the outside world, causing chaos. As a sergeant, Wang Chen commanded 50 new soldiers to defend the Great Wall. By nightfall, he finally reached level 40. Awakened advanced skill, Hell Thunder Light, active strike the ground with both fists, causing the power of thunder to erupt underground, impacting and dealing 350% group damage to ground targets. Not bad. After reading the skill description, Wang Chen showed a satisfied expression. The next day, another group of demons attacked. Prepare for battle, a sergeant shouted, waking up the resting soldiers. Wang Chen took a glance, then spread his thunder wings and landed directly in front of the demon army. What kind of thing scared me? I thought it was a master. Turns out to be an ignorant human brat. The leading demon general sneered, looking down on Wang Chen. A mere level 40 human awakened being wanted to stop them. It was simply absurd. Wang Chen, what are you doing? Come back quickly. The human soldiers on the city wall shouted anxiously. They knew Wang Chen was strong, but outnumbered. Wouldn't he be throwing his life away by charging in like this? Wang Chen remained calm, his fists flashing with black thunder light, a terrifying aura building up. The next moment, he pounded the ground with both fists. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Many demons stumbled, almost falling, and angrily shouted, "Playing tricks on us, kill him." They thought Wang Chen was just bluffing. However, before they could finish speaking, streaks of lightning burst out from the ground, like peerless sharp sword energy, piercing through the bodies of the demons one by one. Ah! The demons on the ground screamed in terror. The lightning was too terrifying. Even the toughest bodies would be torn apart. "You little beast! Seeking death!" A demon general roared, his 5 fingers spread out like a cage, reaching for Wang Chen. Bang! Wang Chen threw a punch, and their fists clashed, the powerful force causing the ground to tremble. This blow was evenly matched. The demon general sneered, extremely cruel. With your meager strength, Xie. Wang Chen's eyes shot out boundless electric light, severing the demon general's arm. Demon blood splattered. Wang Chen, we'll help you. The soldiers on the city wall rushed out, their shouts shaking the heavens. No need. Don't come. Wang Chen wailed. He wanted to enjoy the experience alone. If you all come, won't it be chaotic? The battle ended after more than 10 minutes. Demon corpses littered the ground in all directions. Wang Chen leaned on the spirit curse sword already stained with blood, breathing slightly heavily.
He missed out on reaching level 41. He had over 70 million evolution points, still lacking a few million to upgrade his talent. He waited in hope for more demons to come and be killed by him, but unfortunately, the whole day was calm and there was no invasion by the demon clan. Wang Chen stood on the city wall, looking into the distance. Unconsciously, it was already evening. Brother Wang Chen, look at what we brought you, the best quality yellow ginseng beef. Wu Dashuan and his sister came back. It was their turn to rest today, and they rushed back only by evening. The two of them carried 2 beef legs in their hands and happily came to Wang Chen. I also brought good wine. I will personally cook for you later and roast the meat. Let's have a drink together. Wu Dashuan was in a good mood and started preparing to barbecue on the spot. That's great. I have been longing for the dragon meat you roasted. I didn't expect to have a treat today. Wang Chen joked. Oh, it was the problem with the dragon meat last time, not my cooking skills. Don't keep mentioning it. Wu Dashuan defended loudly. Yes, it's also our fault for having bad teeth and missing out on the good fortune. Wu Shaoqi teased. Get lost. If you keep talking, you can barbecue by yourself. Wu Dashuan threw the beef legs in his hand and stopped working. Don't go, boss. I want to eat your barbecue. Ma Wei picked up the beef legs with a playful smile and stuffed them back into Wu Dashuan's hands. Wu Dashuan, who found his footing, immediately started cooking the meat happily. Soon, a scent of meat filled the air. The 4 of them sat together, eating meat heartily and drinking lightly. They dared not drink too much, just enough to get tipsy. I have saved up to 20,000 contribution points. I only need another 80,000 to exchange for a refresh token. It's quite fast to think about it. Wu Dashuan looked forward with anticipation, envisioning the future. Wu Xiong, if you are in a hurry, I can lend it to you first. Wang Chen offered. No need. Achieving something through your own efforts gives a sense of accomplishment. Wu Dashuan waved his hand proudly. Wang Chen nodded and said no more. The night passed quickly. The next day, Wang Chen set out on the road outside. With 10,000 contribution points, he wanted to exchange for a refresh token and challenge the Demon Tower again. He only needed a few million more to reach 80 million evolution points. And today he must evolve into an S-level talent. He went to the contribution hall, exchanged for the refresh token of the Demon Tower, and then continued to challenge the tower. Then he reset the floors and started from the first floor, entering the tower at level 40. This time he must go further. 40 minutes later, Wang Chen reached the 54th floor, where it started to get tough, and he had to activate the Great Thunder Body. In the end, Wang Chen reached the 58th floor. He intended to continue challenging upwards, but the duration of the Great Thunder Body had ended. In the end, he crossed 18 floors of the tower. Rewards: Crystal Coins X 16,000, Pure Strength Gem X1, Pure Agility Gem X1. Leaving the Demon Tower, Wang Chen felt a surge and rose to level 42. Name: Wang Chen. Talent: Thunder and Lightning. Body level: 42 Strength, 4860 Agility, 4215 Spirit, 81080 Skills: Hell Thunder Light LV1, Thunder Flash LV1, 5 Elements Thunder Shield LV1, Infinite Electric Light LV1, Thunder Arc Light LV1, Thunder Light Arrow LV5, Expand Forbidden Curse, Giant Snake Thunder Spear LV2, Thunderous Force LV1, Great Thunder Body LV1 Equipment, Spirit Spell Sword, Flowing Light Robe, Void Combat Boots. Expand Evolution Points, 815236000 Passive, Mana Spring LV2, enhances spiritual attributes by 20 times. When spiritual power is below 50%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring Spirit LV2, when killing a target, there is a 3% chance to see some of the target's attributes. Spell Crit LV5, your skills have a 100% chance to deal 200% critical damage. Strengthened Strike LV5, your third attack is enhanced, dealing an additional 250% damage. Lotus Incarnation LV1, immune to 1 fatal blow. Cooldown, 24 hours. Finally enough. Wang Chen looked at the attribute panel, excitement shining in his eyes. S-level talent, here I come. Evolve talent. Wang Chen's heart shouted. With a majestic momentum, 8 million evolution points injected. Evolution completed. Body of Thunder and Lightning, evolved into S-level talent Purple Flame Thunder. Awakened talent Forbidden Curse, Purple Radiance Dragon Dance. Purple Radiance Dragon Dance, Advanced Forbidden Curse. Transform oneself into a thunderous dragon, dealing 1500% area damage to the target.
A huge force surged. Wang Chen's body, flowing with purple brilliance, as if burning, purple flame thunder, mastering the power of thunder, an S-level thunder talent, advanced forbidden curse. Wang Chen was overjoyed. Never expected his talent to evolve into S-level, and even awakened an advanced forbidden curse, transforming oneself into a thunderous dragon. Just the thought of it was very cool. Moreover, this curse was not only cool, but also extremely powerful. The same skill, when used by an A-level talent and an S-level talent, the power displayed was definitely different. However, S-level was not the end, just a transition. He was aiming to evolve into an SSS level talent. To evolve into an SS level, 8 billion evolution points were needed. This was a terrifying number. Wang Chen did not linger. He left the demon ceiling tower. He was already level 42 now. At this rate, he might become an advanced awakener in 1 or 2 months. Of course, he was just thinking like that. After reaching level 50, he could no longer use the refresh token, so leveling up would slow down. Moreover, the further he progressed, the more difficult it became. It was impossible to keep progressing so quickly. Wang Chen wandered around the demon ceiling city, traded some items, and when he returned to the demon ceiling Great Wall, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Suddenly, he frowned, noticing that above the Great Wall where he was, black smoke billowed, and a strong evil aura rose to the sky, as if a great battle had just taken place. A bad premonition arose. Wang Chen quickened his pace, arriving nearby. The entire stronghold was in ruins, a scene of desolation. Cold corpses, dried blood, limbs and arms everywhere, wounded soldiers lying on the ground groaning in pain. Even Lu Mingjun was heavily injured lying on the ground, being treated by a healer. On the other side, Wu Xiaoqi knelt on the ground, sobbing in pain, tears streaming down her face. Wu, brother. Wang Chen's face changed drastically, and he quickly walked up. Xiaoqi's sister? What happened? Where did brother Wu go? My brother. He was taken by the demons. Probably. Wu Xiaoqi said in despair. Intermittently, she saw with her own eyes her brother Wu Dashuan being grabbed by a powerful demon, struggling in vain. The despair in her brother's eyes was still vivid in her mind. Brother Wu was taken by the demons? Wang Chen's face turned ugly, his eyes full of suspicion. Why did the demons take him? For sacrifice. Lu Mingjun, supported by the healer, limped over. They took living people to offer to a powerful demon. Their attack was very sudden, without warning. After capturing people, they quickly left. Obviously it was planned. I understand. Wang Chen nodded, turned and walked towards the city wall. Wang Chen, what are you going to do? Lu Mingjun shouted, seeming to guess his intention. I'm going to rescue Wu Dashuan. Wang Chen did not hesitate, said expressionlessly. Nonsense. Going alone will only lead to death in vain. Let me report to the higher-ups and make a decision later. Lu Mingjun shouted loudly. By the time that happens, the person would have already died, right? Wang Chen said coldly. His thunder wings spread out behind him, leaped out of the city. Lu Mingjun stomped his feet in anxiety, but being heavily injured, he couldn't stop him. Wang Chen flew in the clouds, overlooking the vast land. As he delved deeper, the sky grew darker, as if entering a real abyss. Then, he descended, and a few demon figures appeared ahead. Wang Chen's figure slowly blurred, as if becoming transparent. The skill stealth was activated. He silently approached until he stopped in front of the demons. Swish! Wang Chen attacked in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, only one demon was left alive. The sword edge pressed against the demon's forehead, and he coldly asked, "Has there been a powerful person celebrating their birthday recently here?" Wang Chen asked coldly, his eyes full of killing intent. The demon clan member was sweating profusely, trembling in fear. I don't know. Put. The sword pierced his forehead. Wang Chen didn't waste any words. He killed him with a sword and continued forward. He didn't have time to dawdle here. After a long time, the surrounding mist decreased, and the sky gradually darkened. It wasn't getting dark, but closer to the abyss. Wang Chen exchanged 10 skill upgrade scrolls and raised his stealth to level 5. In this situation, hiding himself was crucial. Otherwise, if discovered by the demon clan and surrounded, even with many lives, it wouldn't be enough to survive. Stealth LV1, Stealth LV5, Stealth LV5. Your stealth comes with a short invisibility effect and penetrates ordinary obstacles. Level 5 stealth can actually make me invisible. Wang Chen was pleasantly surprised. It was beyond his expectations. Immediately, his body blurred and disappeared into thin air. An hour later, a huge demon fortress appeared ahead. Wang Chen stopped. Outside the fortress were demons of all sizes, patrolling in groups. 1, 2, 3. He counted on his fingers. There were probably 200 to 300 demons, and the lowest level was above 30. The highest level demons were around level 55. I wonder what demon general is inside this castle. Wang Chen pondered for a moment, then resolutely marched forward. As he approached the castle slowly, when the time was right, he launched an attack directly. Hell Thunderbolt! Wang Chen's fist struck the ground. Terrifying lightning burst out from underground, tearing apart the demon soldiers. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Where did this human ant come from? Kill him for me. Seeking death. Just a mere human, not even level 50, dares to come to our demon territory. I see you've had enough of living. A demon general checked Wang Chen's level. The last trace of vigilance in his heart disappeared. He thought it was some expert. A high-level awakened human came. Unexpectedly, it was just a level 42 human. Kill! Immediately, the patrolling demon soldiers and demon generals rushed towards him. Great Serpent Thunder Spear. Wang Chen pointed his finger, summoning the Great Serpent Thunder Spear towards himself. Just as the Thunder Spear was about to fall, a thunderbolt flashed and slipped away. Now, those demon soldiers and demon generals attacking him were in trouble. Boom! In an instant, over 100 demon soldiers died under the Great Serpent Thunder Spear. After reaching S-level talent, the power of the Great Serpent Thunder Spear became even more violent. What kind of method is this? The surviving demon general was shocked. Could a level 42 human produce such a level of attack? Shie! A lightning arc shot from his fingertip, piercing a demon general's head. Wang Chen unleashed a killing spree, swiftly dealing with the remaining demons. The battle lasted only 3 minutes. Wang Chen slaughtered over 200 demons. He spread his thunder wings and flew into the demon fortress. The fortress was huge, with many demon soldiers and demon generals guarding inside. Wang Chen landed straight down without any disguise. The demons present were all stunned. They thought they had encountered their own kind. But Wang Chen's appearance had nothing to do with the demon clan. You are. A demon general looked at Wang Chen in confusion, not attacking immediately. I am your father. Wang Chen flashed, and his spirit enchantment sword pierced through his body. Humans! Humans have invaded. A great battle erupted. Wang Chen wielded the 5 thunderous fist. Every punch could burst a demon soldier. His fists were wrapped in purple thunder flames. Thunder resounded with each punch. Huge lightning accompanied his every move, shaking the earth. A wave of energy surged, and Wang Chen reached level 43. Name: Wang Chen. Talent: Purple Flame Thunder. Level: 43. Strength: 5283. Agility: 4630. Spirit: 86920. Skills: Hell Thunder Light LV1, Thunder Flash LV1, 5 Elements Thunder Shield LV1, Infinite Electric Light LV1, Thunder Arc Light LV1, Thunder Light Arrow LV5, Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV2, Thunderous Weight LV1, Great Destruction Thunder Body LV1, Purple Shine Heavenly Dragon Dance LV1. Equipment: Spirit Spell Sword, Flowing Light Robe, Void Battle Boots. Evolution Points: 632-5500. Passive Skills: Mana Spring LV2, enhances Spirit Attribute by 20 times. When Spirit Power is below 50%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring LV2, when killing a target, there is a 3% chance to seize part of the target's attributes. Spell Crit LV5, your skills have a 100% chance to deal 200% critical damage. Strengthen Strike LV5, your third attack gains enhancement, dealing 250% additional damage. Lotus Incarnation LV1, immune to 1 fatal blow. Cooldown, 24 hours. Insolent humans, dare to act recklessly in my demon fortress? Suddenly, a thunderous shout rang out, and a huge black shadow flew out from the depths of the demon fortress. This was a tall demon with a height of 5 meters, wings on its back, a pointed tail, and 6 eyes on its forehead. Looking fierce and terrifying, the demon soldiers knelt down one by one, welcoming the arrival of the demon general. Wang Chen coldly watched the scene, with information about the demon appearing in his eyes. 6-eyed Demon General, level 63. Strength, 12860. Agility, 9880. Spirit, 13075. The values are quite strong. Wang Chen was surprised. This demon with 6 eyes not only had great strength but also excelled in spiritual magic. He had a skill that could enslave enemies, but the condition was, the opponent's spirit could not be higher than his own. Seeing this condition, Wang Chen relaxed. He was least afraid of spirit comparison, not to mention the demon general. Even the demon emperor might not have higher spirit than him. Human, become my slave. The 6-eyed demon general grinned, and his 6 eyes emitted a strange light, launching a skill at Wang Chen. In an instant, a wave of spiritual impact enveloped Wang Chen, trying to suppress and enslave him. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, half a minute passed. Wang Chen remained calm, even absent-mindedly scratching his ear. The 6-eyed demon general frowned, his expression gradually changing. Why was this person unaffected? Why couldn't he enslave him? 6-eyed demon general, don't waste your efforts. Even if you were given 10,000 years, you still couldn't enslave me, Wang Chen said indifferently. Who are you? The 6-eyed demon general asked, feeling that Wang Chen suddenly became unfathomable, making him unsure of what to do. Answer me a question. Today, a group of humans was captured. Do you know who did it? Wang Chen continued calmly. Oh, it's for such a trivial matter. Ha ha. I thought you were a spy under which demon emperor? The 6-eyed demon general laughed heartily. His expression relaxed, but the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. All of you, retreat. I want to personally crush him. Human, you have earned my respect. I will let you die slowly without pain. A cruel expression appeared on his face, and his flesh wings moved, landing in front of Wang Chen. It seems you don't know, so, go and die for me. Wang Chen's voice was low and cold as he rushed into the sky, unleashing thunderous weight. Countless thunderbolts crackled down, submerging the entire demon fortress, turning it into an ocean of thunder. Such a level of damage, and you still want to harm me? Wishful thinking, the 6-eyed demon general roared, erecting a huge barrier on his body, resisting the thunderous calamity and charging towards Wang Chen. Great destruction thunder body. Wang Chen did not hesitate and immediately started the forbidden curse. The level gap between him and the 6-eyed demon general was too large, making it difficult to win without using thunder body. In an instant, a terrible aura erupted from Wang Chen's body. Purple thunder flames covered his whole body, increasing his power dramatically. His power attribute exceeded 10,000, with an additional 50% true damage. With each punch, the 6-eyed demon general's body trembled, causing his internal organs to shift. Internal injuries. This was the terror of true damage. No matter how high the physical defense, it could not be avoided. Wang Chen was knocked back, but his defense was astonishing, and he did not suffer internal injuries. Damn human! Why do you have such powerful strength? The 6-eyed demon general was shocked, as the physical body was something the demon race was proud of. Yet in this aspect, he was defeated by a human. Who was the real demon after all? Wang Chen charged forward again, delivering 2 punches, with one triggering a strengthened blow, doubling the damage. This punch sent the 6-eyed demon general flying several meters, with his fist covered in demon blood. No, this isn't right. The 6-eyed demon general was horrified, feeling a sense of fear. Immediately, he turned and ran, unwilling to continue the fight. Where are you running to? Wang Chen teleported in front of the 6-eyed demon general, continuing his onslaught. Human, you are forcing me, the 6-eyed demon general roared, his body expanding a circle, seemingly using some kind of secret technique. Wang Chen was fearless, each punch carrying tremendous force, unstoppable and overwhelming. 5 minutes later, the 6-eyed demon general had his limbs broken by Wang Chen, leaving only his head able to move. I'll ask you one last time. Do you know? Wang Chen's voice was cold, his eyes sharp as a blade. I really don't know. The 6-eyed demon general shook his head, already scared out of his wits. He didn't even have the thought of lying or deceiving. If you don't know, then die. Wang Chen punched, smashing the 6-eyed demon general's head, killing the 6-eyed demon general. Evolution points plus 28888888, a demon general with over 2 million evolution points. Wang Chen was amazed. Wang Chen destroyed the 6-eyed demon fortress, slaughtering all the demon race. He continued to advance deeper into the demon abyss. Not long after, he discovered another demon fortress. Wang Chen approached quietly, initiating a massacre. With his current strength, any demon below a demon general was easily killed. without much effort. This time, Wang Chen did not enter the demon fortress deeply, as the Great Destruction Thunder body was still cooling down, risking a mishap if he went in recklessly. Kill and run, leaving no trace. With his agility, not even a demon general could catch up. And so, Wang Chen hunted demons while searching for the whereabouts of Wu Dashuan. Half a day later, his level rose to 44. Name, Wang Chen Talent, Purple Flame Thunder Level, 44 Strength, 5620 Agility, 4906 Spirit, 92750 Skills, Hell Thunder Light LV1, Thunder Flash LV1, 5 Elements Thunder Shield LV1, Infinite Electric Light LV1, Thunder Arc Light LV1, Thunder Light Arrow LV5. Click to expand Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV2, Thunderous Weight LV1, Great Destruction Thunder Body LV1, Purple Radiant Dragon Dance LV1 Equipment, Spirit Spell Sword, Flowing Light Robe, Void Battle Boots. Click to expand evolution points. 19358200 Passive, Mana Spring LV2, enhances Spirit attribute by 20 times. When Spirit power is below 50%, recovery speed increases by 1000%. Soul Devouring Spirit LV2, when killing a target, there is a 3% chance to see some of the target's attributes. Spell Crit LV5, your skills have a 100% chance to deal 200% critical damage. Strengthened Blow LV5, your third attack is strengthened, dealing 250% additional damage. Lotus Incarnation LV1, immune to 1 fatal blow. Cooldown, 24 hours. Finally, after capturing a demon general, Wang Chen extracted useful information. A demon general named Xiaoyu was hosting his own birthday banquet recently, reportedly capturing many humans to entertain guests. What is Xiaoyu's strength as a demon general? Where does he live? Wang Chen grabbed the demon general by the neck, his eyes filled with killing intent. The Moon Howl. The demon marshal is a high-level demon marshal. He lives in the Moon Howl Demon Fortress, which is 18,000 kilometers away from here. The demon general replied in horror, struggling all over. But King Chen's 5 fingers were tightening more and more. Crack! The demon general's neck broke, killing the demon general. Evolution points plus 560,000, killing the target. Spirit plus 120. King Chen casually threw away the demon general's body, spread his thunder wings, and quickly flew towards the Moon Howl Demon Fortress. Along the way, he did not miss the opportunity to level up. Encountering demons he could defeat, he would output without wasting time. A few hours later, King Chen reached level 45. Not long after, a huge demon fortress slowly became clear in front of his eyes. Is this the Moon Howl Demon Fortress? King Chen saw a crescent moon hanging on top of the fortress. Presumably this was the so-called Moon Howl Demon Fortress. He landed silently, retracted his thunder wings, to avoid alerting the enemy. At this time, many demons were coming in and out of the fortress, chatting and laughing, very lively. Compared to the demon fortresses he had seen before, the Moon Howl Demon Fortress was much livelier. Perhaps it was because of the banquet. Ha ha! The demon marshal of the Moon Howl is really generous. It is said that he has had many people. We are in luck. The demon marshal of the Moon Howl is extraordinary. It is said that he is already preparing to become the Demon King. Exactly. It won't be long before he is called the Demon King of the Moon Howl. The demons entering and leaving the fortress were discussing. King Chen frowned as he listened. The Moon Howl was about to become the Demon King? The Demon King was a powerful being above level 70. I want to exchange skill upgrade vouchers. King Chen exchanged 10 passive upgrade vouchers and raised the Lotus Incarnation to level 5. This was his most important life-saving skill. Lotus Incarnation LV5, immune to 3 fatal injuries. Cooldown time 2 hours. Immune 3 times. King Chen was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that the level 5 Lotus Incarnation could withstand 3 fatal injuries. It was like wearing 3 resurrection armors, and the cooldown time was also reduced to 2 hours. Immediately, King Chen appeared directly, revealing his figure, and walked towards the Moon Howl Demon Fortress. When they saw his appearance, all the demons attending the banquet were stunned. What is this? They saw a human swaggering over, showing off as if it were his own home. It felt like a lamb entering a tiger's territory and walking up to the tiger. Where did this human come from? Is he throwing himself into the net? Ha ha! Let's capture him for the birthday celebration. As a gift, some demons showed a cruel grin, ready to take down King Chen. How dare you! I come from the Imperial Palace. I am a dark guard by the Demon Emperor's side.
specially here to wish the demon marshal of the moon Howl a happy birthday. Do you dare to touch me? King Chen shouted coldly, his eyes emitting an endless electric light, killing a demon who was about to act, to warn the others. Hearing this, the demons were shocked. From the Imperial Palace? A dark guard? This identity was too impressive. Many demons knew that humans who joined the demon tribe would awaken a second talent with the help of the demon tribe's sacred objects, and humans called these people Dark Awakeners. On the demon side, Dark Awakeners were called Dark Guards and held a special status. King Chen bluffed. He didn't know what a Dark Guard was. He just heard it from the six-eyed demon marshal. For a moment, all the demons present fell silent, looking at King Chen with a puzzled and even fearful look. May I ask, do you have any proof? A fortress guard walked over and asked tentatively. Nonsense. What is your identity that you dare to ask for proof from me? Take me in. The proof will be shown to the demon marshal of the moon Howl. King Chen shouted coldly, scolding them. He could see that the demons were afraid, proving that he had guessed right. So he became even more arrogant. In such situations, the more arrogant he was, the more he could prove his identity. Once he showed weakness, it would be over. They were demons. Hierarchy was important. Politeness was useless. Yes, yes, yes. Dark Guard, please follow me. The guard nodded repeatedly, acknowledging King Chen's identity. Otherwise, ordinary humans wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous here. Aren't they tired of living? Lead the way. Wang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, exuding extreme arrogance. Under the gaze of the demon clan, he walked into the castle in a grand manner. Who is this? Why is there a human here? Inside the demon castle, many demons were puzzled to see Wang Chen's arrival, but seeing the respectful demeanor of the guards, no one dared to be disrespectful. Soon, Wang Chen followed the guards to the central castle. The castle was extremely huge, with the gate alone reaching over 10 meters in height. Creak! The gate slowly opened, and Wang Chen followed the guards inside. The scene inside the castle was all in sight. 3 extremely large demons sat on thrones in a triangular formation. Below, demons sat on both sides, with various crimson foods placed in front of them. Wang Chen's arrival made all the demons stop their actions and look at him strangely. The demons were puzzled, not understanding where Wang Chen came from and why he appeared here. Human, who are you? The cold and bloodthirsty gazes were filled with indifference. Wang Chen looked at the 3 demon leaders at the top, and their information appeared in his eyes. Roaring Moon Demon Leader, level 68 Strength, 17180 Agility, 13255 Spirit, 18020. Mighty Demon Leader, level 65 Strength, 16300 Agility, 12100 Spirit, 15820. Sinister Demon Leader, level 64 Strength, 14760 Agility, 12500 Spirit, 14360. 3 Demon Leaders. A sense of seriousness flashed in Wang Chen's heart. The 6-eyed demon leader he killed not long ago was only level 63. These 3 demon leaders were even more powerful than the 6-eyed demon leader. Human, this leader is asking you a question. The Roaring Moon Demon Leader's voice was like a bell, inquiring about Wang Chen's background. His blood-red eyes filled with a cruel sense of killing. What qualifications do you have to ask me? Let me ask you, have you recently captured any humans? One of whom has caught the attention of the Demon Emperor and needs me to take him away. Wang Chen's expression was emotionless, his voice heavy. Oh, is that so? The Demon Emperor actually took an interest in a mere human. Who are you talking about? The Roaring Moon Demon Leader showed an interested expression. Wu Dashuan. Wang Chen roughly described his appearance. After listening, the Roaring Moon Demon Leader stroked his chin in thought, his expression intriguing, cunning, and sly. Oh, I remember now. The person you mentioned has already been eaten by me. This guy had tough bones, struggling even in my mouth, and I bit him in half with one bite. Do you want to see if it's him? The Roaring Moon Demon Leader snapped his fingers, and a group of witches walked out from a side hall, each holding a tray with bloody heads on them. When Wang Chen saw one of the heads, his pupils dilated instantly, as if struck by lightning. Wu, brother! Wu Dashuan died with his eyes wide open, a mix of fear, despair, and unwillingness still lingering in his pupils. Scenes from the past flashed before his eyes. Wang Chen's heart raced, a surge of overwhelming killing intent bursting through his mind, threatening to explode his entire being. Ha ha! Foolish human, do you think this leader doesn't know what you are? You want to rescue the person I captured, but there is no such thing as a dark guard of the Demon Emperor. With your level, you dare to intrude into my demon palace alone. Today, I will use your blood as a sacrifice to celebrate this great day. The roaring moon demon leader laughed maniacally, his eyes full of mockery. Wang Chen remained motionless, spending 15 million evolution points to purchase 3 intermediate curse upgrade scrolls. All were applied to the Great Annihilation Thunder Body. Great Annihilation Thunder Body LV1, Great Annihilation Thunder Body LV3, Great Annihilation Thunder Body LV3. Upon activation, the physical body enters the realm of the extreme, immune to 50% of physical and magical damage received, amplifying strength attributes by 500%, converting 50% of damage into real damage, lasting for 10 minutes. Great Annihilation Thunder Body. Activate. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Wang Chen, as if a volcano was erupting, with waves crashing. His physical strength explosively increased, approaching 30,000 directly. What's going on? All the demons present were confused, looking at Wang Chen in horror. It felt like watching Wang Chen grow from an ant to a dragon, all in just a second. Kill him for me, the Moon Howl Demon Marshal shouted, a bad premonition arising. Immediately, a group of demon generals pounced on Wang Chen like wolves, engulfing him. Bang! Wang Chen's body moved, and the thunderous fist exploded out like thunder, instantly turning all the demon generals into blood mist, leaving no trace of their bodies. His current power was too terrifying, with his blood roaring and in urgent need of release. This human is so strong. The 3 demon marshals were shocked, slowly standing up from their thrones, preparing to take action. Die! Wang Chen coldly shouted, unleashing the purple radiance heavenly dragon dance. He transformed into a dragon hundreds of feet long, roaring towards the 3 demon marshals with an unstoppable force. How is this possible? Is he still human? At that moment, the 3 demon marshals were dumbfounded, almost bursting into curses. Boom! In an instant, the purple radiance dragon descended, shattering everything in its path, obliterating everything in its wake. The entire castle was lifted off the ground, with only the 3 demon marshals surviving. In the ruins, the Moon Howl Demon Marshal staggered to his feet, the weakest Shadow Demon Marshal and the mighty Demon Marshal barely clinging to life. Hell Thunder Light! In the next moment, the entire ruins exploded, countless thunder lights shooting into the sky, instantly tearing apart the Shadow and mighty Demon Marshals. Killed Mighty Demon Marshal. Evolution points plus 42000000. Killed Shadow Demon Marshal. Evolution points plus 35000000. Killed target. Agility plus 155. Wang Chen's body fluctuated, reaching level 46. Beast! Die! The Moon Howl Demon Marshal roared, unleashing a huge crescent moonbeam that struck Wang Chen. In an instant, the passive Lotus Incarnation was triggered, making Wang Chen immune to fatal damage. How is this possible? The Moon Howl Demon Marshal's pupils trembled, watching everything in disbelief. The next moment, Wang Chen's body flashed, appearing in front of the Moon Howl Demon Marshal. He grabbed his arm and ruthlessly pulled it off. Ah! A miserable scream echoed through the heavens and earth. 10 minutes later, the Moon Howl Demon Marshal died, tortured to death by Wang Chen. Shortly after, the Great Annihilation Thunder was lifted, and Wang Chen's aura instantly weakened. He stumbled, almost falling to the ground. His spirit was almost exhausted. The consumption was too great. Coupled with the first use of the forbidden curse of 5 times the power, the burden on his body was not to be underestimated. Wang Chen took out a few bottles of potion and drank them down. Name: Wang Chen. Talent: Purple Flame Thunder. Level: 46 Strength, 6385 Agility, 5723 Spirit, 112560 Skills: Hell Thunder Light LV1, Thunder Flash LV1, 5 Elements Thunder Shield LV1, Boundless Electric Aura LV1, Thunder Arclight LV1, Thunder Light Arrow LV5, Expand Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV2, Thunderous Might LV1, Great Annihilation Thunder LV3, Purple Radiance Heavenly Dragon Dance LV1 Equipment, Enchanted Sword, Flowing Light Robe, Void Walker Boots. Expand Evolution Points, 298-6800 Passive, Source of Mana LV2, enhances Spirit Attribute by 20 times. When Spirit Power is below 50%, recovery speed increases by 1000%. Soul Devouring LV2, 3% chance to see some attributes of the target when killing it. Spell Crit LV5, your skills have a 100% chance to deal 200% critical damage. Strengthen Strike LV5, your third attack gains enhancement. dealing 250% additional damage. Lotus Incarnation LV5, immune to 3 fatal damages. Cooldown, 2 hours. The Moon Hull Demon Fortress lay in ruins, with Wang Chen standing amidst the rubble, covered in blood, like a god of death returned from hell. He killed the Moon Hull Demon Marshal. How is this possible? Who is this person? Even the 3 demon marshals are no match for him? He seems to be running out of steam. Kill this human and avenge the demon marshals. Many demons rushed from all directions, surrounding the ruins of the demon castle, looking at Wang Chen with a fearful gaze mixed with killing intent. Come on, let's attack together, a demon general whispered, inciting other demons to take action. Why aren't you attacking? Hurry up, demon general brothers. The chance to make a name for ourselves is right in front of us. A bunch of trash. When did our demon clan become so cowardly, not even daring to kill a human at the end of his rope? Damn it, let me come. I'll take his head. A demon general roared with killing intent, taking a step forward, ready to attack. Shie, a flash of lightning pierced through his forehead. The demon general's pupils dilated, and with a bang, he fell to the ground. This scene startled all the demons, not expecting Wang Chen to still have strength left, instantly killing a demon general. You will all die. Wang Chen's voice was cold and merciless, as if coming from the depths of hell. Lightning arcs continued to extend, shuttling between the demons, harvesting lives. After a great battle, his spirit was indeed almost depleted, but this triggered the recovery of his divine-level passive ability. Combined with drinking some potions, his spirit recovered a lot. Although not at his peak state, killing some small fries was still easy. Puff! The heads of demon soldiers and generals exploded one by one, with bodies falling continuously. Kill him, otherwise, we will all die, a demon general roared, knowing that fleeing was useless. How many people could match the speed of lightning? 10 minutes later, only Wang Chen was left standing, surrounded by piles of demon corpses. Gurgle. Wang Chen took out a bottle of intermediate magic potion, drank it in one gulp, instantly feeling invigorated. His condition much improved. Without hesitation, he took the heads of the 3 demon generals and quickly left. The commotion was too big. He had to leave quickly to avoid attracting stronger demons. Wang Chen concealed his figure and retraced his steps back. Half a day later, he arrived at the 6-eyed demon castle. There was no demon in sight. Without stopping, Wang Chen continued forward. Suddenly, he stopped, his brows slightly furrowed. Come out. Wang Chen spoke lightly, and after about 3 seconds, the space ahead suddenly fluctuated, and 5 figures in black robes slowly walked out. To actually discover us? Impressive. No wonder you could kill the 6-eyed demon generals. The leader of the figures spoke. Human? Wang Chen's eyes flashed, revealing information about the black-robed figures. Hong Yushan, level 56 talents, dual body, B. Demon transformation, A, strength, 8205 mobility, 7640 spirit, 8527. 2 talents. Wang Chen was taken aback, further confirming the origins of the people before him. Dark Awakeners, also known as the Dark Guards mentioned by the 6-eyed demon generals. Apart from the leading black-robed figure, the other 4 also had 2 talents. Why would good people like you become dogs for the demon clan? Wang Chen spoke lightly, his identity clear. These people had betrayed the human race. It seems you know our identities. Birds of a feather flock together. You know nothing. The voice of the black-robed figure was full of arrogance, as if engaged in something great. I know nothing? Hong Yushan, do you think wearing a black robe would make me not recognize you? Wang Chen's face showed mockery. You know me? The black-robed figure's voice sounded surprised, with a hint of panic in his tone. He never expected that, despite his disguise, he would be recognized. How did this person know his name? Hong Yushan was shocked, instantly losing his composure. It was terrifying, meeting someone for the first time and being called by name. Not only do I know you, I also know them. Wang Chen smiled, pointing to the 4 behind him and calling out their names. This made all the black-robed figures lose their composure. How is this possible? We have long changed our appearances. Haven't used human names for a long time? How do you know? A figure in black robes shouted sternly. The feeling of being seen through to your underwear is too unsettling. Kill him. He knows too many of our secrets. A female voice commanded, revealing his seductive face by lifting the black robe off her head. No more pretense. It's time to come clean. In the next moment, Wang Chen disappeared on the spot.
almost teleporting, and appeared in front of the woman, stabbing her with a sword. Striking first ensures strength, striking later leads to disaster. The woman's pupils dilated, gradually losing their luster. Hong Xiao, a figure in black robes, roared heartbreakingly. Demonization of the heavens. Hong Yushan shouted, his body continuously expanding, his three-dimensional attributes doubling directly. He seemed to have turned into a demon god, exuding a terrifying aura all over. In an instant, Hong Yushan split into two, attacking Wang Chen from both sides. Heavenly thunder flash. Wang Chen flashed, disappearing on the spot. Bang! The two giant hands of Hong Yushan collided, creating a terrifying sonic boom, with air currents sweeping in all directions. Gravity restraint. Hand of the earth. In an instant, the remaining black-robed figures all acted, unleashing various skills. Wang Chen suddenly felt as if he was sinking in a quagmire, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, bending his spine. At the same time, a large earth-yellow hand emerged from the ground, grabbing him and squeezing forcefully. Humph! Don't think that killing a few foolish demon leaders makes you invincible. Demon slash. Hong Yushan slashed out, transforming into a 10-meter-long blood-red heavenly blade, aiming for Wang Chen's head. Wang Chen neither dodged nor avoided, triggering the Lotus Incarnation, immunizing himself against a fatal blow. How is this possible? Hong Yushan exclaimed in shock. Even a demon leader could be slain by this move. So how did it fail to harm Wang Chen in the slightest? This kid has a skill that immunizes against damage. It's impossible to kill him. A black-robed figure exclaimed. Skills that immunize against damage are rare and precious, but not unheard of. Many advanced awakeners have their own life-saving methods, so it's not surprising. Let me handle this. Shocking God stab. A figure in black robes shouted, condensing an almost invisible embroidered needle and thrusting it towards Wang Chen's forehead. At this critical moment, 5 types of light appeared on Wang Chen's body, shattering the hand of the earth with a bang and forming a protective shield around him. Wang Chen drew his bow, shot out a thunderbolt arrow, hitting a black-robed figure in the chest. Endless electric rays, followed by thunder arclight, were unleashed in succession, dealing with the remaining 2, leaving only Hong Yushan standing. Apart from Hong Yushan at level 56, the other 4 black-robed figures were around level 50 and possessed 2 talents. They were much more powerful than ordinary human awakeners. However, since Wang Chen could kill even the 3 major demon leaders, dealing with them was naturally not a problem. These black-robed figures seemed to be unaware of the fact that Wang Chen had single-handedly killed the 3 major demon leaders. They were tasked with investigating the death of the 6-eyed demon leader and finding the culprit. During this time, Wang Chen had gone to the Howling Moon demon stronghold and killed the Howling Moon demon leader and 2 other demon leaders. You people are more than deserving of death. And now it's your turn. Wang Chen hovered in midair, his voice cold and merciless. Some people sacrifice themselves for their clans and homelands, while others joined the demon race, aiding in tyranny and harming their own kind. In his eyes, such people are more despicable than demons and deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Stop talking big and die. Hong Yushan roared angrily, his face contorted and his pupils blood red, as if he had truly turned into a demon. A huge black shadow appeared behind him, reaching out a hand to strike at Wang Chen. Purple Radiance Dragon Dance. Without further ado, Wang Chen cast a forbidden spell, transforming into a 100 Zhang Thunder Dragon and charging forward. Boom! The earth shook, smoke billowed, and everything dissipated, leaving no trace of Hong Yushan. Wang Chen cleaned up the battlefield, collected the rings and equipment of the black-robed figures, and swiftly departed. The demons sealing Great Wall. Have there been any news about Wang Chen? The governor's mansion. Fang Bing looked down at the soldiers standing below, solemnly asking, any news? None. I've sent people to search, but we haven't received any useful information yet. Lu Mingjun shook his head, his face looking unusually grim. It's been 2 days, still no news. Maybe. He didn't dare to think of the worst outcome. Geniuses like Wang Chen, if something happened to him, it would be a huge loss for the human race. Lu Mingjun, why didn't you stop him back then? Fang Bing shook his head in frustration, banging on the table. I was seriously injured at the time. Even if I wanted to stop him, I couldn't. Lu Mingjun said with a bitter face, shouting out his innocence. It's not that he didn't want to, he just didn't have the ability. We need to prepare for the worst. Wang Chen and those who were taken away, they may have met a tragic fate already. Fang Bing sighed, speaking in a low voice.
Lu Mingjun remains silent. In the demon sealing Great Wall, many people die at the hands of the demons almost every day. Helplessly leaving the governor's mansion, Lu Mingjun returned to patrol the Great Wall. After some time, a slender figure slowly emerged from the mist. Enemy. Someone noticed the figure and instinctively wanted to shout for an attack, preparing for battle. But as the figure approached, people gradually realized that it seemed to be a human. Who is this? Could it be a demon in disguise? The instructor said that some cunning demons can transform into human form to deceive us. Deceive my foot. This is Wang Chen. Wang Chen is back. Someone recognized the figure's appearance and exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, this kid is back? Lu Mingjun saw this scene, his eyes revealing a hint of joy. At this moment, Wang Chen had arrived at the foot of the city. Wang Chen, are you back? Someone shouted, a bit uncertain. It's me. Wang Chen nodded lightly. The password. The soldiers guarding the city were very vigilant, not daring to relax. Wang Chen shook his head helplessly, tossing the heads of the 3 demon generals up. Then, with a flash, he appeared on the city wall. Watching the rolling heads at their feet, everyone was stunned. This is. Lu Mingjun looked astonished and suspicious. The heads of the demon generals. The captured people died at the hands of these 3 demon generals. I killed these 3 beasts, avenging them, Wang Chen said calmly, his voice soft. The crowd fell into a moment of silence, a mix of sadness and astonishment. What does it mean for one person to kill 3 demon generals? Even Lu Mingjun was shocked. With his own strength, he would have a hard time defeating even a low-level demon general. How did Wang Chen manage to kill 3 demon generals alone? Let's go. Come with me to see the governor. Lu Mingjun regained his composure and solemnly said to Wang Chen, bring these 3 heads. Wang Chen and Lu Mingjun arrived at the governor's mansion and met Fang Bing. Seeing Wang Chen carrying 3 heads, Fang Bing's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. After learning about the situation, even someone as experienced as him couldn't help but be shocked. How did you kill these 3 demon generals? Fang Bing asked in amazement. Wang Chen was only in his 40s, yet he managed to kill 3 demon generals. What kind of concept was this? Even a monstrous talent with SS potential probably couldn't do it, right? I used a forbidden spell, took them by surprise, and then killed them, Wang Chen said simply, but Fang Bing and Lu Mingjun found it thrilling to hear. In just a few words, it contains so much danger. Even with a forbidden spell, it wouldn't be possible to kill 3 demon generals 20 levels higher, right? They didn't ask for details. Everyone has their secrets, which is normal. Well done, Wang Chen. You have made a great contribution. I will report to the general and give you the reward you deserve, Fang Bing said excitedly, patting Wang Chen's shoulder vigorously to show his approval and admiration. Leaving the governor's mansion, Wang Chen returned to the military camp and met Wu Xiaoqi and Ma Wei. He didn't say much, not knowing how to comfort them. They just stayed quietly together. The next day, the news of Wang Chen's deep dive into the demon abyss and his return after killing the 3 demon generals quickly spread throughout the demon sealing Great Wall. Wang Chen? Where did this guy come from? So powerful, unbelievable, so brave. I should learn from him. It is said that this person is only over level 40. At a certain military camp base, Yan Wujiang heard this news and was directly shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. Has he started hunting demon generals? Not long ago, he felt proud of being able to fight against a demon general, but in the blink of an eye, Wang Chen went deep into the demon abyss and killed 3 demon generals. Compared to this, he felt like a child playing house. Not long after, Wang Chen received a transfer order. In view of Captain Wang Chen's heroic performance, he is promoted to the rank of Major. Wang Chen was directly promoted to Major. Skipping 2 major ranks, he surpassed Lu Mingjun, going from a subordinate to a superior. This promotion speed was unprecedented in military history. On that day, Wang Chen got a vacation and returned to the outer demon-slaying city. Following the usual practice, he went to the contribution sanctuary and exchanged for 2 demon tower refresh tokens. He now had nearly 1,000,000 contribution points, and the 2 tokens cost only 200,000 points. Afterwards, Wang Chen left the contribution sanctuary, ready to go to the demon tower to level up. Just then, Zhuan Yueron walked towards him. Seeing Wang Chen, she showed a hint of surprise, and when she saw the medal on his shoulder, her pupils dilated instantly. You became a major?
Zhuang Yuerong was completely shocked and extremely surprised. In such a short time, Wang Chen had become a major, a higher rank than hers. During this time, she had worked hard, hoping to get promoted quickly and then use her power to transfer Wang Chen under her command. But now, it seemed unnecessary. Wang Chen not only became a major but also killed 3 demon generals. Zhuang Yuerong admitted to herself that she could never achieve that. At most challenging 1 demon general. Director Zhuang, wait for me. I will transfer you to our military camp when the time comes. Wang Chen said earnestly. No need. We have to go back for a while in a few days. Zhuang Yuerong shook her head. Go back to school? What happened? Wang Chen asked in confusion. Yesterday, Dean Lu sent a message saying that the Intermediate Professional League of High Schools will start soon, and he wants you to come back and participate. Zhuang Yuerong said. Intermediate Professional League? Wang Chen seemed unfamiliar with the term. Yes, this is organized by the authorities, and all intermediate awakeners from the 7th District High Schools will participate. As long as you are between level 30 and 70, you are eligible to participate. Zhuang Yuerong continued. Below level 30 are junior awakeners, between level 30 and 70 are intermediate awakeners, and above level 70 are qualified as advanced awakeners. The span seems too large, Wang Chen said. With a 40-level gap, ordinary school students would probably just be cannon fodder. Yes, even the Transcendent Academy will participate, and they have dominated the top 3 for several years. But the dean has high hopes for you. He believes you can break into the top 10, and the rewards for the top 10 are very generous, Zhuang Yuerong said firmly. Wang Chen contemplated. The 7th district has hundreds of cities and 300 high schools. The number of students between levels 30 and 70 is unknown. Normally, it would be a great honor for an ordinary school to enter the top 10. After all, even the Transcendent Academy, a behemoth, would participate. With the foundation of the Transcendent Academy, it is estimated that the participants are all level 70 students, with higher levels and superior talents. It would be a downgrade for ordinary awakeners. When exactly is the competition? Wang Chen gathered his thoughts and asked Zhuang Yuerong. The competition will start in 20 days. The dean wants us to go back early to prepare. Shall we set off in a week? Zhuang Yuerong asked for Wang Chen's opinion. She could no longer treat Wang Chen as a student. In a way, she was his superior. Okay, let's set off in a week then. Wang Chen nodded. Then, the 2 of them arrived at the Demon Tower. During this time, try to level up as much as possible, so the chances of winning will be greater. Zhuang Yuerong said so. The Intermediate Awakening competition is full of hidden talents, especially those geniuses from top universities. Most of them are S-level, and there are even some with SS-level talents. Although Wang Chen can kill the Demon Marshal, his level is still too low. If he encounters a 70-level opponent, he will definitely crash. Then I'll go in. Wang Chen nodded, then used the Demon Suppression Tower refresh token to reset the floors. He continued to challenge from the first floor. Half an hour later, Wang Chen reached the 50th floor. For him, the 50th floor was not difficult at all. Unlike the last time, 20 minutes later, Wang Chen cleared the 60th floor. He achieved his personal highest floor. After the 60th floor, demon marshals appeared, greatly increasing the difficulty. Wang Chen could only activate the Great Demon Annihilation Body and crush his way through. Finally, he reached the 66th floor. End of challenge. Wang Chen stopped, reaching the 66th floor in one go, which was a great test of his physical and mental strength. His spirit was consumed by more than half, so he continued to rest. In fact, many challengers would rest after a few floors, but no one would push through dozens of floors in one go like Wang Chen. Challenge completed. Rewards obtained. Crystal Coins X 36,000. Flawless Power Gem X1. Intermediate Upgrade Potion X1. Pure Spirit Gem X1. Wang Chen accepted the rewards, left the Demon Suppression Tower, and his level increased to 47, with half more. Name, Wang Chen Talent, Purple Flame Thunder Level, 47 Strength, 7260 Agility, 6583 Spirit, 127520 Skills, Hell Thunder Light LV1, Thunder Flash LV1, 5 Elements Thunder Shield LV1, Infinite Electric Light LV1, Thunder Arc Light LV1, Thunder Light Arrow LV5. Click to expand Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV2, Thunderous Force LV1, Great Annihilation Thunder Body LV3,
Purple Radiant Dragon Dance LV1 Equipment, Spirit Spell Sword, Flowing Light Robe, Void Battle Boots. Click to expand evolution points. 45262500 passive, Mana Spring LV2, enhances spirit attributes by 20 times. When spirit power is below 50%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring Spirit LV2, when killing a target, there is a 3% chance to see some of the target's attributes. Spell Critical LV5, your skills have a 100% chance to deal 200% critical damage. Strengthen Strike LV5, your third attack gains enhancement, dealing 250% additional damage. Lotus Incarnation LV5, immune to 3 fatal damages. Cooldown, 2 hours. Wang Chen returned to the military camp without continuing the challenge, as his mental consumption was too high and needed some time to recover. The next day, he defended the city all day, killed some demons, earned contributions, and incidentally gained experience and evolution points. Early the next day, Wang Chen returned to the Demon Suppression Tower. Wang Chen, what a coincidence, you're here too. Xue Qingyue's figure appeared. She had reached level 32 days ago and signed up for the army, coincidentally having a day off today. Wang Chen nodded. He's really a freak. Xue Qingyue looked at the dazzling medal on Wang Chen's shoulder and muttered softly, "What did you say?" Wang Chen glanced at her. Nothing. Xue Qingyue waved her hand repeatedly. Just then, Yan Wujian walked proudly to the two of them. He was now a battalion commander, in charge of dozens of awakened individuals. However, when he saw the lieutenant's shoulder badge on Wang Chen's shoulder, his proud expression froze. Originally, he wanted to show off to Wang Chen, "Look, I've caught up with you," but Wang Chen had already become a lieutenant. Not only was he inferior to Wang Chen in strength, but he was also surpassed in position. Looking at Wang Chen's level, 47, Yan Wujian was speechless for a moment. He was only at level 42 now. Initially, his level was higher than Wang Chen's, but gradually leveled off, and now he was surpassed by 5 levels. Yan Wujian, not bad, you've become a battalion commander. Wang Chen smiled faintly and spoke. Wang Chen, don't be too complacent, I've started working hard, Yan Wujian said angrily. Before meeting Wang Chen, he had no opponents at Nanjiang Academy, so he became complacent. Now he suddenly woke up, repented, and was determined to regain and reforge the glory of his S-level talent. Wang Chen once again used the Demon Tower Refresh token to reset the floors. He entered the first floor to begin the challenge. This time he reached the 67th floor, almost the same as last time. The rewards were also similar. After coming out, Wang Chen reached level 48, only 1/3 of the experience away from reaching level 49. He went to the contribution hall and exchanged for a Demon Tower Refresh token. Unfortunately, after reaching level 50, this thing could no longer be used. During this time, just the crystal coins from rewards were worth nearly 1 billion alliance coins. There were several other rewards. The Demon Tower was really lucrative. Holding the exchanged refresh token, Wang Chen did not go to the Demon Tower. The Great Destruction Thunder Body was still on cooldown, so he had to wait for it to be ready before continuing the challenge. Back at the camp, Lu Mingjun immediately came to report on today's battle situation. Now he was under Wang Chen's command, so naturally he had to report to his superior. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. These 2 days on the battlefield were quite calm, with no large-scale attacks from the Demon Clan, just minor skirmishes. Wang Chen relaxed and, on a new day, went to the Demon Tower. Today he was determined to reach level 50 in one go. Skillfully using the refresh token, he reset the floors. Wang Chen entered the first floor to start the challenge. 2 hours later, he reached the 68th floor. The 68th floor had 8 demon generals, indicating the difficulty. Challenge completed. Reward obtained, crystal coins x 38,000. Leaving the Demon Tower, Wang Chen's level directly rose to 50. Originally just about to reach level 49, he effectively gained 2 levels. Upon reaching level 50, awaken the advanced skill Thunderous Spirit Ball, active unrestricted condensation of own elements, compressed into a ball, causing area damage to the target. For each target killed, restore 1% of lost mana. This skill is not bad. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. Killing a target restores mana. Isn't this a perpetual motion machine? Unrestricted compression. Does that mean I can freely control the power? Wang Chen tried to condense it and found that he could indeed control it and even retract it. This skill had a minimum cost of 500 mana, with no upper limit, meaning he could compress the power of up to 100,000 mana. What concept was this? An atomic bomb? Wang Chen was eager to try it out and couldn't wait to test it immediately. View attribute panel.
Name, Wang Chen talent, Purple Flame Thunder level, 50 strength, 8390 agility, 7825 spirit, 154950 skills, Thunderous Spirit Ball LV1.
Hell Thunder Flash LV1. Thunder Flash LV1. 5 Elements Thunder Shield LV1. Infinite Electric Aura LV1. Thunder Arclight LV1. Thunder Light Arrow LV5. Click to expand Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV2. Thunderous Force of Thousands LV1. Great Destruction Thunder Body LV3. Purple Radiant Heavenly Dragon Dance LV1 Equipment, Spirit Spell Sword, Flowing Light Robe, Void Battle Boots. Click to expand evolution points. 931925000 passive, Mana Source Spring LV2, enhances spirit attribute by 20 times. When spirit power is below 50%,
recovery speed increases to 1000%.
Soul Devouring Spirit LV2, when killing a target, there is a 3% chance to seize part of the target's attributes.
Spell Critical Strike LV5, your skills have a 100% chance to deal 200% critical damage.
Strengthen Strike LV5, your third attack gains enhancement, causing 250% additional damage.
Lotus Incarnation LV5, immune to 3 fatal damages.
Cooldown time, 2 hours. Wang Chen's current basic attributes were already similar to Zhuang Yueron's, except for the passive bonuses. I wonder what good things there are on the 70th floor. Wang Chen suddenly thought. Although he couldn't use the refresh token,
he could continue the challenge from the 69th floor.
He didn't go back but sat on the spot, recovering his spirit while waiting for the cooldown of the Great Destruction Thunder Body. Unconsciously, most of the day passed. Wang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. A gleam of light flashed by. Finally, it's time,
Wang Chen muttered to himself,
then entered the magic tower again, starting the challenge from the 69th floor. As soon as he entered,
a Thunder Death Spirit Ball appeared in his hand,
constantly compressing and compressing again. It wasn't until Wang Chen compressed 10,000 points of mental power that he threw it out. Boom! A deafening roar shook the entire space.
9 demon generals were instantly killed by more than half. Limbs were torn apart and flying everywhere. It has to be said that the power of the Thunder Death Spirit Ball is extremely terrifying. The instantaneous explosive power is unmatched even by ordinary forbidden spells.
If it weren't for the other demon generals being relatively far away,
they would have been crushed together. After dealing with the remaining demon generals,
Wang Chen arrived at the 70th floor.
10 level 70 demon generals exuded a terrifying pressure.
Great Destruction Thunder Body. Wang Chen's body burst out with a terrifying aura,
suddenly transforming into a purple thunderous dragon,
rushing up to kill. With a 500% strength bonus, Wang Chen's strength directly reached 40,000, much higher than the level 70 demon generals. Boom! In this space, lightning flashed and thundered. Various amazing phenomena kept appearing. Wang Chen fought against 10 opponents, making it difficult to part. Very thrilling. After all, these were projections of 10 level 70 demon generals. A few minutes later,
the battle gradually subsided.
Wang Chen stood panting,
the 10 demon generals lying all over the place,
all defeated by him. Let's try another level.
His fighting spirit boiling,
feeling unsatisfied, Wang Chen prepared to challenge another level while the Great Destruction Thunder Body was still in effect. The 71st floor will feature Demon King level demons. The countdown ended. Wang Chen's figure ascended and arrived at the 71st floor of the Magic Tower. As soon as he entered, he saw a tall Demon King sitting majestically on the throne. Human, congratulations on reaching the 71st floor. Your challenge journey can now come to an end.
The Demon King smiled arrogantly, a cold killing intent appearing on his face.
Enough talk. Let's fight. Wang Chen flashed forward,
arriving in front of the Demon King and unleashed the 5 thunderous fist.
The battle began instantly. 3 minutes later,
as the Great Destruction Thunder Body was about to end,
Wang Chen finally killed the Demon King. Challenge completed. The 72nd floor could no longer be continued.
There was no need for further challenges.
Challenge completed. Rewards obtained. Crystal Coins X 5000. Epic Weapon Selection Box X1. Advanced Spirit Gem X1. Epic Weapon. Wang Chen breathed heavily,
not expecting such a reward for clearing the 70th floor.
Open it. Without hesitation,
He immediately claimed the reward and opened the selection box. Inside the box, he could choose an epic weapon ranging from level 50 to 70. Generally, the higher the level of the weapon, the higher the attributes and the more expensive it is. But in order to use it immediately, Wang Chen could only choose a level 50 epic weapon. In the end, he chose a level 50 sword. Demon Slayer Sword, Spirit plus 1500, Strength plus 2000, Agility plus 1000, Equipment level 50. After seeing the attributes of the Demon Slayer Sword, Wang Chen was shocked. The weapon added a total of 4500 attributes, and this was without any socketing or enhancement. The Starlight Holy Symbol hasn't been used yet. Let's socket it. Wang Chen thought to himself. High-quality equipment couldn't be socketed, but epic weapons definitely had that privilege. He immediately used the Starlight Holy Symbol, and with a flash of light, the Demon Slayer Sword gained a gorgeous socket. Next was the time to socket the gem. Wang Chen looked at his highest level gem, a flawless strength gem. The gem increased strength by 500 points. It's you! Without hesitation, Wang Chen socketed the flawless strength gem into the Demon Slayer Sword. The strength bonus reached 2500 points. Equipped with the Demon Slayer Sword, Wang Chen's strength attribute exceeded 10,000 points. I'm so powerful. Wang Chen felt excited, feeling like he could punch through a mountain. This day, a week's time finally passed. Wang Chen, Xuan Yuerong, Yan Wujiang, and others gathered under the Demon Tower. When it was time to leave the Demon City, depart, return to the academy, Xuan Yuerong gave the order, and the group set off on the return journey. Nanjiang City. Wang Chen and others stepped out of the teleportation array, each feeling a sense of relief. This was a completely different atmosphere from the Demon City. The Demon City was full of war, killing, oppression, and urgency. The real life was outside. Later, Wang Chen bid farewell to Xuan Yuerong and others, preparing to go home. The thunder wings spread out, and in just over 10 minutes, Wang Chen arrived at Donghu Garden. Then he lightly landed in front of his own villa. Wang Chen pushed open the door and entered. It was noon. Wang's mother was busy in the kitchen, while Wang's father was sitting on the sofa watching TV like an NPC. Since their son became successful, Wang's parents had retired. Besides eating and taking walks, they never went far, fearing their son would come back suddenly and find no one at home. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Wang Chen stood at the door and shouted loudly. Oh, son is back? Wang's mother came out of the kitchen in surprise and then turned to Wang's father. Quick, go buy some vegetables and bring back a roast duck. Our son loves it. Hey, son, you rest first. Dad will go. Wang's father hurried off. Wang Chen smiled but did not stop him. An hour later, a sumptuous meal was ready, and the family sat down to eat and chat. By the way, son, where have you been these days? No news at all. Wang's mother asked with concern. Me. Wang Chen took out a shoulder badge from his pocket and placed it on the table. It shone brightly, exuding a sacred meaning. This is. Wang's parents were stunned. This thing was somewhat unfamiliar to them. Wow, son, you joined the demon army? Wang's father reacted first, asking in astonishment. Yes. Wang Chen nodded and added two words. Captain. Captain. Wang's father widened his eyes. This level was usually only seen in TV news. He never expected his son to become a captain. A captain under 20. What did that mean? Unimaginable. Wang's father had never heard of it in all his life. Wang's mother, on the side, also put down her chopsticks in shock, holding the medal carefully and excitedly, like a child. Son, you became a captain so quickly. You must have encountered unimaginable dangers, right? For her, while the honor was exciting, as a mother, she was more worried about her child's safety. Not at all. For the demon race, I am the danger. Sooner or later, I will drive them all out. Wang Chen's eyes flashed with coldness, not just for Wu Dashuan, but also for the thousands who died at the demon fortress. After lunch, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Why did the sky get dark so quickly today? Wang's mother, who was mopping the floor, suddenly noticed that the light outside the window had dimmed at some point and said in surprise. At her words, Wang Chen instinctively glanced outside, and a horrifying scene unfolded. The sky outside visibly darkened. It continued until it was completely night. It was as if a layer of ink had been poured over, and no light could be seen. Looking at the time on the wall, it was 3:06 in the afternoon. Wang Chen stood up slowly,
his face stern. Dad. Mom, go back to your rooms. Don't come out no matter what happens. Son, what's happening? Wang's mother asked in confusion.
Before she could finish her sentence, Wang's father grabbed her and pulled her back into the room.
Don't talk nonsense. Listen to your son. Don't distract him. His face was grim, realizing something was amiss. When things go awry, demons are at play. Even a fool knew that such a strange phenomenon should not occur in any season or weather. In his whole life, old Wang had never seen the sky so dark, but at this moment, protecting oneself is already a big help to Wang Chen, and nothing else can be done. Watching his parents return to their room, Wang Chen then pushed the door and walked out. He raised his hand and pointed. Thunder roared under the pitch-black sky. The lightning flashed, illuminating Wang Chen's face full of killing intent. He was angry. How dare someone attack him here? Come out. The Dark Knight cannot kill people. Wang Chen said coldly. Coco, you found us. A crisp and mischievous voice sounded, and several figures slowly became clear on the stone table in the courtyard. Around them, it was bright as if illuminated by a spotlight. A black-skirted girl, 4 black-robed figures. Seeing the attire of the black-robed figures, Wang Chen's brows instantly relaxed. Dark Awakeners. He was too familiar with them. Let me introduce myself. I'm Shadow. Wang Chen. You should know our identity now, right? I won't waste time with you. I came here today to invite you to join us and become a great Dark Awakener. The black-skirted girl smiled wickedly, revealing a pair of sharp fangs. With the style of her black skirt, she looked like a medieval vampire maid. Great? Wang Chen chuckled. Do you have a misunderstanding of greatness? A group of vermin living in the dark, not even daring to show their true faces, dare to call themselves great? You betray the human race. Join the demon race. I can't do such a treacherous thing. Humph, what do you know? The black-skirted girl got angry, then sneered. The goal of our Dark Awakeners is to become a new race beyond everything. What is the demon race? Just fools we use. It seems you have big ambitions. Wang Chen chuckled lightly. Through a simple conversation, he could tell that these Dark Awakeners seemed to be planning something, unwilling to become slaves of the demon race. How about it? Join us. With your abilities, you will definitely awaken a stronger second talent. Imagine having 2 talents. Wonderful. The voice of the black-skirted girl was full of temptation. In his view, Wang Chen's talent was average, but his abilities were strong. People with strong abilities like him would definitely not be content with the limitations of talent. So, after hearing her words, he would surely waver. Don't you understand yet? The truly strong are humans, not the so-called talents. I, Wang Chen, have come this far all by my own efforts, with no relation to talent. Wang Chen shouted, his face not changing, emitting a kind of radiance that was unbearable to look at. What was shining? So dazzling. Several Dark Awakeners were stunned. Even Shadow was taken aback. Are there really people who don't care about talent? With such a mentality, it's no wonder he has grown to this point. Alright, you've piqued my interest even more. I will make sure you join us. Shadow licked her tender lips, like a demon seeing its prey. Don't you understand yet? How can a fierce tiger be accompanied by a weak dog? I will not join you. You are really stubborn. Then I'll have to use force. Danger flickered in Shadow's eyes. Wang Chen was alert. Information about the woman appeared in his eyes. Shadow, level 77 talent, Shadow of Time, SS. Death Scythe, A, Strength, 33860 Agility, 29350 Spirit, 37662 Skills, Shadow Control, Shadow Stripping, Shadow Clone, Phantom Thousand Layers, Time and Space Reflection, Time Summoning. Damn! SS level talent. Wang Chen was shocked. He thought this woman was at most S level, but she turned out to be double S. And this talent was extremely abnormal, possessing the power of space and time. She could control all shadows in the world, not limited to humans. All things in the world, even the sun, moon, and stars, shadows of time and space. As long as she was covered by shadows, she was the master of darkness. Therefore, she could imperceptibly change a space, and it was difficult for outsiders to notice, because where shadows covered, it was like entering another time and space. Give you the last 3 seconds to consider. Otherwise, regret will come too late when I take action. The shadow sneered repeatedly. As she spoke, Wang Chen suddenly felt as if his body was sinking into a quagmire. His shadow was being controlled, actually trapping his limbs. Such a strange method, Wang Chen was shocked once again, revealing a glimpse of the abnormality of an SS-level talent. Ha ha, Wang Chen, you also have today. At this moment, behind the shadow, a black-robed figure suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter filled with endless pleasure. He took off his hood, revealing a sinister face. You are. Wang Chen was stunned for a moment. Bastard, don't you recognize me? I am Lu Xinghong. If it weren't for you, how could I have killed my friend and been wanted by the enforcers? But, I must thank you. If it weren't for you, how could I become a Dark Awakener and master a second talent? The sinister man, Lu Xinghong, revealed his true colors, the long-lost Lu Xinghong. Lu Xinghong. So it's you. Wang Chen finally remembered this person. He never expected Lu Xinghong to become a Dark Awakener. With a glance of the true sight, information about Lu Xinghong appeared before him. Lu Xinghong, level 40 talent, ghost-faced king snake, A. Mental control, B. Strength, 2976 agility, 2770 spirit, 3155. Lu Xinghong, you talk too much, don't you? Go, teach him a lesson. He can't move now, the Shadow ordered discontentedly. Yes, my Lord Shadow. Lu Xinghong nodded respectfully, not daring to refute. Then, with a cold smile on his face, he walked up to Wang Chen. Wang Chen, oh Wang Chen, you have fallen into my hands. A strange black snake appeared on Lu Xinghong's arm, its forked tongue slowly approaching Wang Chen. In the next moment, just as it was about to bite, Wang Chen's eyes shot out two beams of electricity, one piercing the snake's head, the other piercing Lu Xinghong's forehead. Who said I can't kill without moving? Wang Chen said lightly. Bang! Lu Xinghong's body fell heavily to the ground. He never expected that, just 3 minutes after his return, he would meet his end. Damn! You killed him! The Shadow was furious. It seems I have to recruit you to make up for this loss. If you don't agree, it's okay. I'll take you to a place, hoping your mouth will still be so tough. The Shadow suddenly chuckled strangely, like a mad witch. Then, Wang Chen's body floated uncontrollably. Great Annihilation Thunder Body. Without hesitation, Wang Chen directly activated the forbidden curse to break free from the Shadow's restraint. The Great Annihilation Thunder Body could resist control. Thunder flames enveloped him, emitting astonishing power. The Shadow's face changed slightly, looking at Wang Chen in surprise. You actually have this kind of means. Very good. You make me more excited. She licked her lips, excitedly saying, like an infatuated woman, die. In an instant, Wang Chen flashed in front of her, his 5 thunderous fists striking down from above. The terrifying force suppressed the space, creating a sonic boom. However, when the fist fell, there was no sensation of smashing like a watermelon. It just hit the air. Such a fast punch. But unfortunately, you can't kill me. The Shadow's slow voice sounded in Wang Chen's ear. Her figure had already appeared on the other side, with an inexplicable sneer on her face, as if to say, can you do it or not? Wang Chen was shocked and angry, never expecting that even the thunder flash could miss. This feeling was like facing a beauty but being unable to rise to the occasion, powerless. Then, Wang Chen's figure disappeared again. Bang! 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 3 consecutive explosions. 3 other black-robed figures were blown up. These 3 were all in their 40s or 50s, with average abilities. Caught off guard, they naturally couldn't withstand Wang Chen's attack. After all this, Wang Chen provocatively looked at the woman. You can dodge, but can they? If I can't hit you, I'll hit someone else. There will always be soft targets. Damn it! The gloomy face turned pale with anger rising. Wang Chen's actions completely provoked her. Just then, an extremely sharp light broke through the endless darkness, cutting through the shadows like opening up the heavens and earth. Finally found you, brazenly disregarding my law enforcement hall in broad daylight? Following closely was a majestic and ethereal female voice. Not good. That wretched woman found us. The Shadow's face changed drastically, and when the sword light slashed towards it, with a pu sound, it turned into black smoke and disappeared. The sky brightened. Wang Chen saw a figure and chased after it in a certain direction. Didn't expect the law enforcement hall to still have talented individuals. Wang Chen was surprised. That night, Wang Chen took an intermediate level upgrade potion and reached level 51. Name, Wang Chen talent, Purple Flame Thunder level, 51 strength, 11890 agility, 9284 spirit, 187950 skills, Thunder Death Sphere LV1, Hell Thunder Light LV1, Thunder Flash LV1, 5 Elements Thunder Shield LV1, Boundless Electric Light LV1, Thunder Arc Light LV1, Thunder Light Arrow LV5. Click to expand Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV2, Thunderous Force LV1, Great Annihilation Thunder Body LV3, Purple Radiance Heavenly Dragon Dance LV1 Equipment, Demon Slayer Sword, Flowing Light Robe, Void Battle Boots. Click to expand evolution points. 1023581000 passive, Mana Source Spring LV2, enhances spirit attribute by 20 times. When spirit power is below 50%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring Spirit LV2, 3% chance to seize part of the target's attributes when killing the target. Spell Critical LV5, your skills have a 100% chance to deal 200% critical damage. Strengthen Strike LV5, your third attack gains enhancement, dealing 250% additional damage. Lotus Incarnation LV5, immune to 3 fatal damages. Cooldown time, 2 hours. The next day, after finishing breakfast, Wang Chen set off on the road back to school. He raised his right hand and tapped the ground, a huge beastly shadow slowly appearing. It had a strong figure, distinct scales, a long and slender tail like a flexible snake, bright eyes burning with purple flames all over. Thunder Fire Kirin, a mount summoned by the 50th level Thunder Spirit contract. Wang Chen waved to his parents and jumped onto the back of the Thunder Fire Kirin. Although it was burning with flames all over, it wouldn't harm its master. Handsome as ever. Nanjiang University. Dean's Office. In this Intermediate Awakeners Grand Tournament, in addition to the individual competition, there is also a team event where each college organizes a team of 5. Dean Chen Jiang has said to the few people standing in front of the office desk. Among them was Yan Wujian. The team members have been decided. With the 4 of you plus Wang Chen, I hope you can strive for good results for the college. Dean Chen Jianghe continued, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. The Intermediate Awakeners League not only considers individual abilities but also looks at the team's cooperation. This is of great help for future battles against the demon race. Although the individual competition is the main event, the team project cannot be neglected. Dean, I understand why you let Yan Wujian join. After all, he is the only S-level talent in our college, and his level has reached over 40. But this Wang Chen, although he is very strong, he is only a freshman. I'm afraid he will. In the team, a burly man frowned and hesitated. Li Yang, are you saying you're afraid Wang Chen will hold you back? Dean Chen Jianhe asked with a smile. He had already learned about Wang Chen's strength from Zhuang Yuerong. It's just that others didn't know yet. Yes, it concerns the honor of the college. I hope the school can take it seriously. The man named Li Yang answered loudly. Hearing this, Yan Wujian on the side smirked, a hint of mockery in his eyes. If these guys knew about Wang Chen's record, they would probably be scared out of their wits, right? The 3 people beside him were the most outstanding students in the 4th year. All A-level talent awakeners over level 50. Li Yang, talent, great strength King Kong, level 55. Ma Qian, talent, super strengthening, level 54. Du Runxiang, talent, psychic domain, level 54. Although the strength of the 3 is good, they are only at the level of ordinary demon generals, while Wang Chen is a ruthless person who can even defeat demon marshals. If anyone is holding them back, it's the 3 of them. No, it should include myself as well. Yan Wujing secretly thought, feeling a sense of satisfaction for no reason. Director, Li Yang is right. We do not deny the excellence of Wang Chen, but he is still too young. At most, he is only in his 30s. What use can he be? A woman named Ma Qian echoed. In her opinion, at this point in time, Wang Chen is only in his 30s. Even if he is powerful, how powerful can he be? In the Intermediate Awakeners League, level 50 is only considered average, not to mention level 30. It's better for the school to select new people. We won't participate. This kind of meaningless team competition is bound to lose. It's better not to participate. Du Runxiang said indifferently. There is no hope for the team competition, and now they have added a relative. One refers to Wang Chen, and the other half refers to Yan Wujing. In his view, there is no need to participate in this kind of team competition. It's better to focus on preparing for individual competitions to avoid being humiliated by opponents and bringing trouble to oneself. As soon as these words were spoken, Qian Jianghe's face darkened. Du Runxiang, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to threaten the school? Director, I have no such intention.
It's just that the students are inexperienced and may not be competent. It's better to find someone else. Du Renxiang repeatedly waved his hand, with a humble attitude but sharp words, trying to withdraw from the team competition. Director, since Du Renxiang is not participating, then I won't participate either. I want to focus on preparing for the individual competition. Li Yang immediately followed suit when Du Renxiang wanted to withdraw. Without any beating around the bush. Nonsense! Is this what all three of you think? Qian Jianghe was extremely angry but also found it amusing that these three fools were so eager to withdraw. While he was angry, he also found it funny. Please grant our request. Director. Li Yang and the others looked at each other and said in unison, without any other words. Their attitude said it all. What about you, Yan Wujing? Qian Jianghe looked to the side. I'm not withdrawing. Yan Wujing shook his head without hesitation. Only fools would withdraw from a winning situation. He had already decided to rely on Wang Chen. Good. I respect your choices. I hope you won't regret it. Qian Jianghe's anger dissipated from his face, and he said in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, the three of them showed a hint of joy in their eyes, not expecting things to go so smoothly. Just as they were about to leave, there was a knock on the office door. Director Qian, I'm here. Wang Chen's voice came from outside. He had just arrived at the school and was informed that the headmaster was looking for him. Please come in. The door opened, and Wang Chen walked in briskly. The training on the battlefield had given him a sense of killing intent. Li Yang and the others secretly cast a detection spell to check Wang Chen's level. The next moment, their faces showed a look of shock. Level 51? How is this possible? A freshman at level 51, catching up with fourth-year students in level. Even drinking leveling potions couldn't achieve this, right? The three looked at each other in shock, unable to hide their regret. To reach level 51 in such a short time, he must have extraordinary means. If they could participate in the team competition together, they might achieve a good result. Ha ha! Wang Chen, well done, very well done. Qian Jianghe was excited and incoherent, his face turning red. You came at the right time. I was just about to talk to you about the team competition. He warmly stood up and led Wang Chen to sit on the sofa, treating him as an equal rather than a student. I already know about the team competition. Wang Chen nodded. On his way back, he had already been informed by Zhuang Yuerong. Knowing is enough. I plan to have the five of you represent the academy in the team competition. But, here, Qian Jianghe paused and looked at Li Yang and the others. He was giving them a way out. Director, we have no problem. Li Yang and the others responded in unison, smoothly accepting the offer. Good. Then, Qian Jianghe smiled broadly, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Wang Chen. I have a problem. These three are useless. I don't need them, Wang Chen said indifferently. In fact, he had been there long before Li Yang and the others arrived, and he had heard everything they said. He preferred to work alone rather than team up with these fickle individuals. What? Li Yang, Ma Qian, and Du Renxiang were shocked and angry. How could they, with their abilities, be considered useless? Fine, let's see how you compete without us, Du Renxiang said angrily, turning and walking away. The other two followed suit. Initially, they had thought that with Wang Chen at level 51, they had a chance in the team competition. After all, everyone was strong, and with a strong team, there was a chance. However, Wang Chen insulted them by saying they were useless. That was unacceptable. You play by yourself then. Qian Jianghe did not stop them, just looked at Wang Chen with a troubled expression. Among the fourth years, these three are the strongest. Without them, who will you find as teammates? Simple, just find three obedient ones. Wang Chen shrugged. Indifferent. I will take care of the team matters. Director, you don't need to worry. Alright, actually the team competition results are not that important. Individual competitions matter more. I believe you can set a new record. Qian Jianghe patted Wang Chen on the shoulder, pretending to be relaxed. But, I need some support. Wang Chen extended a hand and gestured. Start with 50,000 points. Qian Jianghe winced a bit. This was not a small amount. But if you want the horse to run, you have to feed it. Alright, I will arrange the 50,000 points immediately. Qian Jianghe nodded firmly. Wang Chen left the office feeling satisfied. The competition was still more than 10 days away, but he had to register early, so he only had 10 days left. During this time, he had to assemble a team and improve his own strength.
The problem now was that there were no dungeons above level 50 in Nanjiang Academy. Where could he level up? He had just returned from Demon Town. He couldn't go back there, right? Moreover, the Demon Tower couldn't be refreshed, so the leveling efficiency was greatly reduced. Relying solely on hunting some demons would be too slow for leveling up. This was why it became increasingly difficult to level up as one progressed. Advanced dungeons had become scarce resources, and fighting demons was unstable and extremely dangerous. Wang Chen. Suddenly, Yan Wujian's voice came from behind, interrupting Wang Chen's thoughts. Wang Chen turned around, a hint of displeasure on his face. Call me captain. Cut the crap. This is not Demon Town. I won't call you captain here. Yan Wujian was speechless. This guy had become addicted to being in charge. What are your plans for the team? Just the two of us? Yan Wujian approached, walking side by side with Wang Chen. Just the two of us? Wang Chen couldn't help but smile, finding it a bit awkward. What's with that expression? Do you look down on me? Yan Wujian was angry. He was the noble S-rank talent of Nanjiang Academy. How could Wang Chen look down on him like that? In terms of team selection, it's simple. Just find a few support players to make up the 5. The rest doesn't matter. Wang Chen put on a serious expression, not dwelling too much on the topic. Although Yan Wujian was arrogant, his nature was not despicable. He dared to go to the front lines and rise to the rank of captain, proving that he was suitable as a teammate. Support players? That's easy. Our academy has the top support player. I'll go talk to her later. Yan Wujian pondered for 2 seconds and nodded. Bring out your points card, Wang Chen suddenly said. Yan Wujian was puzzled but obediently took out his points card. Wang Chen didn't say a word and transferred 20,000 points. It's better to be practical than to persuade. With a simple sentence, Yan Wujian laughed. TSK. It has to be Lord Xiaowei. Just rich. Yan Wujian teased. By the way, you are now level 51, and the academy no longer has dungeons suitable for you. Where do you plan to level up? If you have nowhere to go, I have a suggestion. Oh, let's hear it. Wang Chen looked at Yan Wujian, indicating him to continue. Liuzhou, Tianmen Mountain. There are dungeons above level 50. You can enter as long as you pay. Yan Wujian said. Liuzhou. Wang Chen pondered. Liuzhou is next to Nanjiang. As long as you take the teleportation array, it is very convenient to get there. As for the dungeon of Tianmen Mountain, he heard about it for the first time. After all, he is not a local, and his knowledge of this world is not as good as Yan Wujian, a native. I got it. Wang Chen nodded, casting a grateful look at Yan Wujian. I'll go recruit people first, you figure it out. Yan Wujian waved his hand and disappeared in a rainbow light. Wang Chen didn't waste time and immediately left the academy, taking the teleportation array to Liuzhou. By noon that day, he had arrived in Liuzhou. After asking a passerby, he headed straight to Tianmen Mountain. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Chen arrived at the foot of Tianmen Mountain. Looking from afar, 2 peaks pierced the clouds, with their tops leaning against each other, forming a natural gate shape. The name Tianmen Mountain comes from this. Although it is a mountain, this place is not desolate. There are many human buildings nearby, with various facilities. Humans come and go in an endless stream. Wang Chen followed the crowd inside. Before long, he saw several huge vortexes on the side of the mountain wall, larger than any dungeon vortex he had seen. Each vortex entrance was crowded with many awakened, looking for a main tank with a challenge token. A bit aggressive. B-tier talent female support seeking party. Full set of healing skills. Any friends to team up? 1 A-tier challenge token. As soon as he approached, various shouts and calls were heard. It was a familiar atmosphere. Wang Chen walked closer and observed carefully. Level 50 to 55, Death Knight. Level 53 to 58, Tomb of the Berserker. Level 55 to 60, Fire God Island. Each dungeon requires a challenge token to enter. The lowest level 50 dungeon challenge token costs 2 million alliance coins. No wonder people were shouting to team up and pool money to buy challenge tokens. However, dungeons of this level, even a few pieces of equipment and gems, are worth a lot of money. After understanding the situation, Wang Chen purchased a Death Knight challenge token. Then, under the astonished gazes of the people around him, he chose Hell difficulty and walked in alone. The scene changed, and Wang Chen arrived at a gloomy battlefield. As far as the eye could see, there were skeletons, broken armor, and so on. At that moment, A knight in armor riding a skeletal horse rushed over with a murderous aura. Death Knight, level 52 strength, 5650 agility, 4880 spirit, 5722. Wang Chen raised his hand, and lightning flickered, blasting the Death Knight into pieces. Small monsters of this level could be easily destroyed with a snap of his fingers. He continued to kill forward, trying not to miss any monsters. Half an hour later, he had almost cleared the entire dungeon. The final boss was a level 55 super enhanced monster, with attributes equivalent to the lowest level demon marshal. For Wang Chen, this level of difficulty was no challenge at all. He didn't even need to use his Thunder God's Wrath, just crushing it directly. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Clear time 38 minutes and 55 seconds, reward settlement in progress. A huge amount of experience poured in. Wang Chen's experience was already more than half of level 51, and clearing the Hell Dungeon naturally brought him to level 52. Name, Wang Chen Talent, Purple Flame Thunder level, 52 Strength, 12590 Agility, 9952 Spirit, 197860 Skills, Thunder Dead Spirit Ball LV1, Hell Thunder Light LV1, Thunder Flash LV1, 5 Elements Thunder Shield LV1, Infinite Electric Light LV1, Thunder Extreme Arc Light LV1, Thunder Light Arrow LV5, Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV2, Thunderous Weight LV1, Great Destruction Thunder Body LV3, Purple Shine Heavenly Dragon Dance LV1 Equipment, Demon Slayer Sword, Flowing Light Robe, Void Battle Boots. Evolution Points, 1098682000 Passive, Mana Spring LV2, enhances Spirit Attribute by 20 times. When Spirit Power is below 50%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring Spirit LV2, when killing a target, there is a 3% chance to seize part of the target's attributes. Spell Critical LV5, your skills have a 100% chance to deal 200% critical damage. Enhanced Strike LV5, your third random attack is enhanced, dealing 250% additional damage. Lotus Incarnation LV5, immune to 3 fatal damages. Cooldown time, 2 hours. Received rewards, Diamond Chest X1, Intermediate Experience Stone X2, Strengthening Stone X5, Intermediate Magic Potion X5. Settlement completed. Wang Chen stepped into the exit vortex and returned to Tianmen Mountain. His appearance made the surrounding challengers stunned. This person just entered the Hell instance, and he's out so quickly? Solo speed clearing Hell difficulty. Where did this expert come from? He looks so unfamiliar, so young, judging from his attire. He seems to be a student. Could he be a genius from the 4 holy academies? Many people whispered. Wang Chen's appearance was too young, youthful and energetic, completely different from the old folks around. Almost everyone present was an awakened individual above level 50, otherwise they wouldn't be here. Most of them were around 30 years old, occasionally in their 20s, but there were hardly any as young as Wang Chen. When I was his age, I was probably only level 10. What are these young people eating to grow up so strong? The people around stared strangely at Wang Chen, ignoring the gazes of the crowd. Wang Chen was accustomed to being the center of attention wherever he went. The cooldown time for the Death Knight instance was 24 hours before he could enter again. Wang Chen could only find a place to sit down, recover his energy, and open a chest. It was his first time getting a diamond-level chest. As the chest opened, a gorgeous piece of clothing emerged. Congratulations on obtaining a top-quality equipment, Embrace of Twilight, an ancient and magnificent battle robe, like the Embrace of Night, gathers the mind and fears no danger. Attributes, Strength plus 800, Spirit plus 700, Agility plus 500. Special attribute, increases physical and magical defense by 50%, additionally reduces dark element damage by 50%. Equipment level, 50. Not bad. It also reduces dark element damage. Wang Chen's eyes lit up, immediately replacing his original equipment. The black robe made him look indescribably noble, elegant, and handsome. From then on, Wang Chen sat here, waiting for the instant's cooldown. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. The next afternoon, the cooldown time for the instance was finally over. Wang Chen stood up from the ground, stretched his muscles, and prepared to enter the instance. The people around cast strange looks at him, knowing that Wang Chen was about to enter the instance again. Some people were eager to try, wanting to invite Wang Chen to team up. Expert, I'll pay 1 million. Can you take me with you? A middle-aged man with a wrinkled face, looking like he was in his 30s or 40s, approached Wang Chen and asked, "Sorry, I can't take you." Wang Chen shook his head. This time, he was going to challenge the historical record, so naturally he couldn't bring anyone. Just then, a group of young men and women walked over briskly. They were dressed in uniform attire, well-equipped, handsome men and beautiful women, very eye-catching. The team from Liuzhou University's league has arrived. It is said that these 5 people have been selected to represent Liuzhou University in the team competition of the Intermediate Awakened contest, and they came here for training today. Many people whispered and automatically made way for them. Liuzhou University League team? The discussions of the crowd caught Wang Chen's attention, and he was surprised to find that the leader of the group was an S-level talent. Level 55. Xu Yan, level 55 talent, Red Lotus Earthfire, S, Strength, 7860 Agility, 7610 Spirit, 8190. This guy had luxurious equipment, with an average of nearly 8,000 in all 3 attributes. The other 4 were all A-level talents, with both output and control, a perfect combination, and the lowest level among them was 53. Just looking at this lineup, it was much more luxurious than that of Nanjiang University. In comparison, Liuzhou University seemed like a professional team, while Nanjiang University was clearly an amateur team. Before Zhu Yan entered the Death Knight instance, he did not look back and said firmly to his teammates behind him, "Today, we must be in our best condition and break the record of the Death Knight. Don't worry, Captain, we will definitely succeed." The teammates behind him replied loudly. Then, the group walked into the vortex and disappeared. Obviously, they were well prepared to break the record of the Death Knight instance. Wang Chen glanced at this record, which was around 35 minutes. It was 3 minutes faster than his previous completion time. The first time he entered the instance, he did not intend to break the record, but just wanted to kill more monsters, which naturally took up a lot of time. Wang Chen purchased a challenge token and entered the instance again. This time, he aimed to break the record by being faster. As soon as he entered the instance, he started killing without hesitation. Before long, he reached the final boss, Purple Radiant Dragon Dance. Wang Chen transformed into a thunderous dragon and instantly crushed the boss. Congratulations on completing the instance. Completion time, 29 minutes and 35 seconds. Settling completion rewards. Congratulations on obtaining Death Stare, Epic, X1. Intermediate Healing Potion X5. Enhancement Stone X5. He gained experience equivalent to half of level 52, and after completing the Hell instance 1 or 2 more times, he would be able to reach level 53. The experience gained from the Hell instance was many times that of normal difficulty. Otherwise, he would have to repeat it many times to level up. After level 50, the experience required to level up increased significantly. Wang Chen checked the rewards and found the Death Stare was a necklace that looked like an eyeball. Mysterious and gorgeous. Equipment attributes, Spirit plus 750, Strength plus 580, Agility plus 500. Special attributes, Immunity to eye techniques, illusions, and other mental controls. Equipment level, 50. After reading the description of Death Stare, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile. This equipment could actually resist illusions and eye techniques, making it a formidable asset against such opponents. He then put on the equipment and left the instance. As soon as he returned to the outside world, a notification of breaking the record sounded. Congratulations on breaking the Death Knight, Hell, difficulty instance. Completion time, 29 minutes and 35 seconds. Achievement reward, Death Knight's Legacy. 5 minutes faster than the historical record. Not bad, Wang Chen thought to himself, seeming somewhat unsatisfied. Those who saw this message were all stunned and speechless. To shorten the record by 5 minutes at this level was simply incredible. This is unbelievable. Clearing the Hell difficulty of the Death Knight in less than half an hour. Is he a young war god? He did it alone. How is that possible? Clearing the Hell difficulty record alone. Is this guy an SS level talent? The awakened individuals around were shocked to the core, their scalps tingling and swallowing hard. They could hardly believe all of this. Could the gap between awakened individuals be this huge? At that moment, the exit of the instance lit up, and the 5 people from Liuzhou University walked out. They were all excited, as if they had hit the jackpot. "We did it! We broke the record!" shouted one man in the team. "We did it! 33 minutes, 2 minutes faster than the historical record. Thanks to the captain, we were able to quickly kill the boss. Otherwise, how could it be so fast? I wonder what the reward will be. So looking forward to it." A few people chatted excitedly. Even Zhu Yan couldn't help but smile and straighten his back. Ha! Strange, why hasn't there been a notification yet? Suddenly, someone in the team said strangely, "It should have been notified long ago," but there was no movement at all. With this statement, the others in the team also realized, "Yeah, what's going on? Why is there no reward yet?" They looked puzzled, not understanding what was happening. The people around saw this scene, their faces extremely weird, almost bursting into laughter. Everyone tried hard to hold back their laughter, their shoulders twitching. This scene fell into the eyes of Zhu Yan and others, making them even more puzzled. Suddenly, Zhu Yan seemed to remember something and quickly opened the historical records of the instance. A brand new record stood out. Wang Chen, 29 minutes 35 seconds? Zhu Yan exclaimed in surprise. Less than 30 minutes alone? Is this guy a monster? The other people saw this record and were instantly wide-eyed, almost popping out their eyeballs. Who is Wang Chen? The record was fine before entering the instance. Why did it change when he came out? A man screamed. It's so annoying. Clearly the record was the same before entering, but it changed when he came out. It's too coincidental. It feels like they were targeted. Even if they were a little late, they could have broken a record and received an achievement reward. The people around all looked at Wang Chen, who was sitting on a nearby rock, calm and relaxed. Is this guy Wang Chen? Zhu Yan and the others were stunned, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Young, too young, younger than them. What's even more outrageous is that when they checked Wang Chen's level, they found that he was only level 52. Level 52 soloing a hell instance, setting a record. Is he still human? How should I address you? I'm Zhu Yan, a fourth-year student at Liuzhou University. Zhu Yan's expression changed, and he finally squeezed out a smile, walked up to Wang Chen, and politely spoke. Although he was angry inside for being preempted for no reason, the other party was so young, extraordinary in demeanor, noble and handsome, clearly of extraordinary origin. Maybe he was a genius from a top academy. Without understanding his background, he wouldn't act rashly. Wang Chen raised his eyelids slightly, glanced at the other party. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. He didn't embarrass Zhu Yan and responded, I'm Wang Chen, from Nanjiang University. Nanjiang University? Zhu Yan was a bit confused. Nanjiang is right next to Liuzhou, and he was very familiar with this university. Once Nanjiang University was glorious, but later declined, and in recent years, it has even been surpassed by Liuzhou University. He didn't expect Wang Chen to come from such a lagging university. He thought he was a genius from a top academy. Zhu Yan's smile faded a bit, no longer so humble. At least in terms of status, he didn't lose. Brother Wang, are you interested in going to the instance together? The challenge is on me. Zhu Yan smiled and asked. Wang Chen shook his head. No, I'm used to being alone. Hearing this, a hint of unusual color flashed in Zhu Yan's eyes. Without saying more, he turned back to the team. I didn't expect this guy to be from Nanjiang University. I thought he was from the extraordinary Holy Academy. A team member complained. Captain, why did you invite him to the instance? I invited him to test. Zhu Yan smiled and continued. I guess he used some means, or special potions, to set the record. As I expected, he refused the invitation, indicating that his methods are unsightly. Zhu Yan confidently analyzed. In his view, if Wang Chen really had outstanding talent, he would have been taken away by one of the 4 great holy academies long ago. How could he be at Nanjiang University? Talent is closely related to combat power. This is almost a universally recognized rule among all awakened individuals. Wang Chen could not have such strength without top-tier talent. He must have used some extraordinary means. Ah, so that's how it is? The female assistant in the team was surprised, her mouth wide open. She had no brains and unconditionally believed what the captain said. If you don't believe it, keep watching. I estimate that he will soon run out of tricks, and then he won't even be able to pass the normal difficulty level. Zhu Yan inexplicably confident, more and more spirited as he spoke. Captain is wise. The 4 people in the team nodded repeatedly. The previous shock swept away. Alright, next we will challenge the Tomb of the Berserker. Strive to become proficient as soon as possible, and break the record. Zhu Yan changed the subject, showing the demeanor of a captain, and began to arrange the next itinerary. Open the treasure of the Death Knight. On the other side, Wang Chen opened the achievement chest,
Congratulations on obtaining Honor Title of Deathlord X1, Moonlight Holy Symbol X1, Intermediate Skill Scroll X1, Intermediate Upgrade Potion X1, Moonlight Holy Symbol. Open the relic of the second hole. Wang Chen was overjoyed. The market value of the Starlight Holy Symbol is 10 million, and it is difficult to buy. The Moonlight Holy Symbol is worth 50 million to 1 billion. Both are rare items. Put it away first, and use it later. Wang Chen did not use it to open the second hole for the Demon Slayer sword. The opened hole cannot be transferred. There is no need to make equipment that is destined to be eliminated too good. In addition, the intermediate skill scroll contains a skill with other attributes, which is not very useful. It can only be kept for now and exchanged for money at the guild. The next day, the cooldown time of the instance was over, and Wang Chen entered the Death Knight instance again. This time, he did not pursue speed, but tried to kill more monsters as much as possible, so that he could gain more experience. It took more than 40 minutes. Wang Chen dug the entire instance 3 feet deep, not missing a single experience pack. Congratulations on clearing the instance. Clear time, 43 minutes and 21 seconds. Reward settlement in progress. A massive amount of experience surged in, and Wang Chen's body fluctuated, reaching level 53. Name, Wang Chen. Talent, Purple Flame Thunder. Level, 53. Strength, 13550. Agility, 12138. Spirit, 241320. Skills, Thunder Death Sphere LV1, Hell Thunder Light LV1, Thunder Flash LV1, 5 Elements Thunder Shield LV1, Endless Electric Light LV1, Thunder Extreme Arc Light LV1, Thunder Light Arrow LV5. Click to expand Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV2, Thunderous Force LV1, Great Destruction Thunder Body LV3, Purple Radiant Dragon Dance LV1. Equipment, Demon Slayer Sword, Embrace of Dusk, Death Stare. Click to expand evolution points. 1287562000. Passive, Mana Spring LV2, enhances spirit attribute by 20 times. When spirit power is below 50%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring Spirit LV2, when killing a target, there is a 3% chance to seize part of the target's attributes. Spell Crit LV5, your skills have a 100% chance to deal 200% critical damage. Strengthen Strike LV5, your third attack gains enhancement, dealing 250% additional damage. Lotus Incarnation LV5, immune to 3 fatal damages. Cooldown time of 2 hours. After receiving the rewards, Wang Chen immediately left the instance. At level 53, he could enter the next instance. As expected by the captain, his clearance speed has slowed down. It seems that he has almost used up his trump cards. Before another instance, Zhu Yan and others saw Wang Chen coming out of the instance, and one of them smiled and said, "The captain's analysis is spot on. The captain is truly wise." The female assistant was excited, her eyes full of admiration. Nothing to be proud of. Zhu Yan smiled slightly, graceful and composed. Everything was within his expectations. Don't show off basic operations. We have already gone through the tomb of the Berserker once. Next we need to cooperate with each other, shorten the time, and challenge the historical record. Zhu Yan said seriously and professionally. Do you have confidence? We are confident, the 14 members shouted. Wang Chen left the Death Knight instance and immediately purchased a challenge token for the Tomb of the Berserker. This instance accommodates levels 53 to 58 to enter, and his level is just right. Seeing Wang Chen approaching, Zhu Yan and others showed surprise on their faces. Brother Wang, are you going to challenge the Tomb of the Berserker? Zhu Yan asked with a smile. The level is enough. I want to give it a try. Wang Chen nodded, looking like he didn't quite understand. The Tomb of the Berserker is much more difficult than the Death Knight. The difficulty is much greater. If you solo it, I suggest you start with the normal difficulty and try the intensity first. Zhu Yan said. Isn't it a waste of my challenge token to play on normal difficulty? Wang Chen shook his head and decisively chose the Hell difficulty. Directly entered. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yan and others were all stunned. This guy, directly choosing Hell difficulty? Not listening to good advice. Even though the captain advised him, he still wants to challenge Hell difficulty. The female assistant said dissatisfied, feeling that Wang Chen was very arrogant, not giving face to the captain. Forget it, let him go. He will understand after suffering a loss. Zhu Yan shook his head and generously did not dwell on it. Then, the group also entered the instance. The scene in front of them changed. Wang Chen found himself in an underground palace.
It was as if a tomb raider had invaded the imperial tomb. Torches were lit around, making the whole space dim and oppressive. The palace was in a 9-square grid style, starting from the outermost and reaching the innermost one, where the final boss was located. Soon, a row of dried corpses draped in tattered cloth and holding staffs appeared. Soul Summoner, level 55 strength, 8865 agility, 6320 spirit, 9890. Chirp! In an instant, the Soul Summoner moved the staff in his hand, and vortexes of black holes rushed towards Wang Chen. It is said that once trapped in a black hole, the soul will be sucked away. Wang Chen flashed to the back of the Soul Summoner, with a thunderous death spirit ball in his hand. 10,000 points of spirit injected. The thunderous death spirit ball fell in the center of the Soul Summoner. The next moment, boom! A space-shaking explosion sounded, and all the Soul Summoners were blown to pieces, killing the Soul Summoner. Evolution points plus 266,666, killing the target. Strength plus 125. Wang Chen walked towards the next palace. Inside this palace were ghostly spirits, moving fast as if death's messengers. Fortunately, Wang Chen's speed was not slow, and he also had a locking skill. In a moment, he passed through to the next level unharmed. In this way, 50 minutes later, Wang Chen finally arrived at the last palace. There were 4 crystals inside the palace, which had to be broken in order to summon the boss. According to the instance, only by collecting the most undead aura at the end could the berserker be resurrected. Thump! A strong and intense heartbeat sound came from below the palace. A mechanism in the center, resembling an altar, suddenly opened, revealing an ancient coffin 3 meters long. Bang! A strong wave emanated from it. The lid of the coffin flew off, revealing a giant holding a sword slowly rising. His body was full of blood, his hair flying wildly, like a killing god, a merciless killing machine. Berserker, level 58 strength, 13080 agility, 9960 spirit, 11750 skills, furious killing intent, braver in battle, soul-slaying frenzy, wrathful slash, blade storm, berserk battle armor, berserk battle heart. Summing up the berserker's skills, they all involve madness. Once in battle, he will not stop until he kills the opponent, or if he is killed by the opponent, the battle will end. His base attributes average 10,000, and some skills can amplify attributes during battle. Thump! The berserker jumped out of the coffin, landing heavily on the ground, cracking the surrounding ground like a spider's web. The next moment, he jumped again, the giant sword in his hand slashing down towards Wang Chen. If hit, even a mountain could be split in half. Wang Chen was already on guard, flashing with thunderous lightning to the back, followed by a lightning arc piercing through the berserker's chest. He roared, his body burning with raging flames, triggering skills, and his strength defense rapidly increasing. The blood-red flames wrapped around his body like armor, giving him a majestic and awe-inspiring appearance. Wang Chen knew that with just this level of damage, he couldn't kill the berserker unless he could blow him to pieces. He transformed into a purple thunder dragon and charged unstoppably towards the berserker. In an instant, the purple and red forces filled the entire hall, creating a storm that swept in all directions. Wang Chen was shocked to find that the berserker actually withstood the purple radiance dragon dance and wasn't instantly killed. Half of his body was blown away, one arm was lost, but he still stood holding a giant sword. Despite suffering such heavy injuries, he refused to die and continued to fight. Good, let's see when you'll die. Wang Chen's fighting spirit was ignited, and he continuously unleashed the thunderous fist of 5 thunders. Each strike was like a rolling thunder, with a majestic and imposing momentum. 3 minutes later, the berserker's body was completely shattered. There was not a single intact part left. Kill the berserker. Evolution points plus 588,888. Congratulations on clearing the instance. Clear time, 58 minutes 16 seconds. Settling clearance rewards. The experience from the berserker instance was much higher than that of the Death Knight instance. However, Wang Chen's level had also increased compared to before. Completing a Hell level instance had increased his experience by about 1/3. Congratulations on obtaining Diamond Chest X1, Berserk Battle Armor Skill Scroll X1, Enhancement Stones X10, Intermediate Magic Potion X5, Berserk Battle Armor? Wang Chen was taken aback. This was a skill of the berserker that formed an armor-like defense on the body. This move had resisted the purple radiance dragon dance. Can I learn this skill too? Wang Chen's mind raced as he opened the skill scroll to read the detailed description.
He found that this skill did not specify any attributes, meaning that any profession could learn it. Berserk Battle Armor, active awaken the fighting spirit within. Using one's own strength as armor to increase physical defense, magical defense, and tenacity. Learning level, level 50, learn. Without hesitation, Wang Chen immediately learned the Berserk Battle Armor. With his mental strength, learning more skills wouldn't hurt. In an instant, thunderous elements condensed around him, forming a large area of armor that enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chen transformed into a purple-gold mecha-like figure, resembling a Transformers character. Full of a mix of science fiction and mythology, he looked handsome and mysterious. Not bad, just based on the appearance alone. It's worth it even without any added attributes. Wang Chen under the mask couldn't contain his excitement. This thing was too cool. Who could resist such a mecha? After a while, Wang Chen reluctantly put away the battle armor and left the instance. As soon as he came out, he saw Zhu Yan and others gathered together, chatting and discussing about the instance. This challenge was very successful, even faster than the last time. Everyone was very happy. When they saw Wang Chen coming out, they were all stunned. If they remembered correctly, Wang Chen had challenged the hell difficulty. Brother Wang, did you succeed in the challenge? Zhu Yan asked in surprise. For such a simple instance, would I fail? Wang Chen brushed it off casually. After speaking, he walked to the side. Simple? The others looked at each other. Could the hell difficulty instance be considered simple? Was he speaking human language? Zhu Yan was completely unsettled, suddenly having a terrible thought. Could this guy be aiming to break the Berserker's record? Everyone, rest well. Tomorrow, we'll challenge the historical record. Understood, Captain. The others nodded heavily, their eyes determined. The next day, Zhu Yan's team arrived early. As soon as the instance cooldown ended, they couldn't wait to enter. Shortly after, Wang Chen also arrived. He glanced at the Berserker's historical record. 41 minutes 55 seconds. Using a challenge token, he entered the hell difficulty. With the experience from the last time, Wang Chen was even more adept and had mastered some quick clearance techniques. The Tomb of the Berserker requires killing a certain number of monsters, collecting the death aura of the undead, in order to awaken the final boss. It's not possible to just charge forward blindly. The monsters that need to be killed must be killed. Not a single one can be missed. Half an hour later, Wang Chen arrived at the final palace and skillfully awakened the Berserker. Great Thunder Destruction Body. Activate. Without further ado, Wang Chen activated the Forbidden Curse and entered a state of frenzy. His power instantly reached an unimaginable level. Berserk Battle Armor. Thunderous armor appeared, enveloping his entire body, and thus, a completely new form emerged. Wang Chen transformed into an armored warrior with thunderous flames burning on his body. With a slender figure, cool armor, and purple flames swirling around him, just standing there exuded a terrifying sense of oppression. Boom! In the next moment, Wang Chen shot out like a cannonball and instantly appeared in front of the Berserker. 5 thunderous fist. With just one punch, half of the Berserker's body was shattered. He went mad and swung his sword, but Wang Chen stood his ground, using both hands to deflect the giant sword, which was then sent flying high before being released. Bang! A series of punches followed. The Berserker was completely reduced to a pile of minced meat. Beyond death. Defeat the Berserker. Evolution points plus 588,888. Defeat the target. Agility plus 155. Congratulations on clearing the instance. Clear time, 38 minutes 15 seconds. Settling clearance rewards. A series of prompts sounded in his ears. His experience points increased significantly, and he was not far from reaching level 54. Congratulations on obtaining Diamond Chest X1, Advanced Spirit Gem X1, Intermediate Healing Potion X5, Intermediate Experience Stone X2. Wang Chen left the instance, and the notification of breaking the record followed. Congratulations on breaking the Berserker's Tomb, Hell, difficulty instance record. Clear time, 38 minutes 15 seconds. Achievement reward, Berserker's Lost Treasure Chest. Open the Lost Treasure Chest. Wang Chen couldn't wait and immediately opened the chest. Reward obtained, Epic Equipment Random Gift Box X1. Epic Equipment? Not bad. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. Who would complain about having too good equipment? As the chest shook, a belt-like equipment appeared. Mad God Belt, Strength plus 1800, Spirit plus 1000, Agility plus 1000. Special effect,
when health is below 50%. Trigger the power of the Mad God. Ignore pain, and reduce all damage taken by half. Equipment level, level 55. Going completely crazy? Wang Chen's expression was strange, hoping not to need the special effect of this equipment. At this moment, news of Wang Chen breaking the record gradually spread throughout Tianmen Mountain. Damn! The record of the Berserker's tomb has been broken? Solo in 38 minutes. What kind of monster is this? This guy just broke the record of the Death Knight a few days ago. Who on earth is he? Haven't you heard? He's a student from the neighboring Nanjiang University. I can't believe he's still a student. The crowd was boiling, unprecedentedly lively. Just then, the Zhuyin team came out. Oh, what a pity! 2 minutes away from the historical record. Keep trying. A few more attempts will do. The few people discussed with regret, but their voices were loud, as if deliberately showing off. Soon, they were proven wrong. Still 2 minutes away? New record. 38 minutes. These people don't know yet. The record has been broken again. They probably won't be able to break it in this lifetime. A record that had been challenged by countless people. Even being a few seconds faster was a huge improvement, let alone suddenly being 3 to 4 minutes faster. Without a doubt, for a very, very long time in the future, no one would be able to break it. Hearing the mocking words of the people around them, Zhu Yan and the others' faces changed suddenly. What happened? When they saw the new record, everything became clear. Wang Chen had broken the record again. For a moment, they looked worse than if they had eaten shit. Especially Zhu Yan, who had vowed that Wang Chen had used unspeakable means. Now it seems that they really have the strength. I have become a clown instead. The female assistant in the team who trusted him the most, looking at him, was already full of doubts. Completely ruined. There is still a chance. Go back and rest first. Fight again tomorrow. Xu Yan couldn't bear to stay any longer. Mumbled a sentence with a confused mind, and ran away first, not even caring about his teammates. In the following days, Wang Chen either ran dungeons or waited for dungeon cooldowns. He didn't go anywhere else. He tried to improve his level as much as possible. Seeing that the Intermediate Awakener tournament was about to begin, he didn't have much time left. To ensure nothing went wrong, a higher level was naturally better. 3 days later, Wang Chen cleared the tomb of the Berserker again, and with a surge of experience, his body fluctuated, and his level finally rose to 55. It's almost time to go back. Wang Chen felt his own strength and muttered to himself. After reaching level 55, Wang Chen opened the chests he had recently obtained and got 2 pieces of top-quality level 55 equipment. In addition, after reaching level 55, he could also use the Berserker belt. He equipped himself with the new gear all at once, further boosting his attributes. Check the attribute panel. Wang Chen thought to himself. Name, Wang Chen talent, Purple Flame Thunder level, 55 strength, 16860 agility, 15766 spirit, 312870 skills, Berserk War Armor LV1, Thunder Dead Spirit Ball LV1, Hell Thunder Light LV1, Thunder Flash LV1, 5 Elements Thunder Shield LV1, Infinite Electric Light LV1, Thunder Extreme Arc Light LV1, Expand Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV2, Thunderous Force LV1, Great Destruction Thunder Body LV3, Purple Shine Heavenly Dragon Dance LV1 Equipment, Demon Slayer Sword, Berserker Belt, Twilight Embrace, Death Stare, Expand Evolution Points, 187528500 Passive, Mana Spring LV2, enhances Spirit Attribute by 20 times. When Spirit is below 50%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring Spirit LV2, when killing a target, there is a 3% chance to seize part of the target's attributes. Spell Crit LV5, your skills have a 100% chance to deal 200% critical damage. Strengthen Strike LV5, your third attack gains enhancement, dealing 250% additional damage. Lotus Incarnation LV5, immune to 3 fatal damages, cooldown 2 hours. Excluding divine level passive bonuses, Wang Chen's average attributes are 15,000. An ordinary level 55 Awakener has an average attribute of about 5,000. He is already 3 times stronger than others. Then, Wang Chen left Tianmen Mountain and took the teleportation array to Nanjiang City. When he arrived in Nanjiang City, it was already evening. Wang Chen stayed at home for a night and returned to the academy early the next day. With only a few days left until the Intermediate Awakener tournament, everyone was using the remaining time to improve themselves. The relaxed atmosphere of the past was gone, replaced by a sense of urgency. At this moment, his communicator vibrated, and Wang Chen opened it to see a message from Yan Wujing. Wang Chen, when are you coming back? I'll introduce you to the first assistant. I'm already at the academy. Where are you? Wang Chen replied. In the dungeon's secret realm. Yan Wujing responded. I'll be right there. Wang Chen headed straight to the dungeon's secret realm. Not long after, he arrived at the secret realm. Due to the tournament, it was particularly lively here, with several times more people than usual. Among them were many last-minute joiners, making their final push. This was also the reason why the Alliance held the tournament, to motivate people to cultivate. Wang Chen, over here. A voice suddenly sounded, and Yan Wujing walked over briskly, followed by a woman. The woman was tall and full-figured, her chest tight, wearing black-framed glasses, looking elegant and intellectual. She held a book in her arms, resembling a magical female teacher. Let me introduce you. This is Kong Jing, the first female assistant of our academy, Yan Wujing said in a casual manner, stepping aside to let the woman take the lead. Wang Chen nodded, his gaze lingering on the woman. Kong Jing, level 50 talent, comprehensive amplification, strength, 4550 agility, 4288 spirit, 5190 skills, strength amplification, agility amplification, spirit amplification, amplification domain, courage aura. Wang Chen nodded secretly. It was indeed a comprehensive amplification, with all kinds of amplifications, both single target and group target. Although her personal combat power was weak, having such a support in the team would bring significant improvement. Assistants like her were in high demand for many teams. Under Kong Jing's black-framed glasses, a pair of eyes curiously assessed Wang Chen, the newcomer who defeated Yan Wujing some time ago, a prominent figure at Nanjiang University. Junior, for the sake of 10,000 points, I promise to join your team. Of course, also for the honor of the academy. But relying solely on the three of us might not be enough. Kong Jing calmly spoke, like a mature and elegant lady. The news of the team competition has spread, and many senior students feel hopeless and are unwilling to join our team. Yan Wujiang said. Hearing this, Wang Chen smiled, and Yu Run shrugged. It's okay, senior sister, just amplify me, and leave the rest to me. If it weren't for the rule requiring 5 people to participate in the team competition, he would have gone alone. I'll look for 2 more people, give me some time. Yan Wujiang's gaze was firm, showing a stubborn seriousness. No need to bother. Wang Chen waved his hand and casually stopped a passing chubby student. How should I address you, classmate? The chubby student was taken aback, nervously looking at Wang Chen and his group. Wang Chen, senior, I'm Huang Shi, a third-year student. Is there something you need from me? Our team is short of members. Would you like to join? Wang Chen asked with a friendly smile. Me? Can I? But I'm only level 38. Will I hold you back? Huang Shi asked worriedly. It's fine. If I say you're good, then you're good, Wang Chen said confidently. Alright, we only need 1 more person. Let's call Xue Qingyue later. Wang Chen clapped his hands. Done. Yan Wujiang and Kong Jing were speechless. Wasn't this too hasty? Just pulling in anyone. And they even had to invite Xue Qingyue, whose level was even lower. This was a regional competition, not child's play. If it weren't for the shortage of people, Kong Jing would probably have quit immediately. Forget it, it seems the academy doesn't value the team competition. I'd better focus on individual matches, she thought, suddenly feeling relieved. Let's get started. Wang Chen messaged Xue Qingyue, and in less than 10 minutes, this cold woman arrived at the instant's dungeon. Seeing Wang Chen, she walked briskly towards him, then slowed down halfway, pretending to be indifferent. Xue Qingyue was already level 32, meeting the competition requirements. Thus, a participating team was formed. Train well here. I'll leave first. Wang Chen waved his hand and was about to leave. Yan Wujiang and Kong Jing were once again speechless, while others were training nervously. This guy just left without a care. Captain, please rest assured, I will train hard and not let you down. Chubby student Huang Shi stood at attention, shouting confidently. He was very serious and dedicated. Good, very spirited. Wang Chen stopped in his tracks, very satisfied with the chubby student's attitude, took out a points card, and rewarded him with 10,000 points. Use it to buy some equipment. Huang Shi was overjoyed.
his round face turning red with excitement.
Thank you, Captain. The people around were all excited to see this scene. Wow, this chubby guy joined the league team,
and Wang Chen directly gave him 10,000 points.
Damn, why wasn't I chosen? But on second thought, is it too hasty for the academy to let Wang Chen lead the team?
The chubby guy is not at my level yet.
Isn't he looking for abuse by going there? I'm going to report to the dean that Wang Chen is neglecting his duties. This is simply outrageous. Don't disgrace the reputation of our university. Many people were both envious and jealous, so angry that they wanted to curse. Deep down,
they wished they could replace Huang Shi and enjoy those 10,000 points.
But on the surface, they couldn't say it directly, so they could only criticize from a moral standpoint. Soon,
this news spread throughout the college.
Fourth year living area. That guy is crazy, actually recruiting 2 rookies in their 30s and treating the competition as a joke. Li Yang, Du Runxian,
and Ma Qian learned the news and immediately burst into laughter.
Without us, he can't even form a normal team, so get ready to lose face. Arrogant. This is the price he deserves. The news spread like wildfire, and some even went to the disciplinary office to report. However, the college's explanation was simple.
The selection of team members for the group competition is fully responsible by Wang Chen,
and the college will not interfere. When the news came out, many people were dumbfounded,
not expecting the college to trust Wang Chen so much.
A bunch of fools. This guy is the youngest school lieutenant in history.
Yan Wujiang sneered repeatedly after learning the news. The college naturally trusted Wang Chen when they knew about this news.
In other words, in the entire South Jian University, no one was more suitable than Wang Chen. Even as the only S rank, he had to admit it. Amidst public opinion,
the day of the competition finally approached.
Since the event was held in the Magic City, participants had to register 3 days in advance. There were about 300 colleges in District 7,
and each college would register the participating students in advance and bring them together.
South Jian University had 5,000 students, except for the first and second years, and some lower-level students. This time, more than 500 people participated in the competition, and in some large advanced colleges, this number would be even higher. Therefore, roughly estimating,
nearly 200,000 people participated in this competition, and all of them were the most outstanding awakeners in each region.
Early in the morning, the square of South Jian University was crowded with people. The participating students were full of anticipation, waiting to set off. Many onlookers wished them luck. Go for it. You must win. Finally, the day has come. I will definitely do my best. Beside Wang Chen,
the chubby guy Huang Shi excitedly clenched his fists,
full of enthusiasm in this atmosphere.
After these few days of hard work, the 4 members of Wang Chen's team had all made progress.
Yan Wujiang at level 48, Kong Jing at level 51,
Huang Shi at level 40, and Xue Qingyue at level 35.
Let's all do our best together. Wang Chen smiled,
infected by the optimism of the chubby guy.
Feeling great. At this moment, Lu Jinshan appeared, followed by many college mentors. Students, set off. With a loud shout, he officially started the journey to the Magic City. Half a day later, the teachers and students of South Jian University finally arrived in the Magic City.
The exam location was in the suburbs near the city center,
close to the sea.
There was a huge town here called Mingzhu City.
The city had everything,
hosting numerous grand events, and all the previous intermediate awakeners competitions were held here.
What a magnificent giant city! Wang Chen looked at Mingzhu City in amazement. The vastness of this city was almost comparable to the Demon City. On the city walls, high-tech weapons and heavy guards could be seen. Everyone was amazed,
seeing such a magnificent giant city for the first time.
At this moment, teams from various places had already gathered under the city gate. Each team, dressed in similar clothes, entered the city one by one under the guidance of their mentors. Everyone, keep up, don't fall behind. Be careful when you're out. Remember, you represent South Jian University. Lu Jinshan earnestly reminded them,
fearing that any troublemakers would tarnish the reputation of the college.
Then, the group entered the city. Led by Dean Lu, they arrived at the registration hall,
where the crowd was even more lively.
Wang Chen,
you guys come over first and register for the team competition qualification. Lu Jinshan squeezed to the front of a counter and waved to Wang Chen and others.
Wang Chen led Yan Wujiang, Kong Jing, Huang Shi,
and Xue Qingyue to come over.
Come on, let's test the levels first. The registration staff knocked on the crystal ball on the table and said indifferently. Wang Chan and the others tested one by one. When it came to Huang Shi and Xue Qingyue, the registration staff's expression became interesting, looking at them strangely. Nanjian University. Director Liu, are you kidding? The levels of these two are too low. Since he started registering, there have been hardly any teams below level 50. Here, there were unexpectedly teams in their 30s. Xue Qingyue blushed slightly. She didn't want this either. It was all because of Wang Chen pushing her up. Hey, this is a small issue. Is there a rule that prohibits participation? Lu Jinshan waved his hand and said with a smile. The registration staff shook his head and said no more. Since the parties involved were like this, there was no need for more words. The conversation between the two attracted the attention of the people around, and when they saw the levels of Xue Qingyue and Huang Shi, their expressions became strange. Participating in the team competition at level 38? Is there no one left in this college? Nanjian University. I remember this college was quite famous, once glorious. How did it end up like this now? I guess they have no hope for the team competition. Just randomly found a few to make up the numbers. Anyway, the champions of each session are always from the Transcendent Academy. Some people smiled and whispered, "Hey, Lu Fatty, are these your team competition members?" At this time, a mocking voice rang out, and a thin and tall man in his 30s, followed by a group of people, walked over. The several people behind him, both men and women, dressed gorgeously, clearly looked like a professional team. Each of them had an invisible arrogance on their faces, but when they saw Wang Chen, their faces suddenly stiffened, and then they looked around. Zheng Guodong, who are you calling fatty? You skinny guy? Lu Jinshan glared at the newcomer and angrily shouted. You guys are making too much trouble. Although there is no hope for the team competition, you can't be so careless. This little fatty, who is only level 40, is not your illegitimate child, right? The man named Zhang Guodong playfully pinched Huang Shi's chubby face, his features wrinkled with laughter. Lu Jinshan's face turned red with anger. So you are confident in getting results? I dare not. At least better than you guys. Zhang Guodong smiled and pulled the handsome man behind him forward. Let me introduce you. This is our academy's Juyen, S-level talent, level 57. At this point, Zhang Guodong suddenly realized that this guy was at a loss, looking around like a child who had done something wrong. His usual air of arrogance was completely gone. Zhu Yan, what's wrong with you? Why are you so awkward? Zhang Guodong asked quietly with his head down. Zhang Guodong was confused. Usually, this kid Zhu Yan was confident and outstanding, a representative of Liuzhou University, but now he was shrinking back, like a child who had done something wrong and met his parents. Did he take the wrong medicine? And nothing. Director, let's go. Zhu Yan's face turned red. Stammering, he just wanted to leave here quickly. He never expected that the target of his academy director's provocation was Nanjian University, and Wang Chen was also there. This abnormal person could easily crush their entire team, and their academy director was showing off here, even pulling him out to show off. Zhu Yan felt like a silly clown, wanting to find a hole to hide in. What are you leaving for? We haven't registered yet? What's wrong with you? Didn't sleep well last night? Zheng Guodong stared with his eyes wide, his neck stiff as he questioned. At a critical moment of showing off, this kid actually messed up. It was so embarrassing. Ha ha, Zhang Monkey, if the kid is tired, take him to rest quickly. Don't stand here. Lu Jinshan laughed heartily. He didn't know what had happened, but he knew it was time to strike back. Humph, wait and see you at the competition. Zheng Guodong couldn't bear to stay any longer, so he led the team to change registration places. Zhu Yan, what's wrong with you? How could you make me lose face in front of Lu Panzi? Where is your usual demeanor? With no one around, Zheng Guodong looked at Zhu Yan and asked discontentedly. You just made me lose face big time. Not only did I lose face, but you all did too. As he spoke, he became increasingly agitated and gradually irritable. Dean, it's not that I don't want to save face for you. It's just, Zhu Yan frowned, shook his head, and sighed. I know one of the opponents. A few days ago at Tianmen Mountain, he soloed the Tomb of the Berserker and set a historical record for hell difficulty. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to speak out. Otherwise the dean would not forgive himself. What? Is this true? Zheng Guodong was stunned, a layer of surprise appearing in his eyes. soloing the berserker on hell difficulty and setting a record. Even an S-class genius couldn't do that. What's his name? Wang Chen. Zhu Yan replied. Wang Ting? I seem to have heard this name before. Seems to be the top scholar in Nanjiang City, said to have only C-level talent. Later joined Nanjiang University. Zheng Guodong's face became serious. The more he spoke, the more surprised he felt. As neighboring brother cities, he naturally paid attention to the information about Nanjiang University's entrance exam. What surprised him was, can someone with C-level talent be so powerful? C-level talent? Zhu Yan and the team members behind him all widened their eyes in shock. This can't be true. How can C-level talent be so strong? I don't believe it. It seems to confirm what a certain master said. There are no wasted talents, only wasted awakeners. I lost completely. Zhu Yan smiled bitterly. He thought Wang Chen's talent was better than his, so it was reasonable for him to be stronger. But he never expected that the other party's talent was much worse than his, yet the person was much stronger. So the problem is obvious. He's just a waste. Zhu Yan, don't underestimate yourself. Talent is always the primary productivity. It concerns your future limits. When you reach a high level, powerful talents can awaken formidable forbidden spells. That's the key to your strength. Zheng Guodong said solemnly, when an awakener reaches their 70s, they will awaken their first innate forbidden spell. The more powerful the talent, the more powerful the forbidden spell awakened. This is the difference between S-class talent and ordinary talent. Hearing this, Zhu Yan's eyes brightened slightly, greatly encouraged. Yes, his potential has not been fully unleashed yet. In the late stages, there is no need to compare with others in the early stages. Moreover, team matches are not about individual bravery. As long as you cooperate well, the chances of winning are still high. Zheng Guodong comforted. At this moment, he transformed into a spiritual mentor, fervently brainwashing the few people. His words were effective. The confidence of the few people soared, dispelling the gloom and regaining their spirits. Thank you for your guidance, Dean. Students know what to do now. Zhu Yan's eyes shone brightly, full of spirit. The lost confidence returned once again. On the other side, Wang Chen and the others completed the registration, each receiving an identity card, then left the registration hall. The competition is divided into 3 stages: the selection round, the elimination round, and the ranking round. This is a confrontation between individuals, different from fighting monsters in dungeons. Your opponents are only of the same kind. On the way to the accommodation, Lu Jinshan emphasized the rules of the competition to everyone. Hundreds of students listened thoughtfully. With complex expressions, they usually only fought monsters in dungeons and rarely battled awakeners. Let's talk about the selection round first. This stage is very simple. There will be a test stake. As long as you can deal 40 levels of standard damage, you can advance to the next elimination round. Lu Jinshan continued. In other words, the selection round will screen out participants below level 40. Of course, if you are outstanding, even if you are below 40 levels, you can still advance to the next round. Hearing this, many people breathed a sigh of relief. It was hard enough to participate in a competition once. If they couldn't even pass the first round, it would be a huge embarrassment. In the upcoming elimination round, this is the most intense segment, where participants will compete in pairs until 1,000 winners are determined to enter the final ranking match. The crowd was amazed. No wonder they say the elimination round is the most intense, leaving only 1,000 people in the end, which means that 10,000 people will be eliminated in the second round. This elimination round is too terrifying. What if we encounter students from the Extraordinary Academy right from the start? Wouldn't we be killed in minutes? Yes, it's all about luck. The random matching mechanism is too ruthless. Participants from Nanjiang Academy discussed nervously. Luck is also part of one's strength. Just because you are weaker, it doesn't mean all the rules should favor you. The Intermediate Awaken contest is to select the most outstanding talented awakeners, where strength is paramount. Lu Jinshan said solemnly. The significance of the alliance hosting this competition is to reward and cultivate talents, while also serving as motivation. It's not about friendship first, competition second. As they spoke, the accommodations were assigned. Everyone is free to move around, but do not leave the city. Rest up and prepare well, Lu Jinshan reminded. Then, the group dispersed. At night, Wang Chen walked out of the hotel and strolled through Mingzhu City. He learned from Lu Jinshan that there were dungeons in the city.
so he decided to check them out since he had some free time. The competition was still 2 days away from officially starting, so he wanted to improve himself in the meantime. An hour later, Wang Chen arrived at a square bustling with people gathered in groups. He saw the vortex at the entrance of the dungeon. It was huge, with dozens of them. Wang Chen's eyes lit up as he walked over. To enter the dungeons in Mingzhu City, one had to pay and wait for a 24-hour cooldown. The dungeons here started at a minimum level of 30 and went up to level 70. It conveniently covered the levels of intermediate awakeners. It seemed like he came prepared with this intention. This way, one could improve their level while participating in the competition. Wang Chen randomly chose a dungeon suitable for his level, selected the highest difficulty, and confidently entered. In less than an hour, he came out. Then, he chose another dungeon suitable for his level. This way, on the night before the competition, Wang Chen's level had increased to 56. Name, Wang Chen Talent, Purple Flame Thunder Level, 56 Strength, 17385 Agility, 16572 Spirit, 325650 Skills, Berserk Battle Armor LV1, Thunderous Death Sphere LV1, Hell Thunder Flash LV1, Thunder Flash LV1, 5 Elements Thunder Shield LV1, Infinite Electric Radiance LV1, Thunder Arclight LV1, Click to expand Forbidden Curse, Great Serpent Thunder Spear LV2, Thunderous Force LV1, Great Annihilation Thunder Body LV3, Purple Radiant Heavenly Dragon Dance LV1 Equipment, Demon Slayer Sword, Divine Belt, Embrace of Twilight, Death Stare. Click to expand evolution points. 259688500 passive, Mana Source LV2, enhances spirit attribute by 20 times. When spirit is below 50%, recovery speed increases by 1000%. Soul Devouring Spirit LV2, when killing a target, there is a 3% chance to see some of the target's attributes. Spell Critical LV5, your skills have a 100% chance to deal 200% critical damage. Strengthen Strike LV5, your third attack gains enhancement, dealing 250% additional damage. Lotus Incarnation LV5, immune to 3 fatal damages, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Wang Chen returned to his accommodation and had a good night's sleep. The next day, the morning sun shone on Mingzhu City, bathing the giant city in golden light, giving it a sacred color. All participants woke up early and headed towards the city center in groups. Today, not only participants but also many invited spectators were present, including many prominent figures. Even the television station was broadcasting live coverage, making it a grand event for the entire nation. In the center of Mingzhu City was a square that could accommodate millions of people. The outer layers were filled with seats, and at this moment, many people were already scattered around sitting. In the square, areas were divided, each with many large crystal columns. This is a unique magic stone that can measure the strength of attackers. The first round of selection is to attack this column and judge the results. The exam time has come. All examinees have entered the waiting area. There are 8 entrances to the square, each leading to all directions of Mingzhu City. 2 examiners flew out, cast spells, and lifted the barriers sealing the entrances. Immediately, examinees from 8 directions came out one after another and entered the waiting areas of various regions. All examinees, please note that the content of the assessment is to attack these magic columns. Remember, you must use all your strength. Each person has only one chance. If you fail to reach the 40th level standard, you will be eliminated. During the process, the use of amplifying potions and other temporary enhancing props is not allowed. The equipment you carry can be used normally, the examiner announced loudly, his voice resounding throughout the square. The first round of selection is very simple and straightforward. Just to attack the magic columns with all your strength. Either you make it or you don't. There are no other fancy tricks, just a straightforward fight. This is the most basic selection. Only by passing this assessment can you enter the real battle. For those with a level higher than 40, there is no pressure, just a formality. But for those below 40, or exactly at 40, it is a test. In a certain part of the square, participants from Nanjiang University were grouped together. Wang Chen stood in the line, looking calm. Beside him, Huang Shi, a chubby guy, and Shui Qingyue, with a nervous expression. What if I can't reach the 40th level standard? What if I can't even pass the first round? Huang Shi was at a loss. He had leveled up in the past 2 days, reaching level 41, but he lacked confidence. Shui Qingyue, at level 39, appeared calm on the surface.
but was already panicking inside. Don't worry, relax. If you get eliminated in the individual competition, there's still the team competition, Wang Chen said casually. To put it bluntly, even if Huang Shi and Xue Qingyue pass the selection, they will probably be eliminated in the knockout round, because those who can enter the knockout round have at least a strength of 40. It can't get any lower. At this moment, the test began. In the front of the waiting area, a man was signaled by the examiner and walked quickly to the magic column. He was an awakened physical damage dealer. With a roar, his muscles swelled up, turning him into a half-beast, and then he punched the magic column. Boom! A wave of energy spread out, and a series of numbers appeared on the magic column, showing the damage he dealt. 36,577. Then, the strength level appeared on the magic column. Level 44. Lu Yang, level 44. Passed. Next, after the examiner made the record, he spoke sternly. Subsequently, one participant after another went up for the test. The vast majority of participants reached level 40 or above, with only a few failing to do so and being eliminated with a bitter expression. Most of those below level 40 had self-awareness and didn't even come to participate. Only a few who were self-righteous and arrogant came to compete. However, in a competition beyond level 40, more than 90% of the participants were destined to be cannon fodder. Wang Chen watched quietly. So far, no one in their test area had dealt over 100,000 damage. Next, Li Yang. Just then, a familiar name was called, and Wang Chen showed a keen interest. Li Yang strode out and came to the magic column. His body shimmered with golden light, like a golden figure. Boom! A heavy punch hit the magic column. A series of numbers burst out. 146,892. Level 55. The crowd was amazed. Li Yang, level 55. Passed. Next, the examiner announced loudly. Li Yang walked back proudly. Soon after, it was Yan Wujing's turn. He dealt 100,000 damage, but Wang Chen could tell that he didn't use all his strength. Next, Huang Shi and Xue Qingyue also had some surprises and dangers, both achieving damage exceeding level 40 standards. Seeing this, Wang Chen could already roughly estimate how much damage he could deal with a full force strike. If he went all out, he should be able to deal over 1,000,000 damage. At this moment, the examiner called out Wang Chen's name. Wang Chen strode forward and arrived in front of the magic pillar. Looking at the magic pillar in front of him, Wang Chen fell silent for 2 seconds, then casually struck it with the back of his hand. Bang! The numbers on top began to jump wildly. 152,668. Wang Chen, level 55. Passed. The examiner recorded. Everyone was puzzled. They couldn't figure out if he was serious or just casual. If you said he was serious, it seemed like he hadn't eaten. If you said he was casual, he still dealt over 100,000 damage. Contradictory. Too contradictory. In the following tests, someone dealt 300,000 damage, reaching the level 60 standard. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. The test finally ended. In the blink of an eye, the second day arrived. Today would be the elimination round, the most intense part of the competition. In the central square of Mingzhu City, various important figures gathered, even more than the selection matches on the first day. For them, the selection matches were not interesting. The elimination round was the focus. I heard that the Superordinary Academy has deployed SS-level students. This time, they probably will sweep the top 3 again. Being in the top 3 is being polite. Not sweeping the top 10 is already merciful. It's not necessarily true. I received some insider information that the students from the Magic Capital also have SS-level students. Their dean has already made bold statements, determined to lock in the top 3 and break the monopoly of the Superordinary Academy. He. So are the other academies just there to make up the numbers? Why bother competing? Just give them the awards directly. That's the reality. Every competition, only the Magic Capital Academy, Mingzhu Academy. These 2 academies can go head-to-head with the Superordinary Academy. Mingzhu University is another university in the Magic Capital and is known as the Peerless Duo. On the stands, many important figures were discussing, evaluating the upcoming matches. Let's see if there will be any rising stars this year. Who can break the norm and bring us some surprises? It's very difficult. Any genius in front of those monsters from the Superordinary Academy will appear extremely mediocre. Yes, not only are those guys talented, their levels far exceed ordinary people. probably even reaching level 70. A crushing blow. Many people sighed. In the central position of the stands, the dean of the Superordinary Academy, Mo Tsung, and other strong figures from various academies sat upright, their eyes fixed on the venue. Surrounding them were important figures such as Nan Gong-yun, the Lord of Mingzhu City, the Dean of the Magic Capital Academy, the Dean of Mingzhu Academy, and others. Each person's face was filled with a mysterious smile, seemingly full of anticipation for the upcoming matches. At this moment, futuristic arenas appeared on the square, specially opened for the competition, equipped with very modern functions. The matches on each arena would be magnified and clearly visible to the audience. Participants, the next round is the elimination round. There will be random matchups on site, and through your identity cards, you will be transmitted to the arena for the showdown. The loud voice resonated across the square, reaching every corner. In various preparation areas, the identity cards of some participants lit up, displaying a number. This was the arena number. Communicating with their identity cards, these people's figures disappeared from their original positions and appeared in the arenas. There were a total of 8 preparation areas, with Wang Chen in the 3rd preparation area. With a casual glance, he estimated there were over 10,000 people in his preparation area alone. Adding up all 8 preparation areas, there were at least over 100,000 people, and this was after the selection matches. Otherwise, the number would be even higher. Just then, the identity card in his hand slightly vibrated, like a phone receiving a message. Wang Chen picked it up and saw a number on the smooth side of the identity card. 128. Immediately, he gently closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was already in the arena. After about 3 seconds, another person appeared in the arena. His opponent showed up. This was a level 53 young man with A-level talent. The man checked Wang Chen's level. His face looked a bit ugly. Wang Chen's level was 3 levels higher than his. The man frowned, gritted his teeth, and launched the attack first. He wanted to strike first. Bang! Wang Chen's figure disappeared, instantly appearing in front of the man, then swiftly punched out like lightning. The spell was interrupted. Puff! The man's body arched like a cooked shrimp, veins bulging on his face, eyes almost popping out. He felt like he had been hit by a train. I surrender! The man squeezed out 3 words with great effort, consciousness slipping into unconsciousness. From the moment they met to the end of the battle, only a few seconds had passed, and the victory was determined. Such fast speed was not uncommon. Some low-level unlucky ones, when facing higher-level opponents, almost always ended up being killed instantly. Wang Chen returned to the 3rd preparation area, waiting for the next match. The participants on the stage kept changing. Some matches ended in less than a minute, while others lasted over 10 minutes. Several hours later, Wang Chen faced his second battle. This time, his opponent was not even level 50, so it was an easy win. As night fell, the first day of the competition ended. After the intense battles, only 30,000 participants remained. Nanjiang University had hundreds of participants, but after the first day, only a few dozen were left. Xue Qingyue and Huangshe were all eliminated. Most of those remaining were students above level 50. The cruelty of the elimination rounds was evident. The night passed quietly. On the second day, the second round of the elimination matches began. 30,000 participants were divided into 8 preparation areas. Waiting, the audience in the stands welcomed more heavyweight spectators. The Dawn War God, Ji Kong, the nine-tailed celestial fox, Xiao Qingxiu. The second round of the elimination matches attracted more attention, with many strong players from the 7th district participating. After one round of selection, the remaining participants were of higher levels and closer in strength. Therefore, the matches were expected to be more exciting. Soon, the second round of the elimination matches officially began. Participants were teleported to the corresponding arenas based on the number of words on their identity cards. Before long, Wang Chen's identity card moved. Immediately, he appeared on arena number 88. His opponent was a level 58 woman. Upon realizing Wang Chen's level, the woman smiled happily. Looks like I'm lucky, needing a pushover in the first round. She had been worried earlier that she might face an opponent over level 60. Fortunately, her opponent was 2 levels lower than her. Hearing the woman's muttering, Wang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This woman was quite naive, thinking of him as an easy target. Come on, let Big Sister send you down. The woman chuckled. her magic wand glowing. Suddenly, a huge fire dragon appeared, roaring as it charged towards Wang Chen. She was a fire-awakened person, using intermediate fire skills. Wang Chen stood still, a five-colored light shield appearing around him, rotating clockwise. The fire dragon collided with it, but it was like hitting a solid wall, causing no ripples. The woman widened her eyes, unable to believe what she saw. What happened? Where did her big fire dragon go? Was it nullified? Come on, let daddy send you down. Suddenly, Wang Chen's voice sounded in her ears. Before she knew it, Wang Chen was already in front of her, almost face to face. Boom! A simple punch was thrown, a press of air creating a sonic boom. The woman, in shock, quickly cast a magic shield, but against absolute power. The shield was as fragile as paper. Like a shooting star, she flew out of the arena, crashing heavily on the ground. The woman struggled to sit up, staring at Wang Chen with a mix of shock and anger. Her eyes were full of unwillingness. She had been careless, allowing this melee warrior to get close. Otherwise she wouldn't have lost. Without even sparing her a glance, Wang Chen lightly left the arena. This scene caught the attention of many eyes in the stands. Dean, did you see that? On Arena 88, that kid Wang Chen won. The beautiful woman Xian Qing said to Mo Tsang beside her. Mo Tsang, although old and with dim eyes, had sharp eyesight and had long noticed this battle. Impressive. I didn't expect him to grow so fast, reaching over level 50 in such a short time. Mo Tsang nodded slightly, showing his admiration. He easily defeated an opponent of level 58. His strength is stronger than it appears. Qian Qing commented. Wang Chen's ability to solo the hell difficulty insect cave in the past is enough to demonstrate his combat power. Let's see how far he can go. Mo Tsang smiled. I think he has a chance to enter the ranking competition. Xian Cheng answered after some thought. The ranking competition, within the top 1,000. That's not bad. He is still very young, Mo Tsang said calmly. After the first round, over 10,000 participants were eliminated. Wang Chen learned that Yen Wujian was also eliminated, encountering an opponent with an S-level talent over level 50, causing him to flee in embarrassment. With similar talents, challenging higher levels is not so easy. At noon, Wang Chen faced the second round of battle. He was teleported to Arena 72. His opponent was a man in his early 20s, level 62. Transcendence Academy, Shindong, level 62. Pleased to meet you. The man elegantly introduced himself with a proud look on his face. Nanjiang University, Wang Chen, level 56. Wang Chen replied calmly, the opponent's information appearing clearly in his eyes. Shindong, level 62. Talent, Superpower Replication, A, Strength, 10890 Agility, 9976 Spirit, 12350. After reviewing Chendong's attributes and skills, Wang Chen understood. The opponent's main talent was replication, copying the opponent's skills for personal use. It sounded unbeatable, but this talent was only at the A level, with its limitations. During this conversation, Wang Chen had already grasped the opponent's details. At this moment, many people from the Transcendence Academy in the stands noticed Arena 72. Look, Chen Dong is here. His opponent seems weak. I know. I recognize this kid. He came to our academy some time ago, challenging the ice-sealed insect cave instance, and went through the 5 elements Thunder Palace. This kid has good strength, personally named by the dean, agreed to join our academy in a year. There was a lively discussion around. Wang Chen's luck is a bit bad. He actually encountered Chen Dong. Xian Qing shook her head helplessly, feeling sorry for Wang Chen. Chen Dong's ability is replication, and his level is much higher than Wang Chen's. This battle is not suspenseful. A mentor from the Transcendence Academy commented. Not only him, almost all the audience paying attention to this battle thought the same. On Arena 72, after introducing themselves, neither of them rushed to make a move. 1 minute later, Chen Dong couldn't hold back anymore. You go first. If I make a move, you won't have any chance. In fact, his ability was to replicate the opponent's skills, waiting for the opponent to make a move first, then copying their skills, the best combat strategy. Alright, then I won't be polite. Wang Chen nodded, a faint thunderball appearing in his palm. The thunderous death spirit ball condensed. As Wang Chen gathered energy, the ball grew larger, containing increasingly terrifying energy. Chen Dong's eyes lit up, licking his lips. Come at me. This was his favorite part. As long as the opponent made a move, he could immediately replicate it, tit for tat. Wang Chen smiled, said nothing, and continued to gather energy. The thunderous death spirit ball reached a certain level, not increasing much in size, but the energy became more pure and terrifying, compressed to the extreme. Soon, he had gathered 10,000 spiritual power, but it was not enough, as the opponent had over 10,000. Chen Dong's ultimate move was to replicate the opponent's skills, but doing so required consuming the same amount of spiritual power. It couldn't be created out of thin air. Wang Chen saw through this, planning to use a 20,000 spiritual power skill to give the opponent a taste. At the opponent's level, he had never experienced such a powerful skill before. Hey, are you ready? Seeing that Wang Chen had not made a move for a long time, Chen Dong became impatient. It took half a day to release a skill. This opponent is really too boastful. Alright, Wang Chen smiled and threw the Thunder Death Spirit Ball in his hand. The ball was the size of a basketball, emitting a dark light like a black hole. Good timing, Chen Dong smirked, drawing a circle with his finger in front of him, then stepping back. Replicate, bring it on. The skill was instantly activated, and the next moment, a huge and vast spiritual impact, almost like a volcanic eruption, came forth. Chen Dong's face changed drastically, then everything went black before him, and he fainted. The spiritual power that surpassed his limits caused him to be overwhelmed. Wang Chen flashed to Chen Dong's side, picked him up and threw him out of the ring to prevent him from being harmed by the thunder flash. This sudden end to the battle left everyone watching bewildered. What's going on? Why did Chen Dong suddenly collapse? Such a strange battle. I guess the opponent is a powerful spiritual user who caught his opponent off guard and defeated him directly. Chen Dong lost. How is that possible? The people from the Transcend Academy were stunned, watching this scene in disbelief. They had expected to see Chen Dong crush his opponent directly, but before he could make a move, he suddenly fell down. Principal, have you figured out what happened? Qian Chang looked at Emot-san with a strange expression. Even she couldn't figure out how Chen Dong lost. Emot-san remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. From observing Chen Dong's condition, it seems he suffered from spiritual backlash and fainted. As for why, it should be because he couldn't withstand the opponent's skill, exceeding his own limits. Upon hearing this, Qian Cheng looked puzzled. That's impossible, right? Emot-san didn't say anything, his murky eyes becoming even brighter. Wang Chen returned to the preparation area, waiting for the next battle. Unknowingly, evening arrived. The third round of battles was in full swing. At that moment, Wang Chen's ID badge vibrated. It was his turn again. Wang Chen made his third appearance, this time facing a level 55 Awakener. For Wang Chen, it was no challenge at all, and he easily won. At the end of the third round, only 4,000 participants remained. Today's matches were over. Only the final round of the elimination matches was left. South Jiang University had poor results, with only Wang Chen, Li Yang, Du Runxiang, and a few others not eliminated. Another day passed quickly. The final round of the elimination matches began. Compared to the first day, the number of participants in the major preparation areas decreased significantly, with some looking rather desolate. With 4,000 participants, after 2 more rounds, only 1,000 would remain. Then it would be the final ranking match. In the 8th preparation area, Wang Chen's ID badge lit up, indicating it was his turn. The next moment, he appeared on the ring. Suddenly, the temperature dropped sharply, as if he had arrived in the Arctic in an instant. A figure in ice blue appeared on the ring. Mingju University, Ice Hard Ruo, please advise. The woman spoke expressionlessly, her pupils also ice blue, her thin lips turning purple as if frozen. Wang Chen introduced himself, and the woman's information appeared in his eyes. Ice Hard Ruo, level 58 talent, extreme profound ice, is, strength, 9830 agility, 9255 spirit, 11690. No wonder it's so cold. She's an S-level ice awakener, Wang Chen thought to himself. At that moment, Ice Hard Ruo made her move, releasing a terrifying icy aura that swept in all directions, freezing the entire ring. The icy aura climbed up Wang Chen's legs rapidly, trying to freeze him completely. Thunder Pulse. Wang Chen released a powerful shockwave, forcing back the surrounding icy aura. You're very strong, to break my icy aura so easily. Ice Heart Ruo's eyes flashed with surprise, and she said coldly, this is just the beginning. The real challenge is yet to come. Wang Chen smiled faintly and disappeared from his original position. This is his usual trick. Thunder flashes close, and then a move to defeat the enemy. Iceheart Soft sensed danger and made a defensive move in an instant, with ice walls appearing on all sides, enclosing her firmly in the middle. These ice walls are harder than steel plates. They can withstand any attack. She is very confident, very calm, like an aloof ice goddess. Click! Suddenly, the ice wall in front of her cracked open, followed by flashes of lightning shooting into the sky. The entire arena was shaking. These lightning flashes, seemingly from hell, crushed everything, melting all the ice walls, and Iceheart Soft was exposed like a broken chick in the air. Then she was engulfed by the raging thunder and lightning. Wang Chen, in a crushing posture, easily subdued Iceheart Soft and won the victory. Half a day later, he faced the final battle of the elimination round. Wang Chen thought he would encounter a formidable opponent, but he did not expect a level 53 opponent. At this stage, it can be considered a lucky break. In this way, Wang Chen advanced among the 1,000 contestants and smoothly entered the next stage. Apart from himself, only 2 people from Nanjiang University entered the ranking match. This record made Lu Jinshan sweat profusely. Perhaps due to bad luck, this year's results were worse than the previous year. Fortunately, with Wang Chen as a safety net, the final results would not be too bad. The ranking match would begin the next day, providing a day of rest. That night, Wang Chen did not idle but went to the instance area to practice. The night before the competition, his level rose to 57. Name, Wang Chen. Talent, Purple Flame Thunder. Level, 57. Strength, 18563. Agility, 17250. Spirit, 348920. Skills, Berserk Battle Armor LV1, Thunder Dead Spirit Ball LV1, Hell Thunder Light LV1, Thunder Flash LV1, 5 Elements Thunder Shield LV1, Infinite Electric Light LV1, Thunder Extreme Arc Light LV1. Click to expand Forbidden Curse, Great Snake Thunder Spear LV2, Thunderous Force LV1, Great Destruction Thunder Body LV3, Purple Shine Dragon Dance LV1. Equipment, Demon Slayer Sword, Mad God Belt, Twilight Embrace, Death Stare. Click to expand evolution points, 3107325000. Passive, Mana Spring LV2, enhances spirit attribute by 20 times. When spirit power is below 50%, recovery speed increases to 1000%. Soul Devouring LV2, when killing a target, there is a 3% chance to see some of the target's attributes. Spell Crit LV5, your skills have a 100% chance to deal 200% critical damage. Strengthen Strike LV5, your third attack gains enhancement, dealing 250% additional damage. Lotus Incarnation LV5, immune to 3 fatal damages, cooldown of 2 hours. Wang Chen left the instance area and strolled back to his residence. When passing by a place, he was attracted by the commotion inside. Wow, brother is awesome. 30,000 combat power. Isn't that too high? A surprised voice sounded, followed by a rather proud voice. It's okay, my combat power is only average. Barely breaking into the ranking match, Wang Chen curiously walked up and found many people surrounding a crystal pillar, pointing and discussing. There was a sign next to the pillar. Combat Power Testing Pillar. It turned out that this pillar was used to test combat power. Just by placing a hand on it, one could measure their combat power, without displaying other information. Interesting. Wang Chen smiled and then, inadvertently, placed his hand on the pillar. Immediately, the crystal pillar emitted a dazzling light, with the numbers on it rolling frantically. The people around were startled, staring wide-eyed at the increasingly outrageous numbers. Wow, what is this? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, the number on the crystal pillar jumped, and then, turned into a bunch of garbled characters. Ha! The people around were stunned. What happened? Wang Chen looked puzzled. Could he have broken this thing? Thinking of this, he quietly retreated behind the crowd and slipped away without a sound. Hiss! Could it be that guy's combat power is too high, and the testing pillar can't measure it? Someone exclaimed, daring to speculate. As soon as this remark was made, someone immediately retorted sharply. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This test pillar can withstand a maximum of 200,000 battle power at most. Do you really think he has 200,000 battle power? Yeah. What does 200,000 mean? The average attribute is nearly 70,000. Is he a war god? Oh no.
There must be a problem with the test pillar. Get someone to fix it. The crowd was in an uproar. Suddenly, someone put their hand on it, and the numbers on the crystal pillar scrolled without any problem. Seeing this scene, everyone fell silent. What is going on? Where did the problem arise? Battle power is the sum of three-dimensional attributes. No matter what, they would never have thought that Wang Chen's three-dimensional attributes had already reached over 300,000. The next day, the final dance of the Intermediate Awaken contest finally arrived.